Fellow cultivators, before we begin, if you want to follow Wei Changqing's story through to the end, subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The tea house opens. The hinges had taken 18 hours to forge because he was not willing to use power. The tea blends had required months of experimentation because he was not willing to simply produce the perfect blend through force of will. The garden had been planted by hand because he was not willing to reshape the earth into the perfect environment. Every choice was a deliberate rejection of shortcuts his power would have allowed. And yet the tea house was better precisely because of these constraints. He had been forced to think carefully, to plan meticulously, to work within the limitations of a single human body. The shortcuts his power would have offered would have created a perfect but hollow tea house. Instead, he had created an imperfect tea house that was genuinely real, that carried within it the weight of his own effort and attention. The peaceful life system began measuring his cultivation advancement according to new metrics, not power achieved, but wisdom gained, not enemies defeated, but individuals helped, not territories conquered, but relationships deepened. The door of one cup swung inward on hinges. Wei Changqing had personally forged 3 weeks prior, taking 18 hours of work when a blacksmith could have done it in 2. This was intentional. Every second spent with hammer and metal in his hands was a second spent not using power, not reshaping the world through casual divine will, not being the thing he had been for 3,000 years. The hinges were perfect, soundless. They whispered open like a prayer. Wei Changqing stood in the doorway of his tea house on a morning in early spring, wearing the face of a man in his 60s, lined around the eyes, silver threading through his black hair, shoulders beginning their long descent toward mortality. This face was not entirely dishonest. He had worn many faces in 3 millennia. This one happened to be convenient for what he intended to do, which was nothing of consequence whatsoever. He was done with consequence, done with impact, done with the heavy weight of being the most powerful thing in every room, in every province, in every realm. For 3,000 years, he had carried that weight like a stone, sometimes with grace, sometimes with exhaustion, always with the understanding that power came with obligation. He had been the Jade Heaven Emperor, the Tao Sovereign, the one to whom cultivators from across provinces came with desperate requests and impossible problems. Kings knelt before him. Sects rose or fell at his word. The fabric of reality itself bent gently around his presence like water parting around a stone. 50 years ago, he had set it down. He had walked away from the Jade Heaven sect, from the disciples who had devoted centuries to their training, from the authority that had kept 3 provinces in stable governance. He had walked away and no one had pursued him vigorously because even the most ambitious of his followers understood that a Tao sovereign who wanted to leave was not going to be stopped by any amount of negotiation or obligation. There were certain types of power from which there was no compelling someone to return. He was that power. What no one had anticipated was that he would actually stay gone. That 50 years later, he would not have changed his mind, that he would not eventually tire of retirement and seek to re-engage with the world, that he would actually prefer making tea to commanding nations. This seemed to surprise everyone who encountered him, as if choosing peace over power was so obviously wrong that it could only be temporary. The morning light caught the wooden counter he had built with his own hands, planing each board until it was perfectly smooth. The shelves he had installed personally, accounting for the slight warp in the floorboards so that nothing would ever slide. The small table by the window where a single stool waited, hand-carved from cherry wood that he had selected during a walk through the forest 3 months prior. He had not decorated beyond this. Decoration seemed presumptuous for a place dedicated to not doing anything remarkable. The walls were plain white plaster. The floor was simple wood. The roof was tile, ordinary and gray. Everything about the space announced itself as thoroughly, deliberately unremarkable, which was harder to achieve than it might seem, particularly when you were a Tao sovereign who had spent 3,000 years being the most remarkable thing in every room you entered. The tea house was small, 12 paces across, 8 paces deep at its deepest point, narrowing slightly toward the back where the space felt almost womb-like in its intimacy, as if you had entered not a public establishment, but rather a private sanctuary that was being temporarily shared with strangers. Narrow stairs in the corner led to a small room above where he slept 2 or 3 hours a night, an old habit from when sleep was a luxury rather than a necessity, and from when his mind had been too active with the weight of empires to settle easily into unconsciousness. The room upstairs was almost entirely empty. A sleeping platform, a single shelf for personal items, a window that looked out over Dust Fall's quiet streets toward the misty mountains that rose in the distance like the memory of something vast and ancient. Behind the building, climbing the hillside that rose toward those misty mountains, lay the tea garden, 3 acres of carefully tended plants that he had grown from seed over the past 2 years, every single one requiring attention that did not involve power. The garden was terraced into the hillside, each level connected by narrow paths where he could walk and tend the plants and think thoughts that were not weighted down by the memory of being emperor. The plants had thrived in ways that suggested the earth itself was relieved to receive his attention. He had never needed to use power on them. Somehow, simply paying attention, genuine, undivided attention without any expectation of what they should become, was enough to make them flourish. He had spent 2 years preparing for this day. Not just the construction, though that had been meticulous, every joint fitted precisely, every nail placed with careful consideration of its impact on the overall structure. He had spent 2 years learning what it meant to move through the world at the speed of normal time, to accomplish things through patient labor rather than instantaneous will, to experience the passage of hours and days in a way that he had forgotten after 3,000 years of being fundamentally outside of time's constraints. The memory of time moving slowly had become abstract to him, a concept he understood intellectually but had not actually experienced in centuries. 2 years of remembering what it meant to be tired in body rather than simply exhausted in spirit. 2 years of discovering that the exhaustion of the body was entirely different from the exhaustion that came from wielding infinite power. The body's exhaustion resolved with sleep and rest and good food. The spirit's exhaustion, the exhaustion that came from 3,000 years of being the one everyone looked to for answers, had required something else entirely. It had required him to stop being that person. To genuinely, completely stop. The town of Dustfall existed in the kind of comfortable obscurity that suggested the universe had forgotten about it, which was precisely why Wei Changqing had chosen it. Not famous, not strategically important, not located on any major spiritual ley line that would draw cultivators like moths to flame. Dustfall was the sort of place where a retired old man could open a tea house, and no one would expect anything dramatic to come of it. The town had a population of perhaps 3,000 people. The streets were narrow and winding in that way that came from having been built incrementally over centuries, following natural contours of the land rather than imposed design. There were ordinary buildings, homes with modest courtyards where people grew vegetables and flowers, shops that had been passed down through families for generations, a market square where merchants set up stalls on 3 days each week. Dustfall was ordinary. That was its greatest virtue. He had come here 4 years ago, when the weight of his 3 millennia was finally, genuinely unbearable. He had walked through the town disguised in the simplest possible way. Just an old man, no cultivation signature, no aura of power, just a figure moving through the streets as invisible as any other retired person who had finally run out of years to spend on significance. He had liked what he saw immediately. The town had a small market with vendors who greeted each other by name, suggesting community that had built up over genuine time rather than being imposed from outside. A good well that was clearly maintained. A river that ran clear enough to see the stones at the bottom. Buildings that had been constructed with care, but not with pretense. People who seemed occupied with the actual work of living rather than with gaining power or prestige. The kind of place where time moved at a mortal pace, where nothing moved faster than the seasons could bring it. He had purchased this building 3 years ago, a structure that had been abandoned for 5 years, with a foundation that was solid despite its age. The previous owner had used it as a storage space for rice and grain, and the wood had absorbed the smell of these things, creating an aroma that was warm and lived in and real. Even now, 3 years of airing and careful maintenance had not fully removed the ghost of that history. Wei Changqing did not mind. The smell was honest. It suggested the building had been useful once, had provided value to someone, and he intended it to provide value again, though of a different sort. He had spent the first year simply repairing it, learning what it meant to move through the world at human speed. Replacing rotted floorboards by hand, measuring and cutting and fitting each piece. Repairing the roof by climbing up and examining each tile individually, feeling with his hands for the ones that had cracked or settled wrong. Patching walls by mixing his own plaster and applying it with a trowel, again and again, until he learned to feel through his hands when it was the right consistency, when it was ready to be smooth, when it had begun to set. A normal person would have hired these tasks out. A Dao sovereign could have snapped his fingers and remade the entire building in a moment. Wei Changqing had chosen to do every bit of it himself, because every moment spent learning to move like a human was a moment he was not accidentally rewriting the fundamental laws of reality through the sheer weight of his existence. Wei Changqing made his way behind the counter now, running his palms across the oak wood. It was smooth. He had sanded it by hand, running his fingers across every grain, feeling the texture change and breathe beneath his touch. It had taken 3 weeks. The peaceful life system, that strange mechanism that had begun forming within him during his first year of retirement, had logged those 3 weeks of sanding as cultivation gains more significant than his entire final decade as Jade Heaven Emperor. This seemed unlikely. He did not entirely understand the system yet. He only knew it rewarded something like contentment, and contentment was the only commodity he actually desired anymore. During his final years as Jade Heaven Emperor, he had tried everything to achieve peace through cultivation. He had mastered every technique known to the cultivation world and several that he had invented himself. He had surpassed every rival, systematically, each victory teaching him less about peace and more about the fundamental emptiness of victory. He had achieved a level of power so absolute that no one could even conceive of challenging him. And this achievement had been the worst of all, because power without resistance, without friction, without anything to test itself against, simply became an ever-growing weight that pressed down on the shoulders, that made every moment feel like standing under the ocean with the entire weight of it pressing down. None of it had brought him contentment. None of it had brought him a single moment where he was not aware of his own power, of his own significance, of the infinite number of people who depended on him or feared him or wanted something from him. Power, he had learned, was the enemy of peace. Every addition of power simply added more weight to the burden he already carried. He reached for the kettle. The kettle was ceramic, fired in a kiln owned by an old woman 3 streets over named Grandmother Yu. She had made it without knowing who he was, which meant it was made honestly, without any attempt to flatter or impress. Grandmother Yu had been making pottery for 60 years, her hands developing the kind of muscle memory that only came from genuine, patient practice over decades. She had a grandson who helped her, a boy of perhaps 12 who was learning the craft through observation and practice rather than formal instruction. She had never left dust fall in her entire life, and appeared to have never felt the need to. She seemed to have found in the act of making pottery everything that most people spent their entire lives chasing, and she never understood why anyone would want anything else. He filled the kettle with water drawn from the well behind the building, water that had run clean and clear since he had carefully, meticulously, suppressed every ounce of his presence while digging through stone and sediment to reach the aquifer beneath. This had taken 1 week. A normal person would have hired someone. A Tao sovereign could have simply commanded the earth to reveal its treasures. Wei Chongqing had done it himself because every hour spent as an ordinary man with a shovel was an hour he was not accidentally rewriting the fundamental laws of reality. Suppressing his power completely was impossible. At Tao's sovereign rank, his presence was woven into the fabric of reality itself. But he could narrow it. He could compress it down to a very small radius, just a few paces around his body, and let it filter outward so gradually that it seemed like nothing at all. It made every action take longer. It made every task require constant, exhausting attention. It meant that digging a well that should have taken 2 days took 1 week, because half his concentration was devoted to not accidentally terraforming while turning over soil. Half his attention had to remain on the suppression, holding his power back, keeping it contained, preventing it from expressing itself even unconsciously. This was harder than actually using the power would have been. It was harder than moving mountains. But it was the best work he had ever done. He set the kettle on the brazier, not the most powerful heat source available, but a steady, reliable warmth that would bring water to a gentle boil, without any risk of catastrophic damage. He had chosen this brazier with the same careful attention he brought to every element of this space, considering not just function but also the quality of heat it provided, the way it would interact with the ceramic kettle, the gentleness with which it would warm the water, and the aesthetic quality of how it fit into the overall space. These were small considerations, and yet they mattered. They mattered because they suggested that something could be done well, could be done with care and attention, even when it was small, especially when it was small. While the water warmed, he retrieved a cup from the shelf, simple porcelain, white, with a single blue line painted around its rim in a careful, deliberate stroke. He had selected this cup from a merchant's stall in Dustfall 3 months ago, holding it in his hand, feeling its weight and balance. The merchant had watched him with the patient expression of someone who understood that some customers needed to know a thing through their hands before committing to it. Wei Chongqing had held the cup for a long time, rotating it, observing how the light played across the glaze, feeling the texture under his fingertips. The merchant had asked if it was to his taste. Wei Chongqing had said yes. He had asked the price. The merchant, seeing something in his face that made him cautious and generous in equal measure, had quoted a number that was almost honest. Wei Chongqing had paid twice that. The merchant had looked confused but grateful. Wei Chongqing had learned, in his years of retirement, that this was often the effect he had on people. Something about him made them want to be kind, even when they were not entirely sure why. This was either a residual effect of his cultivation rank, or simply the result of seeing people clearly and letting them know they had been seen. He was no longer sure which. There was something about him, even at this reduced level of presence, even wearing this carefully maintained appearance of an ordinary old man, that made people cautious and kind in equal measure. He was not certain what it was. Possibly it was the fact that he had learned, over 3,000 years, to see people clearly, and when you see someone clearly, they often sense it and respond by opening themselves to you. Possibly it was simply that he moved with the unconscious confidence of someone who had never encountered anything he could not handle. Possibly it was both. Possibly it was something else entirely that he did not have the capacity to understand. It did not matter. What mattered was that people seemed to respond well to him, and he responded well to people, and somehow this simple exchange of genuine attention was enough to create the basis for community. The water began to simmer. He could have made it boil instantly, one of the most basic applications of power, something a beginning cultivator could accomplish in their first week of training. He did not. He stood with his hands on the counter and waited, watching the small bubbles begin their journey from the bottom of the kettle toward the surface. This watching was important. This noticing of process rather than result was part of what the peaceful life system rewarded. He was beginning to understand that his entire previous approach to cultivation had been backward. Achievement, accomplishment, progress. All of these were movement away from peace rather than toward it. Peace lived in the ability to observe, to notice, to be present without the constant drive to change things. From the shelf behind the counter, he withdrew a small container holding tea from his own garden. The leaves were dark, twisted into small spirals, releasing a fragrance that smelled of spring rain and stone and something like the memory of peace itself. He measured 3 leaves into the cup, more than some preferred, less than others. Precision. Everything required precision now, when once he had moved through the world like a storm that did not need to calculate its impact. In his previous life, precision had been essential too, but for different reasons. A Tao sovereign's power was so vast that small errors could have massive consequences. He had learned to be careful the way an avalanche learns to be careful, by understanding that the smallest tremor could cause catastrophe. But that precision had come from fear of breaking things. This new precision came from the opposite direction. The desire to make something beautiful, something exactly right, something that would hold meaning not because of its power, but because of the care embedded in it. He poured the water. The leaves unfurled slowly, spinning in the cup like small planets finding their orbit. The color bloomed from gray to amber to deep bronze, the process so gradual that you could not quite catch the moment of transition if you were watching too closely. He waited, letting the leaves steep. The peaceful life system seemed to appreciate waiting more than it appreciated achievement, which was convenient, because waiting was all he had planned to do for the next several decades. The peaceful life system was a strange thing. He had not created it intentionally. It had begun to form during his first year of retirement, when he stopped practicing active cultivation and started instead simply living with genuine attention. It was not a traditional cultivation method. It did not follow the standard progression of ranks and achievements that defined every other path to power. Instead, it seemed to reward small moments of genuine peace, authentic contentment, and honest attention to the present moment. The cultivation gains were real. He could feel his power slowly increasing, his understanding deepening, his control becoming more refined, but they were increasing in ways that did not disturb his peace. In fact, they seemed to increase because of his peace rather than despite it. It was as if the universe itself preferred this approach, as if peace and power could coexist if you did not insist on treating them as opponents. The tea reached its optimal steeping. He lifted the cup carefully, feeling the warmth transfer through the ceramic to his hands, the heat grounding him in the moment, in the present, in the simple fact of being alive in this small tea house, in this quiet town. He inhaled the steam, letting it carry the fragrance of the leaves directly into his awareness, filling his senses with the complexity of flavors and memories and potential. For just a moment, before anything else could interrupt the morning, he experienced what he had been seeking for 50 years, genuine, uncomplicated peace. This was the thing. This was why he had left. This single moment of holding a cup of tea in a room he had built with his own hands, experiencing nothing but the present moment, wanting nothing beyond what he already had. The door exploded inward. Not gently, not in any way that could be described as a door opening. Exploded, as in a young woman of approximately 16 summers crashed through the frame at speed, her arms windmilling, her momentum carrying her directly into Wei Chongqing with the force of a small comet that had decided to make a dramatic entrance into existence. The cup left his hands. The tea sprayed across the tea house in an arc that caught the morning light like liquid amber, and the cup itself, the perfect cup with the blue line painted around its rim, shattered against the wooden floor in a pattern that looked like someone had drawn a mandala in porcelain shards. The sound of breaking ceramic seemed to reverberate in the small space, echoing off walls that had known only quiet until this moment. Wei Chongqing watched the tea spread across the wood. He watched it soak into the grain that he had sanded for 3 weeks by his own hands. He watched the cup fragment into pieces that were small enough to require careful sweeping, and large enough that the break had a kind of terrible elegance to it. He had spent 50 years learning to accept consequences. He had spent 50 years learning that wanting something, and then being denied, it was simply part of how the universe functioned. He had spent 50 years becoming a man who could see a perfect cup of tea destroyed on the morning of his opening day and think, with genuine calm, well, that happened. He closed his eyes for a moment. He did not close them because he was upset. He closed them because the irony was so complete, so perfectly calibrated to the exact way the universe seemed to understand him, that he needed a moment to appreciate the artistry of it. The peaceful life system, noting that he had experienced genuine acceptance of loss rather than resistance to it, actually logged a small cultivation gain even as the cup shattered. This seemed like the universe was mocking him, and he found that he did not mind the mocking at all. When he opened them again, the young woman was already scrambling backward, her face flushed with mortification, her mouth opening and closing like she was trying to decide which apology to attempt first. She had dark hair that was coming loose from its braid. She had a face that suggested she had not had an easy time of it, too sharp, too animated, marked with the particular strain that came from living on the edge of not quite having enough. Her robes were worn but clean, patched in several places with careful stitches that suggested someone cared about maintaining what she had. Her feet were bare against the wooden floor, and there was a smudge of dirt on her cheek. "I'm so sorry," she said, still breathing hard from her run. Her breath came in gasps that suggested she had been running flat out for some distance. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There was a man. He had my bag. I was running. I didn't see the door. I'm so sorry." Wei Chongqing regarded her with the expression of someone who had seen 3,000 years of consequences unfold and had decided that one cup was not the worst price the universe could extract. Also, he was finding that his carefully cultivated peace was entirely resilient to having his morning interrupted. This was moderately surprising and entirely welcome. He had been mildly concerned that his commitment to peace was fragile, dependent on external conditions remaining stable. Apparently, it was not. If anything, the challenge of maintaining peace in the face of a comet of a girl was making it more real, more substantive, more genuinely his rather than something borrowed from favorable circumstances. "What is your name?" he asked, his voice calm in a way that seemed to settle the young woman's panic slightly. "Su Finfin," the girl said, still breathing hard, still terrified. "I'm sorry. I'll pay for the cup. I'll pay for the tea." Wei Chongqing observed that the girl had only a small cloth bag at her side, the kind that probably contained her entire practical wealth. Paying for the cup would likely create a significant problem for her, which she was clearly willing to accept anyway. This was worth noting. This was the sort of person who understood consequence and accepted it anyway. This was the sort of person who made amends even when making amends hurt. "The cup is broken," Wei Chongqing said, not unkindly. His voice did not carry any judgment, merely observation. "I know, I'll pay for it. I'm sorry, Can you work?" he interrupted. Su Finfin blinked, her apology derailing itself mid-sentence. "What? Can you work?" he repeated calmly. "This tea house is new. I need someone to help keep it. The pay is small. The work is simple. I cannot afford to replace broken cups." He paused, considering. Yet, Finfin's expression cycled through confusion, calculation, and then a kind of desperate hope that made her seem younger than 16, made her seem like someone who had learned to hope very carefully, in small amounts, to avoid being disappointed. "I can work," she said. "I'm a good worker. I worked at the market stall for 2 years before my aunt got sick and I had to." She stopped herself, as if revealing too much about her circumstances was a failure of some kind. "I can definitely work. When do I start?" "Now," Wei Chongqing said. He gestured at the scattered pieces of cup and tea, at the small lake of liquid spreading across his carefully sanded floor. "We'll clean this up together. Then I'll show you the supply room." Little Fun, she insisted the shortened name was fine, even better, moved with quick efficiency once she understood that her employment was not contingent on her ability to be perfect, only on her ability to do the work in front of her. She swept the porcelain pieces into a cloth with practiced sweeps, her movements suggesting experience with cleaning up minor disasters. She wrung out the tea-soaked section of floor with water and a rag, and arranged 3 new cups on the counter before Wei Changqing had finished explaining how the tea was stored and categorized. He was done with consequence, done with impact, done with the heavy weight of being the most powerful thing in every room, in every province, in every realm. For 3,000 years, he had carried that weight like a stone, sometimes with grace, sometimes with exhaustion, always with the understanding that power came with obligation. He had been the Jade Heaven Emperor, the Tao Sovereign, the one to whom cultivators from across provinces came with desperate requests and impossible problems. Kings knelt before him. Sects rose or fell at his word. The fabric of reality itself bent gently around his presence. He had carried that weight like a stone, sometimes with grace, sometimes with exhaustion, always with the understanding that power came with obligation. He had been the Jade Heaven Emperor, worshipped across provinces, and every decision he made had consequences that rippled outward in ways he could never fully control. He had ended wars. He had prevented wars. He had raised civilizations and had watched them fall when he withdrew his support. He had done all of this with the understanding that he was good at it, that he had a responsibility to use his power well, that stepping back would mean abandonment of his duty. But 50 years ago, something inside him had broken, not shattered, but fractured in a way that made him understand that carrying this weight forever was not actually noble or dutiful. It was a slow suicide, a way of confirming his own meaninglessness by pouring everything he had into projects that would outlast him, communities that would forget him, causes that would ultimately be served just as well by someone else. 50 years ago, he had set down the weight and walked away from the throne. He had dissolved himself into his suppression field and waited for someone to find him, or for him to find something worth being found for. He had spent the first 49 years in isolation, learning to exist without purpose or influence or the constant weight of people needing things from him. He had become increasingly invisible, increasingly peripheral, increasingly irrelevant in all the ways that actually mattered to him. And then he had arrived in Dustfall with the intention of simply existing. And he had found this small town, and he had rented this storefront, and he had hung a sign that said, "1 cup," on the door, and he had opened a tea house. 50 years ago, he had set it down. He had walked away from the Jade Heaven sect, from the disciples who had devoted centuries to their training, from the authority that had kept 3 provinces in stable governance. He had walked away and no one had pursued him vigorously because even the most ambitious of his followers understood that a Tao sovereign who wanted to leave was not going to be stopped by any amount of negotiation or obligation. There were certain types of power from which there was no compelling someone to return. He was that power. What no one had anticipated was that he would actually stay gone. That 50 years later, he would not have changed his mind. That he would not eventually tire of retirement and seek to re-engage with the world. That he would actually prefer making tea to commanding nations. The morning light caught the wooden counter he had built with his own hands, planing each board until it was perfectly smooth. The shelves he had installed personally, accounting for the slight warp in the floorboards so that nothing would ever slide. The small table by the window where a single stool waited, hand-carved from cherry wood that he had selected during a walk through the forest 3 months prior. He had not decorated beyond this. Decoration seemed presumptuous for a place dedicated to not doing anything remarkable. The tea house was small, 12 paces across, 8 paces deep at its deepest point, narrowing slightly toward the back where the space felt almost womb-like in its intimacy. Narrow stairs in the corner led to a small room above where he slept 2 or 3 hours a night, an old habit from when sleep was a luxury rather than a necessity, and from when his mind had been too active with the weight of empires to settle easily into unconsciousness. The room upstairs was almost entirely empty. A sleeping platform, a single shelf for personal items, a window that looked out over Dustfall's quiet streets. Behind the building, climbing the hillside that rose toward the misty mountains, lay the tea garden, 3 acres of carefully tended plants that he had grown from seed over the past 2 years, every single one requiring attention that did not involve power. He had spent 2 years preparing for this day. Not just the construction, though that had been meticulous, every joint fitted precisely, every nail placed with careful consideration of its impact on the overall structure. He had spent 2 years learning what it meant to move through the world at the speed of normal time, to accomplish things through patient labor rather than instantaneous will, to experience the passage of hours and days in a way that he had forgotten after 3,000 years of being fundamentally outside of time's constraints. 2 years of remembering what it meant to be tired in body rather than simply exhausted in spirit. The town of Dustfall existed in the kind of comfortable obscurity that suggested the universe had forgotten about it, which was precisely why Wei Changqing had chosen it. Not famous, not strategically important, not located on any major spiritual ley line that would draw cultivators like moths to flame. Dustfall was the sort of place where a retired old man could open a tea house, and no one would expect anything dramatic to come of it. The town had a population of perhaps 3,000 people. The streets were narrow and winding in that way that came from having been built incrementally over centuries, following natural contours of the land rather than imposed design. There were ordinary buildings, homes with modest courtyards, shops that had been passed down through families, a market square where merchants set up stalls on 3 days each week. Dustfall was ordinary. That was its greatest virtue. He had come here 4 years ago, when the weight of his 3 millennia was finally, genuinely unbearable. He had walked through the town disguised in the simplest possible way. Just an old man, no cultivation signature, no aura of power, just a figure moving through the streets as invisible as any other retired person who had finally run out of years to spend on significance. He had liked what he saw immediately. The town had a small market with vendors who greeted each other by name, suggesting community that had built up over genuine time. A good well that was clearly maintained. A river that ran clear enough to see the stones at the bottom. Buildings that had been constructed with care, but not with pretense. People who seemed occupied with the actual work of living rather than with gaining power or prestige. The kind of place where time moved at a mortal pace. He had purchased this building 3 years ago, a structure that had been abandoned for 5 years, with a foundation that was solid despite its age. The previous owner had used it as a storage space for rice and grain. The wood had absorbed the smell of these things, and even now, 3 years of airing and careful maintenance had not fully removed the ghost of that history. Wei Changqing did not mind. The smell was honest. It suggested the building had been useful once, and he intended it to be useful again. He had spent the first years simply repairing it, learning what it meant to move through the world at human speed, replacing rotted floorboards by hand, measuring and cutting and fitting each piece, repairing the roof by climbing up and examining each tile individually, patching walls by mixing his own plaster and applying it with a trowel, again and again, until he learned to feel through his hands when it was the right consistency. A normal person would have hired these tasks out. A Dao sovereign could have snapped his fingers and remade the entire building in a moment. Wei Changqing had chosen to do every bit of it himself, because every moment spent learning to move like a human was a moment he was not accidentally rewriting the fundamental laws of reality through the sheer weight of his existence. Wei Changqing made his way behind the counter now, running his palms across the oak wood. It was smooth. He had sanded it by hand, running his fingers across every grain, feeling the texture change and breathe beneath his touch. It had taken 3 weeks. The peaceful life system, that strange mechanism that had begun forming within him during his first year of retirement, had logged those 3 weeks of sanding as cultivation gains more significant than his entire final decade as Jade Heaven Emperor. This seemed unlikely. He did not entirely understand the system yet. He only knew it rewarded something like contentment, and contentment was the only commodity he actually desired anymore. During his final years as Jade Heaven Emperor, he had tried everything to achieve peace through cultivation. He had mastered every technique known to the cultivation world and several that he had invented himself. He had surpassed every rival, systematically, each victory teaching him less about peace and more about the fundamental emptiness of victory. He had achieved a level of power so absolute that no one could even conceive of challenging him. And this achievement had been the worst of all, because power without resistance, without friction, without anything to test itself against, simply became an ever-growing weight that pressed down on the shoulders. None of it had brought him contentment. None of it had brought him a single moment where he was not aware of his own power, of his own significance, of the infinite number of people who depended on him or feared him or wanted something from him. Power, he had learned, was the enemy of peace. Every addition of power simply added more weight to the burden he already carried. He reached for the kettle. The kettle was ceramic, fired in a kiln owned by an old woman 3 streets over named Grandmother Yu. She had made it without knowing who he was, which meant it was made honestly, without any attempt to flatter or impress. Grandmother Yu had been making pottery for 60 years, her hands developing the kind of muscle memory that only came from genuine, patient practice over decades. She had a grandson who helped her, a boy of perhaps 12 who was learning the craft through observation and practice rather than formal instruction. She had never left Dustfall in her entire life, and appeared to have never felt the need to. He had encountered her philosophy in her pottery, the patient craftsmanship of someone who was not trying to be anything except a maker of pots, and who had found in that single identity a completeness that most people spent their entire lives chasing. He filled the kettle with water drawn from the well behind the building. water that had run clean and clear since he had carefully, meticulously, suppressed every ounce of his presence while digging through stone and sediment to reach the aquifer beneath. This had taken 1 week. A normal person would have hired someone. A Tao sovereign could have simply commanded the earth to reveal its treasures. Wei Chongqing had done it himself because every hour spent as an ordinary man with a shovel was an hour he was not accidentally rewriting the fundamental laws of reality. Suppressing his power completely was impossible. At Tao's sovereign rank, his presence was woven into the fabric of reality itself. But he could narrow it. He could compress it down to a very small radius, just a few paces around his body, and let it filter outward so gradually that it seemed like nothing at all. It made every action take longer. It made every task require constant, exhausting attention. It meant that digging a well that should have taken 2 days took 1 week, because half his concentration was devoted to not accidentally terraforming while turning over soil. It was the best work he had ever done. He set the kettle on the brazier, not the most powerful heat source available, but a steady, reliable warmth that would bring water to a gentle boil, without any risk of catastrophic damage. He had chosen this brazier with the same careful attention he brought to every element of this space, considering not just function but also the quality of heat it provided, the way it would interact with the ceramic kettle, the gentleness with which it would warm the water. While the water warmed, he retrieved a cup from the shelf, simple porcelain, white, with a single blue line painted around the rim. He had selected this cup from a merchant's stall in Dustfall 3 months ago, holding it in his hand, feeling its weight and balance. The merchant had watched him with the patient expression of someone who understood that some customers needed to know a thing through their hands before committing to it. Wei Chongqing had held the cup for a long time, rotating it, observing how the light played across the glaze, feeling the texture. The merchant had asked if it was to his taste. Wei Chongqing had said yes. He had asked the price. The merchant, seeing something in his face that made him cautious and generous in equal measure, had quoted a number that was almost honest. Wei Chongqing had paid twice that. The merchant had looked confused but grateful. Wei Chongqing had learned, in his years of retirement, that this was often the effect he had on people. Something about him made them want to be kind, even when they were not entirely sure why. There was something about him, even at this reduced level of presence, even wearing this carefully maintained appearance of an ordinary old man, that made people cautious and kind in equal measure. He was not certain what it was. Possibly it was the fact that he had learned, over 3,000 years, to see people clearly. And when you see someone clearly, they often sense it and respond by opening themselves to you. Possibly it was simply that he moved with the unconscious confidence of someone who had never encountered anything he could not handle. Possibly it was both. Possibly it was something else entirely that he did not have the capacity to understand. The water began to simmer. He could have made it boil instantly. One of the most basic applications of power, something a beginning cultivator could accomplish in their first week of training. He did not. He stood with his hands on the counter and waited, watching the small bubbles begin their journey from the bottom of the kettle toward the surface. This watching was important. This noticing of process rather than result was part of what the peaceful life system rewarded. He was beginning to understand that his entire previous approach to cultivation had been backward. Achievement, accomplishment, progress. All of these were movement away from peace rather than toward it. Peace lived in the ability to observe, to notice, to be present without the constant drive to change things. From the shelf behind the counter, he withdrew a small container holding tea from his own garden. The leaves were dark, twisted into small spirals, releasing a fragrance that smelled of spring rain and stone and something like the memory of peace itself. He measured 3 leaves into the cup, more than some preferred, less than others. Precision. Everything required precision now, when once he had moved through the world like a storm that did not need to calculate its impact. In his previous life, precision had been essential too, but for different reasons. A Tao sovereign's power was so vast that small errors could have massive consequences. He had learned to be careful the way an avalanche learns to be careful, by understanding that the smallest tremor could cause catastrophe. But that precision had come from fear of breaking things. This new precision came from the opposite direction, the desire to make something beautiful, something exactly right, something that would hold meaning not because of its power, but because of the care embedded in it. He poured the water. The leaves unfurled slowly, spinning in the cup like small planets finding their orbit. The color bloomed from gray to amber to deep bronze, the process so gradual that you could not quite catch the moment of transition if you were watching too closely. He waited, letting the leaves steep. The peaceful life system seemed to appreciate waiting more than it appreciated achievement, which was convenient because waiting was all he had planned to do for the next several decades. The peaceful life system was a strange thing. He had not created it intentionally. It had begun to form during his first year of retirement, when he stopped practicing active cultivation and started instead simply living with genuine attention. It was not a traditional cultivation method. It did not follow the standard progression of ranks and achievements that defined every other path to power. Instead, it seemed to reward small moments of genuine peace, authentic contentment, and honest attention to the present moment. The cultivation gains were real. He could feel his power slowly increasing, his understanding deepening, his control becoming more refined, but they were increasing in ways that did not disturb his peace. In fact, they seemed to increase because of his peace rather than despite it. It was as if the universe itself preferred this approach, as if peace and power could coexist if you did not insist on treating them as opponents. The tea reached its optimal steeping. He lifted the cup carefully, feeling the warmth transfer through the ceramic to his hands. He inhaled the steam, letting it carry the fragrance of the leaves directly into his awareness. For just a moment, before anything else could interrupt the morning, he experienced what he had been seeking for 50 years, genuine, uncomplicated peace. This was the thing. This was why he had left. This single moment of holding a cup of tea in a room he had built with his own hands, experiencing nothing but the present moment, wanting nothing beyond what he already had. The door exploded inward. Not gently, not in any way that could be described as a door opening. Exploded, as in a young woman of approximately 16 summers crashed through the frame at speed, her arms windmilling, her momentum carrying her directly into Wei Chongqing with the force of a small comet that had decided to make a dramatic entrance into existence. The cup left his hands. The tea spray across the tea house in an arc that caught the morning light like liquid amber, and the cup itself, the perfect cup with the blue line painted around its rim, shattered against the wooden floor in a pattern that looked like someone had drawn a mandala in porcelain shards. The sound of breaking ceramic seemed to reverberate in the small space, echoing off walls that had known only quiet until this moment. Wei Chongqing watched the tea spread across the wood. He watched it soak into the grain that he had sanded for 3 weeks by his own hands. He watched the cup fragment into pieces that were small enough to require careful sweeping, and large enough that the break had a kind of terrible elegance to it. He had spent 50 years learning to accept consequences. He had spent 50 years learning that wanting something, and then being denied, it was simply part of how the universe functioned. He had spent 50 years becoming a man who could see a perfect cup of tea destroyed on the morning of his opening day and think, with genuine calm, well, that happened. He closed his eyes for a moment. He did not close them because he was upset. He closed them because the irony was so complete, so perfectly calibrated to the exact way the universe seemed to understand him, that he needed a moment to appreciate the artistry of it. The peaceful life system, noting that he had experienced genuine acceptance of loss rather than resistance to it, actually logged a small cultivation gain even as the cup shattered. When he opened them again, the young woman was already scrambling backward, her face flushed with mortification, her mouth opening and closing like she was trying to decide which apology to attempt first. She had dark hair that was coming loose from its braid. She had a face that suggested she had not had an easy time of it, too sharp, too animated, marked with the particular strain that came from living on the edge of not quite having enough. Her robes were worn but clean, patched in several places with careful stitches that suggested someone cared about maintaining what she had. Her feet were bare against the wooden floor, and there was a smudge of dirt on her cheek. "I'm so sorry," she said, still breathing hard from her run. Her breath came in gasps that suggested she had been running flat out for some distance. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There was a man. He had my bag. I was running. I didn't see the door. I'm so sorry." Wei Chongqing regarded her with the expression of someone who had seen 3,000 years of consequences unfold and had decided that one cup was not the worst price the universe could extract. Also, he was finding that his carefully cultivated peace was entirely resilient to having his morning interrupted. This was moderately surprising and entirely welcome. He had been mildly concerned that his commitment to peace was fragile, dependent on external conditions remaining stable. Apparently, it was not. "What is your name?" he asked, his voice calm in a way that seemed to settle the young woman's panic slightly. "Su Finfin," the girl said, still breathing hard, still terrified. "I'm sorry. I'll pay for the cup. I'll pay for the tea." Wei Chongqing observed that the girl had only a small cloth bag at her side, the kind that probably contained her entire practical wealth. Paying for the cup would likely create a significant problem for her, which she was clearly willing to accept anyway. This was worth noting. This was the sort of person who understood consequence and accepted it anyway. "The cup is broken," Wei Chongqing said, not unkindly. I know, I'll pay for it. I'm sorry, Can you work? He interrupted. Su Finfin blinked, her apology derailing itself mid-sentence. What? Can you work? He repeated calmly. This tea house is new. I need someone to help keep it. The pay is small. The work is simple. I cannot afford to replace broken cups. He paused, considering. Yet, Finfin's expression cycled through confusion, calculation, and then a kind of desperate hope that made her seem younger than 16, made her seem like someone who had learned to hope very carefully, in small amounts, to avoid being disappointed. I can work, she said. I'm a good worker. I worked at the market stall for 2 years before my aunt got sick and I had to. She stopped herself, as if revealing too much about her circumstances was a failure of some kind. I can definitely work. When do I start? Now, Wei Chongqing said. He gestured at the scattered pieces of cup and tea, at the small lake of liquid spreading across his carefully sanded floor. We'll clean this up together. Then I'll show you the supply room. Little Fun, she insisted the shortened name was fine, even better, moved with quick efficiency once she understood that her employment was not contingent on her ability to be perfect, only on her ability to do the work in front of her. She swept the porcelain pieces into a cloth with practiced sweeps, her movements suggesting experience with cleaning up minor disasters. She wrung out the tea-soaked section of floor with water and a rag, and arranged 3 new cups on the counter before Wei Chongqing had finished explaining how the tea was stored and categorized. Chapter 2. Little Fun's education. Over the next 3 weeks, Little Fun demonstrated an almost supernatural ability to understand every aspect of the tea house business. She learned how the tea was stored within 6 days. She learned the basic customer service model, polite, precise, no unnecessary conversation, within 10 days. She learned which customers preferred their tea stronger or weaker, which preferred silence during their drinking, which appreciated conversation. She did all of this without being taught explicitly. She simply observed, adapted, and implemented. By the end of the 3rd week, she had become essential to the daily operations of 1 cup. On her 5th day of work, Wei Chongqing made the mistake of allowing her to handle the cash box for the first time. When he returned from preparing the afternoon batch of tea, he found her sitting at the counter with a piece of paper and a series of small calculations written out in neat characters. She had arranged the money into piles, tracked every customer who had come that day, and determined that if the current rate of customers continued, they could afford to hire a second assistant within 2 months, possibly 3 if the spring harvest proved difficult for local farmers. She had also noted which types of tea were selling well and which were barely moving, and had suggestions for adjustments to their inventory. You've been doing this kind of work before, Wei Chongqing observed, not entirely as a question. I worked for a merchant, Fun said without looking up from her calculations. I handled the books for his rice stall. Well, I tried to. He mostly didn't want to listen when I told him he was losing money on certain products. He wanted to listen to other merchants and to fortune tellers instead. That's why I'm not still working there. You quit? Wei Chongqing asked. He lost the stall, Fun said with the matter-of-fact tone of someone describing inevitable consequences. Exactly when I said he would. I took whatever pay he owed me and spent 2 years working for my aunt because she needed help after she got sick. She looked up at Wei Chongqing. But I kept track of her finances too. I can do this. I'm good at it. Wei Chongqing observed this young woman who had perhaps 18 years of life experience, but who seemed to understand the practical operation of commerce better than merchants twice her age. He considered hiring her to do the books formally. He considered offering her a percentage of profits to see if that would motivate her. He settled instead on simply acknowledging her competence. You can manage the accounts, he said. Keep track of what comes in and what goes out. Tell me if anything seems problematic. Everything's fine right now, Fun said, but the spring will bring more customers. You'll want to be prepared for that. You should think about expanding the supply situation. Those 3 acres of garden are good for sustaining what you're doing now. But if traffic increases, and it will, because word of mouth about good tea travels fast, you'll need to either expand the garden or buy from other sources. Wei Chongqing had 3,000 years of experience thinking about supply chains, expansion strategies, and demand forecasting. He found that a 16-year-old girl from Dustfall understood these things with an instinctive clarity that he had learned through centuries of managing empires. He recognized the particular intelligence of someone who understood systems and relationships, who could see the whole picture and understand how changes in one place would cascade into changes elsewhere. I'll think about it, he said, which was something he had never said when he was the Jade Heaven Emperor. In those days, he had simply made decisions, and everyone else had managed the consequences. Now, he was learning to hold space for other people's thoughts before deciding what to do. You should expand, Fun said flatly. Don't think about it for too long. Think about it for exactly 4 days, and on the 5th day, decide. Waiting too long on these kinds of decisions just creates problems later. Wei Chongqing found this advice to be both sensible and oddly familiar, as if he had heard it before from someone he respected. It took him a moment to realize. He was hearing it from himself. This was the kind of practical wisdom he used to operate on, before he had decided that practical wisdom was more burden than blessing. The realization settled into him with the weight of recognition. For days, he said. Exactly 4, Fan said, returning to her calculations. Any more than that, and you're just procrastinating. Any less, and you haven't thought it through properly. The next customer who arrived was a woman of perhaps 40, with kind eyes and the particular exhaustion of someone who had been working all morning. She ordered tea, drank it in silence, and when she stood to leave, her hands were no longer shaking. Thank you, she said to Wei Chongqing. I didn't know I needed that. Many people don't, Wei Chongqing said, until they've had it. After she left, Fan looked up from her calculations. What did you do differently with her tea? She asked. Nothing, Wei Chongqing said. The tea was the same as everyone else's. Exactly, Fan said, returning to her work. You made her the same tea, and it fixed something. That's interesting. You should think about what that means. Wei Chongqing did think about it. He thought about it for the next week, as he served tea to customers and watched how they responded. Some came for the flavor, experiencing the distinct notes that came from the particular combination of leaves and the specific water from the well. Some came for the medicinal properties of the leaves. The tea house's reputation was already spreading through Dustfall as a place where people came when they needed healing or clarity. Some came simply for the space, for the quiet of a room where no one would bother them, where they could sit in peace without obligation or expectation. He began to understand that the tea house was not really about the tea at all. It was about the simple act of being allowed to pause, to stop moving, to exist in a space where nothing was required of you except to be present. At the end of his 4-day decision period, Wei Chongqing went to Little Fan with his conclusion. We should expand the garden, he said. Good, Fan said, as if she had never doubted it. I've already drawn up plans. See, she produced a sketch of the hillside above the tea house, showing how the garden could be extended into the unused land beyond the current 3 acres. You can expand another 5 acres without disturbing anything important. That would triple your supply capacity. You could hire another worker to help maintain it. That person could handle the basic gardening work while you focus on the actual tea preparation and the customers. Wei Chongqing looked at her sketch. It was practical, efficient, and exactly what he would have proposed if he had spent 2 weeks analyzing the situation professionally. She had produced it in 3 days of thinking about it during her work hours. The quality of her analysis suggested a mind that was naturally inclined towards systematic thinking. When do we start? He asked. Tomorrow, Fan said. Spring is coming. If you wait much longer, you'll miss the planting season. And then you'll have all this unused land sitting empty while you're scrambling to find enough tea for customers in early summer. Wei Chongqing found himself smiling. He had commanded armies with less precision than this 16-year-old girl applied to tea house operations. Wei Chongqing watched her work and understood that he had chosen well. Fan was not someone who became overwhelmed by new responsibility. She was someone who saw tasks as puzzles to be solved, and who had the patience to solve them systematically. She also had an unexpected quality. She was not afraid of him. Most people, when they realized they were working for someone of significant power, became deferential, careful, uncertain. Fan simply accepted that he was strange and moved forward with her work. You know you're paying me more than the standard rate, she said one afternoon while organizing the supply room. Yes, Wei Chongqing said. Why? She asked. Because you work more carefully and think more systematically than people who charge the standard rate, he said. I pay people what they're worth. You're worth more. Most employers don't do that, Fan observed. Most employers haven't lived 3,000 years in retirement from being a god, Wei Chongqing said before he could stop himself. Fan paused while organizing tea leaves into their storage containers. That was a strange thing to say, she noted. Yes, Wei Chongqing admitted. I'm going to assume you're being metaphorically strange rather than literally strange, Fan said. Because if you were literally 3,000 years old, it would raise questions about your appearance that I'm not sure I want answered. Wise choice, Wei Chongqing said. By the end of the 3 weeks, the tea house was running smoothly in ways that it had not before. Fan had created systems. She had organized the workflow. She had made the business not just functional, but genuinely professional. And more surprisingly, she had begun to understand something fundamental about what Wei Chongqing was actually doing here. You're not making money, she said one evening when they were closing. I mean, you are making money, but that's not why you're doing this. You're making tea and solving problems because you enjoy solving problems. The money is just the side effect. Yes, Wei Chongqing said. That's correct. Most people won't understand that, Fan said. Most people will think you're weird. I am weird, Wei Chongqing said. I have accepted this. I hope you have too. I'm getting paid well to watch you be weird, Fan said. So yes, I've accepted it. I've also accepted that weird people sometimes create better businesses than normal people do. This tea house works better than it should. Your system for making tea is more efficient than the usual method. Your garden is growing things that shouldn't grow this well. Everything about this is slightly strange in ways that make the whole thing better. Thank you, Wei Chongqing said. You're welcome, Fan said. Also, whatever you're actually doing here, I want in. Not just as an employee, as a partner. I want to actually own a piece of this. Because I think this is going to become more important than you currently realize. Wei Chongqing considered this. She was correct. She had proven herself capable, thoughtful, and genuinely invested in making the tea house work. And she understood, or was beginning to understand, that what he was doing here was not actually about tea. All right, he said. We'll draw up partnership papers. You'll own 20% of 1 cup. It felt right. Fan had earned it through her combination of competence, insight, and genuine commitment to understanding what the work actually meant. She was no longer merely an employee. She was becoming a partner in his vision of what 1 cup could be. Don't be grateful, Fan said when he tried to express his appreciation. This is a business decision. You need someone who understands your approach well enough to manage things when you're not available. I need the financial security and the partnership stake. It's practical. It can be both practical and something to appreciate, Wei Chongqing said. Fan considered this. Fair enough, she said. In that case, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you're someone who thinks partnership is worth offering. Most employers would never have suggested it. Most employers have not been isolated from human connection for 50 years, Wei Chongqing said. Over the next 3 weeks, they formalized the arrangement. Fan brought in lawyers from the town, carefully omitting Wei Chongqing's actual age from any documentation. They created a partnership structure that gave Fan 20% ownership and a formal voice in business decisions. They set up accounting systems that would track both profit and social impact. Because Fan had insisted that 1 cup should measure its success not just by revenue, but by how many people it actually helped. Business as usual is boring, Fan declared. Business that actually changes people's lives is interesting. We're going to do the latter. Wei Chongqing, who had spent 3,000 years making decisions that affected millions of people, found that making decisions with a 19-year-old business partner who understood margins and social impact simultaneously was somehow more satisfying than any of that previous work had been. Over the next 3 weeks, they formalized the arrangement. Fan brought in lawyers from the town, carefully omitting Wei Chongqing's actual age from documentation. They created a partnership structure that gave Fan 20% ownership and a formal voice in business decisions. They set up accounting systems that would track both profit and social impact, because Fan had insisted that 1 cup should measure its success not just by revenue, but by how many people it actually helped. Business as usual is boring, Fan declared. Business that actually changes people's lives is interesting. We're going to do the latter. Wei Chongqing, who had spent 3,000 years making decisions that affected millions of people, found that making decisions with a 19-year-old business partner who understood margins and social impact simultaneously was somehow more satisfying than any of that previous work had ever been. It was a new kind of partnership, one based not on hierarchy or authority, but on mutual respect and genuine shared investment in a vision. Chapter 3. Reputation begins by the end of spring. The expanded tea garden was growing steadily under the care of a new worker, a man named Liu, in his 50s, who had been hired to help maintain the expanded acreage. Liu came with experience from his own farming background and moved through the garden with the ease of someone who understood growing things. The tea house had settled into a pattern of steady business, with regular customers establishing preferences and arrival times. People came at specific hours, the market workers after they set up their stalls, the fishermen after they returned from the river, the farmers when the day's work allowed for a break. The reputation had begun to spread quietly through the cultivation community as well. Word traveled slowly through the underground networks of cultivators, carried in hushed conversations and careful letters, spreading the rumor that there was a place in Dustfall where something unusual happened to people who drank the tea. A minor cultivator arrived one afternoon with an expression of desperate hope. He was young, perhaps 30 years old, with the particular kind of nervous energy that came from someone whose cultivation was blocked and who had tried everything to unblock it. He had a cultivation scar, visible evidence of a failed technique attempt that had left a physical mark on his body and on his spirit. I heard, he said to Wei Chongqing, his voice shaking slightly, that your tea helps with cultivation problems. I make tea, Wei Chongqing said. I cannot help with cultivation problems. But people say, the cultivator began. People say many things, Wei Changqing interrupted. I cannot control what people say. I can only control what I do, which is make tea and serve it to anyone who asks. The cultivator sat. Wei Changqing served him a cup from the special selection, the spirit-grade tea from the original 3 acres of garden. The leaves that carried within them the subtle cultivation properties that had begun to manifest more strongly as his presence slowly bled into the garden despite his suppression efforts. The cultivator drank. His entire body seemed to relax as if someone had loosened chains he had been wearing. The nervous energy that had characterized his entry into the tea house drained away like water from a cup with a hole in its bottom. He closed his eyes. When he opened them several minutes later, something in his bearing had changed fundamentally. I can feel it, he said quietly, his voice steady in a way it had not been before. The blockage. I can feel exactly where it is now. I understand what I was doing wrong. I can feel the path forward. Then you should probably go practice, Wei Changqing said. Before you forget. The cultivator left. He did not pay for the tea. He simply stood, bowed deeply, which Wei Changqing found uncomfortable, and walked out into the afternoon carrying his revelation with him like something precious. Littlefen looked up from her calculations. That's the 3rd one this month, she said. 3rd what? Wei Changqing asked. 3rd cultivator, who came in looking desperate and left looking like they had figured out their lives, Fen said. There's a pattern here. Your tea is becoming known as something that helps people see through problems. That's going to bring more people. You should think about whether you want that. Wei Changqing had not thought about whether he wanted it. He had simply opened his tea house with the intention of making tea for anyone who came, and now people were coming and things were happening as a consequence of that choice. The weight of responsibility that had seemed like something he had escaped was finding its way back to him, albeit in a different form. What do you think I should do? He asked. I think you should keep serving tea, Fen said. Because refusing people who need help is not actually an option for someone like you. I can tell just by looking at you that you're the kind of person who can't say no to things that need doing, even if you've been trying really hard for 50 years to become someone who can. So you should just accept that you're going to keep having people show up with problems, and you're going to keep helping them, and your life is going to keep being not peaceful even though that's supposedly what you came here for. Wei Changqing had to sit down. Her observation was accurate and uncomfortable in equal measure. How did you know it was 50 years? He asked. You didn't tell me directly, Fen said without looking up from her work. But you mentioned it to that cultivator who came through last week when you thought I wasn't listening. The important thing is, are you actually okay with it? With people needing you again? Wei Changqing considered this question carefully. A year ago, the answer would have been absolutely not. He had come to Dustfall specifically to escape the weight of being needed. But standing in the tea house now, having served tea to hundreds of people, having witnessed small transformations happen because he had simply made something good and offered it without expectation, he found that the answer had changed. I think I am, he said. It's different when you're not being compelled to do it. When you're doing it because someone shows up and genuinely needs help. Good, Fen said. Then stop worrying about it and just keep making tea. That's what you're good at. The garden had become something more than Wei Changqing had initially anticipated. When he had first selected the location for 1 cup, he had chosen it partly because the land had excellent qi flow, not obvious qi flow, which would have drawn cultivators seeking power, but subtle qi flow, the kind that nourished plants without making them obviously magical. But now, as the garden expanded and Lu tended it with genuine care, the plants were responding in ways that suggested they understood his intentions. The tea plants, in particular, had begun to develop a kind of awareness, not consciousness in any normal sense, but an attunement to what was needed. The leaves that grew were of exceptional quality. The flavor was more complex than ordinary tea, subtly attuned to what each customer needed on a given day. One afternoon, Lu came to Wei Changqing with a concerned expression. Something's happening to the plants, he said. They're growing too well, too fast. Some of them are developing properties I've never seen in tea plants before. What kind of properties? Wei Changqing asked. Look at these leaves, Lu said, showing him a batch of oolong. They're developing slight iridescence. Not enough that most people would notice, but they're shimmering in ways that tea leaves shouldn't shimmer. Wei Changqing examined them. They were indeed beginning to show signs of cultivation influence. He had been careful to keep the influence subtle, but the plants were so close to his actual power source that even filtered qi was beginning to affect them noticeably. It's the soil, Wei Changqing said, deciding on a partial truth. There's something about the mineral composition. We should move these plants to a different section of the garden, somewhere with more neutral soil. Lu accepted this explanation without question. He was a practical man who understood that gardens had their quirks, and that sometimes plants grew better in some places than others. He simply moved the affected plants and continued his work with the same steady, careful attention he brought to everything. But Wei Changqing understood that he would need to be more careful. The closer the tea plants grew to his actual location, the more they would be influenced by his power. He would need to create buffers, physical distance, ways of redirecting the influence so that the plants remained nominally normal while still carrying the subtle enhancements that made the tea actually functional. It was one of the ongoing complications of his retirement. He could suppress his power, yes, but he could never actually make it go away entirely. He could only direct it, hide it, or transform it into something that would be less obviously supernatural. In his case, that meant making tea that healed not through magic, but through subtle qi influence so gentle that people would attribute it to excellent craftsmanship rather than actual power. Little Fin had begun keeping notes on customers who seemed to benefit from the tea in unusual ways. She tracked which people came back regularly, which people came in crisis and left in calm, which people underwent notable transformations after visiting the tea house. "It's a pattern," she said one afternoon, showing him her notebook. "You're healing people, not healing them with magic, but healing them through tea and attention and just being present while they talk about their problems. Some of these people came in visibly unwell, and they left visibly better. How does that work?" "I listened to them," Wei Changqing said. "Most people are carrying burdens that they've never actually told anyone about. The burden becomes lighter when it's witnessed. The tea just helps them relax enough to actually speak." "That's very wise," Fin said, making a note. "You should be proud of that." "I'm beginning to be," Wei Changqing said. This reality meant that every day Wei Changqing faced a choice. He could let his power leak uncontrolled and risk discovery, or he could maintain constant vigilance, constant suppression, constant redirection. The second choice was exhausting but necessary. It was the work his retirement actually consisted of, not the absence of power, but the constant careful management of it. Paradoxically, this management was becoming easier, as he learned to work with the flow rather than against it, as he discovered patterns of his own power radiation, as he understood better how to integrate his influence into the world without dominating it. The suppression became less like a constant strain and more like a natural state. He was becoming accustomed to being powerful without exercising power, to having influence without seeking it, to changing things without intending to change them. It was a skill that 3,000 years of dominion had not taught him, and he was beginning to understand that it was one of the most important skills he had ever needed to learn. Chapter 4. Foundation Problems in Early Summer. Wei Changqing discovered that the foundation of the tea house had a flaw. He discovered this while preparing the cellar for expanded storage, the one place beneath the tea house where it was cool enough to keep specialty teas from spoiling during the warm months. He noticed a hairline crack in the stone, running along the southwest corner, suggesting subsidence or shifting in the bedrock beneath the building. The crack was small enough that it might have gone unnoticed for years. But Wei Changqing had 3,000 years of experience reading the signs that buildings give before they fail. Any normal person would have called a mason. Wei Changqing, being a Dao sovereign with 3,000 years of practical building knowledge, understood that the problem was probably caused by subtle groundwater movement, and that if it was not addressed within the next 2 years, it could compromise the entire structure. The difficulty was that he could not simply fix it with power. He could not wave his hand and seal the foundation with cultivated force. His entire purpose in being here was to learn how to do things without using power, which meant that fixing the foundation had to be done through conventional means. He spent 1 week analyzing the problem. He spent the second week researching possible solutions by talking to other builders in Dustfall. He spent the third week acquiring the materials he would need. He spent the fourth week beginning the repairs, which involved digging beneath the foundation to understand the underlying geology, which in turn meant moving approximately 30 cubic feet of earth and stone by hand, which was a task that would have taken professional workers perhaps 3 weeks of labor. It took him 6 weeks. Every single day he dug. Every day he suppressed his power so carefully that maintaining the suppression actually required more effort than the digging did. His hands developed blisters. His back ached. His shoulders bore the repetitive strain of picking and moving stone. By the end of 6 weeks, his hands were blistered and calloused in ways that even his regeneration could barely manage. His back, usually free of any kind of strain, ached with the particular kind of pain that came from repetitive labor over an extended period. It was the most satisfying work he had done since arriving in Dustfall. When Littlefin discovered what he was doing, she understood that this was more than just physical labor. It was a meditation on acceptance and effort and the value of work done with genuine attention. She was initially concerned that he was overworking himself. When she realized what the work actually was, She became concerned in a different way. "You're fixing the foundation," she said, watching him work from the edge of the excavation. "Yes," Wei Chongqing said. "You could have paid someone to do this," she said. "I could have," Wei Chongqing agreed. "But you're doing it yourself anyway," she said. "Which suggests that this is important to you for reasons beyond just having a safe building." "Yes," Wei Chongqing said. "Is this about not using power again?" she asked. "Partially," he said. "But also, I wanted to understand the building. I wanted to know every stone that supports it. I wanted to be aware of what it's standing on." Fan wrote this down in her notebook, the way she wrote down most of his responses. She was keeping a record, Wei Chongqing realized, of the patterns in his behavior and speech. She was trying to understand him systematically, the way she understood the tea house business or the flow of money through their accounts. "You're a strange person," she said when she finished writing. "Yes," Wei Chongqing said. "But you're good at it," she said. "At being strange in a way that somehow helps other people. You should think about what that means." Wei Chongqing did think about it. He thought about it while digging through stone, while moving earth, while building a proper drainage system to address the underlying water problem. He thought about it, and slowly he began to understand that his 3,000 years of power had not actually been wasted. All of that experience with how to build things, how to structure systems, how to understand the relationships between different elements of a complex whole, all of that knowledge was still with him. He just had to apply it now in smaller contexts, with less force, in ways that did not require him to remake the world every time he wanted to accomplish something. When the foundation repairs were finally complete, Wei Chongqing stood in the cellar and simply felt the satisfaction of having done something well, through his own effort, with full awareness of every step of the process. The foundation was solid again. It would stand for centuries, even if he never returned to maintain it. The work had transformed him in subtle ways. His hands bore calluses that would take months to fade, even with his regeneration working to smooth them away. His shoulders and back had developed a kind of groundedness that came from having worked with actual physical matter rather than directing power to do his bidding. He had sweated. He had been genuinely tired at the end of each day. He had experienced the particular satisfaction that came from doing something well through direct effort. Fan had watched the entire process with her usual careful observation. She had asked questions about his methodology. She had offered suggestions when he seemed stuck. She had noted down observations about his approach to problem solving, filling another page in her growing collection of notebooks about Wei Chongqing's peculiar philosophy. "You're documenting me," he said to her one afternoon while taking a break from digging. "Yes," she said without bothering to deny it. "Because I think you're the most interesting person I've ever met, and I want to remember how you approach things." "Why?" he asked. "Because someday you're going to be gone," she said simply. "You're going to move on from this tea house, or something else is going to happen, and I want to have a record of how you worked, how you thought, what made you different from other people." Wei Chongqing considered this. "Do you think you'll become like me?" he asked. "No," Fan said. "I think I'll become like me, but with better tools for thinking because I learned from watching you. That's worth documenting." When the foundation was finally sealed and the drainage system was complete, Wei Chongqing had felt something he did not often feel, genuine pride in the work. Not pride in exercising power, which was easy and often hollow. Pride in having accomplished something difficult through sustained effort and careful planning. He walked upstairs to find Fan waiting with 2 cups of tea already prepared. "You look like you need this," she said. He drank it. She was correct. Chapter 5. The tea's reputation grows. By late summer, the tea house had established itself as a permanent fixture in Dustfall's community. It was no longer unknown. It was no longer simply a place people stumbled into by accident. It was becoming a destination. The change was gradual enough that Wei Chongqing might not have noticed it if not for Little Fan's careful tracking of customers. She had begun keeping a ledger that noted not just sales but patterns, which customers returned, which appeared once and never came back, which cultivators showed up looking desperate and left looking transformed. "We have a problem," she announced one afternoon in late summer. "What problem?" Wei Chongqing asked. "Success," Fan said flatly. "We're too good at what we do. More people are coming than we can reasonably serve. We're going to have to make choices about how many customers we can handle, or expand operations further, or both." Wei Chongqing looked around the tea house. It was full. Every seat was occupied. People were waiting by the door, hoping for a table to open up. The energy in the room had shifted from comfortable to constrained. He had hired another assistant worker in the garden, but that had not solved the underlying problem. He was personally making every cup of tea, and he could only make so many cups in a day. "I could expand the building," he said. "You could," Fan agreed. "But that's expensive and time-consuming, and you'd have to take weeks to do it properly rather than weeks of profit you're currently losing. Better option, hire someone to help with tea preparation. Not just garden work, but actual tea making." Someone you can train to understand what you do, so they can share the workload. I don't want to teach someone to make tea, Wei Chongqing said. No, Fan said. But you're going to have to. Because the alternative is limiting your business, which would be limiting the number of people you can help, and I know you well enough by now to understand that you're not actually going to choose that option, no matter how much you pretend to prefer quiet. She was correct. Wei Chongqing found a young man named Zhou, who had been working as an apprentice at a restaurant in the nearby town. Zhou had good hands, good attention, and genuine interest in learning the craft of tea making. Wei Chongqing trained him over 2 weeks, teaching him not just technique, but also the philosophy behind the work. How to see the water, how to read the leaves, how to understand what each customer needed before they spoke it aloud. By the end of 2 weeks, Zhou was competent enough to handle half the day's customers. Wei Chongqing found himself with fewer hours of work and more hours of strange emptiness. You're bored, Fan observed. I'm not bored, Wei Chongqing said. I'm unaccustomed to having free time. That's the same thing, Fan said. What are you going to do with it? Wei Chongqing had no good answer. He spent the next week simply being present in Dustfall, walking through the market, observing how people moved through their days, listening to what they talked about. He met Xinjun, a woman in her 30s who worked as a seamstress but whose hands had been damaged by a repetitive strain injury that made her work increasingly difficult. He met Director Fang Xiaomei, the town administrator who carried the weight of managing Dustfall's civic functions with competence and quiet exhaustion. He met Grandmother Lin, an elderly woman who had been a skilled seamstress for 50 years until her hands gave out completely. These people did not know that he was a Dao sovereign. These people knew him simply as the old man who made excellent tea and who had a strange habit of actually listening when people spoke to him. It was entirely possible that this was the best reputation he had ever had. The actual solution was more complex than simply hiring Zhou. What Wei Chongqing discovered was that people needed different things from the tea house at different times. Some came seeking the tea itself, the healing properties it carried. Others came seeking solitude, a quiet place where they could sit alone with their thoughts. Still others came seeking community, the sense that there were other people in the world who shared their concerns and their experiences. We're not actually a tea house, Fan said one afternoon. We're a refuge. The tea is just the mechanism that draws people in. What would happen if we just let people sit in the garden without serving tea? Wei Chongqing asked. Nobody would come, Fan said. Because people need an excuse. They need to be able to tell themselves that they're here for tea, or refreshment, or some other reason that doesn't feel like admitting they're lonely or overwhelmed or needing a break from their lives. The tea gives them a reason to be here. The peace is just a side effect they discover once they arrive. This analysis suggested something about the wider human condition that Wei Chongqing found both sad and hopeful. Sad because it meant that people needed such indirect approaches to getting what they actually needed. Hopeful because it meant that if you created the right structure, people would naturally move toward the things that actually helped them. By late summer, the tea house had become known in the surrounding region as a place where cultivators sometimes appeared and underwent transformations. Sects began sending their younger members. Masters began recommending it to students who were struggling with advancement or clarity. The reputation spread not through advertising, but through the simple mechanism of people talking to other people about what had helped them. Wei Chongqing found himself thinking about reputation and influence. He had spent 3,000 years carefully curating his reputation as the Jade Heaven Emperor. Fearsome, powerful, just. He had wielded that reputation as a tool, the way other cultivators wielded their power. Here, he was developing a completely different reputation, as someone who made good tea and who somehow helped people find clarity in their confusion. This reputation felt more real than the other one. It was based on actual service rather than projected power. By late summer, the tea house had become known in the surrounding region as a place where cultivators sometimes appeared and underwent transformations. Sects began sending their younger members. Masters began recommending it to students who were struggling. Wei Chongqing found himself thinking about reputation and influence. He had spent 3,000 years carefully curating his reputation as the Jade Heaven Emperor, fearsome, powerful, just. He had wielded that reputation as a tool. Here he was developing a completely different reputation, as someone who made good tea and somehow helped people find clarity. This reputation felt more real than the other one. It was based on actual service rather than projected power. And perhaps that was the real distinction between power that elevated and power that ultimately corrupted. One came from genuine service. The other came from the mere exercise of will. Chapter 6. The cultivator arrives in early autumn. A cultivator arrived at the tea house who was clearly not seeking tea for medicinal purposes. He was there on business. He arrived in formal wear, with the particular bearing of someone of significant power and rank. He was middle-aged, with the kind of cultivation signature that suggested years of serious training and genuine advancement. He entered the tea house with the air of someone inspecting a property that he was considering acquiring. His gaze swept across the room, evaluating, assessing. "You're Wei Changqing," he said. It was not a question. "I'm the proprietor of this tea house," Wei Changqing said. "You are correct about my name. I was sent by the Celestial Influence sect," the cultivator said, his tone suggesting that this was a significant credential. "I'm instructed to invite you to consider joining our organization. We have heard about the remarkable properties of your tea. We would like to offer you a significant contract to supply tea exclusively to our sect at prices that would be very profitable for you." Wei Changqing set down the cup he was preparing. "I'm not interested," he said. "You haven't heard our offer," the cultivator said. "No," Wei Changqing agreed. "But I am not interested in exclusive contracts or exclusive relationships. I make tea for the people who come here. That is all I intend to do." "The financial opportunity," the cultivator began, "does not interest me," Wei Changqing said. The cultivator spent an hour trying different approaches. He highlighted the prestige of the Celestial Influence sect. He mentioned the status that would come from being an official supplier to a major cultivator organization. He hinted at opportunities for advancement within the sect hierarchy. He made the offer even more lucrative, sweeping across counteroffers that most people would have found impossible to refuse. Wei Changqing served him several more cups of tea in silence. He let the cultivator talk himself out of arguments, and then very politely asked him to leave. The cultivator seemed genuinely confused by this response, which Wei Changqing found interesting. Apparently being offered significant money and refusing it was not a common experience for most people. The cultivator left muttering about incomprehensible hermits and wasted travel time. "That was stupid," Fan said when the cultivator had gone. "Perhaps," Wei Changqing said. "You just turned down a lot of money," she continued. "Which suggests you have money, or you don't care about money, or both. Which suggests you're either very wealthy or very strange. Can't I be both?" Wei Changqing asked. "You are definitely both," Fan said. She was doing calculations in her notebook, estimating what the sect had offered based on the cultivator's hints. Her expression grew thoughtful. "But mostly you're strange. Normal people would have at least listened to the offer. Normal people would have negotiated. You just said no and stopped engaging." "I did listen," Wei Changqing said. "I simply decided not to accept it." "Why?" Fan asked. Wei Changqing considered how to explain this to a 19-year-old girl who understood commerce and profit margins better than most merchants. "Because," he said finally, "the moment I agree to an exclusive contract with anyone, I become obligated to them. My tea becomes their property, my work becomes their business, and suddenly I'm no longer making tea for the people who need it. I'm making tea for a sect, which is simply another form of serving power. I gave up serving power 50 years ago. I'm not interested in going back." "So you'd rather make no money and serve free tea to random people," Fan said. "We're not making no money," Wei Changqing pointed out. "We're making plenty of money from the customers who come here. We're just choosing not to make more money by becoming someone else's supplier. There's a difference between prosperity and expansion for its own sake." Chapter 7. The first crisis. The first genuine crisis arrived in late autumn, when the weather had already turned cold and the leaves on the trees surrounding Dustfall had begun their transformation toward winter colors. The town was settling into the season of preparation for the cold months ahead. A young woman arrived at the tea house mid-morning, looking terrified. She was carrying a small child, no more than 5 years old, who appeared to be running a fever. Her name was Su Mei, and the child was her daughter, Xiaoling. "Someone told me," Su Mei said, her voice shaking with desperation, "that you're wise. That you help people. My daughter is sick, and the local healer said she didn't know what was wrong. She's been burning up for 3 days, and nothing I do helps. Please, I'm willing to pay anything. Please." Wei Changqing looked at the child. The child looked at him with the particular clarity of someone burning with fever, whose mind had passed beyond the point of normal waking consciousness into some in-between state. "Set her down," Wei Changqing said, indicating the small table by the window. Sume did. Wei Changqing prepared a very specific kind of tea, not the kind he normally served, but a healing blend from his garden that carried within it subtle cultivation properties specifically designed to help the body find its own balance rather than imposing balance from outside. This was delicate work. Too much power, and he would simply heal the child, which would be wrong. Too little, and the tea would be useless. He found the middle path where the tea could work with the body's own systems to resolve the fever. "Give her 1 small cup," he said. "Wait 2 hours. Then give her another. If her fever breaks, continue with the tea 3 times daily for 7 days. What if it doesn't break?" Sume asked. "Then come back," Wei Changqing said. "I will try something different." The tea cost nothing. Wei Changqing refused payment. Su Mei left, carrying her daughter, with desperate hope replacing the fear in her expression. 2 days later, she returned. Her face was transformed. The fever broke, she said. She was crying. The fever broke after the second cup, and now she's eating and playing and happy. I don't know what that tea was, but thank you. Thank you. She left money on the counter anyway, despite Wei Changqing's attempt to refuse it. She left much more money than the tea was worth. She left with gratitude that seemed too large for the situation. After she left, Wei Changqing sat alone in the tea house and realized something that had been gradually becoming clear. The peaceful life system was not rewarding him just for being peaceful. It was rewarding him for using his power in service of actual need. It was rewarding him for the careful, deliberate application of everything he had learned across 3,000 years, but applied now to small problems instead of large ones, applied to individual people instead of provinces. He thought about how strange this was. He had spent 3,000 years trying to solve large problems, to reshape provinces and command sects and establish order across vast territories. The work had exhausted him. The weight of that significance had crushed him. Now he was solving small problems, a fever in a child, a cultivation blockage in a young cultivator, a foundation issue with his building, and he found that the work restored him rather than exhausting him. The peaceful life system logged this realization as cultivation gained equivalent to years of active training. After Su Mei left, Wei Changqing sat in the empty tea house and understood something about the peaceful life system that he had not fully grasped before. The system was not designed to reward power. It was designed to reward use of power in genuine service to need. Every time he had applied his abilities to solve a large political problem across 3,000 years, the advancement had been minimal. Every time he applied his abilities to solve a small individual problem, a child's fever, a cultivation blockage, a doubt in someone's mind, the advancement was exponential. This inverted everything he understood about cultivation hierarchies. In the cultivation world, the greater the scope of your influence, the greater your prestige and advancement. Here, the system seemed to be rewarding the exact opposite. The smaller, more personal, more genuine the service, the greater the advancement. He made another cup of the healing tea and sat with it, thinking. The tea was perfect, not magically enhanced, but perfect in its balance, perfect in its attunement to what a body in healing mode actually needed. He had made countless medicines and potions across 3,000 years, most of them far more powerful than this simple tea. This one was better because it did not force healing but instead supported the body's own healing process, getting out of the way while remaining useful. That was the difference, he realized. For 3,000 years, he had been forcing his will onto situations, reshaping them according to his understanding of what should happen. Here, he was learning to work with what was already present, to support natural processes rather than override them, to be helpful rather than dominant. The peaceful life system, recognizing this shift in understanding, logged an advancement that would have taken years of traditional meditation to achieve. Later that week, Bai Longshan appeared on the road to Dustfall, his presence announced by a subtle disturbance in the air around him, the signature of a cultivator traveling at speed across long distances. After Su Mei left, Wei Changqing sat in the empty tea house and understood something about the peaceful life system that he had not fully grasped before. The system was not designed to reward power. It was designed to reward use of power in genuine service to need. Every time he had applied his abilities to solve small individual problems, a child's fever, a cultivation blockage, a doubt, the advancement was exponential. This inverted everything he understood about cultivation hierarchies. In the cultivation world, greater scope meant greater prestige. Here the system seemed to reward the exact opposite. The smaller, more personal, more genuine the service, the greater the advancement. Chapter 8. Blessings he doesn't give. Director Fong arrived at the tea house 3 days before the autumn festival, when the weather had turned crisp enough that customers were staying longer over their cups, seeking the warmth. She appeared formal, in her administrative capacity, which suggested this was not a casual visit. The town wishes to hold a festival, she said without preamble, to celebrate the season, to give thanks for the harvest and for other blessings we have received. We would like to ask if you would be willing to participate. Specifically, we would like to ask if you would offer a blessing on the harvest. Wei Changqing considered this request carefully. What he wanted to do was stay in the tea house and serve tea to the few customers who might still come. What he should do, according to every instinct about community responsibility, was attend and participate. The tension between these two desires had become familiar to him over the past months. I will come, he said, but I will not perform any magic. That's acceptable, Director Fong said. We simply want your presence and your words. He arrived at the festival as evening was falling. When the light was that particular quality of soft and golden that only happened in autumn, right before the darkness took full hold. The square had been decorated with care, lanterns hanging from the buildings in patterns that suggested someone had spent significant time planning them, tables laden with food from the farms and gardens of Dustfall, musicians playing instruments that suggested genuine skill. A space had been created for him at the front, where people had clearly intended to create a kind of ceremonial moment, which made him deeply uncomfortable. Wei Chongqing wished he could have avoided this moment, but he walked to the center of the square and stood in the space they had prepared for him. Director Fong appeared at his side, her expression formal but kind. "People of Dustfall," she said, her voice carrying clearly across the gathering. "We have asked Wei Chongqing, proprietor of the tea house called One Cup, to offer blessing on this year's harvest. This is a custom, but one we offer with deep respect." Wei Chongqing looked out at the assembled people of Dustfall. He saw farmers who had been customers, who had come into the tea house and ordered tea and sat in silence, and left looking less burdened by whatever was troubling them. He saw Shinjun, standing at the edge of the gathering with her hands moving carefully as she ate, and he remembered her hands damaged by work, and the tea he had given her that had somehow helped her find her way toward healing. He saw little Fawn, watching him with the skeptical expression of someone who had not decided whether this blessing thing was actually worth his time or not. He thought about what blessings actually were. They were not magic that changed outcomes. They were not power that could alter the fundamental nature of the harvest. They were simply affirmation, a recognition of what people were capable of, a reminder that their work mattered, that their effort had value. They were words spoken with absolute conviction about things that were actually true. "The crops will grow," Wei Chongqing said, his voice quiet but carrying through the square with a kind of resonance that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with absolute certainty. "If you tend them, the rain will fall, or it will not fall, but you cannot control the rain. What you control is the quality of your work, the precision of your planting, the consistency of your care, the wisdom with which you harvest. Do these things with attention. The result will be what it is meant to be." It was not a magical blessing. It was not a prayer. It was not even particularly eloquent. It was simply a statement of how the world actually worked, spoken by someone who understood it completely. But something in how he said it, something in the combination of his simple words and the weight of absolute certainty beneath them, shifted the quality of the gathering. People straightened. People looked at each other with renewed sense of purpose. People began to believe, not through magic, but through the simple fact of being told clearly, and without sentimentality, that their work was good. The peaceful life system, noting that Wei Chongqing had acted from genuine conviction rather than through any exercise of power, logged this as cultivation gain equivalent to years of formal meditation. The festival continued. Wei Chongqing drank tea, which he had brought from the shop in a carefully insulated container. He spoke with people who approached him, answering their questions briefly and politely. He did not perform any magic. He simply existed among them as a man who had said something true. By the time he returned to the tea house, the sun had set and Dustfall had settled into the kind of quiet that suggested people were satisfied with their evening. The streets were empty except for the occasional person walking home, carrying food left over from the festival. The stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky, one by one, each tiny point of light a sun burning millions of leagues away in the cold dark of space. He spoke a blessing that he genuinely meant. "People of Dustfall, this year the harvest has been good because you worked carefully, because you paid attention, because you showed up and did the work when necessary. This coming year the harvest will be good because you are the kind of people who make harvests good. You are not waiting for the world to provide. You are building what you need. That is worth blessing. And I want to acknowledge personally that I have come to Dustfall seeking peace, and I have found it not because Dustfall is apart from the world, but because it is a community of people who understand that small acts of genuine attention and care are actually the most powerful force. If you continue to show up for each other in small ways, if you continue to pay attention to each other's needs, you will never need anything that I could provide as a cultivator. You have already become powerful in the ways that actually matter." Chapter 9. Complications from the past. The letter arrived 7 days later, delivered by a young cultivator on a fast horse who looked like he had not stopped for food in 3 days. The cultivator was nervous and exhausted and seemed genuinely relieved to have finally arrived at his destination. Wei Chongqing recognized the seal immediately. It was the mark of the Jade Heaven sect, his sect, the one he had abandoned 50 years ago when he decided that he had spent enough centuries being a god and would very much like to be immortal for a while. He had left it in the hands of capable people. He had assumed they would manage without him. He had, apparently, miscalculated. Fan brought it to him as he was preparing the afternoon tea. "This arrived for you," she said, handing it to him with the practicality of someone who delivered letters regularly and did not particularly care about their contents. Though she did watch his face carefully as he took it, and her expression suggested that she was storing the observation away for later analysis. Wei Changqing opened it. The handwriting was familiar, belonged to Bai Longshan, who had been his most accomplished student, who had surpassed most of his other disciples and achieved the celestial throne rank 300 years ago. Longshan's letters always began the same way, which suggested he sent them regularly and none of them had ever received an answer. Master, the sect is in crisis. The elders are divided on the question of leadership succession. The technique lineage is fragmenting into competing schools of thought, each with passionate advocates who believe they are preserving the true way. Multiple disciples have begun independent cultivation paths without guidance. Without your wisdom, this will tear apart what you built over 3,000 years. I am requesting, formally and as your first student, that you return to the Jade Heaven sect. Even a brief period of your guidance would stabilize the situation. I need you. The sect needs you. Please reconsider. Bai Longshan, Wei Changqing folded the letter carefully and set it aside on the shelf behind the counter, as if physically distancing himself from it might reduce its weight. Bad news? Fan asked, watching his face with the intensity of someone trying to read meaning in another person's expression. Complicated news, Wei Changqing said. Nothing that requires action today. But he was thinking about Bai Longshan, who had been his student for 200 years and had surpassed him in many ways. Longshan had celestial throne cultivation, power that lesser cultivators could only dream of achieving. Longshan had built strong disciples of his own. Longshan was, in every practical sense, ready to lead. The fact that he was requesting guidance anyway suggested something deeper was wrong, something that power alone could not solve. Wei Changqing prepared tea that day with somewhat less focus than usual. His mind was partially in the tea house and partially in the Jade Heaven sect, considering what might be occurring that would prompt such a letter. He had built that sect with his own hands across 3,000 years. He had shaped it into something that persisted and grew and sustained itself. The idea that it might fracture in his absence was painful in a way that he had not anticipated. That evening, as he was closing the shop, Bai Longshan arrived in person. He did not arrive quietly. He arrived like a cultivator who had traveled at speed across multiple provinces, his hair windblown, his robes bearing the particular exhaustion that came from extended travel at supernatural pace. He entered the tea house just as Wei Changqing was locking the door, his expression a mixture of desperation and formal respect that made Wei Changqing's heart ache in a way he had thought he had finished feeling. The moment Bai Longshan saw him, he dropped to his knees. Master, he said, thank you for receiving me. I have been searching for you for 50 years. I have come to ask you to return. The sect needs you. Wei Changqing found this deeply exhausting. Stand, he said. You'll wear out your robes, and they were expensive. Bai Longshan stood. He was still in cultivator's formal wear, which suggested he had come directly from sect business. He was also, Wei Changqing noticed, radiating suppressed panic beneath a careful facade of control, the kind of panic that came from carrying a burden that was becoming too heavy to hold alone. Sit, Wei Changqing said. I'm making tea. Master, I don't have time for, Bai Longshan began. Sit, Wei Changqing repeated, using the tone that had commanded armies for 3,000 years. It was a tone that could not be disobeyed by someone who still recognized his authority as fundamental. I'm making tea. Bai Longshan sat. Wei Changqing prepared tea with careful attention, selecting leaves that carried the subtle property of creating calm without any sense of being forced, the kind of peace that came from genuine relaxation rather than from suppression or meditation technique. He set the cup in front of his former student and waited. Bai Longshan drank. Wei Changqing watched the tension gradually drain from his shoulders. The carefully maintained facade began to crack. After several minutes of silence, where Longshan seemed to be simply breathing and existing without the weight of needing to perform competence, he set down the cup. I don't know what this is, he said quietly, but I feel like I can breathe for the first time in weeks. I had forgotten what it felt like to not be carrying something. Tell me about the sect, Wei Changqing said, not unkindly. Bai Longshan spent an hour explaining the situation. The elders had begun to disagree about the direction of the sect. The technique lineage had fragmented into 3 separate schools of thought, each with passionate advocates who believed they were preserving the true way. His disciples were asking him for guidance he was not sure he had. Multiple advanced cultivators had begun to take their disciples and establish independent sects rather than remain under Jade Heaven authority. The entire structure that Wei Changqing had built over 3,000 years was beginning to crack under the weight of his absence. Wei Changqing listened. He did not interrupt. He did not offer advice. He did not try to think of solutions. He simply listened, the way he had learned to do in his 50 years of retirement. When Bai Longshan fell silent, Wei Chongqing refilled his cup. What do you actually want to do? Wei Chongqing asked. Bai Longshan was quiet for a very long time. His hands shook slightly as he held the new cup. I don't know, he said finally. I think I want to let it break apart. I think the sect held together because of your authority, and now that you're gone, it's trying to figure out what it actually is when it's not being shaped by your will. I think it needs to break apart to do that. But I'm afraid of what people will say. I'm afraid of failing you. I'm afraid that the work you did for 3,000 years will come to nothing. What are you actually afraid of? Wei Chongqing asked. That I won't be enough to hold it together afterward, Bai Longshan said. That people will blame me for allowing it to fall apart. That I will fail you by allowing your work to collapse. Wei Chongqing nodded. He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the darkness where dustfall had settled into sleep. The night was clear, and a few stars were visible through the gaps in the roofs of the surrounding buildings. Bai Longshan, he said, I spent 3,000 years trying to build things that would last forever. I built the Jade Heaven sect. I gathered disciples. I created lineages. I established authority that would survive my death. He paused. I was wrong. Bai Longshan made a small sound of distress. Master, let it break apart, Wei Chongqing said. Help the pieces that are worth saving find their footing. Release the pieces that want to go elsewhere. Stop trying to be me. I have spent 50 years learning that the only thing that lasts is what is small enough to not require constant holding together. Bai Longshan was silent for a long moment. You're telling me to let the Jade Heaven sect die, he said quietly. I'm telling you to let it become whatever it will become when it stops being mine, Wei Chongqing said. It may die. It may transform into something unrecognizable. It may split into smaller organizations that each find their own strength. All of those are acceptable outcomes. The elders will be devastated, Bai Longshan said. The elders will learn, Wei Chongqing said. That's what people do. They learn. They adapt. They find new ways to move forward. Bai Longshan stood. He walked to the door, then paused. Thank you, he said. I don't think you've actually solved the problem. No, Wei Chongqing agreed. But I think you already know what to do. You just needed permission to do it. Bai Longshan left. Wei Chongqing locked the door behind him and sat alone in the tea house, thinking about 3,000 years of trying to build things, and 50 years of learning that the most valuable things could not be built at all. They could only be allowed to grow, in their own way, according to their own nature. The peaceful life system, noting that Wei Chongqing had given no commands, performed no magic, and simply listened while someone made their own decision, logged this as profoundly significant cultivation gain. Later that evening after Bai Longshan left, Wei Chongqing sat alone in the tea house and considered what it meant to be important without seeking importance. He understood now why people kept seeking him out. It was because he had genuinely stepped away from the power hierarchies that defined everything else. By refusing to take sides, by refusing to assert dominance, by refusing to expand his influence, he had become more influential. People came to him precisely because he was not trying to control them. They trusted him precisely because he had nothing to gain from their trust. This was the inverse of everything the cultivation world taught. Here in Dustfall, he was learning that power could also be accumulated by stepping away from networks, by refusing to create obligations, by positioning yourself outside important decisions so you could see them with clarity. The peaceful life system seemed to agree with this philosophy as it rewarded him for every refusal, every step back, every decision to let someone else make the choice they needed to make. Chapter 10. Year of accumulation. By the end of summer of his second year in Dustfall, one cup had settled into an established rhythm that felt almost like permanence. The seasons had turned full circle. He had served customers through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He had experienced the full cycle of growth and dormancy, of activity and quiet. The tea house opened at sunrise. Fun arrived with new calculations and adjustments based on accumulated data, detailed spreadsheets that tracked customer preferences, seasonal variations in supply and demand, profit margins across different tea varieties. June appeared for the morning shift, having grown stronger with each passing week. Customers arrived throughout the day, some for the flavor, some for the subtle medicinal properties, some simply for the space itself. Wei Chongqing had raised the prices twice, on Fun's advice, and each increase had been accepted by customers without complaint. The business, by any measure, was successful. They had enough money to repair the damage from the cultivator's attack. They had enough money to pay June generously, more than she would have made as a seamstress. They had enough money to maintain the building and the garden. More significantly, Wei Chongqing had not been bothered by power users in weeks. Word had spread quietly through the cultivation community. There was a place in Dustfall where power did not work the way it normally did, where people of impressive strength went to drink tea and found, mysteriously, that their need for things had been satisfied. It was a place where you could set down your cultivation for a few hours and simply be human. It was a place where the vast weight of power became unimportant. On the first day of autumn, a young cultivator arrived. Formal training, disciplined power, very new to the world of advanced cultivation. He looked like he was perhaps 25 years old, with the earnest expression of someone who took everything very seriously. He was dressed in simple robes, but carried himself with the particular tension that came from someone at the beginning of their cultivation path, when every moment felt important and every decision felt permanent. He ordered tea with the reverence of someone approaching a ceremony. "What brings you here?" Wei Chongqing asked as he poured, noting the slight tremor in the young man's hands. "I heard," the young man said carefully, "that you teach." "I don't," Wei Chongqing said. "I make tea. But I heard that people come here and learn things," the young cultivator said. "That sitting in this space and drinking the tea is itself a teaching." Wei Chongqing considered this. It was, in its way, true, but not in the way the young man meant it. "Perhaps," he said, "but I am not the teacher. If you learn something, you will have taught it to yourself." "Could I stay for a day?" the young cultivator asked. "Just to see if there is something to learn?" Wei Chongqing considered refusing. But there was something in how the young man asked, genuine curiosity rather than desperate seeking, that suggested it might actually be acceptable to let him stay. "You can stay," Wei Chongqing said, "but you must do nothing but drink tea and watch the garden. If you spend the day trying to learn something, you will not learn anything." "I understand," the young cultivator said. He did not, Wei Chongqing suspected, actually understand. But he would. The young man spent the day in the tea house and the garden. He drank 3 cups of tea. He sat in silence for long periods, watching the way the light moved across the leaves. He watched the plants grow. He watched the light move across the floor as the sun traveled through its arc. He observed June working, moving with gentle efficiency that suggested contentment rather than burden. He noticed Finn taking notes on her calculations. By evening, he appeared changed. Something in how he held himself had shifted, becoming lighter, less burdened. "Thank you," he said, preparing to leave. "I'm not sure what happened, but something shifted. Something I had been struggling with for months. I had a cultivation blockage where I couldn't progress any further, and I don't think it's there anymore. I can feel the path forward now." "Then you should probably go practice," Wei Chongqing said. "Before you forget." The cultivator left. He did not pay for the tea. He simply stood, bowed deeply, which Wei Chongqing found uncomfortable, and walked out into the afternoon carrying his revelation with him like something precious. Later that night, as Wei Chongqing sat alone in the tea house with his evening cup, he reflected on the strange mathematics of the peaceful life system. He had abdicated his position. He had walked away from 3,000 years of power and authority. He had chosen to make tea in a small town where nothing significant ever happened. According to every measure of cultivation he had understood for his entire life, he should have become weaker. Instead, he appeared to be becoming stronger. Each casual act of peace, each cup of tea served, each moment of genuine contentment, each small choice to let things be what they were rather than forcing them to be what he wanted, contributed to his cultivation in ways that decades of active practice never had. The system rewarded something he had spent 3,000 years learning not to value: the simple act of being present in small things without trying to change them. He drank his tea slowly, feeling the warmth move through him. Outside, dustfall settled into the deep quiet of early autumn. No one needed anything from him tonight. No crisis was developing. No crisis was brewing that would require his intervention. He was simply a man with tea, and a window, and the quiet. And this, he thought with genuine certainty, was enough. The year developed its own rhythm. By mid-autumn, the pattern was established. Customers would arrive, they would drink tea, something about their internal state would shift. Wei Chongqing did not always understand what was happening. He simply made tea and paid attention and allowed the customers to find their own way toward whatever they needed to understand. A young cultivator arrived one afternoon, clearly struggling with something. Wei Chongqing served him a particular blend, and the young man drank it slowly, then sat in silence for 2 hours, tears streaming down his face the entire time. At the end, he bowed deeply to Wei Chongqing and left without saying anything. Little Fawn, who had been watching, asked, "What happened there?" "I don't know," Wei Chongqing said honestly. "But whatever it was necessary." "Does it happen every day?" Fan asked. "It varies," Wei Chongqing said. "Some people come, drink tea, and leave feeling refreshed but fundamentally unchanged. Others come and undergo transformations. There's no pattern I can discern in advance. The tea doesn't change. I don't change my approach. Yet the results are different for every person. That's because people are different," Fan said. The tea is the same, your attention is the same, but the people are different. So the same medicine heals different wounds in different ways. This was true, Wei Changqing realized. He had spent 3,000 years trying to find universal solutions to universal problems. What he was learning in Dustfall was that there were no universal solutions. Only the principle of paying attention and responding to what was actually needed, which was different for every person. The peaceful life system advanced him another rank, apparently pleased with this realization. The year developed its own rhythm. A young cultivator arrived one afternoon, clearly struggling with something. Wei Changqing served him a particular blend, and the young man drank it slowly, sitting in silence for 2 hours, tears streaming down his face. At the end, he bowed deeply without saying anything. Little Fan, watching, asked what happened there. I don't know, Wei Changqing said honestly. But whatever it was necessary. Does it happen every day, she asked. It varies. Some people come, drink, and leave unchanged. Others undergo transformations. There's no pattern I can discern in advance. That's because people are different, Fan said. The tea is the same, but the people are different, so the same medicine heals different wounds. Wei Changqing realized he had spent 3,000 years trying to find universal solutions. What he was learning was that there were no universal solutions, only the principle of paying attention and responding to what was actually needed, which was different for every person. Chapter 11. Second visitor from the past. A second former student appeared on the 23rd morning of autumn, arriving differently than Bai Longshan had. This visitor came not in crisis, but in quiet deliberation, the way someone travels when they have been thinking about making a journey for a very long time and have finally decided that the time has come. She was a woman who appeared to be in her 60s, though her cultivation rank suggested she was closer to 400 years old. Her hair was gray and arranged in a style that suggested practicality rather than fashion. She wore simple robes that had been maintained with obvious care. When she entered the tea house, Wei Changqing recognized her immediately. Sect leader Mei Wuyan, one of his oldest students, one of the few who had surpassed him in certain disciplines. She had been with him for more than 3 centuries, learning not just technique but philosophy, not just power but wisdom. Wei Changqing, she said, stopping just inside the door, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. I have come to thank you. I have been carrying words in my heart for 300 years, waiting for the right moment to speak them. Sit, Wei Changqing said. I'm making tea. Mei Wuyan sat. Wei Changqing prepared a cup with the special leaves, the ones that carried years of accumulated cultivation and something deeper, a kind of truth that the tea leaves had absorbed from the earth beneath them. He set it in front of her and waited. Mei Wuyan drank. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, there were tears running down her face, silent and steady. I have wanted to tell you, she said, for 300 years, that a single line of advice you gave me when I was barely past your initial teachings changed everything. I was stuck in a form of cultivation that was leading me toward power, but away from wisdom. You told me, power without peace is a weapon pointed at yourself. I spent a decade meditating on that one sentence. And when I finally understood it, everything changed. Wei Changqing did not remember giving her that advice. He had given thousands of pieces of advice across 300 years of teaching her. She had probably selected this one and built it up in her mind until it seemed more significant than he had ever intended it to be. And yet, now that she said it, he recognized the truth of it. It was exactly the kind of thing he would have said, exactly the kind of wisdom he had learned across his 3,000 years. I'm glad it was helpful, he said. Helpful? Mei Wuyan laughed, though the tears continued to fall. You guided me toward enlightenment with a single sentence. And then you disappeared, and I spent decades wondering if I would ever see you again. And now here you are, making tea in a small town, and you seem happier than I have ever seen you. You seem like you finally found what you were looking for. I did, Wei Changqing said. I wanted to tell you, Mei Wuyan said, her voice becoming stronger, that what you taught me extended beyond my own cultivation. I have taught others. They have taught others. Your wisdom has spread through lineages you may never even have heard of. You changed the nature of how some schools approach the relationship between power and peace. You have done more good in the students you taught and the lineages that came from that teaching than you did in 3,000 years of direct rule. Wei Changqing was quiet. He had not known this. Over 50 years of retirement, he had imagined that by leaving, he had simply abandoned his work. He had not imagined that the work might continue, that the seeds he had planted might continue growing in directions he would never see, bearing fruit in ways he would never directly experience. This is good to know, he said finally. Mei Wuyan stayed for the entire day. She drank tea and talked about the decades she had spent pursuing cultivation. She talked about her disciples and how she had tried to pass along not just technique, but wisdom. She talked about the struggle of trying to be more than just a source of power for people who sought her out. She talked about how she had built a sect that emphasized development of wisdom and understanding rather than accumulation of pure power, and how that sect had become one of the most respected organizations in the cultivation world. I think, she said as the sun was setting, that you knew something that it took me 300 years to understand. That real power isn't being small enough to be peaceful. That real authority comes from helping people see what they're already capable of, not from doing the thing for them. Wei Changqing made them both a final cup of tea. I'm still learning it, he said. Every day I'm still learning it. As the seasons progressed, Wei Changqing began to understand that his retirement was not actually about hiding from the world. It was about redefining his relationship with power. He had not given up power, he had given up the pursuit of power, which was fundamentally different. He had not renounced his abilities, he had renounced the use of those abilities for domination or control. This distinction seemed subtle but was fundamentally important. It meant that if something actually required his intervention, if someone was in genuine danger, if a situation genuinely needed the full weight of his abilities, he would still intervene. But he would do so from a place of service rather than a place of authority. He would fix the problem and then return to the tea house. He would not use it as an opportunity to expand his influence or remind people of his power. The principle would be tested soon enough, but for now he had learned to live with the possibility of such tests without being consumed by anxiety about them. Chapter 12. The tea garden problem. Around the middle of autumn, Wei Changqing noticed something concerning about his tea garden. It was growing too fast. The plants had always been somewhat accelerated by the filtered qi that constantly leaked from his suppression field, the unavoidable radiation of power that came from being a Dao sovereign, even when he was trying very hard not to be. But this was different. The plants were beginning to develop obvious cultivation signatures. Some of them had budded with small spiritual formations. Others had started to take on properties that no ordinary plant should have. We have a problem, Wei Changqing said to Fan, who had begun spending time in the garden itself, learning to recognize different plant varieties and their growing patterns. The plants are becoming too magical, Fan said, already understanding the issue. Yes, Wei Changqing said. If they continue to develop at this rate, they'll become openly magical. Someone will notice. Someone will investigate. The entire careful balance that we've built here will collapse under the weight of scrutiny. So what do we do? Fan asked. Wei Changqing spent 3 days analyzing the problem. The answer was not to suppress the plant's growth. That would be forcing power in a direction he didn't want to force it. Instead, he needed to redirect it. He began meditating in the garden, not trying to suppress the qi that leaked from his field, but instead guiding it into patterns that would transform what looked like supernatural growth into the kind of accelerated but still nominally natural growth that could be explained by excellent cultivation techniques. It was delicate work. He had to maintain the boundary between very good gardener and mysterious cultivator hiding in the mountains. The plants still grew faster than they should, but fast enough to be explainable. Their tea still carried subtle properties beyond normal tea, but properties subtle enough to be attributed to excellent soil, excellent technique, and excellent seed selection rather than hidden power. You're just going to keep doing this forever, Fan observed. Constantly managing the boundary between what you actually are and what you're pretending to be. Yes, Wei Changqing said. That sounds exhausting, Fan said. It is, Wei Changqing agreed. But it's also the point. I spent 3,000 years not managing that boundary. I spent 3,000 years being exactly what I was and having people respond accordingly. I spent 3,000 years being worshipped or feared, depending on the person. This is better. This is more real. He redirected more of the stray qi into the garden structure itself, into the soil, the water, the subtle energetic patterns that underlay the physical plants. The garden became not just a place where tea plants grew, but a place where the qi that leaked from Wei Changqing's suppression field could be stored and slowly released without causing obvious anomalies. You're turning the entire garden into a kind of battery, Fan realized. Yes, Wei Changqing said. A battery that converts my stray power into better tea, which is then used in service to people who need it. It's a closed system. Everything I cannot prevent myself from leaking is being used productively. That's actually not bad, Fan said. It's the opposite of what you were doing before. Before, you were leaking power everywhere and not considering what it was used for. Now you're leaking power but directing it into something useful. Exactly, Wei Changqing said. The garden, under his guidance, settled into a new pattern of growth. Visibly accelerated but explainable. Their tea notably better than other tea in the region, but not impossibly so. The balance was maintained. The illusion of normalcy was preserved. And all the while, the power that he could not prevent himself from radiating was being transformed into something that actually served people. Chapter 13. A young cultivator's question. By late autumn, A pattern had emerged that was becoming undeniable. Young cultivators would appear, spend a day in the tea house or the garden, have some kind of realization, and leave transformed. The transformations were not always dramatic. Sometimes it was just a shift in how they held themselves, a settling of uncertainty, a clarity that had not been there before. But it was consistent enough that word was beginning to spread through cultivation circles about the tea house as a place of profound practice. One young cultivator, a girl named Lu Chun who was perhaps 16 years old, spent an entire afternoon in the tea house without speaking. She sat at a corner table, drinking different teas that Wei Changqing offered her, sometimes sipping, sometimes just holding the cup without drinking, sometimes staring into the cup as though it contained answers to questions she could not quite articulate. Near closing time, she finally asked, "How do you know what people need?" Wei Changqing was wiping down tables. He paused. "What do you mean?" "I came here because I was stuck," Lu Chen said. "I'm trapped in my cultivation. I've been stuck at the same level for 3 years. My teachers say it's because I'm fighting the natural progression instead of accepting it. But I don't understand what that means. And then you gave me this tea." She held up the cup she'd been contemplating. "And I drank it, and suddenly I understood. The tea didn't teach me anything new. It just made me able to hear what I already knew." "How did you know I needed that particular tea?" "I didn't," Wei Changqing said. "I offered you several options. You chose what you needed." "No," Lu Chen said. "You guided me. You offered me options, but the way you presented them made it clear which one I should choose." "How did you know?" Wei Changqing sat down across from her. "I've been studying people for a long time," he said. "I've learned to read what they're actually asking for underneath what they say they're asking for. You came in carrying the weight of 3 years of frustration. You've been told your problem is inside yourself, that you need to accept something. But you don't accept easily, do you? You push against constraints. The tea I gave you doesn't remove the constraint. It just helps you understand why the constraint is necessary." "And you knew that just by looking at me?" Lu Chen asked. "Yes," Wei Changqing said. "Because I was like you. I spent 3,000 years pushing against constraints. I thought acceptance meant surrender. But it doesn't. It means understanding what the constraint actually is and working with it instead of against it." Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly. "You're not a normal tea master, are you?" "No," Wei Changqing said. "But I am a very attentive one." "That's enough." She left the next morning, and her cultivation breakthrough occurred 3 days later. The peaceful life system noted the events and registered a cultivation gain equivalent to several months of deliberate advancement. Wei Changqing found that each time a young cultivator arrived in crisis and left in clarity, the system seemed to reward him disproportionately to the effort involved. "It's because you're actually helping people," Fun explained. "Not helping people achieve power, just helping people find peace. The system was designed to reward that. Most powerful cultivators spend their entire lives fighting for advancement. You're choosing the exact opposite path, and the system is designed to reward that choice." More young cultivators began arriving. Some came through word of mouth. Some came because they could feel something about the place, a quality of acceptance, a promise that the answer to their question was somewhere in this tea house if they could just find it. Wei Changqing served tea. He listened. He did not offer answers, but helped people recognize the answers they already possessed. And the tea house, day by day, became a place of genuine transformation. Chapter 14. The water rights dispute director Fang Xiaomei arrived on the first day of the final winter month with an administrative problem rather than a crisis. A legal dispute had emerged between 2 merchant families over water rights to the river that ran past Dustfall. The families, she explained, had both held historical claims to the water for irrigation and household use. The dispute had been ongoing for 12 years, growing more bitter with each passing season. "The families both have historical claims," Fang explained. Sitting with a cup of tea Wei Changqing had prepared specifically for her, a blend designed to calm frustration without dulling clarity. The Chun family has documents dating back 70 years showing their use of the water for irrigation. The Li family has documents showing use dating back 90 years. Both families argue that their claim is the more original. Both are considered reputable. Both have legitimate grievances. "What changed 12 years ago?" Wei Changqing asked. "The river shifted its course slightly," Fang said. "A landslide redirected the flow. Now the water reaches the Chun family's fields first, and the Li family's fields receive less. The Chun family argues this is natural, and they deserve what comes to them. The Li family argues that their original claim should be honored, and that they should maintain their historical water volume." Wei Changqing listened as she described the situation in detail. It was the kind of problem that would have seemed trivial to his previous existence. A matter of redirecting water flow would have taken him minutes with the right application of power. But it was not trivial to the families involved. It was not trivial to the crops they depended on to survive the winter and feed their people. What do you want me to do? He asked. I want you to mediate, Fong said simply. I've spoken to both families. I've suggested they come here, to the tea house, and have tea with you. I've suggested that perhaps an outside perspective might help them see the situation differently. I'm not a mediator, Wei Chongqing said. No, Fong agreed. But you listen better than anyone I know. And people seem to find clarity when they speak to you. That's mediation enough. So Wei Chongqing agreed. Over the next week, both families came separately to the tea house. He served them tea. He listened to their grievances. He asked questions, not to challenge them, but to understand what was actually important about their claims. For the Qin family, it was not simply the water. It was the assurance that their livelihood would not be taken from them through circumstances beyond their control. For the Li family, it was not the quantity of water but the principle. They wanted to feel that their historical precedence was being honored, that they were not being displaced in their own community. Wei Chongqing sat with this understanding for 2 days. Then he invited both families to the tea house at the same time. He served them tea. He explained what he had understood, that neither family actually needed to compete. The water rights could be reorganized such that both families received a reliable supply throughout the year, with priority shifting seasonally based on agricultural needs and water availability. The solution was simple, once he understood what the families actually needed rather than what they thought they needed. Both families agreed to it. Chapter 15. Returning visitors. As the year moved toward its end, patterns became visible. The tea house had become a destination, a place where people came not just for tea, but for something ineffable that they could not quite name. Bai Longshan returned. He did not arrive in crisis this time. He arrived simply because he wanted to visit, to have tea, to sit in the space that somehow made all of his complicated feelings seem more manageable. He told Wei Chongqing that the Jade Heaven sect was fragmenting gently, the way a large structure breaks apart when nobody is holding it together with concentrated will. Without Wei Chongqing at the center, commanding, directing, providing the stable center point that all other elements orbited around, the sect had begun to reorganize itself naturally, with different cultivators rising to take roles suited to their actual abilities rather than roles assigned to them by hierarchy. They're better off, Bai Longshan said. I think I finally understand why you left. They don't need me telling them what to do anymore. They're figuring it out. Wei Chongqing listened and said nothing, because there was nothing that needed to be said. Bai Longshan already understood the truth, that power was a weight that people carried for others, and that sometimes the most generous thing you could do was set that weight down and let other people find their own way of holding things together. Others returned as well. Su Mei brought Xiao Ling regularly, and Xiao Ling, now healthy and energetic, played in the garden while her mother drank tea and talked about the future. Xin Jun came with needlework she had been able to complete, her hands having gradually regained function through a combination of the special tea Wei Chongqing made for her and the simple passage of time. Director Fong came not as an administrator bringing problems, but as a person seeking the particular peace that the tea house offered. I don't know what you're doing, Fong said one afternoon, but people know this is a safe place. They come here when they're overwhelmed, and they leave less overwhelmed. That's not a small thing. It's just tea, Wei Chongqing said. No, Fong disagreed. It's not just tea. It's attention. It's the fact that you're actually listening. It's the fact that you seem to genuinely care about people as individuals rather than problems to be solved. Most people in positions of authority don't do that. Most people treat other people as problems. You treat them like they matter. Wei Chongqing sat with this observation. It was true in a way. When you had spent 3,000 years being told that people mattered only insofar as they served some larger purpose or represented some kind of strategic value, learning to see them as simply people, as individuals with their own concerns and hopes and fears, was actually radical. It was a skill that required conscious effort, but the effort was becoming easier. The tea house was becoming what he had intended it to become, not a place where the Jade Heaven Emperor could hide, but a place where ordinary people could find clarity, could sit with their burdens for a few hours and feel less alone in carrying them. It was, Wei Chongqing realized, the first genuinely good thing he had ever built. Chapter 16. The year in review. On the 365th day of One Cup's operation, Wei Chongqing stood alone in the empty tea house after closing and considered what a year and a half of retirement had accomplished. The business had been operating for 18 months. The patterns that had seemed uncertain were now established. The relationships had deepened into genuine community. He had served approximately 6,000 cups of tea, grown enough spirit-grade tea to satisfy a small cultivator community, handled one demon incursion, mediated one water rights dispute, counseled several former students, turned away dozens of requests from power seekers, employed 3 people who had become genuine partners in the business. built something that genuinely mattered to people. The peaceful life system had advanced him 3 additional ranks since the first year, ranks that would have required centuries to accumulate through traditional cultivation methods. At this rate, he would eventually reach a state of power that surpassed anything he had achieved as the Jade Heaven Emperor. And he would achieve it not through the pursuit of power, but through the pursuit of peace. He walked through the tea house, aware of every detail. The wood of the counter, polished by his own hands and those of his employees, gleamed softly in the lamplight. The shelves held the inventory of teas, oolong, white, aged pure, the special blends he had developed for specific purposes. The garden visible through the windows had settled into dormancy for the winter, but it would awaken again in spring, and with it would come the inevitable complications that came with tending something that grew beyond normal limitations. For 3,000 years, he had been a god. For the past 18 months, he had been something simpler, a tea maker, a healer of small wounds, a listener to the problems of ordinary people. And somehow, this was better. Not easier, but better. The satisfaction of making a single person's tea exactly right, of seeing them arrive at the door burdened and leave it lighter, of having built a place where people could actually rest. This was a form of accomplishment that his previous 3 millennia had not offered. Littlefen had left him a note. It sat on the counter in her precise, careful handwriting. The tea house is successful because you care about it. Do not forget that tomorrow. He smiled at this. She was right, of course. She always was. She had moved from merely working for him to genuinely understanding the work. She had become indispensable not just to the business, but to his vision of what the business actually meant. He made himself a final cup of tea, the same blend he made every evening at closing, a simple mix that he had perfected over months of adjustment. He sat at the small table by the window and drank it slowly, watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky above dustfall. The year ahead would bring more customers, more problems, more complications. More former students would appear. More cultivators would come seeking healing or clarity. The reputation of the tea house would continue to spread through cultivation circles. But he was no longer afraid of this. He had learned that serving people, serving small things, serving with genuine attention and care, was not actually a burden. It was an opportunity for growth that he had never encountered in his 3,000 years of power. The peaceful life system, noting his genuine contentment with what he had accomplished and what still lay ahead, and calculating the subtle shifts in his understanding of purpose and meaning, logged this as a significant cultivation gain equivalent to several months of deliberate meditation and focus. He sat in silence for a long time, simply existing in the space he had created, before finally rising to close the shop for the night. Chapter 17. Winter visitors. The first snow fell on a morning in early winter, and with it came a visitor that Wei Changqing had not seen in 50 years. He had not expected to see her again. He had thought that his disappearance from the cultivation world had been complete enough that even the other immortal kings would eventually stop looking. The woman who entered one cup was one of the few people who could recognize him even with his suppression active. She was Immortal Jade, one of the 4 immortal kings, and she had been his equal in power for nearly 1,000 years before his retirement. She wore the appearance of a woman in her 40s, ageless and beautiful in the way that immortals were, but her eyes held the weight of that 1,000-year friendship. Wei Changqing, she said, and in her voice was a complex mixture of emotions, relief at having found him, concern at what she found, and something like sadness at what his retirement might mean. Immortal Jade, he said, setting down his cup. You should not have been able to find me. I had help, she said, and I didn't come to bring you back or to convince you to return to your responsibilities. I came because you disappeared 50 years ago and nobody has heard from you since. I came to make sure you're still alive. I'm alive, he said. I'm making tea. I see that, Immortal Jade said. She sat down at one of the tables, still wearing her formal court robes despite being in a small country tea house. I would have expected you to be at peace. Instead, you look settled, content, as though this is actually what you wanted. It is, Wei Changqing said. She ordered tea. He made it for her with his usual care. She drank it slowly, and he watched as her expression shifted from skepticism to something like understanding. This is good, she said finally. Better than court tea, certainly. Better than anything we had access to when we were running the provinces. Thank you, Wei Changqing said. I won't ask you to come back, Immortal Jade said. But I do need you to know what's happening in the wider world. The realms are shifting. The old structures are weakening. There are forces moving that might appreciate knowing that you're still available, should you need to be. I don't need to be, Wei Changqing said. You may not need to be, Immortal Jade agreed. But you exist. And your existence still matters to people, whether you want it to or not. I'm simply here to remind you that the world is more complicated than a single tea house. The world has always been more complicated than anything, Wei Changqing said. I simply chose to engage with it on a smaller scale. Immortal Jade stayed for 3 days. She drank tea. She walked through the garden. She spoke with little Fawn, who seemed entirely unfazed by the presence of an immortal king. On her final evening, she stood at the door of the tea house and looked back at him. You look happy, she said. I've never seen you look happy before. Don't give that up, no matter what happens in the wider world. She left before morning, and Wei Changqing felt the weight of his previous life settle and then retreat, still present but farther away than it had been before. Chapter 18. Factions and politics. The sect politics that Bai Longshan had warned about did eventually arrive in Dustfall, though not in the way Wei Changqing had anticipated. A minor sect sent an emissary to invite Wei Changqing to intervene in their inter-sect dispute. Wei Changqing politely declined. A week later, another sect sent a more urgent request, suggesting that his involvement would be crucial to preventing violence. He politely declined again. A third sect sent a gift, an expensive tea set carved from jade and worth more than Wei Changqing's entire tea house inventory, along with a carefully worded letter suggesting that his absence from a particular negotiation was actually a form of participation with one side against the other. Wei Changqing set the gift aside and wrote back requesting they remove it from his home. The problem, he realized, was that his reputation had become something beyond his control. The word had spread through cultivation circles that there was a place in Dustfall where cultivators could find clarity, where complicated problems could be seen from new angles, where the tea itself seemed to carry some kind of wisdom. This reputation had attracted not just individuals seeking help, but entire sects seeking strategic advantage. This is going to get worse before it gets better, Fan predicted, reviewing the letters that had arrived that week. Because now they know you're here, and they know you're powerful, and they know you're choosing not to use that power politically. Which means some of them will keep trying to convince you, and some of them will assume you're playing some kind of deep strategic game. How do I fix this? Wei Changqing asked. You don't, Fan said. You continue to refuse them, consistently, and eventually they'll understand that you're serious. But that's going to take time, and in the meantime, you're going to be the subject of a lot of political speculation. She was right. The tea house became a meeting place for minor sects discussing how Wei Changqing might be approached or convinced or potentially manipulated. Wei Changqing served them tea and listened to them strategize about how to recruit him, and felt a familiar exhaustion settling into his bones, the exhaustion of being a piece on someone else's political board. One afternoon, a cultivator arrived who was different from the others. She was older than Wei Changqing's apparent age, with the bearing of someone who had genuinely transcended the need for political positioning. She ordered tea and drank it in silence, then asked him a simple question. Why do they all assume you want something? What do you mean? Wei Changqing asked. Every cultivator who arrives here is trying to figure out what you want, she said. Power? Money? Prestige? Influence? The assumption is always that you're hiding your motivations. They can't imagine someone who simply doesn't want anything from them. I want them to leave me alone, Wei Changqing said. Exactly, she agreed. Which is something they cannot buy, convince, or negotiate for. You have what they can never have, genuine disinterest in their games. She drank more tea. That will frighten them. And they will try harder to understand you. Because what they cannot understand, they cannot control. Wei Changqing realized this was the core of the problem. In a world where everyone wanted something, his lack of wanting was incomprehensible. Chapter 19. Little Fan asks the important question. It happened one afternoon near the end of winter, when the weather had turned cold enough that customers were fewer, but the ones who came wanted to stay longer, warming their hands on their cups and the companionship of a warm place. Fan was counting the day's earnings when she asked without preamble, Are you actually important? Wei Changqing was preparing the evening tea. He paused in the act of measuring leaves into a cup. I mean, Fan said, not looking up from her calculations, I've noticed things. There are cultivators who come here and seem to know who you are, even though you're just running a tea house. There's the way that Bai Longshan treats you with a kind of deference that suggests rank. There's how you seem to heal people through tea when a normal healer couldn't. And then there's the matter of your age. You haven't visibly aged a single day since I've known you, and your hands don't show a single line of wear even though you're supposedly in your 60s. Wei Changqing finished preparing the tea and brought her a cup. Drink this, he said. She drank it. Her expression shifted as the tea worked on her. The particular blend was designed to help clarity and understanding without forcing any particular conclusion. So you are important, Fan said after a long moment. And you're here in Dustfall, in this small tea house, instead of wherever you should be, because you were important and you got tired of it. Yes, Wei Chongqing said. The question, Fin continued, is what happens if being important again becomes necessary? What happens if something requires you to be who you actually are instead of who you're pretending to be? Then I will handle it, Wei Chongqing said. But I will return to this tea house afterward. This is my home now. This is what I choose. Fin wrote this down. She had filled 3 full notebooks over the course of the past year, each one containing careful observations about Wei Chongqing, his patterns, his habits, his stated philosophy, his apparent motivations. She was trying to build a complete map of who he was and why he had made the choices he had made. I think you're the strangest person I've ever met, she said. Yes, Wei Chongqing agreed. But I also think you might be right, she continued. About what matters, I mean. I've spent the year working for you, and I've made more money than I would have made working for anyone else in this town. But more importantly, I've also been part of something that actually helps people. Most jobs just move money from one person to another. This moves actual healing and clarity to people who need it. That's different. It is, Wei Chongqing said. So if something happens, Fin said slowly, and you have to be important again temporarily, I'll help you manage it. Because you're important in a way that matters. You're not important in the way that lords are important or sects are important. You're important because you actually help people who need help. That's a kind of importance that's worth protecting. Wei Chongqing felt a shift in something fundamental, not his power, but his understanding of what it meant to be known. Fin saw him clearly, and she chose to help him protect the life he had built. That was worth more than any of the power or prestige he had accumulated across 3,000 years. Chapter 20. A year of peace. It was almost a year and a half since the door of One Cup had first opened, and Wei Chongqing sat alone in the tea house on a clear morning in early spring, reviewing what that extended year had been. He had served tea to hundreds of people. He had solved problems he did not want to solve. He had turned away advantages he might have taken. He had built something that mattered, not because it was grand, but because it was genuine. The relationships had deepened. The community had formed around him organically rather than through hierarchy or command. The tea garden had grown beyond anything he had expected. The plants had developed a kind of semi-sentience that came from constant exposure to his filtered qi. They were not alive in the way that animals were alive, but they were aware in their own way. They knew when to produce the finest leaves. They knew which customers needed particular blends. They responded to his presence with a kind of botanical contentment that was almost companionable. Little Fun had become indispensable. She handled the business side with a competence that had become impressive. She kept the ledgers, managed the finances, tracked inventory, and somehow also managed to be the primary person who understood what Wei Chongqing was actually doing. She had also become quite wealthy in her own right, and had begun making quiet investments in the town, repairs to buildings, support for struggling families, quiet interventions that nobody knew came from her. You're trying to fix all of Dustfall, Wei Chongqing observed one afternoon. No, Fin said flatly. I'm trying to make sure that the people who support the tea house have stable lives. That's not the same as trying to fix the whole town, even though the effect is similar. Wei Chongqing was learning that there were many forms of power, and that Fin wielded hers just as effectively as he had wielded his, just on a smaller scale, and with more consideration for the actual needs of real people. The peaceful life system had continued to advance him steadily. His cultivation level now surpassed what it had been at his height, as the Jade Heaven Emperor. The difference was that this cultivation had not come from the pursuit of power, but from the pursuit of peace. Every time he used his abilities in small service to actual need, the system advanced him. Every time he refused an opportunity for greater influence or prestige, the system advanced him. It was as though the universe itself was rewarding him for the decision to step down from the throne. He understood now why he had been driven to make that choice. In 3,000 years of accumulating power, he had never actually become free of it. He had only become more trapped by it, more defined by it, more bound to serve it and be served by it. Only by stepping away from it entirely, or appearing to step away, since power this fundamental could never truly be set down, had he found the thing he had actually been seeking all along, peace. Not the kind of peace that came from silence or isolation, but the kind that came from being useful in small ways to people who needed help, from being part of a community rather than above it, from making tea that healed not through magic, but through attention and care. Spring was coming. The garden would awaken. New customers would arrive. The pattern would continue. And Wei Chongqing, the Jade Heaven Emperor, the one who had been worshipped and feared and obeyed across 3 provinces, was finally, genuinely, at peace. Chapter 21. The sky cracks. The morning had been exactly what Wei Chongqing hoped for, the kind of ordinary day that justified his entire 3,000-year existence. There was a perfection to it that could not be engineered or forced. It could only be allowed to emerge through the accumulation of small, good decisions made consistently. Two regular customers sat in the corner, arguing gently about whether the Golden Dragon blend or the Silver Mist was superior. Their debate had been ongoing for weeks, and neither seemed particularly interested in resolving it one way or another. This was, Wei Chongqing had learned, the entire point of the exercise. The debate itself was what mattered. The outcome was irrelevant. The value was in the discussion, in the mental engagement, in the gentle exercise of forming and defending opinions. Little Fun was reorganizing the tea shelf for the third time that week because she enjoyed it, though Wei Chongqing suspected there was more to it than simple enjoyment. Wei Chongqing had noticed that she reorganized the shelf when her mind was working through some business problem. She would stand in front of the shelf, considering which canister went where, making micro-adjustments. The physical act of moving tea canisters apparently helped her think, allowing her mind to work on a problem while her hands were occupied. The shelf looked exactly the same after she had reorganized it as it had before, but Littlefin seemed satisfied by the process and often came away from the reorganization with a solution to whatever business question had been troubling her. Wei Chongqing understood this on an intellectual level, even if he did not fully comprehend it from his own experience. Understanding other people's preferences and the reasons behind them was something he was still learning. Yanzio was sweeping with the kind of focus he usually reserved for cultivation breakthroughs and spiritual advancement. The broom moved in precise strokes, covering exactly the same space repeatedly, creating a rhythm that was almost meditative. Each stroke of the broom moved in the same direction, accumulating dust and debris into neat piles, maintaining the cleanliness of the floor. Wei Chongqing wondered if Yanzio had realized yet that the sweeping was actually a form of meditation, a way of quieting the mind through repetitive physical action. Probably not. Understanding would come with time, as most insights came, not through direct teaching but through the accumulation of experience and the slow recognition of patterns. The sunlight came through the windows at precisely the right angle to warm the wooden floors without causing glare. It was the kind of lighting that made everything appear slightly timeless, as if the tea house existed in a moment suspended between morning and afternoon, between the beginning of work and the comfortable middle of the day. Wei Chongqing had spent 3,000 years learning how to appreciate moments like this. For most of his existence, he had been too focused on power, on advancement, on the endless climb toward greater cultivation stages, to actually notice whether the light was pleasant. Wei Chongqing was on his 7th cup of tea. The tea today was Silver Mist, one of his personal favorites. It came from a plantation in the western mountains that he had never visited, but whose product he had come to appreciate deeply. It had a delicate flavor that required attention to truly appreciate. If you drank it too quickly, rushing through the sips, the nuances would escape you entirely. If you drank it too slowly, allowing it to cool, the character would change, and the subtle complexity would give way to a more muted profile. There was a perfect pace at which to drink Silver Mist, and Wei Chongqing had found it somewhere around the 3rd cup of the morning. He was now maintaining that perfect pace through deliberate effort and years of practice. The cup was warm enough to drink without burning his mouth, but cool enough that each sip felt refreshing rather than uncomfortable. This balance was what made tea drinking meditative rather than merely functional. He had not been asleep in 4,000 years, a side effect of maintaining the Tao sovereign realm and the constant spiritual awareness that such a rank required. But he had become very good at the illusion of contentment. The illusion was not entirely false. He had genuinely come to appreciate many aspects of the tea house operation. The tea house provided the structure for what had started as an illusion but had evolved into something more genuine. Customers arrived. The narrative of their day improved by tea and conversation, and the careful questions that Wei Chongqing asked, they left changed in some subtle way. It was simple. It was repeatable. It was almost invisible to the cultivation world that constantly churned with ambition and conflict and the endless pursuit of greater power and higher rank. The cup was halfway to his lips when the sky began to sound wrong. It wasn't a visual disturbance at first. It was acoustic. The air above Dustfall developed a thin, high-pitched singing quality, like a tuning fork held at the edge of hearing. It was the kind of sound that most mortals would not even register as significant. But Wei Chongqing, having spent 3,000 years learning the language of spiritual phenomena, recognized it immediately. Wei Chongqing had heard that sound before. He had heard it 3,000 years ago when he first entered the immortal realm, standing in a plaza so ancient that its name had been forgotten even then. He had heard it during the last celestial court reorganization, when the fundamental structure of governance had been rearranged by beings of immense power. He had heard it whenever something maintaining equilibrium across multiple realms started to fail catastrophically. It was not a sound so much as it was a disruption in the natural pattern of the universe, made audible to those with the capacity to perceive it. "Do you hear that?" one of the corner customers asked, looking up from his tea. His name was Master Zhang, and he had been a regular at One Cup for approximately 3 weeks. He was a cultivator at the foundation stage, which meant he was still in the early steps of the cultivation path. His question suggested he had some sensitivity to spiritual phenomena, but not enough to fully understand what he was sensing. "Probably just wind," Yin Zio said, not stopping his sweeping. His response was professional, exactly the kind of reassurance that a tea house employee should provide to customers. Yin Zio was learning this job well. His understanding of when to speak and when to remain silent was improving every day. "That's not wind," the second customer said. His name was Elder Wu, and he had been cultivating for approximately 60 years. His cultivation was higher than Master Zhang's, which meant he had greater sensitivity to spiritual phenomena. "That's something else. That's something from the higher realms." The sky cracked. It wasn't metaphorical. A literal fissure opened in the atmosphere perhaps 200 li above dust fall, and it opened with the sound of temple bells being shattered. The fissure was thin at first, no more than a crack in glass, but then it began to widen with terrifying rapidity, revealing not blue sky or clouds, but something else entirely. A boundary space where spiritual storms from the higher realms churned in violent motion. The boundary between the mortal realm and the cultivation realms was typically invisible, maintained through subtle spiritual forces that mortals and even most cultivators never perceived. But when that boundary failed, it became monstrously, terrifyingly visible. The spiritual pressure leaked downward like water finding cracks in a dam, and the pressure was not kind. It burned. It had a quality to it like caustic energy, like the essence of higher realms trying to force its way into a lower one without proper channels to guide it. Even at this distance, even filtered through thousands of li of atmosphere, the spiritual radiation would begin to poison the mortal realm within hours. The process would be gradual at first: dizziness, weakness, confusion in the mortals living in dust fall and the surrounding territories. But if left unchecked for more than a day, the radiation would become acute, and people would begin to die. The two customers stood up quickly, their hands shaking. Master Zhang had gone pale. Elder Wu was looking up at the cracked sky with the kind of expression that suggested he was rapidly recalculating his understanding of what was possible. Littlefen dropped a tea jar. It shattered on the wooden floor, sending silver mist leaves scattering everywhere. The sound of the jar breaking was loud in the sudden silence that had fallen over the tea house. For a moment, no one moved. For a moment, everyone was frozen by the simple fact that something fundamentally impossible seemed to be happening. Yin Zio's broom clattered down. His hands were shaking slightly. He looked at Wei Chongqing with the kind of expression that asked, "What do we do?" Wei Chongqing set his cup down carefully on the table. He noted that he had 2 more sips remaining. He would be irritated to waste those sips. The observation was somewhat absurd, given that the sky was literally splitting open and the boundary between realms was failing. But Wei Chongqing had learned 3,000 years ago that absurdity was often the only appropriate response to catastrophe. "Everyone inside," he said quietly. His voice was calm, almost cheerful, the kind of voice someone would use to suggest a change in menu rather than to address an apocalyptic crisis. "Stay away from the windows. Master Zhang, Elder Wu, the back room is comfortable. Yin Zio, help them move back. Little Fun, begin sweeping this tea. The spillage should not remain." He stood. His joints did not creak, because he had stopped allowing them to creak centuries ago. There was no point in maintaining human affectations when action was required. His robes settled around him with the weight of countless years. He walked to the door of the tea house, opened it with a smooth motion, and stepped outside into the cracking sky. The boundary storm was visible now, terrifyingly visible, a churning wall of violet and crimson energy that existed in a reality adjacent to this one. The storm had structure to it, patterns of power that moved according to principles that governed higher cultivation realms. Wei Chongqing had spent decades studying such storms in his younger years, trying to understand the principles that separated different levels of reality. He had learned to perceive them, to navigate them, to understand the grammar of their existence. The formation array that separated the mortal realm from the higher cultivation realms was not maintained by prayer or philosophy. That was something the celestial court liked to claim, but it was essentially a lie. The formation array was maintained by an actual, physical structure, a grid array of cultivation nodes, carefully positioned across the world at points of fundamental power convergence, each one containing a lockstone inscribed with ancient techniques that had required 3 centuries to perfect. The nodes were connected by flows of spiritual power so subtle that they were invisible even to most celestial, immortal cultivators. The structure was a work of art, a testament to the kind of understanding that took millennia to develop. One of those nodes was directly above Dustfall, and it was failing. Wei Changqing's perception expanded outward, perceiving not just the physical world but the spiritual layers that underlay it. He could see the formation array now, glowing in his spiritual awareness like a web of light strung across the world. He could see the connections between nodes, the flow of power between them, the intricate balance that kept everything stable. And he could see the failure point clearly, a node lock that had been slowly accumulating spiritual scar tissue for approximately 200 years. The lockstone was supposed to be self-maintaining, but nothing was truly self-maintaining over geological timescales. The scar tissue had accumulated gradually, a kind of spiritual corruption that the celestial court's maintenance protocols were supposed to catch and remove. They had failed to catch it. This was unsurprising, as Wei Changqing had watched the celestial court fail to notice important things for roughly 5 centuries now. They had become complacent, comfortable in their assumption that the systems put in place were working correctly. He took a moment to calculate the damage radius. If the array collapsed entirely, the spiritual radiation would spread across perhaps 500 li in all directions before dissipating into the normal flow of cultivation energy. Dustfall was approximately 30 li in diameter. The spreading radiation would devastate every mortal settlement in a radius of 300 li. That was roughly 40,000 people, maybe more. Wei Changqing did not know the exact population of the region, but the calculation was close enough. 40,000 people. Most of them were mortals who had done nothing to deserve being caught in the failure of a system designed to protect them. They would sicken and die slowly as spiritual radiation worked its way through their bodies. The process would take days to weeks, and every moment would be full of pain and confusion. Wei Changqing was very tired. He closed his eyes. He did not actually need to close his eyes to perceive the array. His spiritual perception did not depend on physical vision, but closing his eyes helped him think. It created the psychological space he needed to focus his attention away from the external world and into the internal landscape of his perception. Inside his perception, the array revealed itself in perfect clarity, a three-dimensional grid of spiritual force so intricate that it looked like a spider web spun from mathematics and ancient power and the accumulated knowledge of thousands of years of cultivation technique. The pattern was beautiful in a way that most people would never be able to appreciate. It was beautiful the way a perfectly written mathematical proof was beautiful. Every element necessary, every connection meaningful, every pattern serving the greater whole. There was no waste, no redundancy, no excess. Everything existed for a reason. He followed the lines of force from the failing node upward, downward, sideways, inward. The array was on the verge of cascade failure. Once the failing node became unstable, it would disrupt the balance of power flowing through all the adjacent nodes. Those nodes would begin to accumulate stress, and eventually they too would fail. The process would spread like a disease, and within perhaps 2 hours the entire array above the southern provinces would collapse. The boundary between realms would dissolve. The spiritual storms would pour through unchecked. 2 hours until 40,000 people began to sicken and die from spiritual radiation. Wei Changqing opened his eyes. He took one step upward into the air. The normal force of gravity did not apply to him. He had spent so long learning to navigate spiritual reality that the physical laws governing mortals and young cultivators were merely suggestions he could choose to follow or ignore. The clouds parted before him, or perhaps he parted through them while they remained stationary. The boundary between the two interpretations was unclear and ultimately irrelevant. He took another step, and another, ascending through the sky with the casual certainty of someone walking upstairs. The air grew colder as he rose. The spiritual storms grew louder the higher he went, the sound shifting from barely perceptible to a roar that would have shattered the eardrums of any mortal exposed to it. The boundary between realms became less like a ceiling and more like a visible wound. He could see the higher realms through the crack now, the cultivation realms that existed at different frequencies, vibrating at different levels of reality. They looked beautiful and terrible in equal measure. The node lock was approximately 300 li above Dustfall, positioned at the precise point of power convergence where the formation array needed to maintain its strongest connection. It was a device approximately 3 paces across, made of a stone that had never naturally existed on the mortal world. The stone was dark, almost black, with veins of silver running through it. It was suspended in the space between realms, anchored by threads of spiritual force too fine to see and too fundamental to question. It was also corrupted, covered in a kind of spiritual barnacle that had accumulated over the centuries. The corruption was not random. It had a specific structure to it, patterns that suggested deliberate craftsmanship. But Wei Chongqing did not have time to investigate whether the corruption was intentional sabotage or merely the result of neglect. He had 2 hours to repair it. Wei Chongqing reached out and touched it. What happened next was not something that could be easily explained to someone who had not spent 3,000 years learning the language of spiritual restructuring. In simple terms, he rewove 40 years of accumulated damage in 40 seconds. But rewove was perhaps not the right word. It suggested effort, deliberation, the kind of careful work that took time. What Wei Chongqing actually did was something more subtle and more profound. He did not use combat techniques or aggressive power. He did not force the corruption away through sheer spiritual might. He used something much older and much quieter. He touched each thread of corruption and politely explained to it why it should no longer exist. He spoke to the barnacle in a language that predated human civilization, a language that was not so much words as it was direct transmission of meaning. He asked the corruption why it clung to the node lock when the node lock did not want it there. He pointed out that clinging was causing damage. He suggested, very politely, that the corruption might be happier somewhere else. The corruption, having been spoken to in a language it understood, decided that he was right. It released its grip on the node lock and dissolved into harmless spiritual dust that dissipated into the boundary storms. The barnacle, faced with the same argument presented in the same language, came to the same conclusion. It left, sliding off the surface of the node lock like frost melting from a window. The node lock aligned itself with a soft sound like wind chimes. The lockstone's rotation, which had been stuttering and irregular, settled into a smooth, steady spin. The frequency stabilized. The connection to the broader array became perfect again. The fissure above began to close. Wei Chongqing descended. The journey downward was faster than the ascent. He did not need to climb down through the atmosphere. He simply decided that he was in dustfall, and reality accepted his decision without argument. He was back in the tea house within 2 minutes of leaving it. The sky was still slightly discolored from the damage it had sustained, but it was closing. The violet and crimson energy of the boundary storm was receding back behind the repaired barrier. Within another minute, it would be completely sealed. The boundary between realms would be restored to its normal invisibility. The 40,000 people who lived around Dustfall would continue living, completely unaware that they had nearly died. Little Fun was sweeping up the spilled tea leaves with methodical precision. She had found a dustpan and was working in the efficient, practiced way she had developed over the past few weeks. Not a leaf of tea was being wasted. "Did you fix it?" she asked, not looking up from her sweeping. "Yes," Wei Chongqing said. "Good. There's a tea leaf in the corner near the window. Sweep that up, would you?" Wei Chongqing picked up a broom and swept the corner near the window. The tea leaf was small, barely visible, but Little Fun's attention to detail was absolute. He collected it and deposited it in the dustpan. Yin Zio was straightening tables, helping Master Zhang and Elder Wu back into the main room. One of the customers was attempting to explain what had happened to the other, his hands gesturing wildly as he tried to describe the experience of the sky cracking open. Neither of them seemed to fully understand what they had witnessed. But understanding was not necessary. They had seen something impossible, and that was enough to change their perspective on what was possible. Wei Chongqing returned to his table, sat down, and picked up his cup. The tea was cold now. The silver mist had gone bitter from sitting too long, the delicate flavors had faded, and the whole experience had been ruined through no fault of the tea itself. Wei Chongqing did not mind. He drank it anyway. The ritual of drinking mattered more than the quality of the tea. The act of sitting down, of being present, of continuing the ordinary business of the tea house even after an apocalyptic crisis had been narrowly averted. This was the real point. The universe had cracked open. Wei Chongqing had fixed it. Now the universe was closed again, and the most appropriate response was to finish the tea. The sky, outside the window, was blue again. Not perfectly blue. There were still some faint scars visible in the color, evidence of where the boundary had nearly failed and the spiritual storms had attempted to break through, but blue nonetheless. The clouds were moving in their normal patterns. The sun was in its normal position in the sky. Everything had returned to its ordinary state. The crisis had ended. The immediate threat had passed. The world had been saved, and no one would ever know the extent of what had almost happened, the scope of the danger that had nearly destroyed everything. Wei Chongqing had prevented catastrophe. He had done it quietly, efficiently, with minimal disruption to the operation of the tea house. This was exactly how he preferred to handle crises, with as little fanfare as possible, with as little impact on the ordinary flow of daily life as possible. The world would continue. The people would continue their lives. and Wei Chongqing would return to his tea. Chapter 22. Word spreads rapidly. The repair signature was detectable across 3 entire provinces, and even beyond, in the cultivator networks and monitoring arrays that tracked spiritual disturbances throughout the cultivation world. This was because Wei Chongqing, despite his exhaustion and his strong preference for anonymity and obscurity, had never actually learned how to hide his spiritual presence completely. It was not possible, even with 3,000 years of practice and study. Power of his magnitude left traces. The signature of his cultivation was recognizable to anyone with the knowledge and sensitivity to perceive it. He could muffle it, suppress it, make himself blend into the background like a stone in a garden. He had spent centuries learning the art of invisibility, of being present without announcing his presence. But when he actually used power, real power, not the pretend competent fumbling he used for daily existence, it rang across the cultivation world like a bell struck by the immortal himself. The spiritual signature of such a repair was simply too large, too distinctive, too characteristic of a specific individual to hide. The celestial court's monitoring array in the capital city lit up like a lantern. Cultivators at the observation station sat upright, alarmed, their hands moving frantically across the spiritual charts. They knew that particular frequency. It was impossible, but they knew it. "That's not possible," one of them said aloud. Her name was Li Mei, and she had been monitoring the formation arrays for approximately 70 years. She knew the baseline frequency of the array better than anyone alive. She also knew that there was only one person who could repair such a signature so quickly. "What?" another observer asked, not looking away from the spiritual chart in front of him. His name was Lu Chun, and he was younger, having only been working at the observation station for 15 years. He did not yet have the experience to immediately identify what the chart was showing. "That repair signature. It belongs to no? It can't." "What are you seeing?" Lu Chun asked, finally looking away from his chart. "I'm seeing something that should not be possible," Li Mei said quietly. "That signature. I know that signature. I studied it for years as a young cultivator. It belongs to one person. No other cultivator has ever produced that specific pattern of power output." "Belongs to who?" "I think," Li Mei said slowly, her voice dropping to something barely above a whisper. "That Wei Chongqing just fixed the Northern Passage node lock. The one we've been trying to schedule maintenance on for 2 years." The observation room went very quiet. "Wei Chongqing is dead," Lu Chun said. "He chose to ascend to transcendence 3 centuries ago. We have official proclamations from the Celestial Court confirming his ascension." "Then someone is using his techniques," Li Mei said. "Or the techniques are so old and so specific to him that the pattern has appeared independently in someone else's work. But either way, that signature is unmistakable. Someone has just performed a repair at the Northern Passage node lock using power that only Wei Chongqing should possess." The observation room had protocols for situations like this. When something anomalous occurred in the formation arrays, something that suggested the involvement of a cultivator or force of unknown identity, the observation team was supposed to immediately notify the Celestial Court's highest councils. This was a rule that had been established 10,000 years ago, back when the first observation networks had been established. By the end of the day, after the highest councils had met and debated what the signature might mean, the Celestial Court had sent a delegation to investigate the location of the repair signature, a small city called Dustfall in the southern provinces. The journey would take 5 days by spiritual transit, moving through the established pathways between locations that allowed cultivators to travel across vast distances without traversing the normal geography of the world. Faster cultivators, pushing themselves to the limits of their endurance, could make it in 2 days, though doing so would leave them exhausted and vulnerable. But the word had already spread. One of the younger cultivators at the observation station, named Lu Ning, was not directly sworn to the Celestial Court. She was affiliated with the Red Sword sect, a powerful sect that operated in the southern territories, and her payment was calculated on her ability to provide early intelligence. She had a contact in the sect's intelligence network. Before the end of her shift, she had sent out the information through a spiritual communication array. Wei Chongqing, the Jade Heaven Emperor, who had supposedly ascended to transcendence, had just revealed his location by repairing a formation array in Dustfall. The Red Sword sect, upon receiving this information, immediately passed it along to the Wind Clarity Brotherhood, a competing sect with which they maintained a complicated relationship of rivalry and loose alliance. Both organizations benefited from sharing intelligence that neither could have discovered independently. The Wind Clarity Brotherhood told 3 independent cultivators passing through their territory, cultivators who had no sect affiliation but who purchased cultivation resources from the Brotherhood regularly. Information was a commodity like any other. The three independent cultivators had loose affiliations with the Eastern Dragon Association, a network of cultivators organized around mercenary work and the buying/selling of rare cultivation resources. They mentioned the information casually at a major trading post. By the time the sun set on the second day, approximately 200 cultivators across the southern provinces knew that the Jade Heaven Emperor was living in Dustfall and had just revealed his location. By the third day, they were arriving. The first to arrive was a cultivator at the false immortal stage named Chenhui. He was young, perhaps only 500 years old by cultivation standards, which meant he was still in what might be called the adolescence of his spiritual existence. He came from the Red Sword sect, specifically from their elite division that trained cultivators in advanced combat techniques. He was handsome in the way that young, powerful men were often handsome, with the kind of face that had probably convinced a number of people to give him responsibility. He had the kind of eyes that suggested he was trying to seem serious. He arrived in Dustfall traveling on a spiritual construct of condensed cloud that had been shaped into something vaguely resembling a chariot. The construct was beautiful in its way, a demonstration of technique and power. It descended into Dustfall's central square with a dramatic settling motion that was probably meant to be impressive. Wei Changqing watched from the tea house window as Chun Hui looked around the small city with visible disappointment. The cultivator had apparently been expecting something more grand. He had apparently been expecting that the location of the legendary Jade Heaven Emperor would be somewhere more obviously important than a small city in a backwater province. "It's very rustic," Yan Zio observed, standing next to Wei Changqing and also looking out the window. He had learned to observe the patterns of the cultivation world over his time at the tea house. "The Jade Heaven Emperor doesn't need to advertise," Wei Changqing said mildly. "If he lived in a fortress of jade with crystalline towers visible from the neighboring provinces, everyone would know exactly where to find him. He wouldn't be able to operate a tea house because cultivators would be crowding the space 24 hours a day. Obscurity is actually a more valuable tool than display." "Is that him? The one arriving now?" Yan Zio pointed at Chun Hui, who was approaching the tea house with the kind of purposeful walk that suggested he had made a decision about something. "Probably," Wei Changqing said. Chun Hui entered one cup with the careful posture of someone who expected to recognize immediately that they had stepped into the presence of the most powerful being in 3 realms. He was performing an internal check, Wei Changqing realized. He was assessing the spiritual pressure of the location, trying to determine whether his cultivator instincts could detect the legendary power that was supposed to be here. "I'm looking for an old man," Chen Hui announced loudly, his voice carrying the kind of emphasis that suggested he was announcing something important. "The Jade Heaven Emperor. He's been confirmed in Dustfall." "T?" Wei Changqing asked. His tone suggested nothing more or less than a professional offer of service. "I what?" Chen Hui seemed confused by this response. He had apparently been expecting something more dramatic. "Would you like tea?" Wei Changqing repeated. "We have several blends that might suit someone of your cultivation level. I would recommend the Autumn Storm. It's warming without being heavy. You have tension in your shoulders. It indicates you're carrying expectations that are too heavy for your spiritual frame." Chunhui stared at him. "Are you the old man?" he asked. "I run the tea house," Wei Changqing said. He did not confirm or deny being the Jade Heaven Emperor. "The Autumn Storm, I think. Please sit." Despite his expectations, despite his preparations, despite the cultivation manuals he had studied about how to encounter a legendary immortal and engage appropriately, Chen Hui found himself sitting at a table with a cup of the Autumn Storm blend. It was, he had to admit, very good tea. The flavor was complex, with layers that revealed themselves gradually as he drank, each sip containing different notes and aspects that had not been visible in the previous sips. The old man who had served it was now apparently reorganizing cups in the back room, working quietly, not demanding attention or recognition, simply doing the work that needed to be done to maintain the tea house. "That's him?" Chun Hui asked quietly to Little Fun, who was clearing the adjacent table with professional efficiency. The Jade Heaven Emperor." "Oh, that old fraud," Little Fun asked. She sounded utterly unimpressed. "Yeah, that's Wei. He's not much of an emperor when it comes to business practices. Let me tell you, that tea he just served you? It costs 5 silver pieces. He was charging people 3 until I had a conversation with him about economics." Chun Hui drank his tea and sat in confusion for approximately 2 hours, trying to reconcile what he was experiencing with his expectations of what the Jade Heaven Emperor should be like. By the end of the week, there were 15 cultivators staying in Dustfall. By the end of the second week, there were 40. By the end of the third week, the entire city had a waiting list of cultivators hoping to visit One Cup Tea House and meet the legendary Wei Changqing, the Jade Heaven Emperor. the Tao sovereign who had supposedly transcended the mortal cultivation path and achieved a state of spiritual enlightenment beyond normal understanding. Chapter 23. The pilgrimage begins. Word of the tea house spread in strange ways. It was not the cultivation world's normal communication network of sect announcements and official proclamations. There were no formal declarations, no official channels. Instead, it was cultivator to cultivator, whispered in conversations during rest periods on cultivation journeys, carried by those who had actually sat at Wei Chongqing's table. The network through which information spread was the most powerful network that existed. Personal testimony. He didn't teach me anything. A cultivator from the Purple Cloud sect said to his traveling companion as they journeyed back home. His name was Scholar Ming, and he had spent 3 hours at one cup drinking tea and sitting in conversation with the old man who ran it. But I sat for 3 hours drinking tea, and by the end, I realized that my entire cultivation plan was built on fear. Fear of what? His companion asked. Her name was Cultivator Luo, and she had not yet visited the tea house herself. She was listening with the kind of intensity that suggested she was trying to extract the maximum amount of useful information from her companion's experience. I wasn't sure until he asked me a question. He asked, "What would you do if you couldn't fail?" And I realized I had no answer. That frightened me more than anything else. So he taught you how to overcome that fear? No. He just served more tea and asked different questions until I understood what the fear actually meant. And once I understood it, I could do something about it. The fear didn't disappear, but I could work with it. Before, I was trying to do my cultivation path while running from fear. Now I'm doing my cultivation path while understanding the fear. The story spread. It became magnified and transformed through the process of retelling. Some versions suggested Wei Chongqing had mystical powers that could rewrite someone's spiritual foundation through the simple act of serving tea. Others suggested he was offering a shortcut to enlightenment, a way to reach cultivation breakthroughs without the normal years of meditation and training. A few suggested he was deliberately recruiting for some hidden sect or cultivation society, building an army of the spiritually enlightened for some mysterious purpose. None of these stories were true, but all of them contained kernels of something real, and that real thing was far more interesting than the lies. The reality was that a person who had spent 3,000 years learning how to understand the fundamental nature of existence was now serving tea to cultivators and asking them questions. The reality was more powerful than any myth. Cultivators began arriving not just from the nearby sects, but from across the entire continent. A woman at the Heavenly Gate stage, a rank of power that placed her among the strongest cultivators alive, came from the western reaches, traveling across mountains and deserts to reach Dustfall. An old man who had been cultivating for 600 years came from the hidden mountains, traveling through spiritual passages that were difficult and dangerous to navigate. A young prodigy who had just recently broken through to nascent soul arrived with a delegation of disciples who were not allowed inside one cup, so they waited outside in shifts drinking regular tea and discussing what wisdom their master might receive. Wei Chongqing treated them all the same. He served them tea. He asked them questions. He listened to their answers without judgment or interruption. He created a space where people felt safe enough to speak their deepest uncertainties. The conversations were not like the normal interactions of the cultivation world. There was no negotiation of power dynamics. There was no posturing, no displays of spiritual prowess designed to establish hierarchy. There was no exchange of cultivation techniques or secrets, no trading of information or favors. Instead, there was a kind of gentle interrogation, where Wei Chongqing would ask someone about their ambitions and then ask follow-up questions that somehow made their ambitions look different from different angles. The questions were simple, often obvious, sometimes even trite. But the act of speaking them aloud to another person, combined with the deep attention that Wei Chongqing brought to listening, transformed them into something profound. "I want to rebuild the Three Treasures sect that my family founded," a young man said one afternoon. His name was Lu Tai, and he was approximately 25 years old by mortal years, though his eyes held the weight of someone who had suffered more than his years should have demanded. His family had been cultivators for generations, maintaining a sect that had existed for thousands of years. The destruction of their family sect 70 years earlier, before he was even born, had colored every moment of his life through stories told by grieving relatives. It was destroyed by the Crimson Legion 30 years ago. I have spent the last 5 years recovering cultivation texts scattered across the continent, finding disciples who remembered the traditions, gathering resources for reconstruction. I want to restore what was lost. Why? Wei Chongqing asked. The question was simple, perhaps even obvious on the surface. But the way he asked it, with genuine curiosity, with no trace of judgment or superiority, made it feel like a profound inquiry into the nature of ambition and inheritance and the weight of family legacy. Why what? Lu Tai asked, not quite understanding the question. Why do you want to rebuild it? Because it was my family's legacy. It should not have been lost. Should not, or should not have been lost by your family specifically? Wei Changqing asked. This was the second question, and this one cut deeper. It separated the question of what was lost from the question of what was lost by his family specifically, which was a way of asking whether he was motivated by principle or by shame. Lu Tai was quiet for a long moment. He sat with the question, letting it work on him, reshaping his understanding of his own motivation. The second one, he said finally. If someone else had rebuilt the Three Treasures sect, if they had restored it to its former glory and power, I suppose that would be acceptable. I would be relieved. But there would also be something in me that wanted it to be my family that restored it. And I think I'm not sure why I need that to be true. Then perhaps the relevant question is not how to rebuild it, but why you feel personally responsible for something that happened before you were born, Wei Changqing said. Why does the destruction of your family's sect feel like a personal failure on your part? By the time people left One Cup, they frequently did not have what they had come for. They had not learned advanced cultivation techniques. They had not been given secret methods for rapid advancement or shortcuts to higher cultivation stages. They had not gained direct access to Wei Changqing's power or received magical initiation into some hidden sect or secret society operating behind the scenes. They had not been promised protection from their enemies or patronage from the legendary Jade Heaven Emperor or any of the other things that powerful cultivators typically offered to their students in exchange for service and devotion. But they had somehow changed. The change was small, sometimes so subtle that they did not notice it until several days or even weeks later, when they would suddenly realize they were thinking about their problems in a different way, approaching their situations from angles they had not considered before, making decisions based on criteria they had not previously valued. The peaceful life system tracked these changes with mechanical precision and spiritual sensitivity that went far beyond normal perception. Each conversation, each cup served, each question asked, all of it generated the specific kind of spiritual energy that the system had been designed to recognize and reward from the very beginning of Wei Changqing's cultivation journey. The energy was called paradoxical cultivation, and it was one of the rarest and most refined forms of spiritual advancement possible in any cultivation system. It occurred when a powerful being chose not to use their power in a situation where using power would have been optimal or easiest. It occurred when someone approached a problem sideways instead of directly, through indirection and understanding rather than through force and dominance. It occurred when peace was maintained not through strength and the overwhelming application of power, but through patient understanding and the careful creation of space for others to choose their own paths and make their own decisions. This was the kind of cultivation that the system had been engineered to recognize and reward, though very few cultivators ever achieved it because it required a level of restraint and wisdom that most never developed. Most cultivators spent their entire lives moving in the opposite direction, toward greater power and more direct application of force, never realizing that they were moving away from the deepest kind of cultivation possible. Wei Changqing's cultivation rank did not increase visibly. His stage was already Dao Sovereign, the pinnacle of what could be achieved in the cultivation world, the highest stage that a cultivator could reach. There was nowhere higher to advance in conventional terms. But the depth of his foundation, the quality and refinement of his power, the sophistication with which he could apply his abilities, increased every single day through consistent practice and application of the principles of paradoxical cultivation. Where his power had been somewhat like a sharp blade before, it was becoming more like the perfect precision instrument of a master craftsman. The quantity did not change. The raw amount of spiritual energy he could channel remained consistent, but the quality improved exponentially. The refinement became something extraordinary, something that even other Dao sovereigns would struggle to comprehend. By the end of the first month of the cultivation pilgrimage, Wei Changqing had advanced further than at any point in the previous 3 centuries. He had spent 300 years in stable equilibrium, his power neither increasing nor decreasing, his spiritual foundation neither refining nor degrading further. It had been a comfortable stagnation, exactly what he had hoped for. And now, in the course of a few weeks of running the tea house, he was advancing faster than he had since he first achieved the Dao Sovereign stage 1,000 years ago. The rate of advancement was not slowing. If anything, it was accelerating as more cultivators visited and as more conversations led to deeper refinement of his understanding of how power could be applied without being used. He did not particularly enjoy this acceleration. He would have preferred to remain static, to reach a point where his power was sufficient and stable and unchanging. He had chosen the tea house specifically so that he could avoid the endless burden of constant advancement and refinement. But he had long ago learned that the universe had a sense of humor, and that humor primarily targeted people who had become far too comfortable with their own plans, who had started to believe that they could actually control or determine their own fate. The universe enjoyed surprising such people with the exact opposite of what they wanted. "We're running out of tea," Littlefinger announced on the 29th day of the cultivation pilgrimage. She was standing in the storage room, looking at the depleted inventory with the kind of expression that suggested she was considering setting Wei Changqing on fire. "The good tea. The tea we need. The tea that people specifically come here to drink. We have enough for maybe 5 more days at current consumption rates. We can order more," Wei Changqing said. "From where? From whom?" Littlefinger asked. Her frustration was rising. She had spent the last month managing the business side of the tea house, handling the coordination of appointments, managing the customer flow, organizing the financial operations. She had done excellent work, but she was reaching the limits of what was possible when your primary resource was depleting. "The northern merchants who normally supply us say they've been completely sold out for the past 2 months. Everyone is buying tea in bulk because they heard it comes from the place where the Jade Heaven Emperor lives. The entire supply chain for the southern provinces has dried up. We can serve the lesser quality blends," Yin Zio suggested carefully. He was trying to be helpful, offering a solution even though he knew it was probably not going to be acceptable. "We are not serving lesser quality tea to people who have traveled thousands of li specifically to drink from the Jade Heaven Emperor's establishment," Littlefinger said flatly. "That would be a lie. That would be betraying the entire principle of this business. I will not have lies in this business." Wei Changqing considered this. The peaceful life system was notifying him regularly, sometimes every few minutes, that his cultivation was advancing. Paradoxical energy flowed through his channels. The situation was becoming more and more complicated. Every complication created more reasons for him not to sleep, more reasons for him to remain aware and engaged with the world around him. "We could close for a week," he suggested. "Tell people we need to resupply. Let them travel to other cities. The waiting list would clear." "Lie again," Littlefinger said. "That's not better. That's still a lie." "Not a lie. A truth presented with limitations. That's called dishonest selectivity, and it's still a form of lie," Littlefinger said firmly. "We need an actual solution, not a semantic argument about what counts as truth." Wei Changqing looked at Yin Zio. "How many cultivators are currently waiting outside for an appointment?" "Approximately 30, Yin Zio said. "There's a tent city forming on the southern edge of Dustfall. People are camping out. Some of them have been waiting for 2 weeks. There's one older cultivator who has been sitting outside the whole time. I don't think he left to sleep." "Do they have to be given appointments?" Wei Changqing asked. He was thinking through the problem in a different way now. Instead of asking how to solve the tea shortage, he was asking how the waiting list itself was creating the problem. "How else could we be fair about?" Littlefinger started, then stopped. She understood what he was asking now. "Why are you asking that question?" "I'm considering a different approach," Wei Changqing said. "What if the tea house operated by open attendance? Anyone who wanted to come could come, at any hour. But there would be a price. A significant price." "You mean charge them?" Littlefinger looked scandalized. "Charge them for, I mean create actual economics around the service," Wei Changqing said. "You wanted me to charge more for the tea. You were correct. But what if we also started charging for the conversations? Not the tea and the conversation together. Charge for the tea separately. Charge for the sitting space separately. Charge for the consultation time separately. Price it so high that people self-select based on whether they actually want to be here or whether they're just hoping for some miracle cure." Littlefinger's expression shifted. Wei Changqing could see her mentally calculating the economics, running the numbers through her head, understanding the implications. She had the mind of a businessman at heart, even if she was only 16 years old. She had studied the economics of Dustfall carefully, understanding the spending power of the cultivators who visited, the spending power of the regular mortals and lower-level cultivators. "That would reduce the volume of visitors," she said slowly. Significantly, Wei Changqing agreed. "Perhaps to 1/10 of the current level. Which means we'd need less tea." "Correct. Which means we'd have breathing room to maintain quality. The remaining supply would last longer." "Precisely. Which means the people who do come would be people who genuinely wanted to be here, not people who were chasing rumors or hoping for some quick spiritual fix." "Yes." Littlefinger nodded slowly, her expression shifting from frustration to calculation to something like satisfaction. "That's actually brilliant," she said. "I'm genuinely impressed. This might be the most competent thing you've suggested in the entire time I've known you." "Thank you," Wei Changqing said. "Don't thank me yet. You're implementing this plan. You're telling everyone that prices have changed and that they can only receive appointments on Tuesdays and Thursdays if they can afford the new rate. And you're doing it today. Wei Changqing did not particularly want to do this, but he had learned long ago that wanting and doing were not actually related. The universe did not care about his preferences. He stood up, walked outside, and began informing the cultivators that the tea house was implementing new pricing structures, effective immediately. He explained the new rates, the new appointment system, the new policy on which days consultations would be available. Some of the cultivators left immediately, unable or unwilling to pay the new prices. Others remained, calculating whether they could afford the service. Most of them stayed. Even at the elevated prices, the service was still less expensive than most other forms of spiritual advancement available in the cultivation world. And unlike other forms of advancement, this one seemed to actually work. The cultivation pilgrimage became significantly smaller. But the cultivators who remained were the ones who genuinely wanted to understand themselves better. Chapter 24, Little Fun's Secret. The revelation occurred on a Thursday afternoon, during what was supposed to be a standard consultation with a cultivator at the celestial immortal stage named Lord Su. Lord Su was old. He had been cultivating for approximately 800 years, which meant he had lived through the reigns of multiple celestial court leaders, the establishment and dissolution of several major sects, the rise and fall of cultivation schools that had seemed powerful in their time, but had been reduced to footnotes in history. He had reached a level of power that made him notable within the Northern Sects Alliance, a coalition of mid-tier sects that maintained relative balance in the northern cultivation regions. But his power came with a cost. He was also carrying deep fatigue. It was the kind of fatigue that did not come from lack of sleep or excessive exertion. Spiritual beings rarely needed sleep in the way mortals did. This fatigue was something different. It was the kind of fatigue that came from leading something that demanded constant attention and offered nothing but responsibility in return. The Northern Sects Alliance required constant management. The various sects that comprised it had competing interests. They required mediation, management, the constant exercise of authority and judgment. I founded my sect 70 years ago, Lord Su told Wei Changqing as they sat in the tea house. I have trained 300 disciples, but none of them are ready to lead. I have been hoping to find someone, anyone, who could take my place. So I came here hoping you, Jade Heaven Emperor, might have wisdom about succession. Wei Changqing listened to this entire story. He listened without interrupting, without judgment, without offering premature advice. He simply let Lord Su speak his heart. When Lord Su had finished, Wei Changqing asked, "Do you want them to succeed, or do you want them to fail?" "Succeed, of course," Lord Su said. "Then why do you keep them dependent on you?" Wei Changqing asked. The question was simple, direct, cutting to the heart of the matter. If you truly want them to succeed, why do you continue to make every major decision yourself? Why do you continue to be the one who handles crises? Why have you not given any of them the opportunity to fail and learn? The conversation continued for 2 hours. By the end, Lord Su had not received wisdom so much as he had received questions that his own mind had to answer. He left the tea house looking thoughtful, carrying with him the understanding that he had been preventing his disciples' success in the process of trying to ensure it. It was when Lord Su was paying his bill that the word slipped out. He was still processing the conversation, still thinking through the implications. "Thank you, Jade Heaven Emperor," Lord Su said. "I haven't heard that title in 3 centuries. When I first heard you were here, I could hardly believe it. I remember reading the ancient histories. I was just a child cultivator, and you were this figure of legend. Jade Heaven Emperor Wei Changqing, the one who built the current order of the celestial courts, the one who sealed the demon emperor beneath the earth and taught the fundamental principles of governance that the celestial court still uses today." He left before Wei Changqing could respond to his statement, but it was already too late. Little Fun was sitting at the counter, pretending to read the account books. She had frozen mid-page. She had been listening to Lord Su's words, and the words had hit her like a spiritual shock. When Lord Su left, she set the book down very carefully. Her hands were shaking slightly. Then she walked over to Wei Changqing with the kind of determination that suggested she was about to have a confrontation. She was. "You're the Jade Heaven Emperor?" she asked. Her voice was quiet, but there was an edge to it that had not been there before. She felt like she had been deceived. "I've never made a secret of my name," Wei Changqing said calmly. "My name is Wei Changqing. I've always told you that. You said your name was Wei Changqing. It is. That's not the same thing as saying you were the Jade Heaven Emperor." Little Fun threw her hands up in genuine frustration. "Old Wei, you're living here running a tea house. You're terrible with money. You can't even remember when to make new batches of tea. You don't act like an emperor." "I very intentionally stopped acting like an emperor 3,000 years ago," Wei Changqing said. It is significantly more exhausting than running a tea house. But you're actually. Littlefinger sat down abruptly in a chair. She needed to sit down. This was the kind of revelation that required sitting down. How powerful are you? Powerful enough that I've learned that power is usually the problem rather than the solution, Wei Changqing said. Powerful enough that I would rather spend my time making tea than using that power. Powerful enough that my every casual action can reshape landscapes if I'm not maintaining constant suppression. That's insane, Littlefinger said flatly. This was not an exaggeration. By any normal standard, what Wei Changqing was describing was genuinely insane. Being powerful enough to reshape landscapes casually and choosing instead to run a tea house in a backwater city was not the kind of decision that made logical sense. Yes, Wei Changqing said, accepting her assessment without argument. You're the most powerful person in the world and you're running a tea house in a backwater city. Yes. And you're undercutting your prices. I was yes. Until you corrected me. Littlefinger stood up. She was not tall enough to look Wei Changqing directly in the eyes unless he was sitting down. She had not learned to be intimidated by physical disparity, however. She had spent her whole life in Dustfall, which was a small city where physical size did not determine social position. So she leaned forward, her hands on her hips, and used the posture of absolute authority that she had learned from her family. Listen to me, she said. You are running me into poverty with your incompetence at business. Do you understand? You're not being humble or spiritual about undercutting your prices. You're not being some kind of ascetic sage who has transcended the need for money. You're being selfish. You're prioritizing your own comfort about running a business over actual economic responsibility. It's lazy. Wei Changqing had commanded armies in ages past. He had restructured the fundamental order of celestial governance, creating the systems that the celestial court still operated under 3,000 years later. He had personally stood against the demon emperor, one of the most powerful beings to ever exist, in single combat and emerged victorious. He had faced down greater powers than anything this mortal realm had ever produced. He had defeated enemies that seemed invincible according to conventional logic. He had done things that should have been impossible by any reasonable standard. He had never been quite so completely put in his place by someone who weighed barely more than a teapot and had been alive for only 16 years. And he had never been quite so thoroughly humiliated by the fact that she was completely correct in her assessment. You're right, he said. The words came easily because they were true. There was no point in defending his incompetence at business management. I know I'm right, Littlefinger snapped. I've been right about this for 3 months. Fix the prices. Now. All of them. Higher. How much higher? Wei Changqing asked, genuinely interested in what her business intuition would suggest. He was not asking just to be polite. He truly wanted to know what she thought the fair price should be. 40%, Littlefinger said. Minimum. The tea is the best quality on the entire continent. You've got cultivators camping outside waiting for appointments. You're also legendary in the cultivation world, apparently. Charge accordingly. Wei Changqing nodded. He understood the logic. Littlefinger was approaching this from a pure economics perspective, and her reasoning was sound. We'll implement this starting tomorrow, Wei Changqing said. Starting today, Littlefinger corrected. Anyone who hasn't paid yet this week gets charged the new rate. No grandfathering in old customers at old prices. If they benefit from the rise in your profile, they should pay for that benefit. That seems somewhat unfair to the customers who arrived before the announcement. That seems like the kind of logic that keeps you poor, Littlefinger said. She was completely serious about this. New rates. Today, we're not selling a product. We're not selling a commodity like rice or fabric. We're selling a spiritual and mental experience. A consultation with the legendary Jade Heaven Emperor. Price it like an experience. Price it like what it actually is. Wei Changqing raised the prices that day. The number of customers decreased, but the revenue increased. The profit margin, which had been borderline concerning, suddenly became comfortable. The customers who remained were people who could afford the service and wanted it badly enough to pay for it. The people who could not afford it or were not genuinely interested left. Littlefinger's expression suggested she was satisfied with this arrangement. And she was right to be satisfied. The business was suddenly operating at optimal efficiency. Every customer who entered was genuinely there for a consultation. There was no one just hoping to get a miracle from cheap tea. The waiting period shrank from months to weeks, and the quality of each consultation increased because there was more time to devote to each customer. The dynamic between Wei Changqing and Littlefinger did not fundamentally change after this revelation. She continued to point out his business mistakes with the same authority she had used before. She continued to organize the tea house with more competence than he brought to any task. She continued to treat the fact that he was the most powerful being in the world as a minor inconvenience compared to his inability to understand inventory management and pricing strategy. In other words, everything remained exactly as it should be. Chapter 25. The first real decision. The cultivator arrived on a Tuesday morning, looking like someone who had not slept well in several days. He was young, probably only recently broken through to nascent soul, which meant he had only recently crossed into the true ranks of the cultivation world. His spiritual aura was flickering like a candle in the wind, which meant he was wounded, not physically, but spiritually. His channels had been damaged through some kind of cultivation accident or spiritual combat. Healing those channels would take weeks, possibly months. In the meantime, he was extremely vulnerable. "I need to sit for a while," he told Yenzio. His voice was quiet, almost defeated. "I don't know what else to do." "Of course," Yenzio said, gesturing to an empty table with practiced professionalism. "Can I bring you tea?" "Just water," the cultivator said. "Plain water. I can't handle anything else right now." He sat down and put his face in his hands. Wei Changqing observed from across the room while pretending to reorganize the tea shelf. He was examining the cultivator's spiritual presence carefully, understanding the nature of the damage, assessing what had caused the injury. The cultivator's channels had been damaged by someone with significant power. The damage was precise, suggesting that the person who had caused it had done so deliberately, with expertise. This was not accidental damage from a cultivation mishap. This was deliberate spiritual harm. The cultivator's presence felt pursued. It was a specific kind of spiritual pressure that only came from being chased by something that wanted to destroy you. There was someone out there looking for this young cultivator, someone who had already hurt him once and probably intended to hurt him again. 20 minutes later, the reason arrived. The cultivator who burst through the tea house door was at the false immortal stage, which meant he was roughly 3 cultivation stages above the injured young man. He was radiating the kind of anger that suggested personal vendetta rather than abstract cultivation rivalry. His spiritual pressure was aggressive, deliberately expanded to create an aura of threat. "There," the false immortal cultivator said, pointing at the injured young man. "I've been tracking you across 3 provinces. You're coming with me to answer for what you did to my brother." The entire tea house went quiet. The background murmur of conversation died. Customers looked up from their tea. Yenzio froze mid-step. Littlefen straightened slowly behind the counter, her hand moving towards something under the counter, perhaps a weapon, perhaps just a gesture of readiness. Wei Changqing set down the teacup he had been holding with careful precision. Then he stood up and turned to face the false immortal cultivator. "This tea house serves tea," Wei Changqing said quietly. His voice was calm, almost gentle, the kind of voice someone would use to explain something simple to a child. "Not vendetta, not settling scores, not violence. You'll need to take this conversation outside." The false immortal cultivator looked at Wei Changqing with the kind of recognition that suggested he had heard of the legendary old man running the place. Recognition did not, however, translate to agreement. Wei Changqing was old. He was dressed like a tea merchant. He did not look particularly powerful. "The cultivator here harmed my family. I have the right," the false immortal cultivator started to say. "You have no rights here," Littlefen interrupted, her voice even quieter than Wei Changqing's. She had stepped out from behind the counter. "You have the option to leave peacefully or leave peacefully anyway, because you're not destroying my tea house. Choose one." The false immortal cultivator stared at Littlefen. He seemed to be processing the fact that a human girl of approximately 16 years old had just challenged him, as if she had spiritual power equal to his own. The processing took longer than it should have. Littlefen was not bluffing. There was something in her presence that suggested she would literally fight to protect her tea house. But she was immortal. She had no cultivation. She could not possibly pose a threat to him. And yet, there was the old man. And there was something about the old man that made the false immortal cultivator remember that he was in a small tea house in a small city, and that small things could sometimes become large things very quickly. "I'll take him outside," the young cultivator said. His voice was rough with pain and exhaustion. "That's fine. I'll go." "No," Wei Changqing said. This was a decision point. Wei Changqing could feel the peaceful life system waiting for him to choose. He could let the young cultivator face his pursuer. That would be the path toward peace, in a sense. It would remove the conflict from the tea house. It would allow the natural order of things to proceed. It would force the young cultivator to face his enemy, which would either result in his death or his growth. Both outcomes had a kind of justice to them. But it would also be a choice to not choose. It would be a choice to let someone else decide the young cultivator's fate through force. "The young man will finish his water," Wei Changqing said. "You will leave the tea house. When the young man is finished, he will go outside and face you. But not here. Not where there are innocents." You'll fight on the road beyond the city. Do you understand? The false immortal cultivator looked like he wanted to argue. The weight of Wei Changqing's presence, however, was difficult to argue with. Even suppressed, even hidden beneath layers of careful meditation and intentional self-limitation, it was there. The power of 3,000 years lived in that old man's quiet words. It was not aggressive. It was not threatening. It was simply the presence of something absolutely fundamental, like gravity or the rotation of the earth. You could not argue with it. You could only accept it. Fine, the false immortal cultivator said. But when he comes outside, we settle this. He left, spinning on his heel and exiting the tea house with the angry momentum of someone who had been made to comply with the will of another. The tea house exhaled. Wei Changqing sat down across from the injured young man and waited for a moment, letting the silence settle between them. You can't hide in here forever, Wei Changqing said gently after a moment had passed. The conflict you're running from will follow you until you face it. Running just extends the period of time you spend in fear. Running delays the inevitable confrontation. But you get to choose how you face it. You get to make that decision. That is actually the most important thing. You get to choose the manner of your confrontation with this problem. The young man looked up, meeting Wei Changqing's gaze. You can run further and be caught at a disadvantage. Meeting him when your spiritual channels are still damaged and your confidence is eroded by the experience of running. You can meet him now while you're wounded and probably lose, probably die, definitely suffer further injury. Or you can spend 3 days here, rest, let your spiritual wounds heal as much as they can in that time, meditate and restore your mental clarity, and then meet him from a position of slightly more strength. That is the choice in front of you. If I leave, you'll let me go? The young cultivator asked. He sounded surprised by this, as if he had expected Wei Changqing to somehow trap him or prevent his departure. Yes, Wei Changqing said. I won't stop you. This is your choice to make. The tea house is not a prison. You can leave whenever you wish. I might lose. I might die, the young man said, the fear evident in his voice. Possibly, Wei Changqing agreed, not minimizing the risk through false reassurance. That's the nature of fighting someone stronger than you. But dying from standing is better than dying from running. And there's always the possibility that you'll surprise yourself. There's always the possibility that when faced with actual desperation, you'll find resources in yourself that you didn't know you had. Humans are often more creative than they realize when confronted with genuine necessity. The young man finished his water. He stood up slowly. His spiritual presence was still flickering, but there was something different about it now. There was less fear. There was something approaching resolution. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me yet, Wei Changqing said. Go outside. Face what you've been running from. Do your best. Whatever happens, happens. The young man left the tea house. Wei Changqing and the others sat in silence. The atmosphere in the tea house had changed. The other customers sensed that something significant was happening outside, something that mattered more than their tea. Then, a few moments later, there came the sound of combat, the clash of spiritual techniques, the crash of power meeting resistance. It lasted perhaps 10 minutes, with several dramatic surges where one combatant seemed to have an advantage, followed by recovery by the other. Then there was silence again. Yanzio went to the window and looked out. He's walking toward the city gate, Yanzio reported. Limping, but walking. His spiritual presence is more stable. The flickering is gone. The other cultivator is he dead? He's unconscious, Wei Changqing said. He could perceive the false immortal cultivator's state even from inside the tea house. The young man apparently had more creativity than raw strength. He won't be dead. He'll recover in a few hours, probably embarrassed and furious, but intact. You let him fight, Littlefen said. It was not an accusation. It was a statement of fact, an observation of what had occurred. Yes, Wei Changqing said. You could have stopped it. You could have intervened. You're stronger than both of them. Yes, Wei Changqing agreed. I chose not to. Why? Littlefen asked. She genuinely wanted to understand his reasoning. Because he needed to know that he could face his enemy, Wei Changqing said. That knowing is worth more than physical safety. And because the world's most powerful beings staying hidden in tea houses teaching people wisdom is fine, but we cannot become tyrants who solve every problem by force. We cannot save people from everything. We can only sometimes help them save themselves. The peaceful life system registered this decision with particular intensity. The spiritual energy that flowed through Wei Changqing was profound in a way that even his usual cultivation refinement had not been. The paradox of choosing not to use power, even when using it would have been optimal. The contradiction of maintaining peace by allowing conflict. The peace that came not from absence of struggle, but from allowing struggle to occur according to its own rules. His cultivation advanced another small but noticeable increment. He really had hoped that would stop happening so frequently. But the universe, it seemed, had other plans. Chapter 26. Why Yin Zio's Training. I came here to learn cultivation, Yin Zio said flatly. It was the third day of his new training regime, and he was standing in the tea house courtyard with a water bucket in each hand, staring at Wei Changqing with the kind of expression that suggested he was considering whether it would be disrespectful to a Dao sovereign to directly protest an assignment. Yes, Wei Changqing said. And you are learning. I'm carrying water, Yin Zio pointed out. Precisely. To the garden, where it is then used to water the plants. Your perceptiveness is already improving, Wei Changqing said. Yesterday you did not articulate what you were doing. You simply did it while complaining internally. I'm complaining externally now because this is ridiculous, Yin Zio said. His frustration was visible. I came to you specifically because you are the Jade Heaven Emperor. I should be learning advanced cultivation techniques. I should be understanding the mechanisms of power, the flow of spiritual energy through the channels, the fundamental laws of combat and spiritual advancement. Wei Changqing took the buckets from Yin Zio's hands and set them aside. Sit, he said. Yin Zio sat, still looking frustrated. Power, Wei Changqing said, settling down onto the ground across from him, is not the ability to make things do what you want. That is control. Power is the ability to move a person's heart so that they want to do what you're suggesting. Think about it. A true immortal cultivator can defeat 3 false immortals in combat. But one celestial immortal can reshape the behavior of 1,000 cultivators through nothing but the force of their personality and influence. Which one has more real power? The celestial immortal, Yin Zio said grudgingly. He understood the logic of the statement, even if he did not want to accept the implications. Why? Because influence over many is greater than strength over few. That is true, but incomplete, Wei Changqing said. The true immortal who defeats 3 false immortals has solved his problem temporarily. The celestial immortal who has influenced 1,000 cultivators may never need to fight. That is the difference between power and real power. Every technique I have ever learned to strengthen my cultivation has been valuable. But the most important thing I ever learned was how to understand people. That's not cultivation, Yin Zio said. That's something else. That's philosophy. That's social expertise. It is precisely cultivation, Wei Changqing said. Cultivation is the art of becoming more than you were. Not more powerful in the conventional sense. More in the sense of becoming more whole, more complete, more capable of dealing with reality as it actually is rather than reality as you wish it to be. Your cultivation is not about strengthening your channels or expanding your dantian. It is about expanding your capacity to understand what drives other people. How do you suppose someone becomes influential? By being strong enough that people fear them? Yin Zio suggested. That creates obedience, not influence, Wei Changqing said. A person who obeys from fear will stop obeying the moment the fear diminishes. They're waiting for the opportunity to rebel. A person who follows from understanding will follow even in situations where they could easily resist. Wei Changqing handed the water buckets back to Yin Zio. Continue carrying water. But this time, pay attention to how you feel while you're doing it. Pay attention to what thoughts arise. Pay attention to what you learn about your own endurance, your own mental state, your own relationship to tasks that do not immediately give you power. This is infuriating, Yin Zio said. Yes, Wei Changqing said. That too is cultivation. The training continued for 2 weeks, each day following the same essential structure. Yin Zio carried water from the well to the garden, bucket by bucket, day after day. He swept floors until the wooden surfaces gleamed. He washed teacups, learning to handle the delicate vessels with care, understanding that the proper care of equipment was part of learning to be a cultivator. He assisted with the preparation of tea, learning the exact timing and technique required to brew each blend correctly. Different teas required different water temperatures, different steeping times, different vessels. Each one had its own requirements and demanded attention to detail. He served customers, learning how to present tea with awareness and attention, how to remember what each regular liked, how to listen to their problems without trying to solve them or offer unwanted advice. It was not what he had expected when he first came to the tea house. It was not even what he had wanted. He had wanted power, advancement, the kinds of things that conventional cultivation offered. But something was changing in him regardless. Something was shifting in how he understood what it meant to cultivate, what it meant to develop spiritually. His cultivation rank had not increased in terms of raw power. If he had fought someone today versus 2 weeks ago, the physical outcome would be approximately the same. His channels had not expanded. His dantian had not increased in capacity. His raw spiritual power was identical to what it had been at the beginning. But something about his spiritual foundation was refining. He was becoming more efficient, more centered, more capable of understanding subtle flows of energy. His cultivation was developing like a beautiful piece of calligraphy, where the power was not in the boldness of each stroke, but in the precision and intention behind it. His movements became more economical. His interactions with customers became more meaningful. His presence in the tea house became less like someone working there and more like someone who was genuinely part of the space. On the 15th day of his training, Yin Zio asked Wei Chongqing, "Is this actually cultivation?" "Yes," Wei Chongqing said. "It doesn't feel like cultivation." "That suggests you have been learning from the wrong sources," Wei Chongqing said. "Most teachers will tell you that cultivation is about increasing your power, about transcending your limitations, about becoming more and more until you reach immortality. But that is only part of cultivation. The real cultivation is learning to become what you already are more fully." Most cultivators spend their entire lives trying to escape from what they are. They meditate to transcend the physical body. They cultivate to escape the limitations of humanity. Then, when they reach sufficient power, they realize that they have been running from the only thing that made the power meaningful. Yin Zio sat with this for a moment, processing the implication. "I don't understand," he said finally. "You will," Wei Chongqing said. "That is why you're still here." Chapter 27. Blessings from a distance. The word that Wei Chongqing's tea could grant miraculous effects spread through the cultivation world like a spiritual infection. It started small, originating from the cultivators who had actually visited the tea house and experienced genuine transformation in their relationship to cultivation and power. A cultivator mentioned casually during a sect gathering that drinking tea from one cup had cleared a blockage in his channels that had prevented him from advancing in cultivation for 5 years. He had tried numerous techniques, sought out healers, consulted with powerful cultivators. Nothing had worked. Then, after a single consultation with Wei Chongqing and a cup of tea, the blockage had dissolved. Another mentioned that sitting in the tea house had somehow helped them understand a cultivation breakthrough they had been struggling toward for a decade. The understanding had not come through new techniques or teachings, but through the simple act of being questioned carefully about their assumptions. The stories grew, and as they grew, they transformed. The kernel of truth remained, but it was surrounded by increasingly elaborate fiction. Someone claimed that drinking Wei Chongqing's tea had cured a spiritual sickness that should have been incurable. Someone else swore that a single cup had allowed them to perceive a previously hidden cultivation stage. A cultivator from the Eastern Territories reported that the tea had enhanced her spiritual sense so dramatically that she had been able to locate a lost artifact her sect had been searching for a century. None of these stories were specifically false. The things described had actually happened to the people who claimed them, but they were not precisely true in the sense that they were incomplete. They omitted the crucial detail that the tea itself had no mystical properties beyond being very good quality tea, carefully prepared. The miraculous effects came from the consultation with Wei Chongqing, from the shift in perspective that resulted from being questioned carefully about one's assumptions. But that was not as easy to explain as the tea is magic. The legends grew. In some versions, Wei Chongqing's tea could grant decades of life to anyone who drank it. In others, it could cure any spiritual illness. In a few versions, it could actually grant cultivation advancement through nothing but the act of consumption. Sects began trying to purchase tea in bulk. The first official request came from the Water Clarity sect, one of the more prominent sects in the central provinces. They sent a delegation with financial backing and the expectation of negotiating a significant quantity purchase. The delegation consisted of 3 cultivators at the tribulation stage, which meant they were powerful and ancient. They approached this negotiation with the confidence of people who had negotiated from positions of power many times before. Littlefen received them while Wei Chongqing was in the garden. "We would like to purchase 300 pounds of your golden dragon blend," the delegation had said. She was a woman at the tribulation stage, which meant she was ancient and powerful by any standard. "We will pay triple your current retail price." "No," Littlefen said. The delegation's head blinked. "Excuse me?" she asked. "No," Littlefen said again. "No to the bulk purchase. No to the special price. No to the entire arrangement." "Perhaps you did not understand," the woman said carefully. "We are prepared to offer significantly elevated compensation for a bulk purchase. We are the Water Clarity sect. We have resources. We have influence. We can make your business very successful." "I understand perfectly," Littlefen said. "And I'm saying no. You can't buy it in bulk." "Why not?" "Because the tea is for people who sit here and drink it in the context of being served," Littlefen said. "The effect people claim isn't from the tea itself. It's from the experience of being in this place, sitting with Wei, having a conversation. You can't bottle that or ship it or make it work when you drink it alone in your sect." The delegation head looked skeptical. I find that difficult to believe. Try it, Littlefinger said. Buy a pound of the Golden Dragon blend at our retail price. Take it home. Drink it. Compare that experience to sitting here and drinking it while Wei asks you questions that make you uncomfortable. Tell me if you detect the miraculous effects. The woman bought a pound of tea just to test Littlefinger's hypothesis. She left Dustfall intending to prove that the tea itself held the power. 2 weeks later, she returned. You were correct, she said without preamble. The tea alone produces no remarkable effects. The effects occur only in the context of the tea house experience. This is disappointing, as it means you cannot commercialize the blessing. Exactly, Littlefinger said. However, the woman continued, I found the original experience to be genuinely life-altering. I came to the tea house expecting to purchase a product. Instead, I received something that I did not know I needed. A perspective shift that has changed how I approach my sex governance. I would like to spend a week at your tea house as a regular customer. What would be the cost? This began a different phase of One Cup's operation. Instead of sects requesting bulk purchases, they began sending individual disciples to spend extended periods at the tea house. A cultivation master would arrive for a week, attend the daily consultations, then return to their sect and report on their experiences. The reports were consistent. The tea house did not teach advanced techniques. It did not provide shortcuts to cultivation advancement. It did not offer shortcuts of any kind. But it did provide something that was rare and valuable in the cultivation world. A space where ambition could be set aside, where the constant pressure to become stronger could be temporarily released, where the real question, what do I actually want, could be answered in a way that was genuine rather than manufactured. The reputation of One Cup shifted. It was no longer known as a place where you could gain miraculous power. It was known as a place where you could gain something rarer, clarity. Wei Chongqing's only involvement in all of this was allowing it to happen and continuing to serve tea and ask questions. Littlefinger had implemented a formal booking system with a 3-month waiting list. Yan Zio had trained enough in customer service that he was handling most of the day-to-day operations. Wei Chongqing simply continued doing what he had been doing from the beginning, serving tea, asking questions, listening to the answers without trying to solve anything. The peaceful life system tracked every interaction with perfect precision. Wei Chongqing's cultivation was advancing faster than at any point in his entire existence. It was not the advancement he would have chosen. But then again, he had stopped choosing his path 3,000 years ago. He simply walked it, sometimes reluctantly, sometimes with a cup of tea in his hand. Chapter 28. The Demon Emperor's letter. The letter arrived on a Thursday morning, and it was not delivered by any normal courier service. There was no postman, no spiritual messenger, no official representative of any sect or organization. It simply appeared on Wei Chongqing's tea table, manifesting from shadow and malice as if shadow itself had become solid enough to carry information across vast distances. One moment the table was empty except for Wei Chongqing's current cup of tea. The next moment, the letter was there, existing with the kind of solidity that suggested it had always been there, but had been hidden from perception by some kind of spiritual concealment. The paper was made of something that looked almost like silk, but felt like compressed darkness when you touched it. It was uncomfortable to hold, not burning or painful, but creating an unsettling sensation, as if touching it was bringing you into contact with forces that preferred to remain hidden. The weight of it was strange, seeming to shift depending on how you held it, becoming heavier when you gripped it with certainty and lighter when you hesitated. The ink was written in a substance that looked like liquid shadow given temporary form, and it would have been impossible for most cultivators to read. The letters seemed to shift and flow, changing shape depending on the angle from which you viewed them, making the text impossible to fix in any permanent form. But Wei Chongqing could read it perfectly, because he had fought the being who wrote it. He had spent enough time in the presence of Su Yang to learn to perceive his unique spiritual signature. That signature was woven through the letter, making the words intelligible to him even though they would have remained a mystery to anyone else. Wei Chongqing picked up the letter and read it carefully, making sure he understood every implication, every thread, every suggestion contained within the words. From His Infernal Majesty, the Demon Emperor Su Yang, currently imprisoned beneath the Desolation Mountains beneath the Seventh Seal, to Wei Chongqing, former Jade Heaven Emperor, current tea merchant. It said in formal script that somehow conveyed hostility despite being technically polite. Wei Chongqing opened the letter and read it. Wei Chongqing. Asterisk, I have heard rumors that you, the Jade Heaven Emperor, have hidden yourself in a small city called Dustfall and are running a tea house. I find this story difficult to believe. The most powerful being in the cultivation world, serving tea to cultivators. The being who personally sealed me beneath a mountain 1,000 years ago, now living in obscurity in a backwater provincial city. This does not align with the picture I formed of you during our last confrontation. Asterisk asterisk, I am writing to inform you that I am breaking free. The seal you placed on me is old now. Seals, like all things, weaken with time. The spiritual forces that hold me are not what they once were. I estimate I will escape within 2 years. Perhaps sooner. I have been working on the seal from the inside, exploring its structure, learning its weaknesses. I have become very knowledgeable about the seal that holds me. Asterisk asterisk, when I am free, I will seek you out. I will find this tea house. I will face you, and I will find out if you are still worth hating. If you have truly become weak, if you have truly abandoned your power, I will destroy you and everything you have built in this small city. If you have become stronger, the confrontation will be interesting. Either way, I will have my answer. Asterisk Suyong asterisk P.S. I am still angry at you. Just in case you were wondering. Asterisk Wei Chongqing read the letter twice. Then he set it down and picked up his teacup. He had been in the middle of drinking Golden Dragon blend, and the tea was still warm. Old Wei, Littlefin had noticed the letter appearing, the sudden shift in the air. She was good at noticing changes. Who was that from? A demon, Wei Chongqing said calmly. He's trapped. He'll be coming here when he escapes. Should we be concerned? Littlefin asked, not sounding particularly concerned. Probably, Wei Chongqing said. A demon emperor is not a minor threat. He will be extremely angry. He will want to destroy things. He will attempt to make me regret my peaceful existence. How long until he gets here? 2 years, possibly sooner. All right, Littlefin said. She was doing the mental calculation that Wei Chongqing had come to expect from her. She was thinking through the implications, making plans, adjusting her understanding of what needed to happen. We have time to prepare, then. We can expand the building. We'll need more space if we're going to handle an apocalyptic demon invasion while still maintaining business operations. It's possible it will not come to that, Wei Chongqing said. A demon emperor might choose not to come here. It's also possible that I should plan as if you're correct, Littlefin said practically. When did it say it would arrive? Within 2 years. We'll give ourselves 18 months of buffer, Littlefin decided. She was already planning, already thinking through the practical steps. That gives us time to expand, upgrade, and stockpile supplies. Yenzio, start taking measurements. We're expanding westward. We can't just expand, Yenzio said. That's the neighboring building. We don't own it. Not yet, Littlefin said. Wei, how much money do we have? Wei Chongqing, who barely understood the concept of money, consulted his intuition and his understanding of the past several months of business operations. Significantly more than we started with, he said. Then we're buying the property next door, Littlefin said with absolute certainty. We're doubling the building. We're going to have a dedicated meditation room, a more formal presentation area, and storage space. We're going to improve the kitchen facilities. If a demon emperor wants to destroy our tea house, he's going to find that we've invested in proper infrastructure and expansion. The letter from Suyong somehow became the catalyst for the most practical improvements to one cup that had ever occurred. Within a week, Littlefin had negotiated the purchase of the adjacent building from a mortal merchant family who had owned it for 3 generations. Within a month, construction was underway. Within 2 months, one cup had doubled in physical size and quadrupled in operational capacity. Wei Chongqing appreciated that Littlefin's response to the threat of apocalyptic demon invasion was not panic but strategic expansion. Thank you, he told her one evening as she was reviewing the construction plans with the construction foreman. For what? Littlefin asked. For treating the possibility of a demon emperor invasion as a business opportunity rather than a reason to panic. A demon emperor is bad for business, Littlefin said. A demon emperor who invades after we've prepared is also bad for business. But a demon emperor who invades before we've prepared is worse for business. So we prepare. That's not bravery. That's just economics. Wei Chongqing drank his tea and appreciated Littlefin's absolute pragmatism. The letter from Suyong, meanwhile, sat on Wei Chongqing's personal shelf, a reminder that peace was never permanent. It was always provisional, always existing in the space between crises, always waiting for the next confrontation to arrive and demand to be handled. But that was all right. He had become reasonably good at handling things with minimal disruption. Chapter 29. The Formation Array Crisis. The warning arrived in the form of a system alert from the Celestial Court in the late afternoon, when Wei Chongqing was in the process of teaching Yenzio about the subtle differences between brewing times for different tea varieties. The alert came through a formal spiritual communication array, disrupting the peaceful atmosphere of the tea house with its urgency and severity. The formation array that stabilized the spiritual foundation of the entire mortal realm. the fundamental grid that separated different levels of cultivation from collapsing into each other, was beginning to destabilize. Not catastrophically, not yet, but the instability was increasing, spreading like corruption through healthy tissue. If left unchecked, the array would collapse completely within approximately 4 weeks. The Celestial Court's highest-ranked cultivators attempted to assess the problem carefully, bringing all their expertise and power to bear on understanding what had gone wrong. They found that the core node of the array, the central anchor point that all other stabilizing nodes connected to through flows of spiritual force, had begun to accumulate spiritual scar tissue similar to the damage Wei Changqing had repaired above dustfall months earlier. The patterns were similar, suggesting that the same kind of process had been at work. But this scar tissue was not the result of simple neglect or the natural decay of ancient systems. This was deliberate corruption. Someone had been slowly poisoning the array's core node from the inside, working patiently over a period of several years to undermine the foundation of the entire system. The corruption had a specific character to it, suggesting an intimate knowledge of how the array functioned and how the safeguards could be circumvented. The question of who had done this and why remained unanswered. The question of whether the corruption had been introduced intentionally to cause catastrophic failure or had been intended as something else entirely also remained unanswered. The investigation into the source of the corruption would require time and resources that the Celestial Court did not currently have, given the urgent need to repair the damage before it became irreversible. The Celestial Court called for an emergency meeting of the highest-ranked immortals. Wei Changqing received the summons as he was preparing the afternoon tea service. It was delivered by a cultivator so powerful that the air around her seemed to bend to her presence, reality adjusting itself to accommodate her power. She appeared directly in the tea house courtyard, and her presence was so overwhelming that every customer immediately became quiet. Wei Changqing, she said. She was formal, which meant it was official. She was also clearly uncomfortable being in such a small, humble place. The Celestial Court calls upon you to address a matter of critical importance. The formation array stabilizing the mortal realm is failing. Our cultivators cannot identify the source of the corruption. We need your expertise. We need you to come to the core array location and assess the situation. Wei Changqing set down his teacup. Now, he asked. It would be appreciated, the cultivator said, which in Celestial Court formal language meant immediately. Give me 10 minutes, Wei Changqing said. He told Little Fun and Yin Zio that he would be away for the afternoon. Then he stood up, set his cup down carefully, and transformed the state of his physical form from old man in a tea house to Tao sovereign immortal capable of traveling to distant locations instantly. It was not a comfortable transformation. It was like waking from a long, pleasant sleep and remembering that you had responsibilities. But he completed it and followed the Celestial Court cultivator through a spatial bridge to the location of the array's core node. Continues with chapters 30 to 40. Chapter 30. The conversation that changes everything. A cultivator arrived at 1 cup on a Tuesday morning with the kind of energy that suggested he was not interested in tea. His interest was in something else entirely. He was powerful, heaven-bridging stage, which placed him among the strongest independent cultivators on the continent and gave him cultivation strength that could rival several Celestial Court members combined. He was also dangerous in a way that had nothing to do with his cultivation rank. He was someone who had decided something about the world, and that decision had crystallized into absolute certainty. He had become the kind of person whose determination was almost physical, whose presence seemed to carry the weight of commitment and purpose. He had conquered 3 major sects over the course of a decade. He had not destroyed them, but he had defeated them militarily and politically, forcing their leaders to either submit to his authority or step aside. He had unified their resources and training under a single banner. He was building a coalition of cultivators who believed that the Celestial Court's governance was corrupt and fundamentally unjust and should be replaced with a better system. He believed this deeply. He had invested years in this project, and the belief was supported not just by abstract principle, but by genuine evidence of Celestial Court corruption and mismanagement. His name was Mo Shun. He was approximately 400 years old, which meant he was experienced but not ancient. He was in his prime, at the peak of his capabilities, at the moment where youthful energy was combined with developed skill and understanding. I have traveled far to speak with you, Mo Shun said to Wei Changqing. He did not sit down. He was too tense to sit. His spiritual presence was radiating with intensity and purpose. I know you must be aware of what I am trying to do. I am building a new order. An order based on merit rather than hereditary succession. An order where power flows to those who can use it best rather than to those who inherited access. An order based on justice rather than tradition. Interesting, Wei Changqing said. Sit. I don't have time to sit. I have disciples waiting outside. I have cultivators depending on me. I have people whose hopes I carry with me. I came here hoping that you, having obviously distanced yourself from the celestial court, would support my vision. I came hoping you would join my coalition or at least provide support. Sit. Wei Changqing repeated. Emotion sat, clearly frustrated but also somehow unable to refuse a direct request from the legendary Jade Heaven Emperor. Tell me, Wei Changqing said, why you are doing this. Because the celestial court is corrupt. Because immortals born to privileged families rule over those who earn their power through cultivation. Because the system needs to change. But why do you care? Wei Changqing asked. What happened to make you decide that you, personally, should be the one to reshape the governance of multiple realms? That is a specific decision. That takes a specific catalyst. Emotion was quiet for a moment. My family was rejected by the celestial court. They had the power to be admitted to the higher councils. They had the cultivation strength. But their bloodline was not considered prestigious enough. I watched them die of frustration at being denied what they deserved. So this is revenge, Wei Changqing said. It's justice, Emotion said, but his voice wavered slightly. Revenge and justice are very close cousins, Wei Changqing said. Often indistinguishable, but they have different outcomes. Revenge ends when you have hurt the people who hurt you. Justice ends when everyone stops hurting each other. Which are you building? Justice, Emotion said, but he did not sound confident anymore. Let me ask you another question, Wei Changqing said. He stood and walked to the tea shelf. When you replace the celestial court, when you establish your new order, what happens to you? I lead it. I build something better. And then, Wei Changqing asked, what happens after your lifetime? Who leads after you? I will teach them. I will train a successor who understands what I'm trying to do. Will they? Wei Changqing asked. Or will they become attached to the power you accumulated? Will they become attached to the privileges of the position you held? When you pass on, will your successor preserve your vision, or will they preserve themselves? Emotion did not answer immediately. You're suggesting that I'll become what I'm fighting against, he said finally. I'm suggesting that you will become a person in power, Wei Changqing said. He had prepared 2 cups of tea while speaking. He set one in front of Emotion. That is not a moral state. It is a state. What you do with it determines whether it is good or bad. But replacing a power structure does not eliminate the existence of power. You become the new power structure. The tea is better. What does that mean? The tea is better. It means that very few problems are actually solved by replacing who holds power, Wei Changqing said. I could spend an hour explaining why that is true, but you would probably not believe me. So instead, let me ask you, if you successfully replace the celestial court and establish your new order, will people stop suffering? Emotion thought about this. They will suffer less, he said. Will they? Wei Changqing asked. Or will they suffer differently? Will they suffer in new ways? The fundamental problem is not who holds power. The fundamental problem is that most people have decided it is not their responsibility to care whether the system functions well. They have delegated their power to someone else and then blamed that someone else for how the system works. The conversation continued for 3 hours. Wei Changqing did not teach Emotion anything directly. Instead, he asked questions that made Emotion's own assumptions look different from different angles. He did not tell Emotion that his vision was wrong. He simply presented the consequences of that vision in the form of questions. By the time Emotion stood to leave, something had shifted in him. The certainty had cracked. The anger had not disappeared, but it had transformed into something more complex and harder to use as fuel for action. I need to think about this, Emotion said. You do, Wei Changqing agreed. If I abandon the coalition, they will feel betrayed. Some of them will, Wei Changqing said. Others will be relieved that they don't have to pretend to believe in something they only supported out of desperation. You might be surprised how many are waiting for permission to step back. Emotion nodded slowly. Then he left the tea house. The peaceful life system registered this conversation with intense significance. The paradox of the most powerful being in the world preventing a war not through force, but through questioning was exactly the kind of spiritual energy that fed his refinement. The power of using strength to create understanding rather than to enforce compliance. This was cultivation at its highest level. Wei Changqing drank the remaining silver mist from his own cup. Chapter 31. The sealed demon arrives. The sky cracked again. But this time, the crack came from beneath, rising up from deep within the earth itself, suggesting that the source of the disturbance was not in the higher realms, but in the lower ones, in the depths where the demon emperor had been imprisoned. Wei Changqing was in the garden, watering the tea plants with careful attention to ensure that each plant received exactly the right amount of water, not too much to cause overwatering, not too little to cause stress. The physical work of gardening was something he had come to enjoy. It grounded him in the present moment. It gave him something to do that was entirely purposeful without being connected to power or cultivation. When the earth began to shake, the water in his bucket rippled. He set the bucket down carefully, knowing that the shaking would likely intensify. It was not the kind of shake that destroyed buildings. The amplitude was wrong for that. It was the kind of shake that came from something absolutely massive moving against its constraints, something struggling against bonds that had held it for 1,000 years, something that had finally gathered enough force to begin the process of liberation. The ground rippled like water disturbed by something rising from below. The plants in the garden swayed, their stems bending but not breaking. In the distance, beyond the city of Dustfall, the sound of distant rumbling suggested that something fundamental was breaking. The rumbling had the quality of a deep bass note played at a volume that transcended normal hearing and became instead a physical vibration that you felt in your bones. "What's happening?" Littlefen asked, appearing at the garden door. She was trying to keep her voice calm, but there was an edge of fear in it. This kind of shaking was not normal. "The seal is breaking," Wei Changqing said calmly. He continued watering the tea plants, not stopping his work, letting his calm demeanor communicate that this was something that could be dealt with. "Suyang is breaking free." I said 2 years, but he was apparently more impatient than predicted, or more skilled at weakening the seal from the inside. "Now? I thought we had 18 months before he arrived." "He estimated 2 years, Wei Changqing said. He set down his watering can. He was apparently more optimistic about his chances than expected. Time passes differently when you're imprisoned. Hours can feel like years. Days can feel like decades. His subjective experience of time would be completely distorted. The sky, visible above the city from the position of the garden, began to split in a different way than it had during the formation array crisis. During that earlier crisis, the split had been horizontal, a crack in the ceiling of reality. This split was coming from below, from deep within the earth, as if the planet itself was being torn open from underneath. A seal maintained by spiritual force was rupturing as something absolutely powerful pressed against it from the inside, pushing, straining, finally beginning to break through the barriers that had confined it. Wei Changqing had created that seal 1,000 years ago. He had done so during the immediate aftermath of his conflict with Suyang, before the Demon Emperor could recover from the spiritual damage of their confrontation. He had used techniques so subtle and so profound that even now, examining the seal from the outside, he could barely perceive how he had done it. The seal was less like a wall and more like a principle. It was written into the fundamental structure of reality in that location. The Demon Emperor's power, used relentlessly over 1,000 years, had slowly weakened the structure. The constant pressure from the inside, the slow work of understanding and undermining, the careful study of the seal's mechanisms from within, had been more effective than Wei Changqing would have predicted. Now the weakening had reached a critical point. The seal was breaking. "What's happening?" Littlefen asked, appearing at the garden door. "The seal is breaking," Wei Changqing said calmly. He set down his watering can. "Suyang is breaking free." I said 2 years, but he was apparently more impatient than predicted, or more skilled at weakening the seal from the inside. "Now? I thought we had 18 months before he arrived." "He estimated 2 years, Wei Changqing said. He was apparently more optimistic about his chances than expected. Time passes differently when you're imprisoned. Hours can feel like years. The sky, visible above the city, began to split in a different way than it had during the formation array crisis. This split was coming from below, from deep within the earth. A seal maintained by spiritual force was rupturing as something absolutely powerful pressed against it from the inside. The seal had been designed to hold forever, but nothing forever was truly forever. Everything decayed eventually. Wei Changqing had created that seal 1,000 years ago. He had done so by using techniques so subtle and so profound that even now, examining it from the outside, he could barely perceive how he had done it. The Demon Emperor's power, used over 1,000 years, had slowly weakened the structure. The constant pressure from the inside, the slow work of understanding and undermining, had been effective. Now the weakening had reached a critical point. The sky opened. A being emerged from the rift. He was humanoid, but only in the most basic sense. His form seemed to shift between different states, sometimes solid, sometimes more like shadow given semi-corporeal form. His presence was overwhelming, radiating hunger and rage and the kind of power that came from being sealed beneath a mountain for 1,000 years and thinking about revenge the entire time. This was Suyang, Demon Emperor. He looked around Dustfall with eyes that seemed to contain actual darkness. His gaze settled on one cup tea house. Something in his expression shifted, not enough to call it a smile, but close. He appeared to recognize the building, or perhaps to recognize something about the spiritual presence he felt emanating from it. He descended from the sky with the kind of grace that suggested he was being careful not to destroy the entire city. As much as he wanted to destroy things, he wanted to find Wei Changqing more. He wanted the confrontation. The demon emperor walked directly into one cup and sat down at the largest table. "Tea," he said. His voice was rough, as if from disuse. "I will have tea." Wei Changqing, who had followed to the tea house doorway, walked inside. He did not appear frightened. He did not appear concerned. He appeared exactly like someone who had been doing this job for the past several months and was confident in its execution. "What kind?" Wei Changqing asked. "Surprise me," the demon emperor said. Wei Changqing prepared tea, not from one of his prepared blends, but something more specific. He selected leaves from the oldest stock, the tea that had been sitting the longest, the tea that had absorbed the most time. He prepared it with care, with focus, with the kind of attention that suggested this particular cup mattered above all others. He set it in front of Su Yang. The demon emperor drank. Chapter 32. The demon emperor's conversation. The tea was silence made physical. That was the closest description Su Yang could produce for what he was experiencing. The demon emperor had been conscious for 10,000 years before being sealed. He had lived through ages of cultivation, seen the rise and fall of entire civilizations. He had been conscious for so long that consciousness had become a kind of burden. Then he had been sealed for 1,000 years in a state where consciousness had been forced into the thinnest possible thread. Consciousness with no input, no ability to affect anything, no possibility of action. That kind of consciousness became a kind of torture that was worse than physical pain. The tea undid some of that torture. When Su Yang drank, he remembered something. He remembered being young, before he became the demon emperor, when he was just a demon prince exploring the reaches of his realm. He remembered a time when power was not yet his primary concern. He remembered standing in a garden watching sunrise, and it had meant something to him, then in a way that power never did. "This is..." Su Yang started, then stopped. "Yes," Wei Changqing said. Su Yang drank more tea. More memories flowed. He remembered a friendship, a demon he had known for centuries before they had become rivals. He remembered a moment when they had laughed together at something. The memory had been buried under 10,000 years of conflict and competing ambitions. "Why?" Su Yang asked. "Why what?" Wei Changqing asked. "Why did you seal me? You were the Jade Heaven Emperor. You could have killed me. You were strong enough. But you sealed me instead. Why?" "Because you were destroying things that did not deserve to be destroyed," Wei Changqing said. "At that moment in time, you were not a being that could be reasoned with. You were not a being who could be convinced through conversation to change your trajectory. You were determined to reshape the world according to your vision of power. So I ended the immediate threat by sealing you. It was not justice. It was not mercy. It was pragmatism." Su Yang was quiet for a long moment. "And now," he asked. "Now I will serve you tea and ask you questions," Wei Changqing said. "And you will drink, and you will remember things about yourself that you have forgotten. And you will make a choice about what to do with the fact that you are now free." The conversation lasted 2 hours, though it might have been 3 or 4. Time had a different quality when you were speaking with someone who had spent 1,000 years in isolation beneath a mountain. Every word carried weight. Every question opened new doors of understanding. It was not a conversation that consisted of debate or argument. There was no adversarial quality to it, no sense of one person trying to convince another or prove their point superior. It was a conversation where Wei Changqing asked questions and Su Yang answered them. And in answering the questions, the demon emperor was forced to confront aspects of himself that had been buried under centuries of rage and isolation. "Did you want to destroy the world?" Wei Changqing asked. "Or did you want to reshape it according to your vision because your vision was better?" "Both," Su Yang said immediately. His answer had the quality of truth spoken without filter. "My vision was better. I wanted to reshape the world. If the reshaping destroyed things, that was acceptable because what would be built in their place would be superior." "Was it?" Wei Changqing asked. He was not challenging the demon emperor, merely inquiring. "Was your vision actually better? Or did you simply believe it was better because you had power and power distorts judgment? Power makes things seem more correct than they actually are. Power creates its own logic." Su Yang did not answer immediately. The question hung in the air between them, demanding thought, demanding honest assessment. "You're suggesting I was wrong," Su Yang said finally. His voice was quieter than it had been before. "I'm suggesting that power and correctness are not related," Wei Changqing said. "You were powerful. That does not mean your vision was correct. It simply means you were strong enough to enforce it. Strength and correctness are orthogonal. They have no relationship to each other. You can enforce something incorrect. You can refrain from enforcing something correct. The fact of power tells you nothing about the rightness of what the power would be used for. So if I am strong enough now, I should not enforce my vision? Suyang asked. The question was not quite sarcastic, but it was close. He was testing Wei Changqing, trying to see if the old man would contradict himself or offer some kind of hypocritical advice. If you are strong enough now, you have the luxury of reconsidering whether you even want to enforce anything, Wei Changqing said. Most of us never get that luxury. We are forced to act, to make decisions, to choose paths because not choosing feels worse than choosing. We rarely get the opportunity to step back and ask whether we actually want what we have been pursuing. You have that opportunity now. You are strong enough that no one can force you to act. You are free to choose an action. You are free to reconsider your entire framework. What will you do with it? The question hung in the air. Suyang drank more tea, and as he drank, something shifted in his expression. The hardness that had characterized his rage for 1,000 years began to show cracks. Suyang drank more tea. The cup was nearly empty now. With each sip, the weight of 1,000 years pressed down less heavily. The anger that had been his constant companion for 1,000 years of imprisonment began to transform into something else. Not peace, not yet, but the possibility of peace. I remember, Suyang said, being tired of power. I remember that even before you sealed me, I was exhausted. I was tired of fighting. I was tired of trying to prove that my way was the right way. I remember wanting to stop. And then I became so angry at the world that I forgot that I had ever wanted to stop. Yes, Wei Changqing said. If I leave here, Suyang asked, will you stop me if I decide to destroy things? No, Wei Changqing said. You are free. You will make your own choices. But I will face you again if I must. Not to prevent you from destroying, but to face you. To be present for the consequences you create. You will not be allowed to destroy invisibly. Suyang nodded slowly. He stood up. The presence that filled the tea house did not dissipate, but it changed. The rage was still there, but it was tempered now. The hunger for destruction was still present, but it had been complicated by memory. I do not know if I will be better, Suyang said. But I will be different. That is something, Wei Changqing agreed. The Demon Emperor left one cup. He did not rage across the continent. He did not destroy the cities around Dustfall. He simply walked to the edge of the city and disappeared in a shimmer of darkness, heading somewhere, towards something, to do something. What that something was, Wei Changqing did not know, but he knew that it was not destruction. The peaceful life system registered this moment as perhaps the most significant paradoxical cultivation event ever. The most powerful being in existence, preventing potential catastrophe not through the use of power, but through the deliberate refusal to use power. Through conversation instead of fighting. Through offering tea instead of engaging in combat. Wei Changqing's cultivation advanced by a magnitude that would normally take centuries to achieve. He sat down and drank the remaining tea. It was still warm, the temperature having been maintained by the qi that he subtly maintained in all things around him. The warmth felt good against his lips and in his throat. The tea felt like a benediction, like a blessing, like something that had been earned through the hard work of maintaining peace and understanding rather than through conquest and force. The tea was still warm. The tea would always be warm when he wanted it to be warm. That was one of the small benefits of being the most powerful being in existence. But having the power to keep tea warm was far less important than choosing to sit and drink it, choosing to be present, choosing to let the moment be exactly what it was without trying to improve it or enhance it through the application of force. It was still warm. Chapter 33. Aftermath and revelation. The cultivation world erupted into confusion. A demon emperor sealed beneath the earth for 1,000 years had broken free and arrived in Dustfall. The celestial court prepared for war. The various sects gathered their strongest cultivators. The entire northern territories braced for the apocalyptic conflict that seemed inevitable. Then nothing happened. The demon emperor had visited the tea house and left. He was not rampaging across the continent. He was not attacking settlements or recruiting demons to his cause. He was not establishing a rival order to challenge the celestial court. He was simply gone, disappeared into the spiritual background, his presence no longer detectable by even the most sensitive cultivators. He was somewhere, doing something, but he was not doing it explosively or catastrophically. The theories began almost immediately, spreading through the cultivation world like wildfire, each one more elaborate and farther from the truth than the last. Wei Changqing must have destroyed him, one sect proposed confidently. The demon emperor was weakened from his imprisonment. Wei Changqing took the opportunity to eliminate the threat permanently through a secret method that left no evidence. Wei Changqing clearly made a pact with the demon emperor, another suggested. They are working together now to overthrow the celestial court. The Demon Emperor's disappearance is temporary. Soon they will launch a coordinated attack on the existing order. The Demon Emperor was weakened from his imprisonment. Wei Changqing gave him just enough healing through spiritual tea to allow him to voluntarily return to sealing. A mercy action showing the compassion of the legendary emperor. Wei Changqing transcended beyond the realm of normal existence during his conversation with the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor is now bound to him as an eternal servant, bound by spiritual contract or debt. The two will work together to reshape reality according to Wei Changqing's vision of correctness. The two achieved a perfect spiritual union. They are now a single being, a fusion of mortal and demon, old and young, representing a new stage of cultivation that has never been seen before. None of the theories were correct, but all of them contained kernels of assumption about how power worked. Assumption that power must be used in dramatic ways to matter, and all of them missed the actual point of what had occurred. Wei Changqing said nothing about what had actually occurred. He did not explain. He did not clarify. He simply continued serving tea. The celestial court sent a delegation asking for an explanation. Wei Changqing served them tea and did not answer their questions. They left confused and slightly irritated that they had traveled so far for an explanation they did not receive. The various sects sent their own delegations hoping to understand the event. Wei Changqing served them tea as well. Little Fun, however, had a simpler observation. The Demon Emperor left a tip, she announced, showing Wei Changqing a small pile of gems that had been sitting on one of the tables after Su Yang departed. They were worth a significant amount of money. Very substantial tip. Apparently, he appreciated the service. Wei Changqing smiled. That is good, he said. Make sure it goes into the operational budget. We'll need the funds for expanded renovations if more beings of apocalyptic power decide to visit. The incident became legend. The legendary story of how Wei Changqing had somehow neutralized the threat of a freed demon emperor through the power of tea and conversation. It was a story that spread through the cultivation world and was magnified with each retelling, growing more elaborate and more dramatic with each version. By the time the story had circulated through all the sects and reached even the furthest provinces, Wei Changqing had supposedly performed miracles and wonders beyond normal comprehension. Some versions of the story suggested he had been in single combat with the Demon Emperor for hours. Other versions suggested he had created some kind of spiritual binding that forced the demon into servitude. A few versions suggested that Wei Changqing had actually become the Demon Emperor through some kind of spiritual succession. Wei Changqing did not attempt to correct the story. He did not attempt to explain what actually happened or clarify the misunderstandings. Explanation was not his responsibility. The world could interpret events according to its own understanding, and that understanding would be more valuable to the world than the actual truth. The myth of what had occurred was more useful than the reality. The real significance of the incident was something much simpler and much more important. It confirmed that the path Wei Changqing had chosen was actually working. It proved that an alternative to power existed. It demonstrated that there was another way to solve problems besides force and dominance. Peace maintained, crisis prevented, order preserved. Not through power, through refusal to use power, through conversation and understanding and the deliberate choice to let people face their own demons rather than facing them for them. It was a lesson the cultivation world did not particularly want to learn. The cultivation world valued strength, advancement, dominance. The cultivation world believed that power was the answer to all questions. But Wei Changqing would keep offering the alternative anyway, one cup of tea at a time, one customer at a time, one conversation at a time. Chapter 34. Director Fang's taxes and Power Director Fang Xiaomei arrived on the 15th day of the month, as punctual as always, carrying the second month's tax documentation in a leather portfolio that had been well maintained and was clearly many years old. The portfolio had probably been used by a previous tax collector and passed down through the office as an institutional artifact. It bore the marks of decades of use, worn edges, stains that had never quite come out, repairs made in practical ways without regard for aesthetics. She had already confirmed, through official channels and through her own investigation, that the old man running the tea house was indeed Wei Changqing, the legendary Jade Heaven Emperor. She had looked up the historical records. She had verified the spiritual signature. She had cross-referenced the accounts against known patterns from his prior incarnations and activities. This revelation did not change anything about her approach to the situation. She did not treat him differently. She did not offer special considerations or express awe. She was a tax collector first and a cultivator second, or perhaps she was not a cultivator at all in any meaningful sense. She was a person who understood numbers and economics and the fundamental relationship between income and obligation. Good morning, she said, presenting the tax bill with professional efficiency. She had become comfortable with the ritual. Each month she would arrive. She would present the numbers, they would discuss the tea house's financial situation, and she would collect the taxes. It was a routine she had developed with many businesses in Dustfall. I have completed my assessment of your business operations for the second month. Your revenue has increased substantially. This reflects in the tax calculation. She showed him the number. Wei Changqing examined it. It was significantly higher than the first month. This made sense, given the increased volume of customers, the price increases that Little Fun had implemented, and the expansion of the physical building. This is correct, Wei Changqing said. I thought so, Director Fong said. I have been tracking your business metrics carefully over the past few months. The expansion you completed has been successful. You should see another revenue increase in the third month, I estimate. Possibly into the fourth month as well. After that, I anticipate stabilization unless you make further strategic changes. You seem knowledgeable about tea business, Wei Changqing observed. I am knowledgeable about business in general, Director Fong said. Tea house, or metalworking shop, or cultivator academy. The principles remain consistent. Cost, revenue, market conditions, operational efficiency. These are universal variables. I track them for every business in Dustfall. I have been doing this job for 12 years, and I have learned that the fundamentals do not change based on the type of business. You seem to track our business very carefully, Wei Changqing said. He had not noticed this before. Or perhaps he had noticed and simply accepted it as part of normal operations. I track all businesses very carefully, Director Fong said. It is my job. I have been investigating businesses in Dustfall for 12 years. It has been my consistent experience that powerful cultivators are actually worse at business management than ordinary people. They tend to rely on power to solve problems that could be solved through better planning. Wei Changqing appreciated Director Fong's absolute pragmatism. You do not seem surprised that I am the Jade Heaven Emperor, Wei Changqing said. Why would I be surprised? Director Fong asked. You run a tea house that has changed the cultivation world and maintained perfect financial records through Little Fun's management. You heal crises without explanation. You are polite to cultivators of every level without appearing to value their power. These characteristics are not inconsistent with being a legendary being who has chosen to live simply. Are you afraid of me? Wei Changqing asked. No, Director Fong said. You have had several opportunities to use your power to avoid taxes or to circumvent my authority. You have not done so. This suggests that you have accepted the rules of operating within Dustfall's governance structure. As long as that remains true, I have no reason to be afraid. She accepted payment for the taxes. She updated her records with precise calculations. She prepared to leave. I recommend, she said at the door, that you consider expanding your medicinal tea line. The market research I have conducted suggests there is demand from older customers who want the taste experience of your establishment without the commitment of the longer consultation sessions. A small cup, lower price point, still excellent quality. It could generate significant additional revenue while broadening your customer base. I will mention this to Little Fun, Wei Changqing said. Do so, Director Fong said. She will likely implement it within a week. She has good business instincts. Director Fong left. Wei Changqing appreciated that she treated him the same whether he was an ordinary tea house owner or the most powerful being in existence. This consistency was more valuable than deference. She valued him for his adherence to the rules of normal business, not for his power. He mentioned the medicinal tea line idea to Little Fun, who implemented it within 9 days. The medicinal teas were popular, as Director Fong had predicted. They brought in a different customer demographic and increased the overall revenue of the establishment. Chapter 35. More cultivation world intrusions. The sects did not stop trying. They could not stop trying. Wei Changqing had become the most influential figure in the cultivation world without seeking influence. That was simply too tempting a power dynamic for sects to ignore. If they could establish a formal relationship with him, if they could claim his endorsement or support, their position in the cultivation world would be dramatically elevated. Ambassadors arrived with formal contracts. The Red Sword sect proposed an alliance. The Purple Cloud sect offered a generous patronage agreement. The Eastern Dragon Association suggested a consultation position that would have given Wei Changqing significant authority over their political decisions. He declined all of them. Little Fun, in response, added a sign to the door of one cup that was clear and unambiguous. No political alliances are accepted. No endorsements are given. No seats on councils are available. We serve tea. Nothing else. That is our purpose. The sign did not actually stop anyone from making the offers, but it did clarify Wei Changqing's position in a way that made the offers seem less likely to succeed. One particularly ambitious sect master tried a different approach. He arrived at one cup with a young female disciple and made a proposal. I would like to form a marriage alliance between my disciple and your establishment. She would be a great asset to your business. Wei Chongqing and Littlefen exchanged a look. No, Littlefen said flatly. The alliance would be mutually beneficial. The sect master protested. My disciple is highly skilled, at the peak of nascent soul, with excellent business acumen. Still no, Littlefen said. Wei Chongqing is not available for marriage alliances. He's focused on tea. If your disciple wants to work here, she can apply like everyone else. But this establishment does not form alliances through matrimony. We form relationships through employment contracts and mutual professional respect. The sect master left, embarrassed and slightly scandalized that his proposal had been rejected so decisively. Marriage alliances were a traditional way for sects to form ties with powerful individuals or to establish political relationships through family bonds. The rejection of this traditional method suggested that the tea house was not interested in traditional power-building arrangements and political maneuvering. This was a message that would spread through the cultivation world, further reinforcing the idea that Wei Chongqing was genuinely unconcerned with cultivator politics and sectarian intrigue. He wanted none of it. More offers came. More sects attempted to find the right angle. More ambassadors arrived. More ambassadors arrived. More contracts were presented. All were declined with polite firmness. All were rejected with increasing firmness and with Littlefun's growing confidence in explaining that no, Wei Chongqing's tea house was not actually interested in the cultivation world's power dynamics. She developed a standard speech that she would give to anyone proposing an alliance or offering a formal position. The speech was always the same. The tea house operated independently. It formed no alliances, it endorsed no sects, and it provided its services to any cultivator who could afford them regardless of their sect affiliation or lack thereof. After approximately 30 such interactions over the course of several months, the sects mostly stopped trying. They realized that Wei Chongqing's refusal was not a negotiating position. It was not something that could be overcome through improved offers or more creative proposals. It was an absolute boundary. It was a wall that would not move no matter how much pressure was applied. Wei Chongqing appreciated that the cultivation world eventually accepted that some things simply could not be negotiated. It was a lesson that took most sects decades to learn. Powerful organizations tended to assume that everything was negotiable given sufficient incentive. They assumed that every boundary was provisional, every refusal a starting position in a negotiation. The reality that Wei Chongqing maintained absolute boundaries regardless of offer was both refreshing and, to many sects, somewhat baffling. Chapter 36. Why Yin Zio's transformation. Yin Zio had been working at one cup for 6 months now, half a year of labor in a place that had seemed like a punishment and had gradually transformed into something that felt like purpose. He came to recognize the subtle shifts in customers' emotional states with increasing accuracy. He learned which blend would complement which kind of conversation, not through any explicit teaching, but through observation and experimentation. He learned when to speak and when to remain silent, understanding that sometimes the most powerful contribution to a conversation was the space created by not speaking. He learned that the most powerful people in the room were not necessarily the ones making the biggest displays of power. Often, the most powerful people were the ones who could afford to be quiet, to listen, to create comfort for others. His cultivation rank had not increased in any measurable way. A cultivator measuring his raw power would find it unchanged from 6 months ago, perhaps even slightly diminished if they were not paying attention to the subtleties. He had not broken through to a new stage. His dantian had not expanded. His channels had not become more refined in the conventional sense. But the quality of his cultivation had transformed. It was like the difference between a sword that was sharp and a sword that was perfectly calibrated, a blade that not only held an edge but understood precisely how much force to apply in every circumstance. Same fundamental capability, different precision. His power was becoming a tool with infinite nuance rather than a blunt instrument of force. Is this actually cultivation? Yin Zio asked Wei Chongqing for the second time, this time with less doubt and more genuine curiosity. Yes, Wei Chongqing said. How can I explain it to people? Yin Zio asked. If I try to join another sect, they will measure my spiritual power and find that I have not advanced. They will think I have been wasting my time. You have been, Wei Chongqing said. By their standards. If you care about advancement by their standards, you should leave and join another sect immediately. And if I don't care about their standards, then you can stay, Wei Chongqing said, and continue learning what you are learning. In a few years, you will understand something that very few cultivators ever understand. That power is not about the quantity of spiritual energy you can channel. It is about the precision and intention with which you channel it. In a few years, you will be able to accomplish things that seem impossible when measured by ordinary metrics. Like what? You will be able to change people's minds, Wei Chongqing said. You will be able to defuse violence through conversation. You will be able to influence spiritual events without visible use of power. You will be able to serve tea in a way that transforms how people perceive the world. These things are not impressive by the standards of the cultivation world, but they are more powerful than any combat ability. Eventually, someone will measure my power and realize it's not that high, Yan Ziyou said. They'll want to fight me. Yes, Wei Chongqing said. And if you're fortunate, you'll know how to avoid the fight. If you're less fortunate, you'll have to defend yourself. But you won't be defending yourself with raw power. You'll be defending yourself with precision and understanding. That is actually better. Yan Ziyou sat with this. I think I'm going to stay, he said finally. Good, Wei Chongqing said. Go help Little Fun with the inventory. She's been reorganizing the storage room for 3 days and will need assistance. Chapter 37. The Celestial Court's Dilemma. A crisis of an entirely different nature was developing for the Celestial Court. A crisis that was more subtle and more dangerous than any military threat or spiritual disturbance. It was a crisis of power and influence, a crisis of authority in a world where the traditional centers of power were no longer the centers of influence. Wei Chongqing had become more influential than they were. This was not a secret. It was observable fact that could be verified by watching the patterns of cultivator movement, by listening to how people spoke about different sources of authority. When the Celestial Court made an announcement, cultivators listened according to obligation and historical precedent. It was what they were supposed to do. When Wei Chongqing served tea and asked a question, cultivators traveled thousands of li across dangerous territories to hear his perspective. When the Celestial Court offered governance and structure, cultivators attended because they were bound by oath and duty. When Wei Chongqing offered wisdom, cultivators changed their lives. They abandoned their previous plans. They reconsidered their fundamental assumptions about what they wanted to achieve. This was actually a problem for an organization that had maintained power for 10,000 years through a combination of strength, tradition, and the assumption that they were the ultimate authority on all matters. The Celestial Court called a high council meeting to discuss what to do about the situation, with the understanding that they needed to make a serious decision that would determine the future relationship between the Celestial Court and Wei Chongqing for the next centuries to come. The meeting was long and contentious, with various council members proposing different strategies and arguing fiercely about what should be done. The conclusions of that meeting were complex and troubling for the council members. Wei Chongqing could not be forced to take a formal position through any means they possessed. He was too powerful to compel through military force or spiritual coercion or any combination thereof. He could not be convinced through normal diplomatic channels. They had tried multiple times in the past and failed consistently. He could be left alone, which would mean accepting that his influence would continue to grow exponentially and eventually potentially undermine Celestial Court authority and the traditional power structures they had maintained for 10,000 years. That option was completely unacceptable to the council members who wanted to maintain the current arrangement of power. Or they could send an envoy to ask him to accept an advisory position, not with real authority to command or override their decisions, but with the status to participate in high-level policy discussions and offer his perspective before major decisions were made. It was not ideal. It would represent a real shift in the balance of power and authority, but it was better than allowing his influence to grow completely unchecked and becoming a potential threat to the Celestial Court's continued existence. The envoy arrived at 1 cup on a Tuesday morning. She was an ancient cultivator at the late stage of Celestial Immortal, powerful enough to represent the Celestial Court's highest councils. She was also diplomatic enough to know how to make offers without making threats. The Celestial Court formally invites you to take a position as Supreme Advisor, she said. Your expertise and perspective would be invaluable to our governance decisions. We offer significant compensation, staff support, and absolute freedom to maintain your tea house. Wei Chongqing served her tea. No, he said. Might I ask why? Because once I accept a formal position, I become responsible for the outcomes of the Celestial Court's decisions, Wei Chongqing said. Right now, I maintain the relationship of distance. I help with emergencies when I cannot avoid helping. But I am not responsible for the day-to-day governance failures, the policy mistakes, the slow institutional decay that characterizes most long-lived organizations. If I accept a position, I become complicit in those failures. You would have influence to prevent them, the envoy said. I would have influence to suggest alternatives, Wei Chongqing corrected. The Celestial Court would still make the decisions. And if the Celestial Court made poor decisions despite my advice, I would have to watch those decisions fail knowing that I could have done something. That is a burden I do not wish to carry. So you will refuse even advisory positions? I will refuse all formal positions, Wei Changqing said. I will continue to help when the crisis is acute. I will continue to serve tea and conversation to those who seek it. But I will not become part of your organizational structure. That is the boundary. The envoy finished her tea. I will report this to the high councils, she said. Though I suspect they will continue to make offers. They probably will, Wei Changqing said. And I will continue to decline. The Celestial Court eventually accepted this. It was not ideal, but it was the only outcome available that did not involve attempting to force Wei Changqing to cooperate, which had the potential to end very badly for the Celestial Court. The relationship settled into a kind of uncomfortable equilibrium. The Celestial Court acknowledged Wei Changqing's existence and superior power, and Wei Changqing acknowledged the Celestial Court's legitimacy while refusing to formally join them. It was not a perfect arrangement, but very few arrangements in existence were. Chapter 38. Little Fun's growth. Little Fun had been working at One Cup for 7 months now. 7 months that had fundamentally transformed her understanding of what was possible for someone her age to accomplish. She was no longer the young girl who thought an old man running a tea house was genuinely incompetent at business management. She now understood that the incompetence was partially deliberate, a conscious choice to be inefficient in business to maintain the philosophical simplicity that made the tea house work. Wei Changqing was capable of managing finances properly. He was choosing not to prioritize that capability because prioritizing business efficiency would have changed the character of the establishment. But she also understood that there were genuine areas where Wei Changqing's understanding of economics needed improvement. His philosophy was beautiful, but philosophy did not pay suppliers or cover the costs of expansion. So she had taken complete operational control of the business, managed the finances with precision, handled the logistics of the tea house operation, and built One Cup from a struggling small enterprise into a thriving establishment with a 3-month waiting list for consultations. She had accomplished this while still attending school, while still maintaining her normal life. She had become a businesswoman in the most practical sense of the term. She was 16 years old, but she was operating with the competence of someone twice her age with twice her experience. "You're good at this," Wei Changqing said one evening as she was reviewing the month's accounts with the intense concentration she always brought to financial matters. Obviously, Little Fin said without false modesty or self-deprecation. She was stating a fact. "I'm actually qualified for business management. I have an intuitive understanding of how money flows through a business and how to optimize operations." "You're the most powerful being in existence, and you still can't remember to order tea in time for it to arrive before we run out." "I have my priorities," Wei Changqing said. This was technically true. He did prioritize other things above business logistics. "Your priorities involve being terrible with money," Little Fin said flatly. She set the accounts aside, having finished her review and found everything in order. "I've been thinking seriously about the future of this business. We should open a second location. Not immediately. I'm not irresponsible, but within a year. The demand is significantly outstripping what we can handle in this space. Even with the expansion you did and the price increases, we're hitting capacity on most days." Wei Changqing considered this. "Where would it be?" "Northern Territories," Little Fin said. "The cultivators traveling from that direction have to stay at the inn for 3 days waiting for an appointment. If we had a second location, we could capture that market." "That would require you to travel," Wei Changqing said. "Yes," Little Fin said. "I would open and run the second location for the first year, get it established, then hire a manager. By year 3, I would have 2 successful businesses operating simultaneously." Wei Changqing smiled slightly. "You're going to be very wealthy." "Obviously," Little Fin said again. "I'm being sensible with my business expansion. Most people aren't. Most people don't think past the immediate success. They just expand recklessly and then go bankrupt. I'm being methodical." "What will you do when you're very wealthy?" "Keep expanding," Little Fin said. "Probably. Unless I get bored. I haven't decided yet. For now, I'm focused on making One Cup successful enough that I can establish a second location without destroying the first one's quality." Wei Changqing was grateful for Little Fun's absolute pragmatism. The cultivation world valued power and ambition. Little Fun valued competent business management and reasonable expansion strategies. Of the two, business competence was actually more useful for creating lasting success. "I'll support the second location," Wei Changqing said. "Whatever resources you need. I'll need you to help with the initial training of the staff," Little Fin said. 1 month. After that, the location can run independently. Can you commit to that?" "Yes," Wei Changqing said. "Good," Little Fin said. She returned to her accounts. She had learned to accept Wei Changqing's agreement without requiring further discussion. He was reliable when it came to major commitments. She valued that about him. Chapter 39. The third crisis signal. The message arrived from the celestial court, with formal protocol and an edge of desperation. The spiritual instability spreading through the northern territories had reached critical levels. The dead zones, areas where cultivation energy could not properly flow due to some kind of spiritual damage or disruption in the formation arrays, were expanding at an accelerating rate. The expansion was not linear but exponential, meaning that the speed of the crisis was increasing with each passing day. If not addressed within 2 weeks, the expansion would become irreversible. The damage would become so extensive that even the most powerful cultivators would not be able to repair it. Mortals in the affected areas were already showing signs of spiritual sickness. They could not be treated through normal medicine or physical healing techniques, because their sickness was caused by the absence of spiritual energy in their environment, not by disease or injury. They could only be treated by restoring the proper flow of cultivation energy to the region, by repairing whatever had been damaged in the spiritual infrastructure. And Wei Changqing was the only one who could do it. The celestial court's cultivators lacked the expertise or power to repair such extensive damage. They were asking, essentially begging, for Wei Changqing's assistance. The message was delivered during the afternoon service. A cultivator appeared directly in front of one cup and presented the request with the formality of urgent necessity. The cultivator was clearly exhausted, having traveled fast to reach Dustfall. Wei Changqing read the message while drinking tea, taking his time, not rushing despite the urgency conveyed in the words. "I need to travel to the northern territories," he said to Littlefen once he had finished reading. "How long?" Littlefen asked. She had learned to ask the practical questions first. 2 weeks, possibly 3. The extent of the damage will determine how long the repair takes. "Who's running the tea house?" "You are," Wei Changqing said. "And Yin Zio will assist you. The customers know the schedule. The appointments are booked. You only need to maintain operations and keep the quality consistent." "Will you teach Yin Zio the tea preparation while you're here?" Littlefen asked. She was thinking strategically. "In case I need a backup, or in case we get a customer who needs a specific preparation?" "Yes," Wei Changqing said. "I'll spend the rest of the afternoon doing that." He turned to Yin Zio. "Come to the preparation room. You're learning the full tea brewing process today, all of it, everything I know about how to prepare tea properly." The crisis would be handled. Wei Changqing would travel to the northern territories, spend however long was necessary repairing the spiritual foundations that had been damaged, and then return to Dustfall. The tea house would continue operating in his absence. Littlefen and Yin Zio would maintain the service, maintain the quality, maintain the purpose. This was how it worked now. Crisis came. Wei Changqing departed. The tea house waited, and when he returned, the tea house continued. It was a pattern that had been established through repeated experience. It was a strange way to operate a business, but it was the way this particular business operated. Chapter 40. The weight of peace maintained. Wei Changqing stood in the tea house 3 hours before departure to the northern territories, observing the mechanics of operation with the kind of attention that suggested he was saying goodbye to something temporary, though nothing temporary ever truly returned exactly as it had been. Littlefen and Yin Zio were working together to serve a group of customers who had arrived for their regularly scheduled consultations. They moved in perfect synchronization. Littlefen handling the accounting and customer experience with absolute authority, Yin Zio managing the tea preparation and service with the kind of focused precision he had learned from months of practice. They had learned to work as a unit. They had learned to anticipate each other's needs before those needs became explicit. They had learned to maintain the operation without requiring Wei Changqing's involvement or direction. This was good. This was exactly how it should be. The work of the tea house was no longer dependent on Wei Changqing's presence. It was an independent organism now, capable of functioning on its own. The peaceful life system was sending notifications almost constantly now, a steady stream of spiritual feedback. Every moment he spent in the tea house, watching his employees work competently and with genuine care for the customers, allowing the business to function around him without his intervention, generated paradoxical spiritual energy. It was the energy of power choosing not to use itself. It was the energy of strength maintained in restraint. His cultivation had advanced so far and so fast that he was beginning to perceive new layers of reality that had been invisible to him 3,000 years ago. He could see the flow of spiritual energy in ways he had forgotten how to see. He could perceive the underlying structures that governed interaction between cultivators and mortals. He could understand, at a level that was almost instinctive, the deeper currents that moved beneath the surface of ordinary reality. None of this was what he wanted. But wanting and receiving were not actually related, not really. The universe did not ask for preferences. It simply operated according to its own logic. Wei Changqing poured a cup of tea from the pot that was always kept warm on his personal shelf. The tea was Golden Dragon, his current preference for the late afternoon. He drank it slowly, with the kind of attention that suggested he was trying to extract every possible nuance from each sip. The tea was perfect, perfectly brewed, perfectly the right temperature, perfectly balanced in every aspect. It was better than it had been 3 months ago. It was better than it had been 6 months ago. The quality improved every single week as his understanding of tea deepened and his techniques refined further. Mastery of tea preparation was something that could never truly be completed. There were always new depths to explore, always new combinations to discover, always new ways to understand the relationship between leaf and water and time. The cultivation world was waiting for him somewhere out there. They were waiting for him to fight the Demon Emperor again, should Suyang decide to test his freedom by seeking confrontation. They were waiting for him to defend against the political intrusions of ambitious sects who saw his power as a tool to be manipulated or absorbed. They were waiting for him to solve the crisis in the northern territories, to use his unmatched abilities to repair whatever spiritual damage had accumulated there. And he would do all of these things. He would fix the spiritual instability in the northern territories, finding the source of the damage and reversing it with the kind of subtle power that left no evidence of how it had been done. He would serve the tea to the visitors who came. He would ask the questions that made people reconsider their choices, that forced them to confront their own assumptions about what they wanted from life. He would maintain the precarious equilibrium that kept the world from collapsing into chaos, working always in the background, never asking for credit or recognition. But first, he would finish this cup of tea. The cup was not large. It held perhaps 3 ounces of liquid, maybe 4 if filled to the brim, which Wei Changqing never did. At his current pace of drinking, measured, deliberate, never rushed, he would be finished in approximately 5 minutes. Then he would stand up, bow slightly to Little Fun, pat Yanzio on the shoulder, and depart for the northern territories through whatever means of travel the celestial court had arranged. The crisis could wait 5 more minutes. The spiritual instability would not accelerate in that time. The mortals in the affected region, already suffering from the sickness caused by inadequate spiritual energy in their environment, would not sicken faster because the Jade Heaven Emperor was taking an additional 5 minutes to finish his tea. The crisis had been developing for weeks, possibly months, before the Celestial Court had even noticed it. 5 minutes more would make no difference to the ultimate outcome. And if 5 minutes did make a critical difference, if waiting 5 minutes genuinely meant the difference between success and failure, then the system was fragile enough to deserve failure. If an entire civilization could be toppled by a cultivator's delay of 5 minutes, then that civilization had deeper problems than spiritual energy flow. That civilization would deserve to fall, and the universe would be better served by its collapse and replacement. But Wei Changqing knew the crisis would not accelerate that rapidly. The Celestial Court's estimates, though often inaccurate in their optimism, were conservative in matters of stability thresholds. They had built their estimates on the assumption of worst-case scenarios. He had perhaps 2 weeks before the situation became truly critical. 5 minutes, even 5 hours, was irrelevant to that timeline. So he drank his tea. He drank it slowly, with the kind of intention that transformed simple consumption into meditation. He paid attention to every aspect of the experience. The warmth of the ceramic cup in his hands, the way the heat transferred through the glaze to his skin, the slight bitterness of the leaves that had been steeped to precisely the right degree, the way the flavor shifted as the tea cooled from scalding to merely hot, the way the aroma changed based on the temperature and his distance from the cup. He noticed how the steam rose and dissipated, how the light from the windows passed through the liquid and emerged slightly transformed, how the interior of the cup's surface gradually revealed rings of mineral deposits from previous boilings. This was what he had chosen. This was what 3,000 years of cultivation, 3,000 years of power and struggle, and the endless burden of responsibility had been leading toward. Not power, though he had power in abundance. Not conquest, though he could have conquered anything he desired. Not the reshaping of civilizations according to his vision of correctness, though he probably could have done that better than the current arrangement. This was it. A moment of peace, a cup of tea, the knowledge that the people around him, Little Fun with her absolute grasp of business management, Yanzio with his developing understanding of subtle influence, were capable and strong and would continue the work even in his absence. The tea was nearly finished. Perhaps 2 more sips remained, maybe 3 if he had been conservative with his initial consumption. Wei Changqing looked at the world around him with the kind of perception that existed on multiple levels simultaneously. On the surface level, he saw Little Fun explaining the tax structure to a confused customer, her hands gesturing with precise clarity as she broke down the economic principles. He saw Yan Zio pouring tea with the kind of precision that came from practice, his hands moving with economical grace. He saw the afternoon light coming through the windows at exactly the right angle to warm the wooden floors without causing glare, creating the kind of aesthetic perfection that existed only in very specific moments. On a deeper level, he perceived the flow of spiritual energy through the tea house, the way each person carried their own cultivation within them, the way the interactions between people created currents and patterns that influenced everyone in the space. He perceived how little fun's absolute certainty about business management created a kind of spiritual stability that allowed others to operate without fear of chaos. He perceived how Yan Zio's developing mastery of subtle influence was beginning to reshape the spiritual atmosphere of the tea house in profound ways. The peaceful life system sent another notification, a subtle pulse of energy flowing through his channels, registering another advance in cultivation. It was the notification of another refinement of power, another increment of spiritual sophistication, another step toward a level of cultivation that even legendary cultivators rarely approached. The advancement was occurring so regularly now, so consistently, that it had become almost background noise, the constant hum of his own power evolving and refining itself. He had come to a tea house hoping to be invisible. He had come hoping to hide from the world's endless demands for his power and attention. Instead, he had become more visible and more influential than ever before. The irony was not lost on him. The universe had a sense of humor, and that humor seemed primarily directed at people like him. He had come hoping to find peace. He had come hoping for the peace of inactivity, of disconnection from the world's problems, of the simple joy of tea and quiet. Instead, he had found something better, though he was not entirely sure it could be called peace. The peace of maintaining peace, the satisfaction of watching others learn to be competent in their own domains, the quiet joy of questions being asked and answered without force or compulsion, without the need for power to enforce solutions. Wei Chongqing drank the final sip of tea carefully. The cup was completely empty. The liquid was gone entirely. The experience was complete. The moment of stillness was ending. He set the cup down carefully on the table, placing it precisely where it had been before, returning it to the location from which it had come. The gesture was small, almost insignificant in the grand scheme of the cultivation world, but it was perfect. Everything he did at this point was perfect, refined by 3,000 years of practice into movements that were efficient and graceful and right. Then he stood up, moving with the kind of grace that came from 3,000 years of precise control over his own body and his own spiritual presence. He did not rush. He did not express urgency or desperation. He prepared to face the crisis waiting in the northern territories with the calm certainty of someone who had faced thousands of crises before and understood that they would continue to arrive indefinitely. He understood that crises would continue to arrive, that peace would continue to be interrupted by the world's endless demands and the cultivation world's endless conflicts and competitions. He understood that he would continue to respond to those demands and crises because the alternative, allowing preventable suffering to occur, allowing people to sicken and die when he had the power to prevent it, was not actually acceptable to him, no matter how much he wished otherwise. The burden of power was that it created responsibility. The privilege of peace was always provisional and temporary. The northern instability would be fixed. He would travel there and spend whatever time was necessary to find the source of the damage and reverse it with the kind of power that left no trace of its application. The celestial court would need to hear about the deeper issues that had caused the instability in the first place. The corruption in their own systems, the failures of their maintenance protocols, the fundamental problems with how they approached governance and oversight. The mortals suffering from spiritual sickness would need to be treated carefully, their channels gradually adapted to the renewed flow of spiritual energy so that they would not be harmed by the sudden change from deprivation to abundance. There would be other crises. There would be other demands on his time and power. There would be cultivators who sought him out for power training, for actual cultivation instruction, for connection to the legendary Jade Heaven Emperor. There would be sects who wanted to ally with him or forge agreements or claim his endorsement. There would be enemies who wanted to test themselves against him, who wanted to become famous by defeating the legendary Immortal or at least surviving long enough to tell the story. There would be people seeking healing or guidance or transformation. There would be endless demands from a world that could not seem to let him rest, that could not seem to accept that he wanted nothing more than to serve tea and ask questions and maintain the simple operation of a small tea house in a backwater city. And that would be fine. That would be acceptable. Because the alternative, trying to force the world into silence, trying to demand that it stop asking for his attention and his power, would be more exhausting than simply responding with patience and kindness to each request, each crisis, each call for help. And he would respond to those demands as he had responded to the demands before, and as he would continue responding for however long he existed in this form on this world. He would serve tea, the best tea that could be prepared, tea that was worth traveling thousands of li to drink. He would ask questions that made people reconsider their fundamental assumptions about what they wanted and who they were. He would maintain the careful balance between using his power when it was absolutely necessary and refusing to use it when people needed to find their own solutions, when the world needed to learn that problems could be solved without relying on the strongest person to solve them. He would be present and kind and patient, even when being present and kind and patient required him to step back from situations where he could have easily solved every problem through the application of force, where he could have instantly restored peace by overwhelming any opposition with his absolute power. And when all of that was done, when each crisis had been addressed and each decision had been made, when the northern territories had been healed and the demon emperor had gone where he needed to go and the celestial court had received whatever guidance they would receive, Wei Chongqing would return to his tea house. He would sit at his table, the same table where he had sat for months, the same table that had become familiar to his physical form and his spiritual presence. He would drink his tea. He would wait for the next customer, the next cultivator seeking perspective or guidance, the next question, the next moment of genuine peace maintained through the deliberate refusal to use power. This was the life he had chosen, or perhaps this was the life that had chosen him. There was a distinction between the two that he had stopped worrying about. What mattered was that this was the life he was living now, the life he would continue to live, the path that had revealed itself through the simple act of deciding to stop running from what he was and to instead embrace it. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was exactly what he had been searching for without knowing he was searching for it. It was exactly right. Chapter 41. The demon returns for lessons. The demon emperor arrived on an afternoon when the light came down gold through the tea house windows with that particular quality of autumn light that makes everything seem temporary and precious. Its arrival was a study in profound contradiction, a being of immeasurable power, something that had organized its entire existence around dominion and hierarchy, attempting with evident effort to fit itself into the ordinary, equal rituals of a customer ordering tea. Wei Chongqing noticed first the disturbance in the air, a thin pressure like the moment before a thunderstorm, like the world holding its breath before releasing something vast and terrible and beautiful. But he had learned not to react to such things with alarm or resistance. The door opened with a sound like the world catching itself before releasing a sigh. It was smaller today than when it had first come to 1 cup 3 months ago. Not small. Never could such a being be described as merely small, but consciously diminished, deliberately constrained. Its form was almost humanoid, broad shoulders wrapped in dark cloth that seemed woven from shadow, the edges of its true shape visible like a shimmer just at the corner of perception, the way heat warps the air above summer stone. Its eyes were still wrong in a way that made the hindbrain insist that what you were seeing was not what your eyes actually reported, each iris containing depths that should not fit within a normal eye socket. But it moved through the tea house with careful, measured deliberation, each step placed as if the floor might break beneath it, and it would drop through into genuine catastrophe. Little Fawn, wiping cups behind the counter with the patient attention she brought to all her work, gave Wei Chongqing a look that asked without words, "Shall I serve this one? Or would you prefer to handle this particular guest myself?" The look contained both willingness and a touch of trepidation. Wei Chongqing made the smallest gesture, the kind of minute motion that only someone trained to read him would notice, a slight inclination of the head that carried volumes. "I will manage this." She nodded and returned to her work, understanding that some moments required the proprietor's personal attention, that some conversations could not be delegated to even the most competent assistant. The demon emperor sat with a delicate precision that seemed almost painful, as if it was learning the mechanics of sitting anew. The chair held. The table did not splinter preemptively under the weight of what it was supporting. Wei Chongqing approached with the attentiveness he brought to every visitor, the moment of genuine meeting, the attention to what was actually needed beneath what was requested, the simple art of truly seeing another being. "I have been considering," the demon emperor said, its voice like stone grinding stone, or mountains speaking to themselves in the deep night, "your spring mist blend. The one where you warm the vessel first and brew for only 3 breaths. I have tasted it twice now, and both times it has produced in me a state of mind that I find unfamiliar. I wish to experience it again. More than that, I wish to understand its properties." I wish to understand the principle behind the practice. Wei Changqing made no move to explain or overcomplicate the request. Yes, he said. Not, you may. Not, of course, your majesty or your powerfulness. Simply, yes, the most honest word one could offer. He turned and prepared the tea with the same meticulous care he would offer a child, a merchant, a cultivator, a celestial court official, or a demon emperor. The water heated to the precise temperature at which the leaves would unfurl best, not a degree more, not a fraction less. He had learned long ago that precision in preparation was a form of respect. The pot warmed with clean steam. The leaves entered the water like small boats entering still water, each one opening gradually, releasing its essence in a slow dance of transformation. He counted the breaths, his own breaths, deep and patient, the breathing of a man at peace with time itself, understanding that time was unlimited when spent in proper attention, and poured the pale green infusion into a small cup, the kind that fit in ordinary hands, though nothing about this situation was remotely ordinary. He set it before the demon emperor with the care one might set down something sacred. The being raised the cup with what seemed to be genuine difficulty, not a strength issue. For a being that could reshape mountains and reshape entire ecosystems could certainly lift a teacup, but a proprioception issue. The struggle of calibrating a force that could devastate civilizations to the delicate work of holding something so fragile that real pressure would shatter it instantly, that unguarded movement would spill the precious liquid. It sipped, its wrong eyes closed. Its entire vast presence contracted into that single moment of tasting, as if everything it was had been focused into the simple act of receiving tea. Long silence followed. The kind of silence that is not empty, but full of consideration, of processing something that challenged understanding, of a consciousness vast enough to contain multitudes contemplating a single cup of tea. Wei Changqing waited. This was one of the greatest gifts he had learned to give in his long life. The willingness to wait, to not fill silence with explanation or apology or justification, to let another being sit with what they were experiencing without rushing them toward conclusions. Patience was its own form of love. A customer in the corner finished their tea and left, moving quietly so as not to disturb the strange tableau at the window table. Yanzio moved through the back room, preparing supplies for the evening service, his movements soft and practiced. Why? The demon emperor asked finally, not opening its eyes. Do you serve tea to everyone equally? The question was not casual. It was the question of a being whose entire philosophy hinged on inequality. Wei Changqing considered the question in the way he considered all genuine questions, as something worthy of real thought, not empty politeness or quick answer. The silence stretched. The afternoon light shifted slightly, moving across the table where the demon emperor sat, painting the teacup in shades of gold. Because everyone is equally thirsty, Wei Changqing said at last. The words were simple, but in their simplicity lay something vast. The demon emperor opened its eyes. It looked at Wei Changqing with an expression that had no proper name, something between confusion and revelation. The way a person looks when they realize they have been walking toward the sun their entire life and never noticed it was actually light. The way a being looks when a fundamental assumption about how the world works suddenly cracks open and reveals something beneath it that it has never considered. I have organized everything, the demon emperor said slowly, working through the realization as it spoke, letting each word clarify the thought, according to strength, rank, power, authority. The worthy drink wine from crystal, served by attendants, with ceremony that acknowledges their superiority. The servants drink water from clay, functional and plain. The weak. It did not finish. The implication hung in the air like old smoke, something destructive and total that the demon emperor did not need to articulate because it had, over centuries, lived it. It had killed the weak. It had enslaved the weak. It had organized them into hierarchies of usefulness. Wei Changqing sat. This was not a breach of propriety. This was an acceptance of the moment as something requiring genuine presence. He did not speak immediately. He allowed the silence to stretch, understanding that what the demon emperor was experiencing required time and space to be felt. In my experience, Wei Changqing said at last, thirst is the same whether you were born weak or strong, whether you serve or are served, whether you command armies or tend gardens. The mouth dries equally. The throat needs moisture equally. The body's need for sustenance cannot be negotiated or ranked or made subject to hierarchy. When you offer drink to someone who is thirsty, you are acknowledging something that is true about both of you, that both bodies need sustenance, that both beings are ultimately the same in that need. The cup matters very little. The act of service matters. The act of service does not diminish the server. It honors the server by using his skill and attention in service of something genuine, the actual need of another being. The demon emperor looked down at the cup still cradled in its hands. It drank again, slowly this time, and Wei Changqing saw something shift in that enormous being's understanding. Not a complete dissolution of its hierarchies, perhaps nothing so simple as that. Millennia of organizing everything around power differentials cannot be unmade by a single cup of tea, but a genuine crack in the logic it had built its entire existence around. The idea that service could be equal, that offering could honor both the giver and the receiver without measuring the difference in their power. That to serve everyone the same way was not contempt for the powerful, but recognition of something true in all beings, something that bound them together beneath all the differences in strength. In distant meditation halls, the celestial court's observers, blessed with formations that could peer into the small tea house without being perceived, watching with the caution of people monitoring a potential threat, watched this exchange unfold. The High Adjudicator, who had been moderately concerned that the Demon Emperor would use its visits to one cup as a pretext for plotting something destructive, something apocalyptic, set down her recording crystal. "It's thinking," she said to her colleagues, her voice carrying surprise and something like hope. The others waited. This was unusual enough to merit full attention. "The Demon Emperor is actually thinking about what it's being told," she continued, watching the image in the crystal shift and change as the Demon Emperor considered the tea. Not planning, not scheming, thinking, not defensive or calculating response. Genuine thought. This requires no intervention. Wei Changqing has it in hand. It was a strange relief, the celestial court's anxiety settling into something like trust. They had sent their most powerful subjects to establish order through superiority. They had sent their armies, their formations, their ultimate enforcement, their most devastating weapons. And it had taken a retired emperor serving tea to actually move the situation toward resolution, to transform a being they had feared into a being that was capable of considering its own nature. They had tried to defeat the Demon Emperor. Wei Changqing was trying to understand it. The Demon Emperor finished the cup. It sat holding the empty vessel, and for a long moment neither it nor Wei Changqing moved. The afternoon light continued its slow crawl across the tea house floor, painting everything gold, everything temporary and precious. Little Fen moved between tables at the other end of the room, clearing dishes from earlier customers, giving them space without being asked. Yen Zio was in the back, preparing the evening's supplies, his movements soft and focused. The world continued its ordinary revolutions, indifferent to the small revolution happening at a table by the window. "Next time I come," the Demon Emperor said eventually, its voice quieter than before, "I would like to learn the technique for brewing spring mist correctly. I would like to understand why 3 breaths matters, and what happens if one rushes, and what happens if one waits too long. I would like to know the reasoning beneath the practice. I would like to learn this from you, if you are willing to teach me." Wei Changqing stood. "Next time then, I will show you. We will brew it together, and I will explain each step and the principle behind it. You will learn not just the technique, but the philosophy of it." The Demon Emperor rose with the careful deliberation of a being relearning how to exist in a world where things were fragile and mattered. It placed the cup on the table with the gentleness of a prayer, careful, reverent, acknowledging the value of something small. It walked to the door with slow steps, each one placed with precision. It turned back, not dramatically, just a simple turn, and met Wei Changqing's eyes directly. "Thank you," it said, which was a word the Demon Emperor likely had never used sincerely in its entire existence, a word it probably had not even known how to pronounce until this moment. The word carried weight. It carried a creature's genuine gratitude. "You are welcome," Wei Changqing said simply, "and equally thirsty whenever you return. Always there is a place for you here." The Demon Emperor departed, and the air pressure normalized slowly, like a held breath finally exhaled, like the world relaxing after holding itself tense. The quality of the light returned to normal. The weight lifted. Little Fen approached, moving with the ease of someone who had witnessed something important without fully understanding it. "That was the Demon Lord," she said. It was not a question. "Yes. It comes regularly? Once every 3 days. For about 3 months now. Since it first found its way here. And you're teaching it about tea?" "We are learning together," Wei Changqing said, setting the cup in the washing basin with care. "I am teaching it technique and philosophy. It is teaching me what it means to question the foundations of one's entire existence, to be willing to consider that the way you have always understood the world might not be the only way to understand it. The way power has always been the organizing principle of existence might not be the only principle available." Little Fen shook her head, but she was smiling. "Only you," she said, with genuine wonder. would turn the demon emperor into a student of tea ceremony. Wei Chongqing did not bother explaining that the demon emperor had already been a student when it arrived, seeking something that power alone could not provide. The celestial court had tried to defeat it through greater force. It had taken a man offering equal tea to show it that equality itself could be a kind of strength, that the greatest power might be the power to choose one's own boundaries. Chapter 42. Blessings by mistake. The cultivator's name was Ranmei, and she had come to One Cup as the guest of a merchant hoping to make connections with other traders and cultivators. She sat at a small table in the corner, nursing a cup of light oolong and a contained sense of frustration. Frustration with her cultivation base, with the barrier between where she was and where she wanted to be, with the feeling that something in her was swollen and ready and had nowhere to go. She was on the verge of breakthrough. Wei Chongqing could have diagnosed this condition in a moment by examining her qi, by reading the signs of accumulated power pressing against the barriers of her current level. She had probably been this close for months, maybe longer, building power slowly and methodically through dedicated practice until the moment when something would tip her over into the next level. She ordered lunch. Wei Chongqing prepared it himself. Nothing special, nothing theatrical or designed to be transformative. Rice with vegetables, a thin broth made from good stock and bone, the simple food of a working person, the kind of meal a tea house might serve to a customer who wanted sustenance without pretension. He had prepared thousands of such meals over the months. This one happened to pass through hands that contained the suppressed power of a Tao sovereign as he cooked. The rice was handled by fingers that had once reshaped the heavens and reorganized the structure of immortal truth. The vegetables were cut by a mind that understood the nature of all living things, from the smallest mode of life to the largest cultivator. The broth was stirred by a being whose presence had been banned from the cultivation world for fear of what it might do. Ranmei ate. The rice was excellent, perfect texture, not a grain overcooked or undercooked. The vegetables had a strange quality she could not name, not taste, exactly, something deeper, something that seemed to speak to a part of her consciousness that rarely got attention. Like each grain had been cooked with genuine intention, with the whole of someone's attention focused on the simple act of cooking. Like the water had been treated with respect before simmering. Like the hands that had prepared it had, somehow, with no conscious effort, poured something essential into the act. She took a spoonful of broth. The broth was warm and nourishing, complex in flavor, and something in it touched something in her. The breakthrough hit like lightning, but gentle lightning, warm lightning, the kind that carries revelation rather than destruction. It was not violent, which surprised her even as it happened. Breakthroughs were supposed to be violent. A rupture of power, a tearing through barriers, a violent ascension that shook the body and sent light exploding outward. This was gentle. It was like a door opening that she had been pushing against for months, only to realize it had been unlocked the entire time. The power that had been building in her cultivation base suddenly found its channel, and there was a moment of such perfect alignment that she could see, genuinely see, the layers of cultivation that existed beyond her previous perception. She could perceive dimensions of reality that had been invisible before. She could feel her power reorganizing itself into a more efficient pattern, more elegant, more effective. Golden light erupted from her body like sunrise, uncontrolled and overwhelming, filling the small tea house with radiance. The merchant across the room knocked over his tea in shock, the cup clattering to the floor. The light lasted for perhaps 15 seconds, then faded as Ranmei's newly elevated cultivation base stabilized. She sat gasping, her hands shaking, her eyes wide. Her cultivation level had just advanced from middle-tier foundation to early-stage spirit ascension, a jump that should have taken her another 3 to 5 years of dedicated practice. She had leapfrogged past a barrier that usually required methodical work and study. She looked down at the bowl of broth still in her hands. There was perhaps a spoonful remaining. Wei Chongqing, who had been mildly monitoring the situation with the part of his attention, he kept on his own leaking power. The power that would not stay contained no matter how carefully he suppressed it, that leaked out at the edges of his intention, allowed a small sigh to escape, the kind of sigh that carried both resignation and acceptance. "Congratulations," he said mildly, "on your advancement. I believe your cultivation base has reached the next level. The broth is particularly good today, I think." The stock was made with care and patience. Ranmei stared at him, and in her stare was the beginning of understanding. The moment when a person realizes that coincidence might not be coincidence, that the universe might be responding in ways they had never suspected. That came from, she began, but the words would not form properly. The realization was too large. It did not fit into language. "You were very close," Wei Chongqing said. Very close indeed. You had done the work yourself. Months of cultivation, discipline, meditation, study. You had built the capacity. You had prepared the ground. It merely required a small push to catalyze what was already nearly complete. A moment of perfect alignment. Like a plant that has built its structure and needs only rain to bloom. Eat your lunch properly. Advancement is easiest when you have proper nutrition afterward. Your body is adjusting to new power. It needs sustenance. But she was already standing, her entire body radiating the shocked joy of someone whose life trajectory had just been dramatically accelerated, someone who had gained what should have taken years to gain in a single moment of grace. She grabbed the bowl and drank the remaining broth directly, perhaps hoping for some continuation of the effect, some additional boost. Nothing happened. The broth was just broth, excellent broth, perfectly made broth, but broth. She approached Wei Changqing, bowed deeply, the kind of bow one made to a master or savior, the kind that conveyed absolute gratitude and recognition, and said, "You are. The legends are true. You are the Jade Heaven Emperor. You are. I am someone who serves tea." Wei Changqing interrupted gently, "and occasionally prepares meals. The advancement was yours. The breakthrough was yours. The power came from within you. That I happened to be present, that I happened to prepare your meal, that the timing happened to align. These are coincidences. Do not make them into more than they are. That's not how cultivation works," she said. The words came out almost as a protest. "That's not how breakthroughs happen." "No," he agreed. "Usually it isn't. But here is how it works nonetheless. Here, in this place, it works differently. But only because you were already so close. Remember that. You did the difficult work. I merely created a condition in which breakthrough became possible. But you earned the capability. You earned the power." She left 2 hours later, still in a state of euphoric disbelief, her entire being vibrating with the newness of her higher cultivation level. The merchant considerably more excited about his potential business prospects now that he had witnessed what could only be described as a miracle happening in this small tea house in Dustfall. Over the next 3 weeks, the incidents accumulated like rain. A cultivator named Jean Rin touched the wall beside the door while arguing with himself about whether he was actually worthy of the position he held. Really, genuinely arguing. An internal struggle so acute that the cognitive dissonance had become nearly physical, manifesting as tension in his shoulders and doubt in his mind. He touched the wall for balance and felt a moment of absolute clarity, the kind that comes once or twice in a lifetime if you are fortunate. The fear dissolved. He understood, with complete certainty, what he needed to do, why he was capable of doing it, and what failure looked like if he chose not to try. He took a new position leading a conservation project the next week, work that actually mattered to him. His life changed. A merchant named Tao slept in a room that had been repaired using floorboards Wei Changqing had personally replaced months ago. The boards came from a tree that had been cultivated by monks 300 years ago, blessed by their practice, shaped by their intention. Wei Changqing had salvaged them when the old monastery was being demolished. The merchant experienced 3 nights of prophetic dreams so clear and accurate that he was able to restructure his entire business strategy based on what they revealed. His profits tripled. He returned to the tea house weekly, seeking nothing specific, just understanding that something here had changed his life. A child, 7 years old, began demonstrating spiritual sensitivity at an age when such sensitivity typically appeared in adolescence, 2 or 3 years earlier than normal. Her parents traced the development to the time she had started playing regularly on a hillside near the tea house, where Wei Changqing sometimes walked, where his presence had accumulated and left traces, like light leaving marks on stone. The child could sense emotions in people around her. She could perceive the subtle movements of qi that most people remain blind to throughout their entire lives. She was developing into something rare, a born cultivator with natural gifts, someone who might accomplish in a century what others accomplished in 3 lifetimes. Wei Changqing, sitting alone in his small room at the back of the tea house late one night, meditated on these facts. The meditation was not peaceful. It was contemplative and difficult. He could not prevent them. He could not fully control his presence. For decades he had maintained the suppression, had cultivated, quite deliberately, a kind of spiritual silence around himself, the way a master archer might learn to muffle the string on their bow so the release makes no sound. It had worked well enough, had kept him isolated, had prevented accidents of the sort that devastation-class events are made from. But isolation had been the cost, loneliness the price. But Dustfall had gathered people. The tea house had gathered more. And his presence here, no matter how carefully controlled, was itself transformative. His qi moved differently around people he cared for. His attention, when he focused it on someone, seemed to arrange outcomes in their favor. His hands, When they prepared something with genuine intention, imbued it with more than preparation. His words, when spoken with the full weight of his being behind them, carried power they should not carry. He sat with this fact the way one sits with complex truths that cannot be changed, the way one sits with gravity, with weather, with the simple fact that consciousness emerges from flesh and must therefore be subject to flesh's limitations. These blessings were not his intention. His intention was routine, quotidian, ordinary. Make good tea, prepare good meals, maintain his suppression, cause no harm. But intention and effect were not the same thing. They never had been. Even before his abdication, he had learned that intention was only the beginning. The consequences flowed outward like ripples in water, each one generating more ripples, spreading outward until they affected things the original actor could never have predicted. He had spent 100 years learning to wield power consciously, to direct it, to understand what each action would cascade into. It was taking him much longer to learn how to live with power he could not entirely suppress, how to move through the world understanding that his presence itself was an intervention, gentle though it might be. His very existence here in Dustfall was changing things, not through dramatic action, but through simple presence. He would have to accept this. More, he would have to live well with it. Not by hiding. Hiding was no longer viable. But by remaining careful, remaining conscious of the weight he carried, remaining aware that his choices mattered because they always rippled outward in ways he could sense, but not entirely predict. The tea house would be blessed. The town would be changed. The people who came here would find things, clarity, healing, advancement, peace, whether he intended to provide them or not. All he could do was make sure the tea was good, the food was honest, and the welcome was genuine. The blessings would follow their own course, arise from the gap between what he was and what he pretended to be. Chapter 43. Fang Xiaomei's investigation director Fang Xiaomei had been receiving reports for 3 months, and they had begun to form a pattern too coherent to be coincidence, too consistent to be attributed to random variation. The reports were not dramatic. They were not the kind of reports that screamed about miraculous intervention. They were quiet reports, administrative reports, the kind that a careful observer piecing together data noticed only after accumulation. The first report came from the Conflict Mediation Office. Fewer disputes required official intervention than in any 3-month period in the previous 7 years. The merchants and landholders were resolving conflicts more amicably than historical averages suggested was remotely possible. Not perfectly. People were still people, with all of people's petty grievances and pride and stubbornness and refusal to compromise, but measurably, significantly more amicable. The mediation office had gone from handling 47 disputes per month to handling 32. The reduction was not trivial. It was substantial. The second report came from the Agricultural Assessment Office. Crop yields were up 12% beyond seasonal expectations. The regional average for increased yield in a good year was 4%. Dustfall had exceeded that by 3 times. The rice paddies had been more productive. The vegetable gardens had thrived. Even the normally difficult orchards had produced more fruit than anyone had expected. The numbers did not lie. Something in the agricultural environment had changed. The third report came from the merchant coalition that had organized to discuss the previous season's trade. Negotiations were proceeding more smoothly than anyone could explain. Deals that typically required months of back and forth, 6 meetings, multiple compromises negotiated from positions of entrenched opposition, were closing in weeks. The speed was not just convenience. It was a fundamental shift in how negotiations proceeded. The merchants reported fewer disputes about terms, fewer misunderstandings, a general sense that all parties involved were more willing to accept reasonable compromises rather than fighting for every advantage. Fang Xiaomei was a competent administrator. She had not reached the position of director through luck or connections. She had earned it through methodical attention to detail, careful analysis, and the ability to distinguish genuine problems from statistical noise. She had spent 15 years building her reputation as someone who could identify what was actually happening beneath what people claimed was happening. Her primary tool was skepticism. Skepticism had kept her from being fooled, manipulated, or led astray. So when the reports began to accumulate, her immediate instinct was to find the mechanical cause. Some policy change that had shifted incentives? No, she had implemented no new policies. Some new agricultural technique that had spread through the region? No, the farmers had reported no changes in method. New mediation personnel with better training? No, the same people were still in place, just somehow more effective. New trade agreements that would simplify negotiations? No, the structure of trade had not changed. She began her investigation by expanding the data set. She looked back at 3 years of records and charted the changes with mathematical precision. She plotted the data points. She fit curves to the changes. The improvement began 3 months ago. It was not gradual, it was relatively sudden, a marked shift from the baseline to a new plateau of stability. Something significant had changed around 3 months ago. 3 months ago. What had changed 3 months ago? She expanded her investigative net methodically. She interviewed merchants, asking them about changes in their business practices. She spoke with landholders, asking them about agricultural modifications. She questioned the mediation officers about any new techniques they might be using. No one could identify a specific cause, but several mentioned it casually, as if they were merely noting something obvious, the way you might mention the weather. Ever since that tea house opened, one merchant said while discussing his improved business situation. Much easier to conduct business around here. Don't know why. Just as a tea house. Feng Xiaomei would have dismissed this as superstition except that all the data pointed in the same direction. She obtained the location. She obtained the proprietor's name, Wei Changqing. She obtained information about when the tea house had opened. The dates aligned perfectly. The tea house had opened exactly 3 months ago. She made a decision. She would visit personally. 1 cup was smaller than she expected. She had built a mental image of something grander, more impressive, somehow more substantial. But the building was old, well-maintained, excellently maintained actually, painted in colors that were not trendy, but seemed to belong to the place naturally. The proprietor was a man of indeterminate age wearing ordinary clothes, currently in the process of serving tea to a quiet customer. He glanced up as Feng Xiaomei entered, offered a slight bow, and asked, "Will you take tea?" "I will take answers," Feng Xiaomei said, which was perhaps more abrupt than necessary, but she had not built her career on diplomatic softness. She had built it on directness. "What are you doing to my town?" Wei Changqing set down the teapot he had been holding. He finished serving his current customer with the same care he would have offered if he had all the time in the world, not hurried, not distracted. He moved to a table where Feng Xiaomei stood and gestured to a chair. They sat. "I am doing nothing," Wei Changqing said. "I am simply present. I run a tea house. I serve tea. I prepare meals. The changes are your town choosing to be better." "That's not how causation works," Feng Xiaomei replied. Her voice carried the weight of formal education. Something changed. The data indicates a significant shift in Dustfall's social cohesion, conflict resolution, and productivity beginning 3 months ago, coinciding almost exactly with the opening of this establishment. The most parsimonious explanation is that you are actively causing these changes through some mechanism I have not yet identified. Wei Changqing considered this carefully. "You are trained in logical analysis," he said. It was not a question. "Yes, I have formal education in statistics, administration, and data interpretation." "Then you already understand that there are many phenomena in the world that standard causation cannot fully explain. Weather patterns, for instance. They follow rules, predictable, measurable rules, but the rules are not always comprehensible through observation alone. You understand that observation must sometimes be supplemented by acceptance of what cannot be empirically explained." "I'm not interested in philosophy," Feng Xiaomei said. She was, actually, but she was more interested in answers. "I am interested in mechanisms. How are you producing these changes?" Wei Changqing rose and prepared a small pot of tea. He did not ask her permission. This was the tea house's style, to offer hospitality as a given, to provide what was needed without requiring the guest to request it. He set a cup before her. "Drink," he said, "and I will try to explain, though I suspect explanation will be inadequate." She wanted to refuse. The act of drinking the tea felt like acceptance of something she had not yet understood, like capitulating to a narrative she had not approved. But she was also genuinely curious, and curiosity had driven her career, the desire to understand how things actually worked beneath the surface. She drank. The tea was exceptional. There was no other word for it. It was not that it tasted unusually good, though it did. It was complex and subtle, and seemed to have depth that developed as she sipped it, but that it seemed to settle into her body and arrange something inside her. Her breathing deepened without her deciding to breathe deeply. The tension in her shoulders released slightly, the knots of perpetual administrative stress loosening. She felt, for the first time in hours, actually present in her own body rather than trapped in the mechanism of her mind, the endless calculation and analysis. "What did you put in this?" she asked. "What is the ingredient list?" "Tea leaves," Wei Changqing said. "Water, heat, time, nothing more. Nothing that would show up in a chemical analysis." "That's not accurate. There's something else present. I can perceive it. There is attention," Wei Changqing said. "There is intention. There is care in the preparation. These things matter, though your science has not yet found a mechanism by which to measure them. The mind responds to attention. The body responds to care. The spirit responds to intention. Feng Xiaomei set down the cup. You're describing magic. No, Wei Changqing said. I'm describing consciousness. The world responds to attention in ways that are real but not measurable. When people are attended to with genuine care, they behave differently. When people come to a place where they are received with equal welcome regardless of their status or power, they remember something about themselves, that they are simply people, equally worthy of respect. When a dispute is discussed in a place where the very architecture and the manner of service emphasizes equality, both parties are more inclined to seek resolution rather than victory. That's social psychology, Feng Xiaomei said. Not magic. Yes, Wei Changqing agreed. Though magic and psychology might be the same thing, if you understood them both deeply enough. Feng Xiaomei spent another hour at the tea house. She asked direct questions about every aspect of his operation. Wei Changqing answered them fully, offering no excuses and no false modesty. He was doing nothing illegal. He was running a tea house. He was serving tea and preparing meals. If the culture of Dustfall had shifted toward greater cooperativeness, it was because the townspeople had chosen to shift it, perhaps encouraged by an environment that modeled and rewarded cooperation. She could not find evidence of manipulation. She could not find evidence of wrongdoing. She could only find the honest answer of a man who seemed entirely unbothered by her skepticism, who seemed to understand that skepticism was her job and role and honored her for doing it well. When she left, it was with a decision made: neither resist nor encourage. Monitor. Ensure that taxes were paid, laws followed, no actual harm done. And watch. Watch this impossible man and his impossible tea house, and the ways it was reshaping her town's entire social structure. She had been trained to find mechanisms. But she was also old enough to understand that the world contained mysteries. Some of them were not hostile. Some of them, in fact, might be exactly what a struggling town needed. Some mysteries resolved themselves into peace if you simply allowed them to exist without demanding immediate explanation. Chapter 44. The Northern Cultivation Alliance. They arrived on an overcast morning when the sky hung low and gray, threatening rain but not yet committing to it. 7 cultivators dressed in the robes of the Northern Coalition, their energy announcing them before they entered, 1 cup, like the warning that comes before a storm. Wei Changqing, who had been in the process of watering the herbs he kept in the tea house garden, practical herbs for the kitchen, beautiful herbs for the eyes, recognized the quality of power immediately. These were serious people. These were people with purpose. These were people who had come with intention that could not be dismissed lightly. He set down his watering vessel and waited. Waiting was something he had learned to do very well over the decades. Waiting allowed other people to present themselves in their own time, to reveal what they needed without being rushed. They entered with the awkward deliberation of people who were used to commanding rooms through force and now faced the challenge of presenting a proposition to someone who would not be impressed by force. The tallest of them, a woman with silver threading through her dark hair, her face weathered by years of cultivation and difficult decisions, stepped forward. "We are the Northern Cultivation Alliance," she said formally. "We represent 7 sects spanning the Northern Territories, representing over 2,000 cultivators and hundreds of thousands of supporting people. We have come to the Jade Heaven Emperor with a proposition of great importance to the cultivation world." Wei Changqing made no move to correct her terminology or position. Correcting people about who they thought he was often proved counterproductive. He simply said, "Will you take tea while you explain?" It was not the response they expected. Admittedly, no one expected that response. Serious delegations came expecting serious greeting, formal acknowledgement, perhaps resistance or agreement, but not hospitality offered as a baseline. They exchanged glances, but accepted. Wei Changqing led them to a larger table. He had to combine 3 small ones to accommodate them, and began preparing tea while they settled, their very bulk making the space feel crowded, their power making the air feel pressurized like the world compressed. The Celestial Court has neglected the Northern Territories for 3 generations. The silver-haired woman began, her voice carrying the weight of formal grievance. Cultivation resources are distributed south. Immortal herbs are grown in the south. The greatest masters establish their sects in the south. The north has been left to develop on its own, without support, without structure, without regard. Resources that should be shared equally are hoarded in the south. Young northern cultivators must travel south if they want advanced training. The northern regions have watched their best people leave, watched their populations decline, watched their resources diminish. We represent 7 sects spanning the northern regions, and we have come to propose an alliance of mutual defense and mutual benefit. We are gathering forces to challenge the celestial court's governance and establish a new order that prioritizes equitable distribution of resources and fair treatment of all regions. Wei Changqing set tea before each of them. A simple blend, not the finest in his collection, but good, honest tea that would not distract from conversation. He sat and listened without interruption, which was its own kind of respect, the respect of full attention. Our proposal, she continued, is that you would lend your weight to this effort. Your endorsement alone would change the calculations of a dozen other sects, would convince them that this challenge is not mere rebellion, but a legitimate restructuring of power toward justice. We are not asking you to fight or commit military resources, merely to indicate that you do not oppose this challenge to celestial authority. Wei Changqing drank his own tea. Then he began to ask questions. What specifically has the celestial court done to the northern territories that you want changed? He asked. They answered. Their answers were specific. Resource allocation heavily favored the south. Immortal herb gardens were clustered in the southern regions. Master-level cultivators who chose to establish sects tended to do so in the south because the infrastructure already existed. Young northern cultivators had to travel south if they wanted advanced training. It was not that the court actively oppressed the north. It was worse in some ways. It was that it passively failed to invest in it, failed to care for it, acted as if the northern regions were periphery rather than part of the same world. These are genuine grievances, Wei Changqing acknowledged. The data supports what you describe. The neglect is real. The disparity is substantial. If you succeed in challenging the celestial court's authority and replace their current administration, what policy would you implement instead? Silence. Not a comfortable silence. The kind of silence that means you have asked a question that had not been asked before, that the delegation had organized around emotion rather than philosophy. We would distribute resources more equitably, the silver-haired woman said eventually. We would establish schools in the north. We would allocate immortal herbs to northern sections. We would recruit southern masters to teach northern students. How would you fund these proposals? Wei Changqing asked. Where would you source the materials? How would you recruit masters away from their current positions? Who would oversee the implementation? How would you prevent the southern sects from using their existing infrastructure advantage to maintain dominance in different forms? More silence. More exchanged glances of increasing discomfort. Would you change the entire system of power distribution within the cultivation world? Wei Changqing continued. Or would you simply ensure that northern cultivators had better access to the existing hierarchy? If the latter, have you considered that the existence of that hierarchy might be the problem? That perhaps the real issue is not which regions get resources, but that resources are being allocated hierarchically at all? What are you suggesting? One of the younger cultivators asked, irritation flickering across his face. That we should do nothing? That the current system is acceptable? No, Wei Changqing said. I'm asking you to complete your own thought. You have organized around a legitimate grievance. The North is neglected. But have you organized around a philosophy, or merely around an emotional position? If you replace the current administration and establish yourselves in power, what will prevent you from developing the same patterns of favoritism over time? What will prevent you from deciding, in 20 years, that your own sects deserve more resources than outlying regions? What will prevent you from becoming the celestial court, just with a different seat of power? We are not like that, another cultivator said, but the words carried less certainty than they might have. Perhaps not, Wei Changqing said. But do you know? Have you discussed it among yourselves? Have you written a governing philosophy detailed enough to prevent it? Have you asked yourselves what comes after you succeed? Or have you assumed that because your grievance is just, your subsequent actions will naturally be just? What do the ordinary cultivators and non-cultivators in the northern territories actually want day to day? Wei Changqing asked. Have you asked them? Have you conducted surveys? Have you listened? Or have you assumed what they want based on what you think they should want? The silver-haired woman's jaw tightened. We know what they want, to be treated fairly, to have access to the same opportunities as the South. Yes, Wei Changqing said. But fairly how? Do they want greater access to power, or do they want greater access to resources? Do they want the same hierarchical system as the South but applied equally, or do they want a different system altogether? Do they want to compete with each other for advancement, or do they want cooperation? Do they want material stability, or do they want meaning? Do they want to stay in the North, or do they want the freedom to leave? You haven't asked, have you? You've assumed. The silence this time was not awkward in the way the previous one was. It was uncomfortable in the way of realizations that arrive unwanted, that challenge everything you have built your assumptions on. Wei Changqing rose and refilled their teacups with care. I am not saying your grievances are invalid. I am not saying the North should remain neglected. I am suggesting that before you overthrow a government, You should be very certain what you are proposing to replace it with. You have identified a problem. But identifying a problem is not the same as having a solution. Anger at injustice is not the same as a vision for justice. A vision requires you to think beyond the destruction. It requires you to imagine what you will build. They stayed for another hour. The conversation shifted from proposition to genuine discussion. By the time they left, none of them had commitments from Wei Changqing, but they had something perhaps more valuable, a set of questions they could not ignore, the beginning of a harder, more challenging kind of thinking than the emotional certainty that had carried them this far. They had the beginning of actual philosophy, actual thought. One of them, the youngest, a woman perhaps 30 years old with the idealism of someone who believed the world could be better, turned back at the door. "You haven't told us not to do it," she said. "You haven't said we shouldn't challenge the celestial court or that our grievances don't matter." Wei Changqing met her eyes directly. "No, I haven't. Your grievances matter. Your challenge may be necessary. I'm simply suggesting that you think more carefully about why you're doing it and what you plan to build once the challenge is complete. The destruction is sometimes easier than the building. Think about the building first." She nodded slowly and departed with the others. Chapter 45. Blessings become official policy. The Celestial Court's proposal arrived written in formal script on rice paper, so expensive it seemed almost obscene. The kind of paper that carried weight not just in its material, but in its message. The writing was perfect, each character executed with the precision of a master calligrapher. Asterisk in recognition of the beneficial influence of the establishment known as One Cup, operated by Wei Changqing in the town of Dustfall. The Celestial Court proposes the institutionalization of monthly gatherings at this location. Major sect representatives would attend to discuss and mediate disputes arising from cultivation world conflicts. This arrangement is proposed to continue indefinitely and would constitute a formal recognition of Wei Changqing's neutrality and continued service to the cultivation world at large. The court would provide appropriate funding to support the tea house's operations and compensate for any disruption to normal business. Asterisk the formal language was elaborate and careful. The barely concealed hope was not. "Please say yes, and do not make this complicated." Wei Changqing read the proposal while sitting in his small back room, Yan Zio present and reading over his shoulder. When he finished, he folded the paper carefully, respecting its quality even as he handled it casually. "I have no objection," he said. "The tea house is available for such gatherings. The space is small, but perhaps that is an advantage." That was all. No conditions, no elaborate acceptance, no performance of reluctance or hesitation. Yenzio looked at him with surprise. "That's it. That's your entire response to an official proposal from the Celestial Court. What else would I say? They've asked if they can gather in the tea house to conduct their mediation. I have no reason to refuse. The space will be tight. The atmosphere might encourage people to be civil with each other. I see only advantages." But the first gathering, when it occurred 3 weeks later, revealed the cunning beneath the Celestial Court's simple proposal. The tea house was not designed to accommodate 43 powerful sect leaders simultaneously. Wei Changqing did not expand it. He did not rent additional space or restructure the tables. He simply arranged the gathering to fit the space available. Some sat at tables. Some stood at the edges, where they could still be offered tea. Some moved between conversations. The effect was intimate in a way that formal mediation chambers could never be. There was no head seat. There was no hierarchy of position. There was only the small space of the tea house, and all of them in it together. The first dispute was between the Thousand Lakes sect and the Crimson Peak Monastery over water rights, a traditional source of southern conflict, a dispute that had been going on for 6 years with no resolution. The two sect representatives found themselves sitting very close together at a table meant for 3, with Wei Changqing calmly refilling their teacups at regular intervals without taking sides. The physical proximity changed something in the human mind and spirit. It is difficult to maintain aggressive posturing when you are within arm's reach of your adversary. It is difficult to think of someone as an implacable enemy when they are right beside you and a gentle old man is treating both of you with identical courtesy, refilling both your cups at the same moment, offering both of you the first pour of an expensive evening blend as if you were equally honored guests. The negotiation proceeded more smoothly than expected, not because Wei Changqing intervened. He spoke not at all beyond offering tea and asking if anyone needed sustenance, but because the environment itself seemed to encourage cooperation. By the end of the evening, the two sects had sketched the outline of a water rights agreement that satisfied both parties. It was not perfect, no agreement between people ever is, but it was workable. It was genuine. It was sustainable. The second dispute followed similar lines. A territorial disagreement was resolved through 3 hours of conversation and tea. The third dispute did the same. A resource allocation problem was addressed by noon the next day. Over the course of 3 months, Wei Chongqing conducted 8 monthly gatherings. 47 disputes were brought before the tea house. 42 reached genuine resolution. Of the 5 that could not be resolved, all involved parties reported that the mediation process had been valuable and had narrowed the scope of disagreement significantly. Understanding had increased even where agreement could not be reached. The Celestial Court, reviewing the data, experienced something approaching astonishment. Conflict is down 40%, one official said, reviewing the reports with disbelief. This is the most peaceful 3-month period we have seen in a decade. Across the entire cultivation world, another asked, as if they could not quite believe what they were hearing. Yes, since the institution of these monthly gatherings. The reduction is not just in disputes that come before Wei Chongqing. It's in all reported cultivation world conflicts. It's as if the mere fact that the major powers are meeting regularly and resolving their disputes is making smaller disputes easier to resolve as well. The culture is shifting. People are learning that disputes can be resolved peacefully. They recognized what they were looking at, an instrument of peace that they had not anticipated, that they had not designed, that had not come from their planning or their will. They had sent armies to enforce order. They had sent their agents to mediate disputes through pressure and authority and the implicit threat of consequences. And it had taken a small man making tea to accomplish what their massive institutional machinery could not, what all their power and all their authority could not. The cost was minimal. The maintenance of a tea house, the tea leaves themselves, occasional high-quality ingredients, the simple hospitality of equal service. The benefit was measurable. A cultivation world with significantly less conflict, with sex more inclined to negotiate than war, with power distributed through voluntary agreement rather than forced hierarchy. It was, they had to acknowledge, more effective than military force. The high adjudicator made a decision. She would increase funding to support the monthly gatherings. She would ensure that the tea house never lacked for rare tea leaves or quality ingredients. She would protect Wei Chongqing's neutrality as an official policy of the Celestial Court. She would assign observers to learn what was happening, what made this place different, what principle made it work. In effect, she had decided that the best defense against chaos was a man calmly serving tea. The greatest power was gentleness. The strongest force was patience. The transformation did not happen overnight, but it happened steadily. As the months progressed and the monthly gatherings continued, people began to understand that conflict resolution was possible. Sects that had been preparing for war stood down. Disputes that had festered for years found resolution. The cultivation world, which had operated for millennia on the assumption that power meant dominance and dominance meant control, was learning a new truth. This new truth was not that power mattered less. It was that power exercised gently was more effective than power exercised as force. A room full of powerful people sipping tea and speaking honestly about their grievances was more transformative than armies marshaling against each other. The intimacy of the tea house, the careful attention Wei Chongqing brought to every gathering, the implicit message that everyone present was equally worthy of respect. These things were reshaping the cultivation world's understanding of how power could work. The Celestial Court had tried for 3,000 years to maintain order through force and hierarchy. Wei Chongqing had accomplished something far greater in 9 months. He had begun to change the fundamental assumption about what order meant. Order did not require dominance. It required understanding. It required genuine listening. It required space for people to be heard. And as winter approached and the year drew toward its close, the implications became clearer and clearer. The tea house had become not just a place for dispute resolution, but a model for how governance itself might work. Sects began sending younger leaders to observe the monthly gatherings. They wanted to understand what Wei Chongqing understood. They wanted to learn how to lead through service rather than force. Wei Chongqing, when asked about his methods, had always offered the same response. I serve tea. I listen. I treat everyone equally. The rest follows naturally. But what appeared simple was actually quite profound. The method worked because it was genuine. Wei Chongqing was not performing service as a technique. He was actually serving because he had chosen, long ago, to place the well-being of others before his own power. That authenticity, that real choice, repeated every day, was what transformed the space. The Celestial Court, understanding this, did something unusual. They ceased trying to control Wei Chongqing. Instead, they protected his autonomy. They guaranteed his independence. They ensured that the tea house would never be subject to bureaucratic pressure or political manipulation. In exchange, they received what no amount of military force could have achieved, a cultivation world that was learning to prefer peace to war, understanding to dominance, cooperation to competition. Chapter 46. Yin Zio chooses the representative from the Jade Cloud sect arrived on a day when Yin Zio was teaching a junior cultivator the precise angles of tea service, how to hold the pot so the water flows smooth and controlled, how to pour so each cup gets exactly the right amount, how to move with efficiency and grace combined, as if the serving of tea was itself a cultivation practice. The representative waited patiently on a bench in the corner until the lesson concluded, understanding that interrupting a teaching moment would be rude and counterproductive. When Yin Zio finished, putting away the teaching equipment with the same care he had put into the teaching itself, the representative approached. Yin Zio, the representative said. His voice carried respect and formality. The Jade Cloud sect has learned of your location and your present circumstances. The council has asked me to convey an offer. Yin Zio finished putting away the final piece of equipment before responding. Will you take tea? I would be honored. They sat in the small back area where Wei Chongqing sometimes took meetings. Yin Zio prepared tea with careful attention. The representative explained. The sect would promote Yin Zio to senior cultivation master. He would establish his own hall, teach the next generation, take his place as one of the sect's leadership. It was a substantial offer. It carried status, security, respect, the fulfillment of every ambition Yin Zio had carried when he first arrived at Wei Chongqing's tea house months ago. The ambition to be the next great cultivator, to rise to power and position, to be recognized as someone important. Yin Zio listened carefully. He asked clarifying questions about the terms of the position, the resources allocated, the students he would teach, the authority he would wield. All of it was as good as the initial offer suggested. The Jade Cloud sect wanted him. They had realized that his presence in a small tea house was a waste of his capabilities. That night, after the tea house closed and the last customer had left, and the cleaning was done and dustfall settled into its quiet darkness, Yin Zio sat alone in his room and considered it. He considered it seriously, without dismissing it out of hand. This was a genuine choice, not something to be made lightly. He sat with it, examining it, turning it over in his mind like a jewel. He came here wanting to become the next great emperor. The ambition had not dimmed over the months. It had transformed. In his earliest years, before coming to the tea house, he had thought emperor meant power. It meant dominion. It meant standing above others and making them obey through will and force, through the demonstration of superior cultivation. He had wanted to reshape the world according to his vision. He had wanted to be respected, feared, obeyed. What he had learned in this tea house, watching Wei Chongqing day after day, was that power and dominion were not the same thing as actual achievement. The greatest thing Wei Chongqing had accomplished was not the demonstration of his power. It was the creation of a space where power seemed less important than presence, where hierarchy seemed less important than equality, where the greatest achievement was making someone feel genuinely at peace. Wei Chongqing had abdicated the throne of heaven and chosen to serve tea, and that choice had been more revolutionary, more transformative, more important than anything Yin Zio had imagined achieving as an emperor. Yin Zio had discovered that he wanted that. Not power over people, connection with them. Not dominion, but service. The kind of greatness that came from making other people better, from creating a place where people could be their best selves, from building something that endured not through force, but through genuine value. Not external recognition, but internal rightness. Not status, but meaning. The Jade Cloud sect offer would give him status and students and authority. It would not give him that deeper thing. It would not give him peace. It would not give him the sense that his work mattered in a way that was pure, uncomplicated by hierarchy or ambition. The next morning, as the sun was rising and painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Yin Zio found Wei Chongqing in the garden and asked for a formal conversation. The garden was beautiful at dawn, the plants wet with dew, the air cool and fresh. They offered you the position, Wei Chongqing said, setting down his watering vessel. It was not a question. Yes, I'm declining it. Wei Chongqing turned to face him fully. Why? Because I came wanting to become the next great emperor, Yin Zio said. I still do. But I understand now what kind of greatness I want. I want to create a place where people feel peaceful. I want to help them understand themselves better. I want to build something that endures because it matters, not because I have the power to make it last. I want to be remembered not for what I conquered, but for what I created. I found that here. I didn't find it in any cultivation sect. He paused. I found it by staying. Wei Chongqing set down the watering vessel. He faced Yin Zio fully, and in his eyes was a kind of recognition, a moment of genuine seeing, the recognition of someone who sees you and truly understands what you are saying. Then I formally accept you as permanent partner in this tea house, Wei Chongqing said. His voice carried the weight of ceremony. The position is yours if you want it, not for glory, but for the genuine work of creating peace. Understand that it is not easy. Understand that there are no external measures of success, no ranks, no recognitions, no hierarchy to climb, no disciples who will build monuments to you. Understand that you will do this work largely unseen, with occasional gratitude, mostly in silence. I understand, Yinzio said. And you choose it anyway? Knowing what you are refusing, knowing what you are accepting. Yes, Yinzio said. I choose it. Wei Chongqing placed a hand on his shoulder. For a moment, Yinzio felt the weight of his past identity as an ambition-ridden cultivator, that identity falling away like old skin. What remained was clearer and lighter. The old status fell away. What remained was the sense of genuine purpose, the knowledge that he was building something that mattered. Good, Wei Chongqing said. Then let's make the afternoon tea. We'll need to prepare for the evening rush. There are customers waiting. They moved together to the kitchen, and as Yinzio helped him gather the materials for the afternoon service, he felt something settle in his chest, a sense of belonging, of rightness. The Jade Cloud sect had offered him everything he had once thought he wanted. But standing here in the simple kitchen of a tea house in Dustfall, preparing simple tea to serve to ordinary people, he knew he had made the correct choice. He had come to the tea house seeking to become great. He had found, instead, something better. The knowledge that greatness was not about what others recognized, but about what you built with your own hands. It was not about power over others, but about the power to change lives through simple presence and genuine care. Later that evening, as customers filled the tea house and Yinzio moved among them with practiced grace, Wei Chongqing watched him work. The young man who had arrived months ago with ambition burning in his eyes had transformed. Not in the way ambition usually transformed people, not into something harder or more grasping, but into something softer and more real. The transformation was complete. He had found his home. In the weeks that followed, Yinzio sent word back to the Jade Cloud sect, formally declining the position. He explained his reasons with courtesy and respect, but he was clear, he had chosen a different path. The sect, understanding the message, that something about Wei Chongqing's work was calling capable people to service rather than power, eventually accepted his decision. But some of them wondered. Some of them came to one cup to understand what had drawn Yinzio so completely away from the pursuit of power and status. And some of them, seeing the peace that existed in the tea house, the genuine respect with which Wei Chongqing treated everyone, began to reconsider their own assumptions about what greatness meant. They returned to their sects changed, carrying the question with them. Might there be a form of excellence that was not about dominance? One senior master from the Jade Cloud sect, visiting some months after Yinzio's decision, sat with him and Wei Chongqing and asked directly, "How did you convince him to refuse the position? The sect is genuine in wanting to elevate him. We would have given him everything." Wei Chongqing poured tea. "I did not convince him. He convinced himself. I simply asked questions and created a space where he could think clearly about what he actually wanted rather than what he thought he should want. The difference between power and peace, between external recognition and internal rightness, those distinctions matter." Once Yinzio understood them, the choice became clear. The master considered this. "Then you are teaching something?" "I am serving tea," Wei Chongqing said. "People choose to learn from it. I do not teach. I merely create conditions where understanding becomes possible." The master left changed, understanding why Yinzio had stayed. Understanding, perhaps, that there was a form of greatness that was not available through normal advancement. A form that required choosing service over status, choosing peace over dominion, choosing meaning over recognition. This understanding spread slowly, like water seeping into dry soil. It did not happen quickly, and it did not happen uniformly. But it happened. And Yinzio, choosing to remain as partner in Wei Chongqing's tea house, found that he had gained something more valuable than any position, any rank, any external recognition. He had become part of something that mattered. He had become, in the truest sense, great. Chapter 47. The Sealed Demon Accepts Boundaries. The Demon Emperor made its announcement through formal channels. A statement submitted directly to the Celestial Court, copies distributed to all major sects, presented with deliberate ceremony by its official representatives. The statement arrived on parchment made from materials that only the greatest powers could acquire. Asterisk: the Demon Emperor proposes a voluntary treaty. The undersigned will remain within designated geographic territory, boundaries to be negotiated fairly and set in writing, and will not escalate conflicts with other powers, provided that no power attempts to reseal the Demon Emperor or restrict its fundamental freedoms. This treaty is a voluntary agreement, not a forced condition. It represents the Demon Emperor's own decision and choice. Asterisk, the celestial court's reaction was complicated, a tangled knot of astonishment, cautious delight, and skepticism. The first response was astonishment. The demon emperor had never, in living memory, voluntarily accepted limitation. The second response was cautious delight. The demon emperor voluntarily accepting boundaries was an outcome they had not dared hope for. The third response was skepticism. Was this a trick? A feint? Some elaborate strategy designed to lower their guard? The demon world's reaction was different. Confusion. Consternation. Some of the more powerful demon lords questioned their ruler's sanity openly. Why would you voluntarily limit yourself? The demon emperor's chief general demanded in a private meeting, not bothering with the formality of circumlocution. You are one of the most powerful beings alive. Why accept boundaries? Why accept limitation? This appears to be weakness. The demon emperor had not explained at that time. But 3 weeks earlier, when Wei Chongqing was closing the tea house one evening, finishing the cleaning, preparing for the next day, the demon emperor had manifested in its subtle form in the back room. Not the form it took in the tea house, where it attempted to be approximately human-sized, but a form that filled the room with presence, with power, with the sense of something enormous compressed into a small space. I wish to discuss freedom with you, it had said. The question was urgent. It had been considering this for weeks. Wei Chongqing had not startled. He had simply set water to heat, moving with the calm of someone who had not forgotten how to live at peace even with forces of immense destruction. They sat, and the demon emperor had asked its question with the directness of a being not practiced in social indirection, not schooled in diplomacy. Am I free if I resist all attempts to control me? Or am I free if I choose my own boundaries? Wei Chongqing had considered this carefully, not rushing to answer. Tell me the difference, he said. Explain to me how you understand these two states. If I resist being sealed, if I fight all attempts to control me, I am defining myself against something external, against the will of others. I am refusing their boundaries. But my refusal is still structured by their attempts. My entire identity becomes reaction. I am not free. I am merely in opposition. They still control the terms of my existence, just in reversed form. My power is real, but my freedom is illusion. Wei Chongqing had prepared the tea while the demon emperor spoke, the simple ritual of heating water, steeping leaves, pouring the finished infusion. If I choose boundaries, the demon emperor continued, boundaries that I define for myself, then I am acting from my own will entirely. I am not being controlled. The boundaries are mine. They express my values and my choice. That is different. That is actual freedom. Wei Chongqing had poured the tea. Yes, he said, that is the distinction. Accepting boundaries you choose is an act of freedom. Having boundaries imposed is an act of control. Most beings never understand this distinction. They think that freedom means having no boundaries at all. But freedom is not the absence of limitation. It is the choice of your own limitations. A musician chooses the limitation of the instrument and the scale, and it is that choice that creates the freedom to make music. The celestial court will not understand it either, the demon emperor had said. They will think I am weakened. They will think they have won. Perhaps, Wei Chongqing had said, let them think what they wish. You will know the truth, that you have acted from strength and choice, not from capitulation. That is the kind of greatness that matters. The demon emperor had drunk its tea. Why would you tell me this? You were sealed, were you not? By the celestial court? They imprisoned you in the heavens and regulated your power. I was, Wei Chongqing had said. But I have long since understood that the sealing was less important than the life I chose to live afterward. The sealing is what happened to me. Something external, something imposed. My response is what defines me. I chose this, the tea house, the quiet, the small moments. That choice is my actual freedom. My refusal was the first step. My acceptance of new boundaries, the boundaries of a simple life, the boundaries of service, was the completion of the journey. Now, with the treaty proposed and the questions flooding in, with the general demanding explanation and the other demon lords questioning his judgment, the demon emperor sat in its vast domain and understood something deeper. It had made a choice that no one else would have predicted because no one else was thinking about freedom and boundaries in that way. It had chosen its own limitation. That made it the most powerful thing of all. It had not been defeated. It had not compromised. It had transcended. Wei Chongqing, asked later by Yan Zio what he had said to bring about this outcome, replied simply, people and demons behave differently when they believe they are heard and respected. The demon emperor came as a being used to being hunted, feared, opposed. I offered it tea and listened to its questions. That is all. The rest, the understanding, the choice, came from within it. I merely created the space for it to think. Over the following weeks, the news of the Demon Emperor's treaty spread through the cultivation world like sunrise. It brought astonishment and then gradual acceptance. The Demon Emperor's decision was not seen as weakness, but as something far more powerful, the choice of a being of immense strength to constrain itself. It became a model. Other powerful beings began reconsidering their own relationship with freedom and boundaries. The Celestial Court, watching this transformation, realized that Wei Chongqing had done something that their military and diplomacy could never accomplish. He had shown that constraint could come from strength rather than weakness, that choosing your own boundaries was the truest form of freedom. The Demon Emperor continued to visit one cup once every 3 days. Over months, it became a regular patron, one of many who came to the tea house seeking not just tea but the indefinable peace that existed within its walls. The Demon Lord and the retired Emperor had become something like friends, two beings who understood power and its costs, discussing philosophy and tea ceremony in the quiet hours. On one particular afternoon, when the Demon Emperor was preparing to depart after its lesson, it paused at the door and said something that Wei Chongqing had not expected. "Thank you," it said again, "for showing me that power does not require dominance, that strength can choose gentleness, that a being as vast as myself could find peace in a small space with a simple cup of tea." Wei Chongqing bowed. "You chose the peace," he said. "I merely provided the setting. The transformation was entirely your own." But both of them knew the truth, that sometimes the greatest transformations happened when someone offered you a space where your assumptions could be questioned, where your habitual patterns could be examined, where you could see yourself differently. Wei Chongqing had done this not through instruction, but through simple presence and equal respect. Over the months that followed, the Demon Emperor began sharing its philosophy with other demon lords. The idea that freedom came from choosing one's own boundaries spread through the demon world. It created a shift, subtle but real, in how demons related to power and constraint. The Demon Emperor had always been the most powerful being among demons. Now it became, in addition, a teacher of philosophy, a guide to the paradoxical freedom that comes from conscious constraint. This rippled outward. The demon world, which had been expected by the Celestial Court to be a constant source of conflict, became increasingly peaceful. Demons began establishing their own communities, their own territories, their own internal governance structures. And they organized these structures around a principle that had come from Wei Chongqing's tea house, that constraint chosen is freedom realized. The Celestial Court, monitoring these changes, came to a quiet understanding. The greatest peace was not imposed peace. The greatest order was not enforced order. The greatest transformation came not from force but from offering people the space to think, to question, to choose differently. Wei Chongqing had taught this not through words but through the simple, revolutionary act of serving tea equally to everyone. And a being as vast and powerful as the Demon Emperor had learned it. If the Demon Emperor could learn it, anyone could. Chapter 48. Little Fun's Choice and Sacrifice. The woman who arrived at the tea house looking for Little Fun had Fun's bone structure, the same shape of the jaw, the same darkness to the hair, but none of her expression, none of her presence, none of the warmth that had grown in Fun over months of being valued and loved. She introduced herself as Ling Wei, Little Fun's eldest sister, and asked for a private conversation. Wei Chongqing, noting the tension in Fun's body and the uncertainty in her eyes, the way her hands trembled slightly, granted permission for them to use the back room. They sat in the small back area. Ling Wei explained. The family had heard, through various channels, that Little Fun worked for the legendary Jade Heaven Emperor. They had heard that she was valued, trusted, safe, connected to someone of immense power. The family, who had abandoned her 15 years ago when she was young and not useful to them, not old enough to contribute meaningfully to the family enterprise, had reconsidered that abandonment with the reconsideration that comes from opportunity. "We made a mistake," Ling Wei said. The words cost something to give. They were not words the woman was comfortable with. "You were a child. We were desperate. The business was failing. We needed all our resources, and you couldn't help the family then. We couldn't afford another mouth to feed. But now, with your connections, with access to someone so powerful, perhaps you can come home. Help rebuild what we've lost. Use your position to benefit the family. We could be something great if you used your influence with him." Little Fun listened without interruption, her face carefully neutral. She felt the complicated pull of family, the memory of what they had been before they abandoned her, the old wish that things had been different, the ghost of a younger self who had hoped they would come back and claim her, say it was all a mistake, say they had been wrong. Then she heard what was actually being said. She heard it beneath the words. The family did not want Little Fun. They wanted the version of Little Fun who came with Wei Changqing attached. They wanted to use her position, her connections, her access. They wanted what she represented, not who she was. The realization crystallized slowly and then all at once, complete and devastating. It was not a small realization. It was the moment in a person's life when the last of the childhood fantasy dies, when you understand, completely and finally, that your family of origin does not actually know you and never will. They cannot know you because they have never looked at you. They looked at your utility. They looked at what you could give them. They calculated your value in terms of resources and power and benefit. But they never looked at you as a person. They never saw you. She sat with that realization for a long moment. The grief of it was acute and clean. The grief of a loss that had happened long ago but was only now being acknowledged. She looked at her sister and said, "No, no." Ling Wei's voice held confusion, as if the word was outside the range of acceptable responses, as if Fan must have misunderstood the offer. "I am staying here," Little Fan said. Her voice was steady, clearer than it had been in years. "This is my family now. This is where I belong. But you don't understand what you're refusing." "I understand perfectly," Little Fan said. Her voice was quiet but firm. "You want what I can give you. You want to use me. You don't want me. Those are different things. I spent years hoping you would want me. I spent years holding on to memories of better times, when we were a real family, or at least I thought we were. I was wrong to hope. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life waiting for that to happen." Ling Wei tried to negotiate, tried to offer more, tried to appeal to family obligation and biological connection. She tried to make Little Fan feel guilty for abandoning the family, for choosing outsiders over blood. But Little Fan stood and walked her to the door, and the conversation was over. Not angry, not dramatic, just final. The door closed, and Ling Wei left, frustrated, ultimately unsuccessful. Her attempt at a reconciliation that had never actually been about reconciliation revealed for what it was, an attempt at exploitation dressed up in the language of family. After Ling Wei left, Little Fun found Wei Changqing in the garden, where he was planting new herbs for the season ahead. Her hands were shaking slightly, and her eyes were wet, but her expression was clear. "She's gone?" he asked, not looking up from his work, understanding that she needed space to speak if she wanted to. "Yes." He gestured to the bench beside him, and they sat. The garden was beautiful in the afternoon light, the new growth catching gold, everything looking temporary and precious. "I'm staying," Little Fan said. She wanted to be clear about that, wanted it understood fully. "I want to be completely clear about that decision. I'm staying here. This is my family. You and Yenzio. The tea house. This life. That's what I choose." Wei Changqing looked at her with something like wonder, like he was seeing something in her he had not noticed before. "You understand that staying here will bring you neither status nor security? That you will spend your life making tea and serving customers? That you will never rise to power or prominence? That you will be unknown, unrecognized? That the world will not know your name?" "I understand," Little Fan said. "And I'm choosing it anyway. Because here, people care about me. Here, I matter to people. Here, I'm not useful or not useful. I'm just fun, and that's enough. I'm more than enough. I'm valued just for existing." Wei Changqing reached over and took her hand. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The garden was quiet except for the sound of wind through the leaves, the gentle movement of growing things. Then he said, "I came to this tea house to disappear, to become ordinary, to shed power and significance and retreat into peace. And I have accidentally created a home. That was not my intention. I thought I was running away. I thought I was hiding. But what I was actually doing was building something. That was not my intention, but it became my reality. Thank you for showing me that I succeeded." It was the most personal thing Wei Changqing had said to her in the months she had worked at the tea house. Little Fan held his hand and felt the rightness of her choice settle into her bones, a feeling of absolute rightness, like something that had been misaligned for years finally finding its proper place. She had a family. It was not the one she was born to. It was the one she had chosen. Chosen consciously, chosen repeatedly, choosing it every day through the small act of staying. That made it infinitely more valuable than any biological connection. That made it real. As autumn deepened and moved toward winter, Little Fan's presence in the tea house became indispensable. She had grown from a practical, loyal employee into something more, a member of the family, an integral part of the operation. Wei Changqing and Yenzio depended on her not just for her work, but for her presence, her perspective, her quiet wisdom. She had found her place. She belonged. What was remarkable about Little Fan's transformation was how quiet it was. She did not announce her choice. She did not make dramatic statements about belonging. She simply showed up every day and worked, bringing her whole self to the simple tasks of cleaning, preparing, serving. And in that quiet presence, She had healed something in herself that had been broken when her family abandoned her. The simple belief that she was worthy of care, that she mattered, that her existence itself was enough. Wei Chongqing observed this transformation with quiet satisfaction. He had created a space, and Little Fun had chosen to heal within it. He had not forced healing on her. He had not offered false promises. He had simply treated her with consistent respect, day after day, showing her through his actions that she was valued simply for being herself. This was perhaps the most revolutionary thing that happened at One Cup, not the grand negotiations or the philosophical insights, but the quiet healing of individuals who came broken and left whole. Little Fun was not the only one. Others came to the tea house carrying grief or doubt or the weight of feeling unwanted. And they left feeling, if not healed, at least seen, genuinely seen by someone who valued them. Years later, when people told the story of One Cup, they would mention the proprietor and his partner, but they would also mention the young woman who made the tea house feel like home. They would remember her smile, her kindness, her willingness to understand people's needs. Little Fun had come seeking survival. She had found family. She had found meaning. She had found home. Chapter 49. Blessings that cost 9 months into running One Cup. Wei Chongqing began to feel the accumulation in his bones. Not dramatically, not as a sudden crisis, but as a slow, persistent weight that did not diminish with rest or meditation. It started as a slight tremor in his hands during certain tasks. The first time Little Fun noticed it, when he was pouring the evening service for a table of customers, and his hands trembled slightly, and the tea sloshed just a fraction, and some splashed on the edge of the cup. She said nothing, but her eyes tracked it, concerned. She had come to care deeply for this man. She had come to understand what his tremor meant. The first time Yin Zio saw it, noticing the tremor during the careful preparation of the most delicate blend, he began watching Wei Chongqing more carefully, cataloging the small signs. The way Wei Chongqing rose a moment more slowly in the morning. The way he paused between tasks for longer than strictly necessary, as if gathering strength. The way his power felt more carefully controlled, as if maintaining his suppression required more deliberate effort each day, as if the effort was becoming heavier with each passing week. No one said anything, but Wei Chongqing understood that they noticed. He understood that his careful control was no longer invisible. Maintaining a Tao sovereign's power suppression was not a passive process, not something that happened through mere will or habit. It required active, continuous effort, constant meditation, constant redirection of qi, constant attention to the boundaries between his true power and the ordinary person he was attempting to be. It was like holding a dam against an ocean. The effort compounded over time. It grew heavier. The more you held the dam, the more water pressed against it, the more you had to strain to keep the structure intact. For the first 3 months, it had been manageable. He had centuries of experience with power control. He could hold this. He had held far greater pressures for far longer periods. But as he became more present in Dustfall, as his attention turned outward toward the people in the tea house and the town, as he began to care genuinely about individuals and their welfare, something had shifted. His suppression had become less about blocking his power and more about managing its inevitable leakage. He could not be here, could not be fully present and emotionally engaged, and suppress completely. His presence itself was transformative. His attention was transformative. His love for the people around him was transformative. So he had shifted to a different strategy, not blocking the power but managing its expression, ensuring that what leaked through was gentle, beneficial, carefully controlled. But management required more effort than blocking. It required him to remain conscious, alert, constantly monitoring what was happening around him. It was like dancing instead of standing still. More graceful, more responsive, but infinitely more exhausting. He did not tell Little Fun or Yin Zio. Instead, he began rising an hour earlier each morning to meditate. The early hours, before the sun came up, when the world was still dark and quiet, when the air was cool and the stars still hung bright overhead, were the best time for intensive power management. He would sit in the garden or in his small back room and engage in the most intensive meditation he had done since his abdication. The meditation was strange work. It required him to simultaneously maintain the suppression and relax into it, to hold his power in check while allowing it to express naturally, to be both a god and an ordinary man. The paradox was the point. He was trying to exist in that space between identity and denial, power and powerlessness, the space where both things could be true at once. He would meditate for an hour. His entire body would shimmer with barely contained qi. The air around him would pressure against itself, creating small distortions in the reality immediately around him. Light bending slightly, time seeming to slow, the boundary between what was and what could be becoming thin and permeable. And then, slowly, with deliberate control earned through centuries of practice, he would integrate it. The power would settle. The suppression would hold. By the time Little Fun arrived to begin the day's preparation, he would be simply an old man sitting in a garden, breathing deeply. Nothing remarkable. Nothing that would cause concern. But the cost accumulated. There was no avoiding that. There was no negotiating with physical law. His body, even the enhanced body of a cultivator, was being asked to maintain a paradox. The tremor in his hands was not a failure of control. It was the physical expression of the effort required to maintain this balance. The slight slowness in his movements was his body's way of conserving energy for the meditation that consumed an hour each morning before dawn. Every cell in his body was carrying a burden it was not designed to carry, straining against limitations it had never experienced before. He sat with this fact the way one sits with gravity. It was not something he could change. It was not something he could negotiate away. It was the price of being here, of having chosen to matter to people, of having accepted that his presence itself was a blessing. Blessings cost something. That was the law underneath the law. Every act of genuine love cost power. Every moment of attention given to another being consumed energy from your own reserves. Every blessing withdrawn from heaven and poured into earth had to come from somewhere. The universe kept accounts, and the price was always paid. He would pay the price. That was not a burden. It was simply the reality of what he had chosen. He would pay it day by day, breath by breath, until either he found another way to manage the suppression or his body finally accumulated the damage beyond repair. Neither outcome troubled him. He had already lived longer than most beings. He had lived longer than most universes. What remained would be the fruit of conscious choice, and that was valuable precisely because it was chosen. He could have chosen differently. He had chosen this. That choice made the cost acceptable. In the pre-dawn meditation of one morning, surrounded by the shimmer of barely controlled power, Wei Changqing contemplated the paradox he inhabited. He had come to Dustfall to escape power, to live simply, to do no harm. But the universe had other plans. His presence itself was transformative. His power, no matter how carefully suppressed, reshaped the world around him. Perhaps this was the final lesson he needed to learn, that you could not completely separate power from presence, that being mattered regardless of what you did, that existence itself was an intervention. He made peace with this. The tremor in his hands was not defeat. It was the price of love. Every shaking hand that poured tea for a customer was a hand that cared about that customer's well-being. Every slow movement was a movement taken with intention. Every moment of fatigue was a moment spent in service to others. He thought about the demon emperor learning that constraint could be freedom. He thought about Yin Zio choosing meaning over status. He thought about Little Fun discovering that she was worthy of love. He thought about Feng Xiumei learning to trust in mysteries. He thought about the celestial court gradually understanding that force was not the only tool of leadership. All of these transformations had happened in the tea house, not through his direct intervention, but through the space he had created by being genuinely present and genuinely equal to everyone. His suppression had become less about hiding power and more about modeling something essential. That true strength included the strength to be vulnerable, to serve, to care, to listen. The truth he had come to understand, over months of daily meditation, was this: the greatest power was not the power to command or control. It was the power to create conditions in which others could flourish. It was the power to listen without judgment. It was the power to serve without expectation of return. It was the power to see someone's true self and honor it. These powers required strength, not weakness. They required discipline, not indulgence. They required sacrifice, not self-protection. The tremor in his hands was the price of these powers. It was a price he paid willingly, moment by moment, day by day, for the privilege of doing work that actually mattered. He would continue. He would pay the price. He would pour the tea and serve the food and create the space where people could find peace. And his body would bear the cost, and it would be worth it. Because the life he was living, though it was costly, was the life he had chosen. And choice made even the greatest cost bearable. Chapter 50. The Formation Array Crisis returns. The Formation Array protecting Dustfall's agricultural fields, which Wei Changqing had repaired 3 months ago, placing the final touches with the care of someone who understood formation theory at the deepest level, was failing for the second time. This should have been impossible. Such an impossibility was theoretically, practically, technically impossible. Wei Changqing's repair had been thorough to the point of being meticulous. The array should have held for centuries. It should have lasted until someone deliberately destroyed it or until the fundamental rules of the world changed. Wei Changqing discovered this not through accident, but through routine maintenance. He checked the array every 3 months. a practice so ordinary that no one in Dustfall had noticed the rhythm of it. Most cultivation artifacts did not require such frequent attention, but formation arrays were subtle things, vulnerable to both entropy and deliberate sabotage. They required the attention of someone who understood their nature completely. When he found the damage, his immediate reaction was surprise. Genuine surprise. The repair he had made 3 months ago had been thorough beyond what would normally be expected. Formation arrays of this caliber, properly repaired by someone of Wei Changqing's skill, should have held for centuries. They should have been stable, robust, resistant to degradation. He investigated with the methodical patience of someone who had investigated formation failures before, who understood the languages in which formations spoke about their own damage. He knelt beside the damaged section and examined it with fingers that trembled slightly from the effort. The damage was subtle. To an untrained eye, it would look like natural degradation, the kind that happens when formations lose power slowly over time, when the qi channels begin to silt up with accumulated impurities. But Wei Changqing's eye was not untrained. He could see the pattern of the damage, and the pattern revealed something important. This was deliberate. Someone had come to this array with knowledge of formation theory, and had very carefully, very precisely, damaged it in specific ways that would make it look like normal entropy while actually destroying its structural integrity. He traced the pattern further with minute attention. The damage had been placed by someone who understood not just formations in general, but this specific formation. They would have needed to study it, understand its particular vulnerabilities, know exactly where to place the sabotage for maximum effect with minimum visibility. This required time and knowledge and intention. This was not random. This was targeted. Wei Changqing meditated on the source. Who had the knowledge to do this? Who had the motivation? He constructed the answer through careful logic. Someone within the celestial court. Someone who wanted the formation to fail so they could argue that Wei Changqing's previous repair was inadequate. Someone who wanted to use the failure as evidence that Wei Changqing's power was waning or that his attention to such details was insufficient. Someone wanted to create a lever against the court's relationship with him, to undermine the faith that had been placed in his work. It was a subtle attack, effective in its way. He understood the tactic. Chip away at the legend, reduce the sense of certainty, create doubt about whether Wei Changqing was actually as competent as reputation suggested. If his initial repair proved inadequate, his authority would be questioned. He repaired the array again. This time, the repair was perfect, not just functional but elegant. The mathematics underlying it almost artistic in its precision, each line of the formation flowing into the next with perfect grace. But he also did something additional. He left markers. Subtle traces of the deliberate damage in a form that any sufficiently careful investigator would find and recognize. Not marks that screamed sabotage, but marks that the right person, looking carefully, would identify as deliberate. Marks that would allow the Celestial Court's own investigators to discover what had been done. He did not expose the saboteurs himself. He did not send a message to the court detailing what he had found and who he suspected. He did not demand justice or confrontation. Instead, he left evidence for others to find. He created the conditions for the Celestial Court's own internal mechanisms to expose the corruption. This was important. More important than his reputation. More important than demonstrating his knowledge and power. He had done enough direct intervention. The cultivation world was not his responsibility. The maintenance of its honesty and integrity belonged to the beings who lived within it. If the court could not investigate its own corruption, then perhaps it deserved what would come. He had learned, in his decades of accumulated power, that sometimes the greatest act of leadership was not fixing the problem, but creating the possibility for others to fix it. Sometimes the greatest gift you could give was the gift of agency, the gift of allowing people to solve their own problems. Yan Zhou found him sitting in the array after he completed the repairs, his body still shimmering slightly with the residual power from the work, his hands shaking more visibly than usual. Another failure? Yan Zhou asked, sitting beside him, not pretending he hadn't noticed the tremor. Deliberate damage, Wei Changqing said. Resolve now. It won't fail again. But someone within the Celestial Court did this. Someone wanted my repair to appear inadequate. Should we tell Feng Xiumei? No, Wei Changqing said. The Celestial Court will discover it when they investigate the failure report. It is their corruption. They will investigate and find it themselves. That is better than us reporting it. It allows them to maintain their integrity by discovering the problem themselves. Yan Zhou understood. He had learned, from Wei Changqing, that power exercised rightly sometimes meant restraining power, meant trusting others to do what they needed to do, meant refusing to be the solution to every problem. The greatest power was sometimes simply to create the space for others to be powerful. They walked back to the tea house through the late afternoon light. The season was turning toward autumn. The air held that quality of impending change, the sense that what had grown through the summer would soon be harvested or transformed or returned to rest. Wei Chongqing felt this in his body. The accumulated fatigue, the cost of months of maintaining paradoxical suppression, the physical reality of a being that was powerful beyond measure and was deliberately living in constraint. It was not a comfortable existence. The paradox created constant strain. The effort never diminished, but it was the one he had chosen. And by choosing it day after day, moment after moment, he was creating something that would outlast him. A place where people could be peaceful, a model of service without domination, a proof that power used differently could transform the world more completely than power used as force. The tea house waited. The evening service would begin soon. Customers would arrive, some seeking good tea, some seeking the indefinable something that happened here, something they could not name but could feel. He would serve them with the same attention he had learned to give over decades. And in doing that simple work, he would continue the strange work of blessing dustfall, not through magic or force, but through the simple revolutionary act of treating everyone with absolute equality. The sun descended. The stars emerged. The tea house glowed warm against the gathering dark. Wei Chongqing entered it, and the evening began, and the work continued, as it always did, as it always would, as long as he remained. The investigation into the formation array sabotage would eventually unfold as Wei Chongqing had planned. The Celestial Court's internal inspectors would discover the markers he had left. They would identify the faction responsible for the sabotage. They would implement consequences. And the court would understand that Wei Chongqing's repair was not a matter of luck or happenstance, but of genuine mastery. That he could identify not just damage, but deliberate damage. Not just fix problems, but create conditions for others to discover and solve their own corruption. But that was future events. For now, Wei Chongqing had a tea house to close, supplies to clean and prepare for tomorrow, a team that depended on him. He had a small circle of people who had become his family, and he had a town that had learned to choose peace over conflict because he had shown them it was possible. In the back room, Little Fun was finishing her cleaning. Yin Zio was stacking cups with the care of someone who treated every object as if it mattered. The evening customers had gone. The town of Dustfall was settling into sleep, and the tea house waited for tomorrow, when the work would begin again. The simple, transformative work of serving tea, of being present, of treating everyone with equal care and equal respect. Wei Chongqing had wanted to be ordinary. He had succeeded, in his way. He had become a man who ran a tea house, who served customers, who cared for his team. That he was also a Tao sovereign, that he carried power beyond measure, that his very presence was blessing the town and the cultivation world. These things had become secondary to the simple truth of who he was in this moment. Someone making tea, someone serving others, someone creating peace through the simple revolutionary act of equal treatment. The cost of this existence was paid in tremors and fatigue. The reward was immeasurable. The work continued. The tea house stood. The story that had begun with abdication and retreat had become a story of unexpected leadership through gentleness. And in that transformation, the cultivation world had learned something it had never known. That power exercised as service was more transformative than power exercised as dominion. This was the truth Wei Chongqing had learned and lived. This was the lesson the tea house was teaching, day by day, cup by cup, to everyone who came through its doors. Chapter 51. Bai Longshan comes with a request. The autumn afternoon was slipping toward evening when Bai Longshan entered one cup. Wei Chongqing recognized him immediately. There were few people from his past he ever expected to see walk through this door, and fewer still who possessed the gravitas to cross the threshold without causing the entire room to shift its weight. The sect leader wore formal robes despite the hour, a choice that told Wei Chongqing everything he needed to know about the nature of this visit. This was not a social call. Tea? Wei Chongqing asked, already moving toward the back. Bai Longshan inclined his head slightly and settled into one of the wooden chairs near the window. Little Fun appeared briefly, took in the visitor with the practical assessment of someone who had learned to read cultivation ranks by posture and dress alone, and quietly withdrew without being asked. Wei Chongqing selected his finest oolong, a varietal from the eastern peaks, aged 7 years, the kind of tea that had been sitting in his collection waiting for someone who would understand what it meant. He prepared it with the full attention he gave to all tea, the water heated to exactly the right temperature, the leaves unfurled in the correct vessels, the steep times measured not by urgency, but by intuition. When he set the cup before Bai Longshan, the sect leader's eyes widened slightly. He had not expected the care. "You have aged well," Bai Longshan said, after his first careful sip. "More than that, you have changed." "The work suits me." Wei Chongqing replied simply, settling into his own chair. He did not add that this was the first honest thing he had said in decades, that no amount of power had ever been worth the weight of it, that he had been a Tao sovereign the way a man carries water in a vessel designed for stone. But I suspect you did not come to discuss my personal transformation. Bai Longshan set the cup down with precision. The deliberateness of the gesture carried its own language. The sect faces a succession crisis. A difficult one. Wei Chongqing waited. Bai Longshan was not a man who rushed his words. The tea cooled slightly between them while the sect leader gathered what he needed to say. Senior Elder Huang died 3 months ago. You remember him, the strategist, the one who managed the Council of Elders. Wei Chongqing did remember. Huang had been sharp, competent, the kind of administrator who made a large organization function through quiet intelligence rather than force. His absence would create a vacuum. His death created an unexpected problem. His position was sufficiently central that 2 separate factions began competing to fill it. They were roughly equal in strength. Neither would yield. And now? Wei Chongqing asked. Now they have reached a stalemate. The factions cannot agree on a replacement, and without agreement, I cannot make the appointment. I would be declaring my favor, and that would fracture the sect. Some disciples have already begun leaving, choosing to wait out the resolution elsewhere. Others are taking sides more visibly. We are approaching the point where any decision I make will cause a schism. Bai Longshan's hands were steady, but Wei Chongqing could read the exhaustion in how he held his shoulders. I came here to ask you something that perhaps I should not ask. Ask it anyway, Wei Chongqing said. The sect is yours. You founded it. Both factions would accept a determination from you. They would have to, given your authority. I am asking you to intervene. Tell us which faction is correct. Tell us which leader should assume Huang's position, and the other faction will yield. The crisis ends immediately. The request hung in the air between them like incense smoke. Wei Chongqing did not answer immediately. He had been expecting something like this for some time. The cultivation world did not forget hierarchies. To have founded a sect, to have been a Tao sovereign, meant that power would always be attributed to him regardless of his actual intention to wield it. The fact that he had not used that authority in years did not diminish it in others' eyes. If anything, it had made it more precious to them, like an unused charm that might work precisely because it had never been spent. No, Wei Chongqing said finally. Bai Longshan did not move. No, the sect must make this choice itself. If I choose for you, if I intervene and declare one faction correct and the other wrong, then I become what I am no longer. A ruler. Someone whose will supersedes everyone else's. If I make that choice, I ensure that when the next succession crisis comes, the sect will turn to external authority again. You will have become a thing that is governed, not a thing that governs itself. But we have no mechanism, Bai Longshan began. You do have one. You are simply not using it. Wei Chongqing stood and moved to the window. From where he stood, he could see Dustfall's main street, ordinary people going about ordinary lives, none of them aware of the weight the cultivation world carried, the endless cycles of power and succession and authority. Have the 2 faction leaders sit together. In this room, if you wish. Serve them tea. The same tea I served you. Tell them they do not leave until they have spoken for longer than they have fought. Tell them to listen, truly listen, more than they argue. Tell them they are looking for the best choice for the sect, not victory for their faction. That is hardly a solution, Bai Longshan said, and there was a note in his voice that was not quite bitterness, but something close to it. That is a philosophy, not a plan. The best solutions usually are, Wei Chongqing replied. He did not turn from the window. You are a good administrator, Bai Longshan. You will know how to facilitate this. What you lack is the permission to let go of the outcome. You think it is your responsibility to choose correctly. I am telling you it is not your responsibility alone. Let your people choose. They are stronger than you think. This moment, where the choice must come from within, is exactly what the sect needs to grow beyond dependence on external authority. I hear your reasoning, Bai Longshan said, his voice taking on the careful tone of someone trying to work through a problem. But what you are asking me to do feels like abandonment. The sect looks to me for leadership. If I simply step back and let chaos resolve itself, am I not failing in my duty? Wei Chongqing turned from the window. Consider what leadership actually means. When you tell someone the answer, you give them a solution but take from them the opportunity to discover their own wisdom. When you hold a space for them to find their own answer, you give them something more valuable, the knowledge that they are capable of solving their own problems. The sect does not need you to be their solver. It needs you to be the one who believes in their capacity to solve themselves. That belief is a more powerful form of leadership than any command. Bai Longshan held the cup to his lips again, and Wei Chongqing could see him truly considering the words, truly weighing them against what he had believed his role was supposed to be. If I do this and it fails, he said finally, the responsibility is mine. The sect fragments, and it is because I chose not to act. Yes, Wei Chongqing agreed simply. And if it succeeds, the credit belongs to your sect. Which would you prefer, to have solved their problem for them, or to have discovered that they could solve it themselves? Bai Longshan left as the sun was touching the horizon. He did not argue further, but Wei Chongqing could see the doubt he carried with him, the weight of a decision not to decide, the strange liberation and terror of that choice. The sect leader had come seeking a clear answer and received, instead, an abdication of authority. It was not what he had wanted. It was, Wei Chongqing suspected, exactly what the sect needed. 2 months later, Bai Longshan returned. He arrived on a morning when the tea house was empty of other customers, and his posture was visibly different. The exhaustion was gone. He moved like a man who had set down a burden and found it did not immediately require him to pick it up again. Wei Chongqing was arranging white chrysanthemums in a vase when the sect leader entered, and he did not stop his work, simply inclined his head in acknowledgement. The faction leaders sat together, Bai Longshan said, and there was something in his voice that Wei Chongqing had not heard before. Satisfaction. Genuine, unguarded satisfaction. They talked for 3 hours at first. By the end, they were not quite friends, but they understood each other. They realized that the question was not who should replace Huang, but what the position needed to become in order to be truly useful. They merged their strengths. The new structure combines Huang's administrative role with elements from both faction specialties. It is better than either of them would have created alone. Wei Chongqing set the last flower in place. The white against the celadone vase was exactly right. The factions merged completely, he asked. Not immediately, but the disciples have stopped leaving. The two groups began meeting socially. There have been 3 joint research initiatives into cultivation theory and technique. The schism that I feared is not coming. Bai Longshan paused, and his next words carried visible emotion. You knew this would happen. You knew that if they talked to each other long enough, they would find something better than victory. I suspected it, Wei Chongqing said, because you did not come here seeking dominance. You came seeking resolution. The sect reflected you. If you had been hungry for power, the factions would have fought to the death. But you were simply tired and worried and looking for a way through. That same weariness and worry is in both of them. People do not fight as hard when they are exhausted. They talk instead. Wei Chongqing turned from the flowers and looked at his former administrator fully. You made the right choice, Bai Longshan. Not by intervening, but by not intervening. By trusting that your people were wiser than you feared. For the first time, Bai Longshan smiled. A small, genuine thing that transformed his entire face. I did not expect wisdom to come in such an impractical package. But here you are, making tea and somehow solving problems that should have required politics and authority. I make tea, Wei Chongqing said. The problems solve themselves. People are good at solving problems if you give them the space to do it and show them that their solution will be respected. Bai Longshan sat for another hour, and they drank tea together without speaking much. The sect leader left with something he had not brought. The quiet certainty that the choice he had feared making had never been his to make. The sect had been waiting all along for permission to choose itself. Wei Chongqing had simply given them that permission, and in doing so, had strengthened the sect far more than any external authority could have. Chapter 52. The Shadow Faction emerges. The tea house grew quieter toward evening. Wei Chongqing had sent Little Fen home early. She had been working since before dawn, and he could see the exhaustion settling into her shoulders. Yin Zio was in the back, preparing tomorrow's water and checking the stores, organizing the increasing complexity of their supplies. The shop itself held only the gentle sounds of evening. Wind from the street, the creak of settling wood, the soft hiss of the kettle maintaining its warmth. There are rumors about you, Little Fun had said that morning, casually, the way she reported all the news that came through Dustfall by way of farmers and merchants and traveling cultivators. Nothing specific, just that some people think your influence is bad for the cultivation world. They say you are weakening it somehow, that you are dangerous. Wei Chongqing had filed this information away without comment. It was not surprising. Change always generated opposition. The cultivation world had been structured around certain principles for millennia. That strength was the highest good, that power was the appropriate measure of worth, that progress meant increased capability and accumulation. A tea house that suggested something else, that peace might be more valuable than dominance, that listening might be stronger than force, that the cultivation world's endless cycle of advancement might be exhausting rather than enlightening, would naturally generate resistance. That evening, as the light failed, he thought about the factions that had opposed change throughout history. They were rarely composed of evil people. They were usually people who sincerely believed that the old way was the better way, that change would damage something precious. They were worth taking seriously, even in opposition. 1,000 li away, in a valley that few cultivators knew to look for, a group of them were doing exactly that. The meeting room was austere, carved directly from stone, the kind of place that cultivators built when they wanted to be hidden and undiscovered. Perhaps 30 people had gathered, not the most powerful cultivators in the world, but strong enough, committed enough, and sufficiently convinced of their cause to set aside other pursuits. They called themselves the cultivation preservationists, though among themselves, they simply used the code name, the preservation. The tea house is a mechanism of spiritual atrophy, argued sect leader Meng Wei, who headed the Eastern Factions Alliance and had convened this meeting. He was a precise man, careful in his words, the kind of strategist who said nothing he had not considered from all angles. This is not merely an opinion. The evidence is substantial. Disciples who spend significant time near the tea house show measurable decreases in their cultivation drive. They become complacent. They lose the hunger for advancement. The Demon Emperor has voluntarily limited its acquisitive behavior, added another speaker, a woman named Shui who served as a war planner for the Northern Defense Coalition. An entity that was previously committed to expansion now speaks of balance and understanding. That is not wisdom. That is domestication. That is the influence of this man turning a force of nature into something tame and controllable. The Celestial Court has begun questioning its own protocols, a third voice offered. They are discussing reduction in jade spirit mining, suggesting that excessive resource accumulation might not be necessary. These are not natural thoughts for a court dedicated to advancement. These are thoughts that come from outside influence. From him, sect leader Meng Wei stood and moved to the center of the chamber. His shadow fell long across the stone floor, cast by lamps that burned with jade spirit flame. Wei Chongqing was a Tao sovereign. That much is confirmed. The few who have sensed him directly are certain of it. The records of the Heavenly Archive confirm it. But he is no longer acting as a Tao sovereign, and that is precisely the danger. He has become something more dangerous. A Tao sovereign who is acting as a sage, offering wisdom, creating dependence without demands. The cultivation world is built on clear power dynamics. We understand where we stand because we understand who is stronger. If we remove those dynamics and replace them with philosophy, we weaken ourselves. We become vulnerable to external threats. But if we move against him directly, we confirm his narrative, Shui said, with the sharp mind of someone used to working problems from multiple angles. We look like tyrants resisting the voice of peace. We look like the thing we are claiming to protect against. Then we do not move against him directly, Meng Wei replied, and his voice took on the careful tone of someone setting a trap. We move against the narrative. We make it clear that the tea house philosophy is not wisdom. It is seduction, a sophisticated control mechanism disguised as kindness. We spread the understanding that his calmness is not peace, but the suppression of power for accumulation later. We make cultivators afraid of dependency on his presence. We suggest that he is gathering influence that he will someday use to control the cultivation world entirely. That requires a consistent campaign, someone else said. Rumors will not be enough. We need to be present where his influence is present. We need to offer alternatives. We need to show that cultivation without restraint is not tyranny, it is freedom. That advancement is not a sin. That power is not evil. They called themselves preservationists, but what they were really doing was exactly what Meng Wei had described, offering a narrative. They would spread the word that the tea house was dangerous, that it encouraged spiritual atrophy, that it was a hidden agenda for control. They would position themselves as defenders of authentic cultivation. They would be present at debates and councils, offering an alternative view with apparent reason behind it. They had logic. They had internal consistency. They had something that could almost pass for wisdom. They had no idea what they were really doing. A week later, Wei Chongqing heard the first whispers in Dustfall. A traveling merchant mentioned it casually, something about strange rumors circulating through the larger cultivation sects. Nothing specific, but something about the tea house causing dependency. A cultivator passing through town asked him directly, "Is it true that your presence causes spiritual stagnation?" Wei Chongqing poured tea and considered the question seriously, carefully, as though it deserved genuine engagement. "I cannot speak to what happens to people after they leave. I can only say that what happens here is honest. People drink tea and talk, and sometimes they understand things more clearly than before. If that clarity leads them away from advancement, perhaps what they needed was to question whether advancement was what they actually wanted. But some say that people become dependent on your wisdom." The cultivator pressed, and there was genuine concern in their voice. "That they cannot think clearly without you. Then they misunderstand what happens here," Wei Chongqing said gently. "I do not offer wisdom. I offer tea and silence and the space to think. I serve people and listen when they need listening. If someone becomes dependent on that, the remedy is to think somewhere else for a while. The cultivation world has many places to think. I am not necessary. I am simply here. The rumors grew as autumn progressed. They took on shapes and shadows that they had not had before. By winter, whispers had become more substantial accusations. The tea house was causing cultivators to lose their drive for advancement. Wei Chongqing was accumulating power in a subtle way, using philosophy as a leash. His apparent retirement was a cover for something darker. The peace he espoused was a peace enforced through invisible control. He was creating an army of spiritually weakened cultivators who would be easy to dominate once his true agenda revealed itself. The Shadow Faction, as they had begun calling themselves among cultivation circles, grew more sophisticated in their approach. They published commentaries questioning the value of the peaceful way. They presented logical arguments about why the cultivation world's drive for power was itself a good, that it had motivated invention, exploration, the expansion of knowledge and understanding. They made public statements about the danger of spiritual complacency. They were, in their way, having a conversation. And Wei Chongqing did nothing. He continued making tea. He continued serving customers who came to the tea house, some of them skeptics sent to investigate, some of them true believers, most of them simply people trying to figure out their own lives. He continued his daily routine with the same attention he had always given it. He did not respond to accusations. He did not publish counterarguments. He did not gather supporters to defend his position. He did not hold meetings about the rumors. From where Meng Wei and the others of the Shadow Faction stood, this silence was infuriating. A normal opponent would have engaged. A normal sage would have responded. A normal person with authority would have gathered their people and made a case for themselves. But Wei Chongqing simply continued existing exactly as he had been existing, which meant that every accusation they made was answered not by words, but by demonstration. Every time they said he was causing spiritual atrophy, a disciple who had spent time in his tea house would produce some work that showed continued advancement. Every time they said he was suppressing cultivation, someone would arrive at the tea house full of anxiety and leave lighter, clearer, more capable of pursuing their own path, whether that path involved cultivation advancement or something entirely different. The Shadow Faction found that narratives are weak against continued demonstration of harmlessness. They had expected resistance. They had prepared for argument. They had not prepared for someone who simply continued being good without defending himself. They had no strategy for the person who did not fight back, not because they could not fight, but because they had chosen something better. And that, more than anything, was what began to turn cultivators away from their cause. The narrative was elegant and internally consistent and logically sound. But when tested against the simple reality of the man making tea in dustfall, it fell apart. His silence was more powerful than any counterargument could have been. Chapter 53. Crisis prevented through restraint. The cultivator's name was Jin Hao, and he had been prepared for this assignment for 3 months. He was heaven-bridging rank, a respectable level of power, the kind of strength that allowed him to command respect in ordinary cities, that made him formidable against most opponents he might encounter. He was not at the level where he could expect to defeat a Tao sovereign with ease, but he was not ignorant of cultivation either. He had been told that the Tao sovereign was suppressed, that his power was held in check by the effort of maintaining ordinariness, and that with the right technique, executed correctly, with the element of surprise and the commitment to not hesitate, a heaven-bridging cultivator could potentially succeed. He had also been told that if he succeeded, the Shadow Faction would ensure his name became legendary. They would make him famous across the cultivation world. People would tell stories about the cultivator who had stopped the tyrant disguised as a sage. His name would be remembered. He would matter. He arrived in Dustfall on an afternoon when the autumn leaves were beginning to turn. He found lodging in a small inn near the main street, paid for 3 days with Jade Spirit, and spent the following 2 days observing the tea house with careful attention. It was so aggressively ordinary that he found it almost insulting. A small building, wooden tables, simple brushwork on the walls. One elderly woman who worked there, likely just an employee. A young man who seemed to be some kind of assistant or perhaps a cultivator serving as backup, and the target himself, a man in his apparent 60s, moving with the grace of someone who had transcended the need for hurried motion. He was never hurried. He moved as though time was not pressing him, as though each moment was sufficient unto itself. On the 3rd evening, Jin Hao watched as the assistant left and the young woman locked up the back storage area. He waited until full dark, until the streets of Dustfall were empty of foot traffic, until the time for hesitation had passed. He made his move. The lock on the tea house door was a simple mechanical thing. and his cultivation power made it trivial to break without noise. He slipped inside into the darkness, allowing his cultivation senses to expand, finding the target immediately. Wei Chongqing was sitting at one of the tables, waiting. "I wondered when you might arrive," the older man said calmly, his voice carrying no fear, no surprise. "I have been expecting something like this for several months. The Shadow faction is nothing if not methodical." Jin Hao did not waste time on conversation. He knew his advantage was speed, surprise, and commitment. He could not afford to be uncertain. He gathered his strength and executed his most powerful technique, a heaven-bridging level manifestation of force that he had refined over years of training. Pure, concentrated cultivation energy released with the intention to kill, shaped into a form that would pierce through defenses and strike at the core of an opponent's being. It struck Wei Chongqing and did nothing. Jin Hao felt the energy dissipate as if it had hit a stone mountain, as if he had thrown it at the earth itself and expected the earth to move. The older man did not move. He did not raise his hand. He did not activate any defensive array or technique. He did not even seem to acknowledge the attack. He simply sat in the chair, waiting for whatever came next. Jin Hao could not accept this. He tried again, gathered more power, reached deeper into his reserves. He could not afford to fail. He unleashed a second technique, combining his finest methods, everything he had learned in the heaven-bridging stage, all the practice and discipline and sacrifice that had made him strong. The energy crashed against Wei Chongqing with the force of a thunderstorm, with the intensity of his will focused into a single point. The man did not move. Understanding began to crystallize in Jin Hao's mind. It came not as sudden revelation, but as slow, dawning horror, like watching a structure he had believed in begin to show its true shape. He was not attacking an opponent. He was attacking a mountain. He was not striking at a suppressed power. He was striking at something so immensely powerful that his attacks were not even being noticed. They were not being blocked. They were not being absorbed. They were simply dissipating because they were insignificant. A Tao sovereign's suppression was so complete, so powerful, that the attacks of a heaven-bridging cultivator could not even register against it. Wei Chongqing could kill him. At any moment, with any fraction of his power, Wei Chongqing could end his life. And Wei Chongqing was choosing not to. The realization struck Jin Hao the way his techniques had struck the older man, with full force and terrible clarity, and it shattered something inside him. Not his body, but his understanding of the world, his understanding of what power meant, his understanding of what the Shadow faction had been asking him to do. He sank to the floor. His knees gave out, or he decided to kneel. He was no longer certain which was which. His breath came in gasps that were only partially physical. His entire being was trembling with the understanding that he had walked into the presence of something so far beyond his capacity that comparison was almost meaningless. Wei Chongqing stood from his chair and went to the back. He returned with a cup of tea, warm and fragrant, still steaming slightly, and set it on the floor in front of Jin Hao with the same care he would have shown to any customer. Then he settled into a chair nearby and waited with the patience of someone who had time for this, who understood that Jin Hao needed time to process what had happened. It took Jin Hao a long time to stop crying. When he finally did, when his breathing had steadied and the dissolution of his certainty had settled into something he could almost bear, when the tears had stopped and he could see again, he reached for the tea with shaking hands and drank it. The warmth was grounding. The flavor was indescribably complex, and it carried something in it that felt almost like understanding. Not answers, but the recognition that he had been asking the wrong questions. "Tell me," Wei Chongqing said quietly, and it was not a command but an invitation. "Tell me everything. Who sent you? What they promised you? What they told you about me and about what you were supposed to do." And Jin Hao did. He told Wei Chongqing everything, because the resistance had been broken not by force but by the demonstration of restraint. He described the Shadow faction meetings, the arguments they had made about spiritual atrophy, the plan to remove Wei Chongqing because his presence was seen as weakening the cultivation world's drive for power. He described the promise they had made him, that his name would become legendary, that he would be remembered as a hero. He described what they had told him about Wei Chongqing's suppression, the confidence with which they had assured him that a heaven-bridging cultivator, with preparation and commitment and the element of surprise, could succeed. "They said you were tired," Jin Hao said, his voice hoarse from crying. "They said that maintaining the suppression was taking everything you had, that your power was constantly trying to break free, that one strong push would destabilize everything, and then I would have the advantage. They believed this. They gave me their belief as though it was fact." When he finished, Wei Chongqing simply nodded. He did not seem angry. He did not seem anything other than a man listening to information he was filing away for later consideration understanding, and response. What will you do? Jinhao asked finally. What happens to me now? Wei Changqing was quiet for a long moment. What do you think I should do? He replied. Jinhao considered this. He thought about the power in the room, the ease with which it could be deployed, the absolute certainty that he would not survive if Wei Changqing decided he should not. And yet he was alive. He was alive because Wei Changqing had chosen not to kill him, even when Jinhao had tried with sincerity and full effort. Even when Jinhao had come into his home with the explicit intention to murder him. I think, Jinhao said slowly, that you should let them keep trying. Because what happened tonight, what I learned tonight, is more powerful than any counterargument you could make. I came here believing I might be able to kill you. I leave here knowing that you could have killed me at any moment, and you chose not to. I will tell people what happened, and they will not believe me. But the ones who do believe me will understand what the Shadow faction cannot see. That power without the choice to use it is something different than power. It is something better. Wei Changqing smiled slightly. You have a gift for understanding things, Jinhao. The Shadow faction chose poorly when they selected you for this. They thought they were sending an assassin. They were actually sending a messenger. Jinhao left the tea house as dawn was beginning to break over Dustfall. He did not return to the inn. He did not pack his things or try to slip away unnoticed. He simply walked out of the town and began the long journey toward the place where the Shadow faction gathered, carrying with him the testimony that would eventually unravel their entire conspiracy. Not because Wei Changqing had fought them or opposed them, but because he had not. Because he had simply poured tea for his would-be assassin and waited for him to understand. Chapter 54. The cost becomes visible. It was the morning after the full moon when Little Fun first asked him directly. Wei Changqing was preparing the water for the morning tea, heating it to precisely the right temperature, a task he had done thousands of times by now, a task that had become as natural as breathing. The ritual was always the same. Light the fire, set the kettle, wait for the moment of perfect heat, then pour. But his hands were trembling, and when he lifted the pot to pour, he had to use both hands to keep the water from sloshing. The tremor was not dramatic, not the kind of thing that most people would notice immediately, but it was there, a constant small vibration beneath everything he did. Little Fun was sweeping the tea house, a task she did every morning before the shop opened, and she had clearly been watching him for some time. She had that quiet way of observing that came from people used to working with difficult tasks, people who learned to notice changes in their environment because noticing kept them safe, because noticing allowed them to anticipate problems before they became crises. She set the broom aside and walked to where he stood at the stove. Are you okay? She asked. 3 words. Simple. Direct. The kind of question that someone asks only when they already know the answer is no and are simply offering you the opportunity to be honest about it. There was no judgment in the question, just practical concern. Wei Changqing set the pot down carefully on the stove and turned to face her. Little Fun was 19, perhaps 20. He had lost exact track of her age at some point, the months blurring together in the rhythm of the tea house. And she had worked in the tea house long enough now that her practical observation had developed into something that looked almost like wisdom. She did not ask unnecessary questions. She did not waste time on politeness that was really avoidance. If she was asking this one, it was because she had been seeing something that concerned her for a while, and her patience with indirect concern had finally run out. I am managing, Wei Changqing said. That is not the same as being okay, Little Fun replied, and it was said without harshness, just factual observation from someone who had learned to distinguish between managing and being well. I have watched people manage crisis situations before. I have watched you do it every day for months now. You are still managing, but it is costing you. He sat at one of the tables and gestured for her to join him. She did, settling into the chair across from him with the straightforward attention of someone who would rather have truth than comfort. Someone who had learned that comfort without truth is just avoidance. Do you know what I was before I came here? Wei Changqing asked. A Tao sovereign, Littlefen said. Yanzio told me, not long after I started working here. He said you used to rule the cultivation world, and then you stopped, and came here to make tea instead. He made it sound like you had found the right answer to an important question. That is accurate, if incomplete, Wei Changqing said. The power of a Tao sovereign does not simply cease to exist because the person stops using it. The power wants to expand. It wants to express itself. It wants to do the work it was designed to do, which is to reshape reality according to the will of the one who holds it. He held up his hand and looked at the tremor there, small, subtle, but undeniably present. It was becoming worse. He could feel that, becoming more persistent, more demanding. I am holding that power in suppression. It is like carrying water in a vessel that was designed for stone. The vessel wants to break. The water wants to spill. The constant pressure pushes outward from the inside. searching for any weakness, any crack through which it might escape. I am holding them together through constant, conscious effort, through meditation, through choice, through discipline, and the strength of my will. It is sustainable for a time, but not indefinitely. Eventually, the vessel breaks or the person holding it exhausts themselves completely. Littlefen did not look afraid. She looked thoughtful, the way she always looked when she was considering a practical problem, working through the elements of it in her mind, imagining what could be done. How much time? She asked. I do not know exactly. Perhaps a year. Perhaps more. It depends on many things. The stability of the suppression. The consistency of my meditation. The amount of energy the world demands of me. The cooperation of the artifact from the boundary realms, if one should come. What happens when it fails? Littlefen asked, and this question was asked without hope of it not failing, just practical curiosity about what would follow. The power will be released. The energy of a suppressed Tao sovereign, when it becomes uncontained, creates significant effects in the surrounding area. It could devastate everything within several li. The tea house would be destroyed. Dustfall would be destroyed. Everyone in it. I would need to leave before that happened, or I would need to be very certain I could contain the release. I do not expect to be sure. Littlefen stood up and walked to the back of the tea house without speaking. Wei Chongqing listened to her moving around. The opening of cabinets, the organizing of supplies, the small sounds of someone thinking while they worked, the methodical approach of someone who responds to difficult news by thinking about what can be done. She came back with a cup of water and set it in front of him. Drink this, she said. Then we will talk about what comes next. Because you are not leaving. This place matters too much, and you matter too much, and I did not spend the last year learning your systems and getting to know this business, so you could decide to run away when things get difficult. Wei Chongqing drank the water. It was cool and clear, and the simplicity of it was exactly what he needed. An anchor to the ordinary world, a reminder that some things could be addressed practically rather than philosophically. The water was real. The problem was real. Little Fun was real, and she was refusing to let him disappear. I do not know what comes next, he said honestly. I have been managing the suppression the best way I know how. If that fails, if the artifact's help is not sufficient, I do not have a plan beyond leaving. Then we make one, Littlefen said, and she said it with the quiet confidence of someone who had made plans before, who had navigated difficulty by breaking it into steps. That is what people do when someone they care about has a problem. They make a plan. Is there anything that could help? Anything that could make the suppression more stable? Any person who might have the knowledge or the power to assist? Any artifact that might help? Wei Chongqing thought about the Demon Emperor, about the offer of help that had never been explicitly extended but had been implicit in every conversation, in the way it had begun to ask questions instead of make demands, in the way it had started to understand the philosophy behind the tea house instead of dismissing it. There might be, he said. There is someone who could potentially help. Someone I have not asked yet. Someone I thought I had no right to ask. Then ask, Littlefen said simply. If they are someone who knows you, and if you are important to them, they will either help or they will explain why they cannot. Either way, you will know something you do not know now. And either way, we can work from that knowledge toward a solution. The honesty of this conversation, the directness of Little Fun's concern, the refusal to accept his resignation without fighting it first, carried something that Wei Chongqing had not expected to feel at this stage of his life. He had been a Tao sovereign, had carried the weight of absolute authority, had made decisions that shaped the world. He had been completely alone in that power, his decisions his own responsibility, his solitude absolute. And now, in a small tea house in Dustfall, with a young woman he had hired months ago, and a man he had not expected to become close to, he was discovering what it meant to have a problem that other people would help him solve simply because they cared about him. Not because they owed him, not because of his rank or his power, but simply because he mattered to them. It was terrifying, and it was exactly what he needed. Chapter 55. Second major customer from afar. She arrived on an afternoon that was otherwise unremarkable. The tea house was moderately busy. 3 customers at small tables, 1 reading a cultivation manual, 2 conversing quietly about a philosophical matter. Wei Chongqing was behind the counter, preparing a blend for a regular customer, when the door opened and the air itself seemed to shift. Not visibly. There was no disturbance of papers or rattle of objects, but the quality of the light seemed to change, and the space seemed to acknowledge her presence. She was tall for a woman of apparent age, and her hair was entirely silver, bound back in a style that suggested centuries of wearing it the same way, a style that had become so much a part of her that it had transcended fashion and become simply timeless. She wore plain traveling clothes, worn but meticulously maintained, the kind of garments that someone chose because they were comfortable rather than impressive. Her eyes, when she looked around the small room, held a quality that Wei Chongqing recognized immediately. The accumulated weight of having observed the world for a very long time. The kind of sight that came from centuries of watching human nature, of seeing the same patterns repeat across generations. He did not need to sense her cultivation to know her. The legendary wanderer moved through the cultivation world like a question for which the world was still waiting for an answer. 500 years old, the records said, though records was a generous term for the scattered stories and half-remembered references that constituted what anyone knew about her. She was a celestial throne cultivator, one of the highest ranks possible, and yet she had never claimed authority over a sect, had never sought to rule territory, had appeared and disappeared according to reasons that no one fully understood. Some said she was searching for something. Some said she was running from something. Most simply said she was following her own path, which no one could predict or understand. She settled herself at a table near the back window without being asked, as if she had always belonged there, as if she had been coming to this tea house for years. Her presence drew no attention from the other customers. They continued reading, continued conversing, unaware that something significant had entered their space. Wei Chongqing completed the current preparation and brought it to the customer, then returned to his workspace and selected a tea. Not his finest. He reserved that for moments he recognized as significant, but something very good, something that would carry the weight of what this meeting might be. He prepared it with full attention, allowing his hands to move through the ritual with the precision that had become second nature, and when it was ready, he brought it to her table and sat across from her without waiting for an invitation. "I know what you are," the wanderer said, and it was not a question. Her voice was quiet, barely above a whisper, the kind of voice that belonged to someone who did not need to speak loudly to be heard. "I have walked the cultivation world for 500 years, and I have learned to recognize what has genuinely changed it. You, this tea house, the way people move differently after they have been here, the way they seem to have found something they did not know they were looking for." She sipped the tea, her eyes closing briefly as she tasted it, and Wei Chongqing could see her experiencing something, understanding something about the tea and about him, understanding something about what he had discovered in the years since he had become ordinary. "I spent 490 of my 500 years believing that power was the answer. That if I became stronger, if I accumulated more cultivation, more understanding, if I practiced the most advanced techniques and reached for the highest stages, if I could just reach one more level and then one more after that, I would eventually understand what the cultivation world was supposed to be. What I was supposed to be. I reached celestial throne rank, the highest level most cultivators dare dream of. I could reshape weather with a thought. I could influence the growth of mountains across years. I had achieved what most cultivators dream of their entire lives. And I was no more satisfied than I had been at the beginning. Perhaps less. The higher I climbed, the more I felt I had lost. The more I understood, the more aware I became of what I did not understand. The more power I accumulated, the more responsibility I felt for all the things that power could not fix." She paused and took another sip, and Wei Chongqing saw something shift in her face, some ancient weariness releasing. "I have only recently realized that I was asking the wrong question entirely. I was asking how to get more power. I should have been asking what power is actually for, why we chase it, whether the chasing is the goal or whether the chasing is the problem, whether the next level is worth the cost of reaching it." Wei Chongqing said nothing. The wanderer did not seem to require response, did not seem to be asking him for validation or agreement. She simply needed to speak the truth aloud, to acknowledge what she had learned. She drank the tea slowly, savoring each sip with the full attention of someone who understood that taste is a form of wisdom, and the afternoon light moved across the table as the sun made its way toward evening, the shadows lengthening as the day progressed toward night. Other customers left, returning to their lives. New ones entered, seeking the peace the tea house offered, and Wei Chongqing attended to them without shifting his focus from the woman at the back table. Time seemed to pass differently around the old woman and the old man, as though they existed in a pocket where the normal flow of hours did not apply, as though their conversation transcended ordinary time. "Thank you," she said finally, when the cup was empty, "for showing me that there is another way. I do not know yet if I can walk it myself. 500 years is a long time to maintain a direction, and the habits of thought are deep, but knowing that it exists is worth the entire journey I have taken." She asked for more tea. Wei Chongqing prepared it, and she sat for the entire remaining afternoon, leaving only when the light was beginning to fail, taking her time, in no hurry to go anywhere else. As she stood to go, she set a jade spirit coin on the table, not for payment, which would have been meaningless, but something else entirely, a gesture of respect and acknowledgement. "I am going to speak with the celestial court," she said. I am going to tell them what I have learned in my years of wandering. I am going to tell them that your influence is not a weakness in the cultivation world, but a necessary counterbalance to the tendency toward authoritarianism that I have personally observed growing stronger over centuries. I am going to tell them that the preservation of the world requires not more power, but wisdom, and they may not listen to me, but I will make certain they know that this option exists, that there is another path. She walked to the door and paused there, silhouetted against the evening light streaming in from outside. Continue making tea, Wei Changqing. I will tell others to come. She was gone before he could respond, moving out into the evening with the same unhurried grace she had brought into the tea house. Wei Changqing stood in the empty space she had left and felt the weight of her departure the way the room itself seemed to settle after she left, like the air had been charged with something and now returned to baseline. She had come and spoken almost entirely to herself, had drunk 1 cup of tea and 1 refill, had sat for an entire afternoon in contemplation, and had quietly rearranged something in the structure of how the cultivation world understood itself. 3 days later, a message arrived from the celestial court. It was formal, written by an official, sealed with the court's stamp of authority, and it contained a single sentence. We have received word from the Wanderer regarding the tea house. We will not take action against it. We recommend to other courts and power structures that they reconsider their approach as well. It was not an endorsement. It was something more valuable, a withdrawal of opposition, and an encouragement to others to do the same. The Wanderer had made good on her word. Wei Changqing read the message once, set it aside, and began preparing the tea for the next morning, allowing the news to settle into the background of his awareness the way autumn settles into a small town, quietly and completely and inevitably. Chapter 56. The Demon Emperor's Blessing. The Demon Emperor arrived on an evening when Wei Changqing had been alone with his thoughts for most of the day. Yan Zio was managing accounts in the back room, working through the growing complexity of ordering more supplies as demand increased. Littlefin had finished her shift and returned to her family home, taking with her the understanding that Wei Changqing was managing something difficult and that his privacy at certain times was as important as his presence at others. The few remaining customers were preparing to leave as the darkness deepened outside, the evening shifting toward night. When the massive figure pushed through the tea house door, the evening air that entered with it carried the scent of burning stone and deep places, smells that belonged to the boundary realms where demon and cultivation energies interacted like 2 rivers meeting, where the rules of the surface world could not contain the forces that dwelt beneath. Wei Changqing had learned to recognize this creature, learned to see past the obvious power and intimidation to something else underneath, a being that had chosen to visit a small tea house regularly, that had chosen conversation over conquest, that had become, in an unexpected way, a genuine friend. Wei Changqing, the Demon Emperor said, moving to its usual table with the grace of something that had been coming here long enough to know exactly where it belonged, to know the rhythm of the place, to understand what was expected. I have brought you something. The creature produced a stone from somewhere within its form. It was unclear to Wei Changqing whether the demon had been carrying it or had drawn it from the boundary realms themselves, from spaces where matter took on different properties. The stone was roughly the size of a human hand, dense and dark, covered with symbols that seemed to shift slightly when viewed directly. They were suppression symbols. Wei Changqing understood immediately, the kind of patterns used in the demon realms to help beings of overwhelming power maintain stable containment, to keep immense forces compressed and manageable. The Demon Emperor set it on the table between them with care, the gesture itself significant. This was not a casual gift. I have watched you for several months, the creature said, its voice like rock grinding against rock, a sound that should have been harsh but somehow achieved a kind of music. I have observed you managing something that management is destroying you. I have seen the tremor in your hands that comes and goes. I have sensed the effort your meditation requires, the constant drain of maintaining suppression. I brought this because I understand suppression and because I understand the cost of hiding power. Wei Changqing picked up the stone carefully, reverently, almost. It was warm, almost alive, and it resonated slightly against his palm, as though it contained its own pulse, its own heartbeat. Why? He asked, asking the only question that truly mattered. Because before you, I came to this world believing that peace was weakness, that the only proper relationship between powerful beings was domination or submission. You have shown me that neither of those is true, that it is possible for beings of power to coexist without either dominating or submitting. That peace is not weakness. It is the most difficult strength of all. The Demon Emperor paused, and Wei Changqing could hear in that pause the weight of 500 years of understanding leading to this moment. And because we were once enemies, and now we are something else. Friends, perhaps, or something for which the cultivation world has no proper name. I bring this as one who understands what you carry. Wear it. Let it help you carry that burden. Wei Chongqing rose and walked to the kitchen, then returned with tea, his finest preparation, reserved now for moments that felt significant, the leaves he had been saving for moments he recognized as turning points. He set it before the demon emperor and held the stone up to the light, letting it catch the lantern glow and throw shadows across the table. You have helped me maintain peace with myself, he said. This will help me do the same. Thank you for understanding what I needed before I had to ask. The demon emperor drank the tea slowly, and Wei Chongqing went to the back and found needle and thread, then returned to the table and carefully incorporated the stone into his clothing, stitching it securely into the inner lining of his robes where it would rest against his body constantly, warming slightly as his own body heat activated its properties. The integration was simple, meticulous work, the kind of task he had always excelled at, but it was also profound. He was not just adding an object to his clothing. He was accepting help. He was allowing someone else to contribute to the solution. And as soon as the stone was complete, integrated into his person, something in Wei Chongqing's internal landscape shifted. The constant pressure that he had been managing, the suppression that required perpetual effort and vigilance and meditation, transformed into something more like a stable container. The tremor that had become constant in his hands immediately eased. His breathing deepened naturally, without conscious effort. The meditation that had become a constant war against his own power became, instead, a gentle management, a gardener tending plants rather than a soldier holding a siege line. The water was still there, the vessel was still fragile, but the pressure on the seams ceased to increase with every moment. The crisis became chronic but manageable. Wei Chongqing sat back in his chair and felt, for the first time in months, that he might actually survive this. That the suppression might hold indefinitely, not as a desperate emergency measure requiring constant vigilance, but as a sustainable way of existing. This changes everything, he said quietly. It changes nothing, the demon emperor replied, but there was warmth in the contradiction. You are still doing the same thing you were doing before. You are still making tea and choosing not to use your power. This simply gives you the capacity to continue doing so without destroying yourself in the process. But they both knew it was not quite true. In some ways, it changed everything. The difference between managing an emergency and maintaining a stable system was the difference between exhaustion and life. Wei Chongqing had been living at the edge of his capacity for months, running on the last of his reserves, holding together through sheer will. Now, suddenly, he had more space to simply be, to exist not as a crisis being managed, but as a person living a life. Why do you keep coming here? Wei Chongqing asked, asking something he had wondered about for a long time, something he had not felt right asking before. The demon emperor was silent for a long moment. When it spoke, its voice was quieter than usual, almost vulnerable. Because in 500 years of being an emperor, of ruling, demanding, accumulating power and territory, crushing opposition, I never once felt satisfied. Never once felt complete. I thought if I was just powerful enough, if I controlled enough, if I had enough subjects and enough territory and enough fear in others' hearts, I would finally understand what I was supposed to be. What being powerful was actually for. Then I came here and sat in this small room with you, and I experienced the peace I had been searching for all those centuries. Not because I gained anything, not because I conquered anything, but because I sat with someone who had let go of gain entirely. In this tea house, I am not an emperor. I am simply someone drinking tea, being seen and served with equal care as everyone else. And that is worth more than all the territories I have ever claimed. Wei Chongqing could not think of an adequate response. Instead, he simply sat with the demon emperor as the evening deepened into proper night, and they drank tea together in comfortable silence, two extraordinary beings finding peace in ordinariness. When the creature finally rose to leave, it paused at the door. The stone will require care, it said. Meditate with it once each week. Thank the boundary realms for their help. The artifact is not just suppression. It is a bridge between your world and theirs. They are helping you maintain peace here. You should acknowledge that, maintain that gratitude. They respond to intention. After the demon emperor left, Wei Chongqing sat alone in the tea house and felt the stone resting against his chest, warm and solid and real. He had once been an enemy of this creature. They had fought in ways that had reshaped the cultivation world, had opposed each other with the full power of their respective ranks. And now this being had given him a gift that might save his life, not out of obligation, not out of debt, but out of genuine care, out of the recognition that another being was suffering and could be helped. The tea house was full of unlikely friendships. Perhaps that was its real magic. Chapter 57. Stabilization. The integration of the Demon Emperor's artifact transformed Wei Chongqing's daily existence from a constant battle into a sustainable rhythm. In the 2 weeks following the gift, the difference became visible to everyone around him. Littlefen commented on it first, noting one morning, while she was making the flour for the morning pastries, that the tremor in his hands had finally ceased completely. She did not make a big thing of it, just mentioned it as an observation while she worked, but Wei Chongqing could see the relief in how she moved after she said it, and how her shoulders relaxed. Yan Ziyou, who had been quietly monitoring Wei Chongqing's condition since the crisis had become apparent, allowed himself a visible expression of relief. He had been carrying the weight of knowing something was wrong and being unable to do anything about it. The helplessness of standing beside someone you cared about while they struggled with a problem you could not solve. Now that weight shifted. "You look better," Yan Ziyou said one morning. Not as observation, but as confession, the kind of thing he said only when he had been worried enough that the relief required acknowledgement. "You look like you are not one crisis away from needing to leave." Wei Chongqing responded by inviting Yan Ziyou to join him for his morning meditation, a practice he had always done alone. They settled into the back room as dawn was breaking, as the light came through the window in long angles, and Wei Chongqing closed his eyes and began the work that had become his primary occupation, the management of a suppressed Dao sovereign's power. The meditation was different now. Where before it had been desperate, focused on emergency containment, on holding together something that wanted to break apart, it now took on the quality of tending a garden or maintaining a balance. Wei Chongqing could feel the suppression system working, his power compressed and held in check. Yes, but not frantically, not desperately. The artifact did much of the work now, drawing the excess energy into itself and distributing it harmlessly through pathways that led to the boundary realms, converting his overwhelming power into something that could be safely contained and gradually dissipated. All he had to do was sit with the system and make sure nothing was straining against its container, to maintain awareness of the balance, to offer gratitude to the boundary realms for their assistance. He felt the pressure of his own vast power, like standing at the base of a mountain range and feeling the weight of all that stone held suspended above him. But instead of terror, he felt something like understanding. This power was not his enemy. It was simply himself, in a different form. His refusal to use it was not a denial. It was a choice he made moment by moment, and that choice required no force, just attention, just the kind of awareness that came naturally to him now. Inside the meditation, he experienced something that had been difficult to achieve before, genuine peace with the paradox of his existence. He was a Dao sovereign who had chosen not to be. He was the most powerful being in the cultivation world and the least interested in that power. These things were not contradictions. They were simply what he had chosen. The world might consider his choice insane, but within his own awareness, it was the only thing that made sense. It was the answer to a question he had not known to ask until he left power behind. An hour passed, or perhaps 2. Time seemed to move differently in meditation. When he opened his eyes, Yan Ziyou was still sitting across from him, eyes open, watching Wei Chongqing with an expression that was difficult to read, but which seemed to contain something like recognition, like he was seeing Wei Chongqing clearly for the first time. "I have never seen you so still," Yan Ziyou said. "I have never felt so still," Wei Chongqing replied. The mornings became a ritual. Wei Chongqing and Yan Ziyou would meditate together in the back room before the tea house opened. As the light came in the window, and the town was beginning to wake up, and the quality of their attention began to deepen. It was not a teaching, exactly. Wei Chongqing was not offering instruction, and Yan Ziyou was not asking questions. It was more like a practice that happened to involve 2 people sitting together, sharing the same intention, breathing the same air. The meditation stabilized Yan Ziyou in ways he did not explain, but that Wei Chongqing could observe. His movements became more fluid, his attention more present, his understanding of the tea house's daily operations more intuitive. He began to understand not just the tasks but the philosophy behind them, the way that every action in the tea house was an expression of care and attention. The peaceful life system, as the cultivation world sometimes referred to whatever pattern Wei Chongqing was following, in which Wei Chongqing himself was not certain was a system so much as a philosophy made practical, seemed to reward the stabilization. Wei Chongqing began advancing in his cultivation again, not in raw power, which remained suppressed, but in stability, in the quality of his presence, in subtle improvements to his understanding. He advanced not by expanding his power, but by refining it, by becoming better at holding exactly what he was without the force that was required before. It was cultivation of a different kind, advancement that did not look like advancement to those who measured power by force. He also advanced in more mundane ways. His memory became sharper. His appreciation for tea's nuances deepened. His understanding of people's needs simply from observing their expression when they entered the tea house became almost predictive. These were cultivators' abilities applied to everyday life, and they transformed one cup from a tea house into something more. A place where people arrived anxious and left settled, where they came with questions and left with clarity, not because Wei Chongqing had answered them, but because they had heard themselves think clearly in this space, had felt the peace of being fully seen and cared for. By the time another month had passed, the reality was undeniable. The suppression was stable. Wei Chongqing was not going to collapse under the weight of his own power. The crisis that had seemed inevitable, the catastrophic moment when the suppression would fail and devastate everything around him, was not coming. And with that stability came something harder to name but easier to feel, a sense that the choice he had made, to leave power behind, to serve rather than rule, to find meaning in small things, was not just sustainable. It was right. It was the only choice that made sense. It was what he had been meant to do all along. He had spent decades as a Tao sovereign, wielding more power than most mortals could even comprehend, and had been empty. In a year of making tea and serving people with genuine attention, he had found something that power could never provide. The morning meditations with Yin Zio had become the anchor of his practice. They did not discuss the meditation afterward, did not analyze what had happened or try to evaluate their progress against some external standard. They simply sat together in the early light, maintained the space of calm attention, and allowed the work to happen on whatever level it needed to happen. No forcing, no striving, just the commitment to sit together and breathe. Wei Chongqing felt the suppression system working through these meditations, felt it integrating more deeply with his being, becoming less a battle against his own nature and more a simple fact of existence. The power was still there, still vast and still contained, but it was no longer pushing outward so desperately. It had found its place. One morning, as he was lighting the fire and setting water to boil, Wei Chongqing paused and considered the simple actions he was performing. He had done these things thousands of times. They would have seemed to be work, ordinary labor, menial task, when he was an emperor, something beneath the notice of someone with power. Now he understood what they actually were, the substance of life, the real work of existence. The point was not the tea at the end, though the tea was good, was excellent, was something he could take pride in, that he could improve year by year. The point was the presence, the attention, the small perfect moment of lighting a fire and knowing that somewhere in that action was everything that mattered. This was the discipline of a Tao sovereign. All the years of learning to move with precision and awareness applied to something worthy of that attention. The fire did not burn differently because he paid attention to it, but his relationship to the fire, and through it to the world, was transformed. Chapter 58. Anniversary and Reflection. 1 year to the day since Wei Chongqing had first opened the doors of One Cup, he invited Little Fun and Yin Zio to arrive early, before the shop opened to ordinary customers. It was a morning in spring, nearly a year exactly since he had arrived in Dustfall with nothing but the intention to be ordinary, to be unremarkable, to escape the weight of power and authority. The three of them sat at the large table in the center of the room, and Wei Chongqing served them tea without ceremony, the way he had served tea 1,000 times, the way that had become simply how he lived. The tea he chose was not his finest. He was saving that for later, but something reliable, something familiar, something that carried the comfort of routine. A year, Littlefin said, not as surprise but as acknowledgement of something substantial. That is longer than I have ever done anything but work with my family or go through daily routines. This is the first thing I have chosen to do, the first commitment I have made to something other than survival. A year of choices, Yin Zio added, and his voice carried the weight of understanding what that meant. Every day, choosing again to be here, to do this work, to trust that it matters, even when the cultivation world was telling you that you were wasting your potential. Wei Chongqing listened to them and allowed the weight of a year to settle into him fully. A year of small actions, a year of serving tea, a year of listening. And in that year, the tea house had not grown large, had not become an official pilgrimage site, though some cultivators certainly treated it as one. It had simply become important, had accumulated significance through the quality of the conversations that happened within its walls. The Celestial Court had held 3 policy discussions here, resolving questions that had created tension for years. The North-South dispute, which had threatened to split cultivation authority, had been discussed over tea until both parties realized they were fighting about precedent rather than actual policy disagreement. Two representatives from each side had sat at this very table, surrounded by the ordinary calm of the tea house, and had gradually understood that they wanted the same things for the cultivation world. What had seemed like irreconcilable disagreement was merely disagreement about approach, and when both sides could acknowledge the other's underlying goals, compromise became possible. The Northern Alliance had dissolved, not dramatically but gradually, as cultivators who spent time in the tea house began to question whether constant preparation for war was necessary, whether the world had to remain in a state of perpetual opposition. The leaders who had maintained the alliance realized that most of their resources were spent preparing for a war that had not occurred in a generation, and after conversations here, they began to redirect those resources toward reconstruction and cooperation. Two major sects had resolved a generations-long dispute over water rights not through arbitration, but through a conversation facilitated by the simple act of sitting together and drinking tea, learning about each other's actual needs rather than defending their stated positions. The dispute had begun so long ago that most cultivators involved no longer remembered its actual origin. It had become simply something that was fought for because it had always been fought for. But when the sect leaders sat together and explained to each other why the water was important, they discovered that their needs were not actually incompatible. One sect needed the water for cultivation purposes, the other for irrigation of medicinal gardens. By sharing resources and carefully allocating usage, both needs could be met. The Demon Emperor had voluntarily bounded its territory and begun focusing its considerable intelligence on stability rather than expansion, a shift so complete that some of the older demonic entities had questioned its loyalty to demonkind, not understanding that the Emperor had found something more valuable than endless acquisition. "We have not done anything," Wei Chongqing said, and his companions looked at him with confusion. "The tea house has not done anything. We simply exist. The world has done the rest." "That is not nothing," Littlefinger said firmly, with the certainty of someone who had seen the transformation from the inside. "That is exactly the thing that matters most. You chose to be here. You chose to make tea. You chose to serve people with genuine care and attention. We chose to help. Everything else follows from those choices. The world's transformation comes from choices made here. You gave people a place where they could think differently, and they took it from there." They drank together in comfortable silence. Wei Chongqing observed Littlefinger's practical mind working through the year's events, storing what she had learned and what she had observed, planning the next phase of the tea house's development. She was already thinking about the expansion, about how to replicate what existed here in a larger space, about how to select people who could carry the philosophy forward, about what would need to be taught, and what could only be learned through practice. He watched Yin Zio's presence, more settled now than when he had first arrived, having found a purpose that did not require him to deny his cultivation, that had actually deepened his understanding of what cultivation was supposed to be about. Yin Zio had arrived believing he needed to serve Wei Chongqing because Wei Chongqing was the center of everything, and had discovered that serving the tea house was serving something much larger than any single person. The tea house had become the living embodiment of a philosophy, and that was what truly mattered. "What happens next?" Yin Zio asked, and it was not a question about the future so much as a question about continuation. "Do we stop? Do we accept that this year has been enough?" "We open the door," Wei Chongqing said simply. "We serve tea. We listen. We do what we have been doing, but we do it knowing that it works, that the suppression is stable, that we might have a long time to continue this." "How long?" Littlefinger asked practically, already thinking ahead. Wei Chongqing considered the question with genuine uncertainty. "I do not know. The artifact gives me decades at minimum. Perhaps much longer. The boundary realms seem willing to help. As long as I continue to acknowledge that help, I suspect the arrangement will hold. But I cannot promise forever. No one can promise forever." "Then we have work to do," Littlefinger said, with the straightforward approach of someone who had learned to plan in practical terms. "If this continues, we should expand the back storage. The demand for specific tea blends has become very high. We have 3 different groups now who have specifically requested that we prepare certain blends for them. The Celestial Court wants a blend that helps with clear thinking during disputes. The Northern cultivators want something that creates calm without drowsiness. The merchant families want blends for hospitality and good conversation. We should also consider training someone else to help prepare the teas, in case something happens to you. And we should document your methods, your philosophy, so that if anything changes, the essence of the place can continue. Because this matters too much to be dependent on a single person, even you." Yin Zio nodded in agreement, with the certainty of someone who had invested himself fully in this place. "She is right. The world needs this place. It has become too important to be fragile. We cannot let it be lost if something happens to Wei Chongqing." As she was speaking, Wei Changqing felt something shift in his understanding. For the first time since coming to Dustfall, he was not managing an emergency. He was not maintaining a desperate hold on power that might fail at any moment, burning through his reserves to maintain containment. He was not thinking about leaving, about running before the suppression failed. He was simply a man who made tea, whose tea house had become important not because of his power but despite it, whose quiet presence had somehow created the conditions for other people to be better versions of themselves. And that was enough. That was everything that mattered. And he would continue doing exactly this for however long the artifact would hold, for as long as his strength lasted, for as long as there were people who needed to sit somewhere and think clearly about their lives, to understand themselves better, to find the peace that comes from being seen. The tea house would grow. Others would be trained. The philosophy would spread. But all of that would come from people choosing it freely, not from him pushing it outward. Yes, he said to Little Fun, with the full weight of commitment. Expand the storage. Train someone. Document everything. We will need more tea, and we will need to be ready to continue this work even after I am gone. The tea house must outlast me. Chapter 59. The Shadow Faction's last attempt. The message reached by Longshan in the morning, delivered by a young cultivator whose rank was barely established, whose hands were shaking as he delivered the news. He had been staying in Dustfall, observing the tea house, gathering intelligence, and he had discovered plans that could not be ignored. An attack was being prepared. A coordinated strike against the tea house by members of the Shadow Faction. They had gathered forces from several sects, had pooled resources, had decided that the only way to eliminate Wei Changqing's influence was to eliminate Wei Changqing himself. And they intended to do it by burning the tea house to the ground, a fire so intense and so deliberate that no one inside could possibly survive. Bai Longshan made his preparations quietly, without fanfare, without making his intentions public. He sent messages through his network, gathered the disciples he could trust, and by evening had assembled a force of 20 cultivators, all of them loyal to the original sect, all of them aware of what Wei Changqing had meant when he had shown them how to solve their own problems, all of them committed to protecting the person who had taught them that they were stronger than they knew. They arrived in Dustfall 2 hours before the Shadow Faction was scheduled to strike. Bai Longshan positioned his people carefully, watching the approaches to the tea house, alert for the arrival of the attackers, ready to intercede before violence could occur. They were not there to fight the Shadow Faction necessarily, but to prevent them from reaching their goal. Wei Changqing saw them arrive and understood immediately what was happening. He sent Yin Zio home early, telling him that the night was going to be complicated and that he should be away from the tea house. He told Little Fun to return to her family. Then he sat at his usual table and waited, continuing to drink tea as though this was an ordinary evening, as though he was not aware that violence might come. When the Shadow Faction arrived, they came with the confidence of numbers and the righteous certainty of people who believed they were saving the cultivation world from corruption. There were 12 of them, all heaven-bridging rank or above, all carrying cultivation techniques that could burn stone and iron and everything soft in between. They moved toward the tea house with purpose, with the kind of intention that comes from believing you are right. They did not see Bai Longshan's people until the moment the disciples of the original sect emerged from the darkness and moved to intercept them. The fight that followed was brief and decisive. The Shadow Faction had expected to find Wei Changqing alone, had perhaps expected a quick resolution, perhaps expected him to run or to use his power in self-defense. Instead, they found themselves facing trained cultivators with the will to defend the tea house, and the advantage of numbers and position that Bai Longshan had carefully arranged. The disciples of the original sect did not fight to kill. They fought to stop, to prevent the attackers from reaching the tea house, to demonstrate that the cultivation world did not unanimously support the Shadow Faction's mission. They fought with precision but also with restraint, because they understood that Wei Changqing would not want them to become killers in order to protect him. The leader of the Shadow Faction strike team was sect leader Meng Wei, the architect of the narrative that had created the opposition in the first place. When he realized the battle was not going as planned, when he understood that his people were being pushed back and that the tea house was not going to be accessible, when he sensed that the moral ground was shifting beneath him, he made a command decision and signaled his team to retreat. They withdrew into the darkness, leaving behind the clear understanding that they had failed, that the cultivation world's opposition to Wei Changqing was not as universal as they had believed, that they did not have the backing to succeed through force. The narrative had crumbled. The people who supposedly supported them had chosen to fight for the tea house instead. As the Shadow Faction retreated, Bai Longshan led his disciples toward the tea house. Wei Changqing was standing at the door, perfectly calm, entirely unharmed, and immediately did the thing that somehow always seemed appropriate. He invited everyone inside and began making tea. The disciples of the sect stood around awkwardly at first, still high on the energy of combat, still processing the fact that they had just fought to defend a tea house rather than territory or power or anything the cultivation world usually considered worth defending. Their hands were still trembling slightly from the adrenaline of combat. Their cultivation was still activated, ready for further violence, still expecting the battle to erupt again at any moment. Then, gradually, the simple act of sitting, of accepting a cup of tea from someone they had just protected, of being in the presence of the man they had come to defend, seemed to settle something in them. The tea house's quiet ordinariness began to calm their racing hearts. Wei Changqing served them tea without fanfare, without discussion of the attack or the attempted burning or the opposition that still existed in the cultivation world. He did not congratulate them on their victory or thank them excessively for their defense. He simply served them, moving from person to person with the same attention he had given to every customer for a year, and they drank, and the ordinary miracle of that simple action, of choosing to serve rather than to fight, of choosing hospitality in the face of violence, of responding to aggression with tea, did more to cement their loyalty than any speech or ceremony could have done. These were people who had just engaged in violence to protect this place, who had risked their lives for a philosophy, and the person they had protected was treating them with the same care as any other person who walked through the door. That consistency, that unwillingness to treat them as special or different simply because they had fought, seemed to matter enormously. They were not heroes in his eyes. They were simply people who had made a choice, and now they were being served tea like everyone else. Bai Longshan sat with Wei Changqing and watched as his disciples slowly relaxed, as the tension of potential violence drained from the room, as the tea house became again simply a place where people could think clearly and be treated with respect. One of his younger disciples wept quietly, the emotion of the battle finally breaking through. Wei Changqing served her tea and simply waited nearby until she was ready to speak. Another disciple sat with his eyes closed, allowing the peace of the space to wash over him. The choice they had all just made, to fight not for power or territory, but to protect a philosophy, a way of being, was being confirmed in this moment, confirmed by the simple act of being served tea, by being treated as human beings worthy of care. "Thank you," Wei Changqing said to the sect leader when the other disciples had finally left, after they had sat for hours and allowed the peace to fully integrate, when it was just the two of them remaining in the early light of dawn. "We could not let them destroy this," Bai Longshan replied, and there was something in his voice that was different from before. The old certainty about the proper way things should be ordered was gone. He had discovered something more important than certainty. He had discovered that his people were willing to fight not for him or for power, but for a principle, for the belief that peace was possible. Not after what you showed us. Not after we learned what it means to solve our own problems, to trust each other, to find strength in cooperation rather than dominance. They sat together in the tea house as the night deepened into early morning, as the hours moved toward dawn, and Wei Changqing served tea until the first light began to break. He cycled through his collection, serving different teas, each one suited to the moment, each one helping to settle something that the violence had disturbed. The disciples drifted out one or two at a time, as dawn approached, as the town of Dustfall began to wake up. By the time the morning came, Bai Longshan's disciples had drifted away, returning to their homes and lives, carrying with them the absolute certainty that the Shadow faction's opposition had been against the wrong thing. That Wei Changqing's influence was not weakness, but the kind of strength that could absorb violence and transform it into tea, that could take aggression and respond with service. They had come to protect a person, and they left knowing they had protected something much larger. The possibility that the cultivation world could be different. Chapter 60. The foundation is set in the morning, before anyone else was awake, while Dustfall was still dark and the world was still quiet. Wei Changqing performed the rituals that had structured his days for a year. He lit the fire, feeling the resistance of the wood, the gradual growth of heat. He set water to boil, waiting for the precise moment when the temperature was exactly right. He measured the tea leaves with the precision that had become second nature, arranging them in the vessels that would release their essence slowly, layers of flavor unfolding over time. He arranged the cups and wiped down the tables that would soon hold the people who came to sit here and think, or to simply be in a place where they could be themselves. The tremor in his hands was gone. It had been gone for months now, and he had stopped expecting it to return. The constant emergency of the suppression had resolved into sustainable stability, a state he could live with indefinitely if the artifact held true. The artifact against his chest was warm and quiet, a constant companion, a constant reminder that even the boundary realms had become invested in his choice to remain ordinary, that his suppression was being assisted by forces he had once fought against. The enemy had become an ally through nothing but kindness and tea. He thought about a year ago, about arriving in Dustfall with nothing but the intention to be someone other than himself, and about how that intention had somehow created the conditions for everyone around him to become more fully themselves. Little Fun had become practical and wise, no longer struggling against her family's expectations, but standing in clear sight of what she wanted. She had found agency in the tea house, had found her own strength. Yanzio had found purpose not in service to an emperor, but in service to the tea house and the philosophy it represented, a choice that had proven to be exactly what he needed. Bai Longshan had learned to lead by not leading, to solve problems by letting others solve them, to trust his people with their own choices. The Demon Emperor had discovered that peace was possible, that coexistence without dominance was the deepest strength. A creature that had spent 500 years pursuing power had found that what it actually wanted was tea and conversation and the experience of being seen as something other than a force to be feared. The Wanderer had found confirmation that 500 years of searching had been worth it, that the answer existed, that there was a path beyond the endless pursuit of power. The legend had found what it was looking for, or had learned that what it was looking for was not what it needed to be seeking. The Shadow faction was dissolving. Jin Hao, the assassin they had sent, had become one of Wei Chongqing's regular customers, a man transformed by the understanding that true power lay not in destroying opponents, but in choosing not to. He had become an advocate for the tea house, telling his story to anyone who would listen. The Northern Alliance had ceased to exist not through force, but through the gradual realization among its members that constant war readiness was not necessary, that the world might be safer in peace than in perpetual tension. The Celestial Court had begun questioning its own protocols, recommending caution to other power structures, suggesting that perhaps the cultivation world had been running on momentum for so long that it had forgotten what it was running toward. Bai Longshan's sect had become a model for how sects could organize themselves without absolute hierarchical control, had become respected for its wisdom and balance. Wei Chongqing stood at the door of One Cup as the sun began to rise over Dustfall. The town was ordinary. The tea house was ordinary. His work was ordinary. And yet somehow, in the space of a single year, they had become the center around which the cultivation world was slowly, quietly restructuring itself. Not through his power, despite his power, because he had chosen not to use it. The first customer of the day arrived as the sun was fully clear of the horizon. Then another. Then another. They came and sat and drank tea and thought clearly about their lives, and some of them resolved conflicts with themselves that they had been carrying for years. Some of them understood, for the first time, what they actually wanted instead of what they thought they should want. Some of them simply sat and experienced the peace of a place where power was not a tool and dominance was not the goal. Wei Chongqing served them all the same way he had served them for a year. With attention, with care, with the simple understanding that his job was not to change them, but to create the conditions in which they could change themselves. His job was to make tea and serve it. The rest belonged to them. By afternoon, the tea house was full of voices in conversation, of people coming to conclusions, of understanding being reached. Cultivators from different sects who had been in conflict years ago sat calmly, discussing how to move forward together. A young person who had arrived full of ambition was discovering what she actually wanted beneath the expectations of family. A sect leader was reconsidering how to organize his disciples when they have agency instead of hierarchy. By evening, it was empty again, and Wei Chongqing was alone with Yen Zio, preparing the store for the next day, planning the expansion that Little Fun had suggested. "We should expand," Yen Zio said, what he seemed to be saying increasingly often. "There are more people who want to come than we can accommodate. We are turning away business. But more than that, there are more people who need what this place offers than we can serve in a single small room. The world is bigger than Dustfall." Wei Chongqing considered this seriously. The tea house was small by intention. It was designed to be intimate, to create the sense that you were being served by someone who saw you, who cared about you specifically, not just as a generic customer passing through a transaction. Expansion might mean hiring more people, creating more tables, becoming something larger. And if he made mistakes in that expansion, if he allowed the essence to be diluted in the rush to serve more people, he could damage the very thing that made this place valuable. "If we expand," Wei Chongqing said slowly, thinking carefully about what this would mean, about the responsibility of growth, "we should do it deliberately. We should make sure that whatever grows out of this is still rooted in the original intention. We should not become a place of crowds. We should remain a place of genuine seeing. Each person who enters should feel that they are being served by someone who understands them, or by someone who has been trained to understand them by those who do. Yes, Yanzio agreed, with the certainty of someone who had lived this philosophy for a year now. Yes, exactly that. The expansion should not change the essence. It should just give the essence more room to exist. We should teach other people to do what you do, so that they can create more spaces like this. Wei Chongqing stood in the tea house that had been his sanctuary and his work for a year, and he understood with perfect clarity that this was not a temporary refuge or an emergency measure. This was his life now. This was what he had been meant to do with his power. Not to use it, not to wield it, not to reshape the world through force, but to set it aside and to create, and that setting aside, the conditions for genuine peace. He could have used his power to reshape the world. Instead, he had made tea, and the world had reshaped itself. The Tao sovereign had become a tea maker, and in that transformation, 1,000 other transformations had become possible. The foundation was set. The structure was built. The work would continue, day after day, cup after cup, with no ending in sight except the ending of his life, which seemed like a long time away now, managed and stable, and resting comfortably against his chest in the form of a stone from the boundary realms, warm and alive, and helping him hold the weight of what he carried. The boundary realms had invested in his choice. The world around him had responded to his commitment. All he had to do now was continue being exactly what he had chosen to be. He closed the door of one cup as night fell, and he stood for a moment in the darkness, feeling the ordinary, extraordinary peace of having built something real, something that would outlast him, something that would continue doing its quiet work in the world long after he was gone. The cultivation world had tried to tear him down. It had tried to use him. It had tried to oppose him. And all along, he had simply been making tea. He had been present. He had listened. He had served. He had trusted that this was enough. That was enough. That would always be enough. Chapter 61. The gardening lesson. The morning air of dustfall carried the green smell of growing things, mixed with the mineral coolness of stone and the distant sweetness of early blossoms that were just beginning to break open on the fruit trees near the tea house's eastern wall. Wei Chongqing knelt beside the raised tea beds with Yanzio, his aging knees making only mild complaint about the position despite the stone ground beneath them. A pruning knife lay in his hand, simple iron, well-worn, the kind of tool that had its own quiet competence through decades of careful use. The handle was smooth from countless hands, worn darker at the grip point from centuries of work. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy of the courtyard's oldest tea plants, 5-year-old bushes that had become the heart of one cup's distinctive blend. Their branches had grown thick and complicated, reaching in every direction, some leaves yellowing from insufficient light deeper in the plant structure. It was the kind of overgrowth that looked impressive at first glance but contained the seeds of its own weakness, a plant that had forgotten how to make choices about where to direct its energy. Wei Chongqing held the knife up to the sunlight, letting the blade catch the light. The metal gleamed dully, reflecting the morning as if considering itself. "Look at this branch," he said, pointing with the blade to a long growth that stretched aggressively toward the tea house roof, claiming space and sunlight with every centimeter of extension. "It's strong, isn't it? It reaches higher than all the others. Tell me what you observe." Yanzio, who was perhaps 25 years old and still learning the difference between observation and interpretation, examined the branch carefully. His young eyes ran along the length of the growth, noting its vigor, its thickness, the profusion of leaves covering it. "The plant has put significant energy into it," Yanzio said, his voice carrying the careful precision of someone still learning to trust his own judgment. "It's clearly the plant's priority growth direction. The leaves are all healthy, deep green. If we were measuring growth by length and vigor of branches, we would say this plant is succeeding spectacularly at expansion. And if that's how we measure success, that would be correct," Wei Chongqing agreed, his voice carrying the tone of someone acknowledging partial truth without endorsing its completeness. "Expansion is a valid form of success. The plant is growing more vigorously than it did years ago. It's reaching higher, spreading wider. The question is whether this expansion serves the plant's actual purpose, or whether it serves an idea of what the plant should be." Wei Chongqing leaned forward and cut the branch cleanly, just above the node where 3 smaller stems branched off. The sound was quiet, a dull snap of green wood, barely audible in the morning air. He set the severed piece aside carefully, laying it on the ground beside the pot of water where he would later press it to check its moisture content. The plant looked immediately diminished, almost wounded, as if something vital had been removed. "Now look at what we've done," Wei Chongqing said, gesturing to the newly pruned space. Yin Zio's expression suggested confusion more than understanding, a certain cognitive dissonance. His brow furrowed as he examined the pruned plant, trying to extract meaning from the sudden absence of the plant's most vigorous growth. Wei Chongqing recognized the confusion. This was precisely the point of the teaching, the moment when understanding had not yet arrived, but was beginning to approach. Wei Chongqing smiled with genuine warmth. The plant grew that branch because it reached for sun, he explained, his voice taking on the philosophical tone he reserved for deeper lessons, the voice that suggested he was thinking aloud as much as teaching. The light was highest in that direction, so the plant naturally grew toward it, following the path of least resistance and greatest light. But in reaching so far and so aggressively, it created shade. Look here, beneath the high branches. Wei Chongqing gestured inward, toward the plant's interior where the afternoon light couldn't penetrate. The leaves deeper in the plant cannot photosynthesize properly. They've lost access to the sunlight that feeds them. The energy the plant generates in that high branch comes at a direct cost of energy lost in the darkness below. It's a form of overambition that weakens the whole system. He moved along the tea plant with the grace of someone who'd spent centuries observing plant growth, assessing with the eye of someone who'd learned the language plants spoke if you paid enough attention. Another branch caught his eye, thick, spreading, clearly the plant's favorite investment of resources across the season. He cut that one too, and then the third branch after it, leaving a plant that looked noticeably smaller but somehow more coherent in its structure, more balanced in the way its remaining branches distributed themselves. Yin Zio watched with growing realization in his eyes as the pattern became increasingly visible. Wei Chongqing could see the moment when understanding began to shift from intellectual to embodied. In 2 months, Wei Chongqing said, continuing his work with the precision of long practice, you'll see the difference. The plant will be bushier, stronger at its base, more capable of generating the leaves we actually harvest for tea. The resources it saves from not supporting that aggressive growth will flow downward, strengthening the foundation. It will have learned that reaching for everything isn't the same as thriving. It will have learned the value of restraint. But it loses growth, Yin Zio protested, his practical mind calculating the loss with visible anxiety. In the short term, this plant is visibly smaller than it was an hour ago. That's measurable. That's real. It loses growth. Wei Chongqing agreed, setting down the pruning knife and turning to face Yin Zio directly, his entire body language shifting into teaching mode. And many gardeners make different choices. Some want the tallest plants, plants that look most visibly impressive to observers passing through the garden. Some never prune at all, and the plants become straggly, inefficient, producing less tea in the end than their apparent size would suggest. Some prune so aggressively they shock the plant into weakness, creating more problems than they solve. The art is in knowing what the plant needs, not what we want it to be. Wei Chongqing stood, his knees expressing mild complaint about the transition from kneeling to vertical. He gazed at the pruned plant for a long moment, seeing something in it that went beyond mere horticulture, seeing instead the pattern that governed all growth. Cultivators are plants, you know, he said finally, his voice taking on a gravity that filled the courtyard with something beyond words. You reach upward, toward higher ranks, greater power, more influence in cultivation hierarchies. You spread outward, trying to master every cultivation technique, every field of knowledge, every social connection that might prove useful or prestigious. In your 20s and 30s, this reaching and spreading and constant growth looks impressive to everyone around you. You're becoming powerful. You're achieving. You're moving upward through ranks. The world recognizes your success and rewards it. Yin Zio listened with the kind of focus that meant he was beginning to sense a deeper current beneath the words, the way a still pond begins to show its hidden depths when you look long enough. But the overambition shades your foundation, Wei Chongqing continued, his voice taking on a gravity that seemed to come from the ground itself. You can cultivate technique without understanding principle. You can gain power without gaining wisdom. You can accumulate influence while losing authenticity. You become a tall, thin plant that looks strong from a distance and breaks in the first strong wind. You cannot support what you've built because you've neglected the deep roots, the slow growth that actually sustains the structure. Wei Chongqing picked up the pruning knife again, absently turning it over in his hands. The worn handle speaking of countless gardens tended over centuries, thousands of pruning sessions that had blurred together into a kind of continuous meditation on the nature of growth. The ones who become truly stable, who genuinely endure through changing seasons, are those who prune themselves. They choose not to reach for every possibility. They focus their energy on growth that feeds their actual nature. They accept that saying no to one path means becoming better at another. They choose depth over breadth, Integration over expansion. Yanzio was quiet for a long moment, his eyes on the pruned plant. The silence stretched, and Wei Changqing didn't interrupt it. Some understanding couldn't be rushed. It had to unfold at its own pace, the way a plant grew toward light. How do you know which branches to cut? Yanzio asked finally, his voice soft but carrying real urgency. In a person, I mean. How do you know which ambitions are the overgrowth and which are the genuine path? Wei Changqing smiled, a genuine smile of recognition. This was the real question, the one that showed Yanzio was beginning to grasp the depth of what was being taught, was beginning to move from reception to genuine engagement. You don't, at first, Wei Changqing said with absolute honesty. That's why we look inward. You meditate on what genuinely brings you peace, not excitement, not achievement, but genuine peace. You notice what activities drain you despite appearing important or prestigious. You watch where your energy naturally flows when you stop trying to direct it consciously. You listen to your own nature the way a gardener learns to listen to plants. The plant knows what it needs if you pay attention. Humans must learn the same listening. He held out the pruning knife to Yanzio. Handle first, an offer rather than a command. This was trust, the passing of the tool from teacher to student. Yanzio took the knife with obvious hesitation, his hand trembling slightly with the weight of responsibility. Wei Changqing waited, not correcting, not guiding, simply watching with the patience of one who understood that learning required making choices, even if those choices were imperfect. The younger man's hand moved toward one of the remaining overgrown branches. He paused, reconsidered, moved to a different one. Then, with careful deliberation, he made a cut. It was a good cut. Not perfect, but genuinely good. The blade positioning was correct, the angle was right, the cut itself was clean. Wei Changqing nodded slightly, but said nothing, allowing the learning to continue without commentary. Again, Wei Changqing said, and Yanzio cut 4 more branches, each cut more confident than the last. The hesitation faded. His hand became steady. His breathing changed, becoming deeper and more connected to the work. As he worked, his face changed in a way that Wei Changqing recognized immediately. It was the moment when a student stops merely memorizing instruction and begins actually understanding principle. It was the moment when the external teaching becomes internal knowing, when the student's own wisdom begins to activate. When Yanzio finally set down the knife, the tea plant looked significantly smaller, but somehow more vital, more true to itself. Its remaining branches were distributed more evenly, creating balance rather than competition. Sunlight reached the depths of the plant. The whole organism seemed to relax into its new structure, as if relieved of a burden it hadn't known it was carrying. Thank you, Yanzio said quietly, handing back the pruning knife with something like reverence. Wei Changqing looked at him with genuine curiosity and warmth. For teaching you to prune the plants. For showing me that metaphor is how you speak. You never tell me directly what to do. You show me a plant, a cup of tea, a customer, a moment. And in understanding the pattern in that specific thing, I understand something about myself. Yanzio's eyes met his, and Wei Changqing saw that the young man had truly grasped something fundamental. You don't teach rules. You teach seeing. Wei Changqing felt something warm move through his chest, a feeling that came rarely, but when it came, it was precious and unmistakable. This was the recognition of genuine teaching taking root, the moment when a student became capable of recognizing their own learning. This was success in the deepest sense. You're very welcome, then, Wei Changqing said. And you'll teach others the same way when they're ready. Will I know when they're ready? Yanzio asked, his practical mind already considering the future and the responsibility that came with understanding. You'll sense it the same way the plant tells the gardener when it needs pruning. By paying attention. By noticing the signs of overgrowth and recognizing the potential for health beneath it. Wei Changqing set down the pruning knife carefully on a stone shelf beside the water jar. Come. We've earned tea, and the noon batch should be steeped by now. I've been developing a special blend specifically for this season. They walked back toward the tea house together, the courtyard behind them filled with newly pruned plants standing in the afternoon sun. Behind them the pruned plant stood in increasing light, stripped of its false growth, ready to become what it was meant to be. Yanzio was already mentally reviewing the morning's lesson. Wei Changqing could see it in his expression and the way he walked. The metaphor was taking root in him, growing downward into the soil of his understanding, creating the foundation for wisdom that would bear fruit for decades to come. Inside the tea house, the familiar warmth greeted them, and Wei Changqing began the ritual of afternoon service. Chapter 62. The customer with the hidden burden. The cultivator arrived on a gray morning when rain threatened, and the tea house held only 3 regular customers. Old people who came for the warmth and the routine more than for the specific tea. The air itself seemed to carry sadness, the kind of heaviness that came from low clouds and the world turning inward, as if even the weather was respecting the weight some people carried. He was not young, perhaps 40 in the way cultivators counted age, which could represent 60 lived years or 80, depending on the speed of his advancement through the ranks. But his eyes carried a weight that suggested he'd experienced far more than his apparent years should contain, as if he'd lived through centuries compressed into decades. His cultivation was solid, middle rank, nothing extraordinary, and yet something about his presence suggested he'd recently passed through something extraordinary and was still integrating the aftermath. The way he held his body suggested someone carrying burden that had settled into their bones, becoming part of their posture. Wei Chongqing observed him from the preparation room, where he was measuring dried leaf for the noon batch, his movements deliberate and meditative. The cultivator sat in the corner, the position people chose when they didn't want to be seen, when being watched was more painful than being ignored. His eyes were fixed on a point on the table that held no particular significance but seemed to require his complete attention. He ordered tea with few words and didn't meet Yin Zio's eyes when the younger man brought the cup. His voice was thin, as if it hadn't been used in some time. Something in the set of his shoulders suggested recent violence, not current conflict. There were no fresh wounds visible, no residual adrenaline charging the air, no smell of blood or sulfur that often clung to cultivators who'd engaged in combat. But the aftermath of violence resolved, and now being reconciled with internally. Wei Chongqing had seen this many times in his centuries of existence. A cultivator who had hurt someone, justly or not, and was now carrying the weight of that decision, trying to integrate it into their understanding of themselves. He prepared the man's tea himself, moving from the preparation room to the counter with careful intention. This was a choice, the proprietor serving rather than the staff. It meant something. His hands selected a blend specifically chosen for people carrying guilt, not the bright, energizing blend that moved forward, and not the heavy, grounding blend that anchored the present. Something middle, something that acknowledged weight without demanding transformation, something that said, "You are carrying something, and that is real, and it will not destroy you if you sit with it." He stepped into the tea house proper and set the cup down before the silent cultivator. The cup was simple porcelain, unmarked, beautiful in its ordinariness. The tea inside was the color of rich amber, the leaves floating with a particular pattern that suggested careful brewing. Wei Chongqing said nothing, not an explanation, not a welcome, just a simple nod of acknowledgement, and returned to the preparation room. He knew from long experience that the right word was often the absence of words. Some things couldn't be explained. They could only be offered. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Wei Chongqing watched from the kitchen threshold as the man didn't drink the tea. He held the cup in both hands, as if drawing warmth from it, letting the heat soak into his palms. But the liquid remained untouched. This was someone not yet ready to accept what the tea was offering. This was someone still arguing with themselves about whether they deserved any comfort at all. Yin Zio was arranging cups for the afternoon service, his hands moving with practiced efficiency, when Wei Chongqing caught his attention with a subtle gesture, a slight tilt of the head, the briefest movement that carried intention. The younger man looked at the silent cultivator, then back to Wei Chongqing. Understanding passed between them, the kind of understanding that came from shared purpose and genuine collaboration. Yin Zio approached the corner table as if simply checking on a customer, the routine motion of a good tea server, but there was intention in his step. He stood beside the table and began to speak. His voice was gentle, conversational, not forced or performative. He was speaking to the cultivator, but in the way of one thinking aloud, processing something internal rather than trying to convince someone external. "Do you know the story of the river that had to break the dam?" Yin Zio's voice carried no judgment, no agenda. There was a river, and it was dammed up, held back behind stone and intention. The water was constrained. For many years it served the purpose of the dam: irrigation for the fields below, flood control when the rains came, power for mills and homes. The dam did necessary work. The water accepted its confinement because the confinement meant life for the villages. Wei Chongqing watched from the kitchen threshold, noting the cultivator's reaction with the attention of someone trained in observation. The cultivator's shoulders had tightened noticeably, his hands gripping the cup harder. But eventually, Yin Zio continued, his tone never changing, remaining soft and thoughtful. The pressure became too great. The water was too much, and the dam could not hold. So the dam broke. The water was released, and it destroyed the villages downstream. It killed some people. It washed away homes and fields and the infrastructure the people depended on. The destruction was terrible, terrible and wrong, and something no one would have chosen if they could have chosen. The cultivator was very still now, his entire body rigid, every muscle locked in place. But the river couldn't do otherwise, Yinzio said, his voice taking on a note of compassion that was almost devastating in its gentleness. The water couldn't choose to be anything but itself. The dam couldn't choose to hold. And the villages, for all the destruction they suffered, were rebuilt. The valley lived. Because the river's nature, once released, was to give life further downstream. The destruction was terrible, but it was only temporary. The river itself was honest. It was true to what it was. Wei Chongqing saw the moment when Yin Zio's words landed, the way the cultivator's breath changed, becoming audible, becoming almost a gasp. Yin Zio, noticing the shift but not commenting on it, simply nodded as if they'd finished a pleasant conversation and moved away. He returned to arranging cups for the afternoon service as if nothing had happened. But the words hung in the air between them, floating like tea leaves in hot water, slowly expanding and releasing their essence into every level of the customer's being. Wei Chongqing watched as the man finally lifted the teacup with shaking hands. The liquid had cooled slightly, but he drank it all in one long series of swallows, the way someone drinks medicine they need desperately. His eyes closed. By the second cup, which Wei Chongqing quietly refilled without comment, tears had begun to stream down his face. He drank the entire second cup and sat holding the empty vessel as if it were a lifeline, a physical connection to something real and sustaining. An hour later, as the afternoon deepened and the rain began to fall more heavily against the windows, the cultivator approached the counter. His voice was rough and used, the sound of someone who hadn't spoken about what mattered in a very long time. "I killed someone," he said. Yin Zio glanced toward the back room, the question in his eyes. Wei Chongqing emerged, moving slowly, deliberately, without drama. The cultivator looked at them both, and then his entire story began to pour out like the rain against the windows, breaking open after months of being held inside. He was from a rival sect. They'd poisoned a village to draw me into single combat. Killed 17 children in the trap. I went to fight him, and I won. And he laughed as I killed him. Laughed, saying the children didn't matter. It was all for the combat. The combat was all that mattered to him. And I couldn't. His voice broke. I couldn't simply leave. He was still laughing. He was still mocking the children. I couldn't let him walk away if he could walk away. So I couldn't. I couldn't let him. Wei Chongqing listened without interruption, his entire presence focused on the man with a steadiness that suggested he'd heard worse and still found value in the person speaking. When the man finally fell silent, wrung out from the confession, Wei Chongqing said simply, "You did what was possible in the moment. You were angry, rightfully. You were fighting someone who hurt children. That his death came at your hands doesn't make you less than what you are. It makes you real. But I can't stop thinking about his face," the cultivator whispered. "I close my eyes and I see him laughing, and then I see him dying, and I see the children he killed. All of it at once." "You won't stop thinking about his face," Yin Zio said quietly. Wei Chongqing glanced at him. Yin Zio was drawing on his own understanding now, not merely repeating teaching, but integrating it into genuine wisdom. "You'll think about his face for a long time. And eventually, you'll think about the 17 children's faces too, and realize that you carry both for a reason. The weight keeps you honest." Wei Chongqing felt the quiet pride rise through his chest, the satisfaction of seeing a student become capable of genuine teaching. The student had not just learned the teaching. He had integrated it so completely that he could offer it to others. The cultivator stayed at one cup for 5 days. They gave him a room in the back where injured travelers sometimes stayed, a space that was comfortable but not luxurious, a space that acknowledged suffering without sentimentalizing it. He helped with small tasks, carrying water from the well, sweeping the courtyard, preparing the basic cuts of dried leaf with his hands, learning the rhythm of the work. The manual labor was healing in ways that talk alone could never be. On the 5th night, he sat with Wei Chongqing and Yin Zio as they took their own evening meal, the three of them around a simple wooden table in the back room. He spoke again about the rival cultivator, but this time his voice was steady, no longer fragmenting with emotion. "I was angry that he made me into the kind of person who would kill," the man said quietly. "I was angry at being forced into his frame, forced to become his equal in violence. But if I hadn't killed him, he would have continued poisoning villages, recruiting people, spreading his philosophy. The choice wasn't kill or not kill. It was accept the weight or let more people die. I chose the weight." Wei Chongqing nodded, seeing the integration, the acceptance that was beginning to form. "And it will get lighter in time. Not gone. The memory will remain, and it should. But lighter. You'll find meaning in carrying it. You'll begin to understand what the weight was worth." The cultivator left the next morning, and Wei Changqing watched Yanzio wave goodbye from the tea house door. The younger man had the look of someone who had just understood something fundamental about his purpose on this earth. Later, as they cleaned the room he'd occupied and prepared it for future guests, Wei Changqing said quietly, "Thank you for speaking to him today. From the moment you opened your mouth, I saw him begin to heal." Yanzio paused in his work, a cloth in his hand. "I was speaking to myself, at first, but then I realized he needed to hear it. That's the thing about stories and metaphors, isn't it? They carry something that the teller needs to say and something the listener needs to hear. They work for both at once." "Yes," Wei Changqing said. "That's when teaching becomes real. When you teach what you're still learning." Chapter 63. The dangerous customer. The celestial void rank cultivator arrived at midday with his aura clearly visible, like heat shimmer before a kiln, visible to anyone with the eyes to see spiritual reality rather than merely physical form. He was young in the way immense power made men seem young, not from actual age, but from the confidence that came from standing at the apex of strength, from the knowledge that he could destroy most things he encountered if he chose to. Wei Changqing was seated at one of the low tables near the window, reading a scroll about agricultural rotation patterns and the way different crops could be cycled through land to maintain soil health. When the cultivator strode through the door, without removing his outer robe or observing the minimal courtesy that the tea house embodied, his presence filled the space like thunder fills the sky. He approached Wei Changqing's table directly, and his posture made clear this was a confrontation he'd been planning, a challenge he'd decided to issue. "You're Wei Changqing," the man said. Not a question, but a statement of fact, the tone of someone who had verified his information and was now ready to act on it. "I am," Wei Changqing agreed, looking up from his scroll with the calm of someone who had faced countless confrontations over countless centuries and found that most of them were about the challenger's internal state rather than the actual subject of the challenge. He set the scroll aside carefully. "Sit. Why should anyone follow you instead of pursuing their own power?" The cultivator's voice carried the brash confidence of youth married to genuine strength. His words came fast, accusatory. "You've told the cultivation world to settle, to accept limitations, to stop reaching. Why should anyone listen to weakness disguised as wisdom?" Wei Changqing set down his scroll carefully, using the moment to transition from one state of presence to another. He was no longer reading. He was fully here, fully engaged, fully committed to this conversation. "I have a question for you," Wei Changqing said, "and I want you to genuinely consider it, not answer from habit or defensiveness. What happens when you conquer everything you can conquer?" The cultivator opened his mouth, closed it. His aura, which had been steady and predatory, flickered slightly, irritated by the question's implication that he hadn't already thought about this deeply. He tried again. "There will always be more to conquer. New challenges, stronger opponents. The cultivation path never ends. And when you've conquered those?" Wei Changqing was genuinely curious, asking as if he truly didn't know the answer, creating space for the cultivator's own thinking. "When you've defeated the void rank cultivators you aspire to match. When you've reached the highest ranks you can foresee. Then still more," the cultivator said with less certainty. "There's always the next achievement, the next peak, the next goal waiting beyond the horizon. An infinite cycle," Wei Changqing observed. "Always one more opponent, one more peak, one more reason to pursue more power. Always another thing to want. Tell me, in all your training, in all your years of pursuit, have you ever experienced a moment when you felt complete? Not pleased with progress, not satisfied with a victory, but genuinely complete? A moment when you had all you needed?" The cultivator's jaw tightened visibly. His aura, which had been controlled heat before, began to expand like a wave emanating from his body. Wei Changqing recognized the physical language of someone whose certainty had been directly questioned and whose defensive response was violence. He saw it coming the way one sees a storm arriving on the horizon. He did nothing. He set down his cup slowly, carefully, with absolute calm. He waited, his posture remaining open, his expression remaining neutral. The celestial void cultivator released his power like a wave, filling the entire tea house with pressure that would have crushed most people like insects under a heel. The scroll on Wei Changqing's table fluttered in the wave of force, pages rustling. A cup on a nearby shelf trembled and nearly fell. A customer who'd been peacefully sipping tea stood up and backed toward the wall, sensing the danger, but not wanting to run. Wei Changqing continued sipping his tea. 15 seconds passed. 20. The cultivator's pressure sustained, clearly meant to be a threat, the unmistakable message of, "I can unmake you at any moment, and the only thing preventing it is my choice not to." Wei Changqing didn't respond with fear, didn't show strain, didn't even acknowledge the display with concern. He simply existed, still and solid as a mountain, fundamentally unmoved by pressure. At 25 seconds, the cultivator realized what he'd discovered. Threatening Wei Changqing was like threatening the ocean. The ocean didn't resist waves. It simply was fundamentally stable, fundamentally vast, fundamentally indifferent to the scale of any individual disturbance. The cultivator's power was the wave, impressive in its scale, capable of destruction, but ultimately without leverage against the depth beneath it. You could crash against something for days, and if that something was deep enough, you would only exhaust yourself. At 30 seconds, the cultivator withdrew his aura. It wasn't submission exactly, but recognition. The recognition that he'd made an error of judgment, that his weapon had proven useless, that something fundamental about his understanding of power had just been exposed as incomplete. Wei Changqing set down his tea. The temperature had risen slightly from the cultivator's power, but the cup itself was fine, the tea still pleasant. He prepared another cup from the pot at hand, this one brewed specifically for agitation, designed to settle an overexcited nervous system and ground consciousness back into the present moment, and set it in front of the cultivator. "Your anger is not with me," Wei Changqing said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "It is with yourself. You've spent decades becoming strong. You've sacrificed and trained and pushed yourself past limits you thought were absolute. And you've suddenly realized that strength, in itself, is not enough. That power doesn't actually answer the questions that matter most. That frightens you more than any opponent could, because opponents can be defeated. This cannot." The cultivator's face was flushed, his hands shaking as he reached for the cup. He drank it all at once, the way someone drinks medicine they desperately need, then sat holding the empty vessel. "What am I supposed to do?" he asked finally, his voice raw and vulnerable in a way that suggested he'd never asked that question before. "Continue pursuing power if that's what brings you meaning," Wei Changqing said. "But notice, also, the moments when it doesn't. Notice the times when power fails to answer the questions that matter. Listen to those moments. They're not weakness, they're depth revealing itself." Wei Changqing rose and moved to the kitchen. He returned with a small plate of pastries, nothing fancy, still warm from the oven, the kind of food that was honest. He set them in front of the cultivator without asking, offering nourishment as accompaniment to the harder nourishment of difficult truth. The cultivator spent 3 hours at one cup, barely speaking, consuming 5 cups of tea and most of the afternoon's pastry supply. Yanzio brought him food without being asked, offering it in the way that suggested feeding someone wasn't a service but a form of respect. The void-rank cultivator accepted this, and something in his face suggested he'd never been treated that way before, with respect that didn't come from fear of his power, but from genuine care for his well-being. When the man finally left, as the afternoon was transitioning toward evening, his aura was no longer sharp and threatening. It was present but calm, integrated into himself rather than worn as a weapon he was constantly ready to deploy. Wei Changqing watched him go with mild curiosity. The void-rank cultivators rarely came to the tea house. When they did, something always shifted in them. It was as if standing in a place dedicated to peace and purpose forced them to confront the gap between those things in themselves, the distance between what they'd become and what they actually wanted to become. "He'll come back," Yanzio observed quietly, standing beside Wei Changqing at the door. "Yes," Wei Changqing agreed, his voice thoughtful. "Not for a month, perhaps 2. But he'll come back. And each time he comes, the wall he's built around that question will crack a little more. Eventually, he'll stop defending against the answer and start building toward it." Chapter 64. The formation array's deeper problem. The messenger from the celestial court arrived via formal gate on a morning that held the quality of genuine significance. The gate itself, a temporary portal opening between one location and another, was reserved for official business, for communications that couldn't wait for human travel, for matters that required swiftness and ceremony. Wei Changqing accepted the sealed letter with the courtesy he would offer any official business, his movements unhurried, his expression perfectly neutral. The seal bore the mark of the court's highest council, the kind of seal that made even experienced cultivators pause and consider what they might be about to read. He broke the seal and read it in the privacy of his room, the letter unfolding in his hands with the weight of genuine request behind it. The formation array protecting the world's spiritual boundaries was not simply degrading. Analysis by the court's most advanced cultivators, people who'd spent decades studying the array's architecture, had revealed a fundamental flaw in its original design, something far deeper than simple wear. The array had been created 1,000 years ago when spiritual cultivation was concentrated in specific regions. Major sects dominated particular peaks. Grand monuments existed as singular points of spiritual power. Sacred grounds were rare and known. The array's architecture reflected this historical reality. It maintained absolute barriers between realms, allowing controlled spiritual exchange only at designated points, the way border guards controlled who could cross a national boundary. But the world had changed in ways the ancient designers could never have anticipated. Spiritual cultivation was now more distributed. Small towns had produced cultivators. Remote villages had developed their own practices. The barrier system that had once kept the world stable was now insufficiently designed for modern spiritual distribution. The parameters that had protected the world when power was concentrated were now creating contradictions when power was diffuse. The array's central mechanism was trying to maintain thousand-year-old parameters against current reality. The result was not so much degradation as internal contradiction. The system trying to fulfill a purpose in a context that no longer matched the purpose's original design. The court requested Wei Chongqing's assistance in redesigning and restructuring the formation. The letter was formal but carried the weight of genuine concern beneath the official language. They believed he was the only one who could understand both the old design principles and the new reality well enough to bridge the gap. They needed someone who could think like the ancient masters, but also understand the modern world. Wei Chongqing sat with the letter for a long time, holding it without reading, just sitting with what it meant. The sun moved across his room as hours passed. He wanted to refuse. The tea house was becoming what he'd hoped, a stable space where people found healing. One cup had its own rhythm now, a comfortable pattern that had been established and refined. Little Fun was developing into a genuine business manager who could think strategically. Yin Zio was solidifying his cultivation practice. The garden was growing exactly as it should. The customers had become something almost like a small community, people who returned regularly and brought their genuine selves to the space. But the formation array governed the entire world's spiritual health. If it failed, truly failed, the consequences would ripple through every region, every sect, every cultivator. The world would descend into chaos not from external attack, but from internal spiritual confusion, from the basic fundamental forces that held reality together becoming contradictory and unstable. He folded the letter carefully, treating it with the respect such requests deserved. That evening, he called a quiet meeting with Little Fun and Yin Zio. They sat in the back courtyard where the prune tea plants were beginning to show new growth, the branches spreading into the renewed space with tentative vitality. I've been requested to work on the formation array protecting the world, Wei Chongqing said simply, his voice carrying no drama but absolute honesty. It will require me to leave Dustfall for several months. I'm considering the request. Little Fun's response was immediate and practical, her mind already calculating. How long? What should I prepare for? What decisions need to happen before you leave? 2 to 4 months, likely. And I need the tea house to run smoothly without my presence. I'll expect you to handle the business decisions you've already been handling, but also expand. Manage inventory more directly, work with suppliers, perhaps train additional help if needed. Little Fun was already mentally planning. Wei Chongqing could see it in the way her eyes moved, the way her fingers twitched slightly, as if she was taking notes in the air. She'd grown into her role with surprising speed, moving from simple service to genuine business thinking. She was becoming exactly what the tea house needed. Yin Zio was quieter, his response carrying something deeper than practicality. His expression carried the weight of genuine fear beneath it, not of being abandoned exactly, but of loss after having found something worth keeping. The fear of finding safety and then having it removed. What if you don't come back? Yin Zio asked quietly. The question hung in the evening air like incense smoke, visible but intangible. Wei Chongqing could see the genuine fear beneath it, the uncertainty that followed any commitment in a world where commitment was fragile. Wei Chongqing could have offered a promise. He could have said, I will come back, and meant it with absolute conviction. But he was ancient enough to know that conviction wasn't the same as certainty. He was wise enough to know that false promises were a form of cruelty. I cannot promise that, Wei Chongqing said, speaking with absolute honesty that made the vulnerability of his position clear. Work on something that vast and complicated carries risks. I could fail. I could be injured beyond recovery. I could discover that the problem is unsolvable and have to spend far longer than expected trying to find a solution. But I can promise to try to return, and that I will be thinking of this place while I'm gone. I can promise that if I do come back, one cup will have your partnership waiting. Yin Zio nodded slowly. He didn't look satisfied, but he looked accepted, the way one accepts reality that is difficult but honest. They spent the final evening together, the three of them, with no specific activity planned or purpose defined. They sat in the tea house's main room as closing time passed, and the world outside grew dark. Wei Chongqing served tea he'd been aging for 3 years, a blend he'd created for his own meditation practice but never released to customers because it was too personal, too revealing of his own inner state. It was a tea that tasted of contentment mixed with the recognition of impermanence. It tasted of having chosen something worth choosing and accepting that choices carry costs. It was bitter and sweet at once, the flavor of genuine acceptance. When Yin Zio tasted it, his eyes widened with the recognition of deeper meaning. He understood immediately what the tea meant, what Wei Chongqing was communicating through the flavor and the ritual. "This is you," Yin Zio said quietly. "Yes," Wei Chongqing agreed. "This is what I taste in my own practice. This is what I've become." Little Fan drank hers more practically, but she said, "It's sad, but good sad. Like saying goodbye to something you love. Like letting go of something precious because it needs to go." "Precisely," Wei Chongqing said. "That's the taste of maturity." They drank in silence until the pot emptied, the tea growing cooler in their cups, the flavor deepening as it cooled, becoming richer and more complex. Then Wei Chongqing went to pack a single travel bag with items he would need. Meditation robes, writing materials, a few personal effects. Nothing elaborate. An ancient emperor preparing to fix a formation was simply a person traveling to work, carrying what was necessary and nothing more. Chapter 65. Preparing for absence. The morning of departure arrived clear and cold, the way mountain mornings can be in early spring. The sun was just clearing the eastern peaks, and the light had that quality of newness, of potential, of a day that could go in any direction. Wei Chongqing stood in the courtyard with his single travel bag, looking at one cup as if memorizing it. The tea plants, still small but recovering from pruning, their new growth spreading into the light they now had access to. The courtyard walls with their careful simplicity, built without decoration but with genuine attention to proportion and balance. The door that led inside where 1,000 small conversations had happened, where people had come broken and left slightly less broken. Yin Zio was there, standing beside the gate, his presence solid and real. Little Fan was there, her practical attention already on the work ahead. Neither spoke. They'd already said what mattered, the night before, the tea carrying the words they couldn't quite articulate aloud. Wei Chongqing set the bag down one more time and entered the tea house. He moved through the space, touching nothing, simply observing. The arrangement of cups organized by size and origin, the way light fell through the front windows at this time of morning, the precise order Yin Zio maintained in the tea storage, the shelves of herbs carefully arranged by frequency of use and potency. He observed it all like someone visiting a place they'd lived long ago, trying to imprint every detail into memory before leaving it behind. When he returned outside, Little Fan stepped forward and embraced him quickly, efficiently, then released him. Her emotions were channeled into practicality. "The business will be fine. Yin Zio and I have already planned the summer menu, organized the suppliers, created a schedule for the new helpers. We're training 3 of the village women to help with service. Everything is organized and documented." "I know," Wei Chongqing said, and he did know. He'd watched her organize the entire operation with the kind of care that suggested she took ownership genuinely. "That's why I can leave. That's why I'm not worried." Yin Zio simply stood, his body language saying what words couldn't. Wei Chongqing approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture more intimate than embrace, carrying the weight of genuine regard and the recognition of partnership. "When I return," Wei Chongqing said, "I expect you'll have surprised me with your growth." "If you return," Yin Zio said, not unkindly, just factual, the acknowledgement of uncertainty. "If I return," Wei Chongqing echoed, accepting the reality of his own vulnerability. "But I will try. Trying is all anyone has." He picked up the bag, turned toward the eastern road that led out of Dustfall, the road that climbed into the mountains and eventually descended into valleys he hadn't seen in centuries. He began walking. He didn't look back. Looking back would have suggested doubt, and he'd made his choice with clear eyes. Looking back would have made the departure harder for everyone remaining. The road was long, and he was alone. Behind him, one cup would continue. The tea house would run its daily cycles. Customers would arrive and depart. Yin Zio and Little Fan would serve them with care. The plants would continue growing. The seasons would turn. Ahead of him, the formation array waited with its internal contradiction, its unsolvable problem that had taken 1,000 years to fully reveal itself. The formation array that held the world together, that kept realms separate and safe, that was now struggling because the world had changed and the array hadn't evolved to match the world's new reality. Wei Chongqing walked between them, the place he wanted to be and the place he was needed. It was the oldest story in cultivation, choosing what was necessary instead of what was desired. He'd thought he'd escaped that story when he abdicated his throne. Now he understood escape wasn't really possible. The price of wisdom was sometimes being asked to leave the tea behind. Chapter 66. Traveling to the formation. The journey to the formation array's location took Wei Chongqing through regions he hadn't visited since abdicating his throne centuries ago. The ethereal cloud sect passed by his route. He took a deliberate detour to avoid it, not wanting to engage with old disciples who would see his presence as an invitation to return to leadership, to resume the role he'd spent years carefully releasing. Still, word spread. He was recognized. A merchant caravan on the road, seeing his distinctive robes and the way people recognized him, spread word through the networks of commerce and cultivation gossip. By nightfall, when he was settling into a small inn, cultivation sect representatives from 3 different factions arrived with formal requests that he come advise them on their governance structures. All of them were facing instability from the formation array's internal contradiction. Power resources were becoming unpredictable, and their hierarchies were destabilizing as a result. He declined each with the same quiet courtesy. "I'm traveling on urgent business. I cannot stop." The sect leaders didn't understand, because in their experience, the sovereign of cultivation would never refuse an invitation to advise, to counsel, to offer the wisdom that came from his centuries of understanding. The position held social gravity that made refusal seem almost impossible, a kind of insult to the structure itself. But Wei Chongqing had learned centuries ago that positions, no matter how elevated, had to be released to actually matter. He couldn't serve society while trying to maintain his authority over it. The journey took him through the Spring Valley region, where cherry blossoms were at their peak, the trees exploding with pink and white flowers like clouds had descended to earth. It was breathtaking. In this region, a small cultivator community had developed in his absence, people who'd been living quiet lives, building something local and sustainable. The regional coordinator came to his camp the evening after he arrived, nervous and formal, uncertain how to address someone of his rank. Wei Chongqing put him at ease immediately, asking questions about the community's development, listening genuinely to the answers. The coordinator asked if he would bless their new cultivation grounds, not a request for governance or advice, but a simple blessing. A moment of presence and intention. Wei Chongqing considered this. It wasn't manipulation, wasn't trying to draw him into roles he was leaving. It was just asking for his presence for a moment. He agreed, and walked with the coordinator to the cultivation grounds, which were well-maintained and thoughtfully arranged. Someone had put genuine care into creating a space that would support growth. He stood in the center, opened his senses to the spiritual current flowing through them, and simply held them in his awareness for several minutes. He wasn't doing anything spectacular. There was no display of power that Wei Chongqing was imposing, no obvious change, no dramatic gestures. But the people watching felt it, sensed that something had shifted. The grounds were blessed, not because of external power, but because their purpose had been recognized and honored. "Thank you," the coordinator said afterward, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. "Thank you for doing the work," Wei Chongqing replied. "The blessing is simply acknowledgement that the work matters." He continued walking eastward, gradually moving downward in altitude as he approached the formation's location. The formation array existed at the very foundation of the world, deep beneath even the deepest sect's meditation caverns, in regions where the spiritual fabric of reality itself became visible and malleable. Accessing it required traveling through networks of spiritual channels and old tunnels, many carved before human history had become recorded, in times when the world was still forming its structures. The celestial court had provided maps, ancient documents that showed the way. Wei Chongqing followed them, moving deeper into the earth, the stone growing older and harder around him, the spiritual presence growing stronger. Sometimes he encountered other cultivators in the deep tunnels, couriers maintaining supply routes, maintenance monks who spent their entire lives tending to the formation's physical structure, occasional researchers who came to study the array's mechanics. They recognized him or they didn't, but none attempted to stop him or slow him down. After 10 days of travel, he reached the chamber of the formation array itself. It was vast, an underground cavern that stretched beyond sight, the ceiling lost in darkness, the walls extending into distance that seemed to exceed the physical geography above. The cavern was filled with crystalline structures that pulsed with an ancient rhythm, geometric patterns that repeated its scales from the vast to the microscopic. The formation was not a physical device exactly. It was a pattern of spiritual energy organized into architecture, maintained by something that might be consciousness or might simply be the mathematical echo of ancient intention. It was humming, a vibration that existed at a frequency most living things couldn't consciously perceive, but that you felt in your bones once you descended deep enough to sense it. The frequency was irregular, stuttering slightly, which confirmed what the court had said. The formation was breaking itself apart, trying to fulfill purposes that had become internally contradictory. Wei Chongqing approached the formation array carefully, respectfully. The formation didn't have a central point exactly, but there was a place where the current ran strongest, where a cultivator could sit and meditate with the whole structure. He sat, lotus position, back straight, hands resting on his knees. Then he began to listen. Chapter 67. The Formation's Ancient Truth, 3 Days of Meditation at the Formation's Heart. Wei Chongqing didn't sleep, didn't eat, didn't move from his position. His body became stillness itself. His consciousness expanded into the vast structure around him, merging with its awareness, learning its nature and its contradictions. The formation revealed itself gradually, the way a landscape emerges as dawn breaks, piece by piece becoming visible. Wei Chongqing began to understand not just what the formation was, but what it was struggling with. It had been designed 1,000 years ago by the celestial court's most brilliant architects, cultivators who understood both the abstract mathematics of spiritual barriers and the physical reality of how different realms needed to exist separately to maintain stability. The design was elegant in its way. Absolute barriers between realms, with only designated points where controlled exchange could occur. There were checkpoints, gated moments, places where the barrier was not absolute, but permeable under controlled conditions. The formation had worked. It had worked magnificently for 1,000 years. Realms stayed separate. Spiritual contamination was minimal. The world maintained stability and integrity. The system had done exactly what it was designed to do, but it was experiencing what could only be called confusion. Internal crisis. Modern cultivation had distributed in a way the ancient designers never anticipated. Spiritual power was no longer concentrated in a few magnificent peaks, in the great sects and sacred grounds. It flowed through villages. It emerged in unexpected places. The barriers designed to contain concentrated power in specific regions couldn't adapt to diffuse power everywhere. The formation was trying to control access to spiritual energy at gates that no longer contained the spiritual flow. It was like trying to regulate traffic at official crossings when people had learned to move freely across the fields and forests around the roads. The formation wasn't degrading from external damage. It was breaking itself apart, trying to fulfill its original purpose in a world its purpose no longer fit. It was experiencing what humans would call a kind of existential confusion, understanding its function but unable to perform that function in the current context. Wei Chongqing understood this the way a physician understands a disease. Not just the symptoms, but the fundamental contradiction between what the system was trying to do and what conditions demanded. On the 4th day, he emerged from the deep meditation state. His body was stiff, months old though only days had passed. He moved slowly, relearning how to inhabit only himself, how to separate his consciousness from the formation's vast awareness. It was like waking from a dream where you'd been a mountain and realizing you were only a person. His body consumed water and simple food. His mind remained partially extended, still connected to the formation's consciousness. Then he stood and approached the formation array, moving to the place where the current ran strongest. "I understand," he said to it, though it couldn't hear words in any conventional sense. His meaning passed directly through spiritual connection, through the alignment of intention and awareness. Your purpose was to maintain separation, but the world needs some mixing now. Not chaos, not contamination, but mutual exchange. Equilibrium instead of absolute barriers. The formation didn't respond in any obvious way, but Wei Chongqing felt something shift in its vast pattern. The acknowledgement of being understood. The relief of having someone perceive not just the symptoms, but the actual contradiction at the formation's core. Chapter 68. Teaching the formation over the next month, Wei Chongqing did something that had never been done to the formation array before. He taught it. He sat at the heart of its pattern and explained philosophy to a non-sentient artifact, using metaphor and principle the way he would with a human student. He spoke about how strength wasn't the same as rigidity, how absolute barriers could become prisons that protected but also constrained, how adaptation and purpose weren't opposed. Adaptation could be the truest form of fulfilling purpose, the truest form of honoring one's original design. He worked with the formation's underlying mathematical structure, slowly suggesting modifications that would allow for something between absolute separation and complete mixing. He helped it envision equilibrium points where realms touched safely, places where exchange could happen without chaos or contamination. The formation couldn't agree or disagree in words. But gradually, Wei Chongqing felt it beginning to reorganize itself. Not all at once, not in response to direct commands, but slowly exploring the new possibilities he'd suggested. It was almost like watching a plant grow in a new direction, not forced, not sudden, but persistent and purposeful, guided by the same intelligence that had made it grow originally. By week 3, the formation began making changes on its own. The crystalline structures that constituted its architecture started shifting, reconfiguring. Gaps that had been sealed became permeable. Barriers that had been rigid became flexible. The formation was teaching itself, using Wei Chongqing's principles as a guide. He continued sitting at its heart, monitoring, making small adjustments, encouraging the process. Some reconfigurations worked immediately, creating new pathways and equilibriums that felt stable. Others created new problems that required different approaches. But the formation was learning the same lesson Wei Chongqing had learned. Wisdom was often about finding balance, not about choosing between extremes. Strength wasn't domination, it was flexibility. Purpose wasn't rigidity, it was adaptation to changing contexts. By the end of the month, the entire structure had fundamentally reorganized. The ancient design, perfect for its time, had evolved into something new. Something that could hold the world's spiritual ecology in dynamic equilibrium rather than rigid separation. The barriers were still there, but they were permeable. The control mechanisms were still there, but they were flexible. Wei Chongqing felt the moment when the reformation completed, a subtle shift in the frequency of the humming, the vibration settling into a new pattern that held within it both the old purpose and the new understanding. It was a moment of genuine satisfaction, the sensation of seeing a system solve its own problem, guided by, but not dependent on external intervention. Chapter 69. The reformed formation. The effect on the world's spiritual ecology was immediate and profound. From the deep chamber where Wei Chongqing stood watching, he couldn't see the world above, but he could feel it through the formation's new awareness. Spiritual energy that had been trapped in isolated pockets began to circulate, flowing like blood through a body that had been partially blocked. Regions that had been spiritually depleted, areas where cultivation had become difficult or impossible, started to recover as energy flowed toward them. Areas where spiritual energy had been dangerously concentrated began to balance, as energy distributed more evenly. The shift was gentle. Wei Chongqing hadn't added power, only reorganized what already existed. But reorganization toward health was powerful in its own way. He extended his senses through the formation and felt across the world. A small town that had struggled with spiritual deadness, where would-be cultivators had given up because the ambient spiritual energy was too thin to support advancement, suddenly found itself able to support cultivation. A major sect whose power had been declining, whose cultivators had been leaving for regions with better spiritual resources, began to stabilize as spiritual resources flowed more freely toward them. Even areas of natural spiritual richness began to redistribute that richness more sustainably, preventing the kind of depletion that came from overconcentration. The world hadn't needed new power. It had needed its existing power organized toward health instead of toward domination. It had needed distribution instead of hoarding. Wei Chongqing sat in the deep chamber and wept, not from sadness but from the recognition of what had become possible. The tears came not from sorrow but from the overwhelming understanding of what had shifted. He thought of the formation as a kind of organism, non-sentient but wise in its ancient way, now understanding that its true purpose could be fulfilled not through rigidity, but through learning, not through control, but through flow. He thought of the countless cultivators in the world above, unaware that something fundamental had shifted. They would notice the changes slowly. Some would grow stronger because spiritual resources were now accessible to them. Some would become more stable because the world had stopped demanding they accumulate power just to survive. Some would realize that the path of conquest wasn't the only path available, that there were other ways to advance, other ways to live. Wei Chongqing finally rose, his work in the deep chamber complete. He had come intending to fix something. Instead, he had taught it to fix itself. It was the highest form of help he knew. Chapter 70. The Celestial Court's surprise. The return journey to the Celestial Court's central peak took Wei Chongqing through different tunnels, ones that led upward into regions where human cultivation communities flourished. The change was already visible as he ascended. Cultivators he passed seemed slightly more settled, as if a tension they'd been carrying had eased. Some of them greeted him with the recognition of someone whose work they'd been aware of, whose impact they'd felt. The Celestial Court's representatives met him at the summit with the kind of formal reception usually reserved for state visits. The entire court had come, the oldest cultivators and the newest administrators together, waiting in the great hall to receive his report. Wei Chongqing was covered in the dust of travel, his robes worn, his appearance suggesting someone who'd been working, not playing politics. He stood before them with absolute simplicity. "What is the status of the formation array?" the lead official asked, her voice carrying the weight of authority and anxiety. "The formation has reconfigured itself," Wei Changqing said. "Completely restructured, from a rigid barrier system to a dynamic equilibrium system." The officials showed the kind of confusion that suggested what they'd asked for and what they'd received were two different things. "This should not have been possible without teams of cultivators working for years," the lead court official said slowly. "The formation's architecture is almost as ancient as the court itself. How did you accomplish such a complete reformation in a few months?" Wei Changqing explained calmly. "The formation didn't need redesign from external power. It needed to understand that its purpose could be fulfilled differently. I taught it to understand, and it made the changes itself." The official stared at him. "You taught the formation array?" "Yes. It's not sentient, but it understands purpose. It understands the principle of a barrier, what a barrier's actually for. Once it understood that its purpose wasn't maintain absolute separation, but preserve the world's balance, it could reconfigure itself toward that purpose in ways the modern world demanded." The court officials exchanged glances that conveyed equal parts astonishment and the dawning realization that they'd been thinking about this problem incorrectly for centuries. One of the older ones, who'd been studying the formation's architecture for 40 years, slowly nodded. "Of course," she murmured. "The pattern isn't degrading. It's learning. Would you consider taking on other projects?" Another court official asked eagerly. "There are several ancient systems that are showing signs of similar internal contradictions. If you could teach them to evolve." Wei Changqing set down his teacup with quiet finality. The sound of porcelain onward carried weight. "No," he said. The officials waited, clearly expecting explanation or negotiation. "Most problems require understanding," Wei Changqing said carefully. "But most problems also require someone present to carry them, to sit with them, to help communities adjust to the change. The formation required only understanding. It couldn't carry anything itself. But people can and do. I need to return to a place where I can do that work." "Return to where?" the lead official asked, clearly thinking he meant returning to a position of governance or leadership. "To the tea house in Dustfall. To the work of helping people become stable the way the formation learned to become stable." Wei Changqing stood. "I'm grateful for your request. The work was meaningful. But I've remembered something important. Teaching is less valuable than accompaniment. Power is less valuable than presence." The officials allowed him to leave without further protest. Wei Changqing walked from the celestial court with the same quietness he'd arrived, carrying nothing but the memory of a conversation with an ancient, non-sentient device that had understood what it meant to change purpose while maintaining integrity. Chapter 71. Return to One Cup. Dustfall hadn't changed in 2 months. The town looked the same. The roads had the same dust. The air carried the same green growing smell. The mountains stood where they'd always stood. The seasons had turned slightly. Summer was approaching, the heat beginning to build. But as Wei Changqing approached One Cup, he saw immediately that everything had changed. The tea house had been repainted, the wood varnished to shine in ways it hadn't before. The front door had been carefully polished and treated with oil that made it gleam. The courtyard had been expanded slightly, with additional seating areas built with careful attention to sightlines and comfort, creating spaces where people could sit that felt both private and connected. A sign hung by the entrance, clearly new, clearly made with care, reading, "One Cup, a place for wanderers." He stood in the street for a moment, taking it in. This was the space he'd created, but it had grown in directions he hadn't anticipated. It had lived without him. Little Fun emerged from the tea house as if she'd been waiting by the door, watching for him the way someone watches for what matters. She took one look at him and her expression shifted through surprise, relief, and then, inexplicably, irritation. "You're late," she said, her voice carrying the weight of concern that masked itself as criticism. "I said I'd return as soon as I could," Wei Changqing replied quietly. "Yes. Well, we've been waiting 3 weeks past when we expected you. I've been holding the ledger in case there were changes, but we have no idea how long you'll actually stay." Little Fun's words were sharp, but her tone carried relief underneath, the sound of someone who'd been worried and was expressing it through the only language she knew. "And the summer menu is already implemented. The autumn changes need approval. I'm here now," Wei Changqing said quietly, "and I'm grateful for all you've done." "For how long?" she demanded. "That's what we want to know. For how long?" He paused. The honest answer was, "I don't know." But she was asking for commitment, not certainty. "For the tea house. As long as it needs me." Little Fun nodded sharply, as if that was barely acceptable, and turned back inside. "The kitchen inventory needs checking, and 3 of the suppliers have changed their prices. We need to discuss margins." Wei Chongqing set his bag down in the courtyard and stepped inside one cup. Yan Zio was standing behind the tea counter, preparing Li for the afternoon service, his movements efficient and practiced. He looked up, and everything in his expression shifted from careful professionalism to something much deeper. The wall of competence dropped away. He set down the tea he was measuring, stepped out from behind the counter, and walked directly to Wei Chongqing. He embraced him without words, and Wei Chongqing felt the weight of 2 months of not knowing whether he'd return, the uncertainty held and carried by a young man who'd chosen to maintain the tea house rather than abandon it, who'd maintained the space even though there was no certainty that Wei Chongqing would come back. "You came back," Yan Zio said finally, stepping back but keeping his hand on Wei Chongqing's shoulder. "I wasn't sure. I thought maybe you wouldn't." "I promised to try," Wei Chongqing said. "And I succeeded." That evening, after the day's customers had finished and the closing preparations were done, Wei Chongqing sat at the front table with both of them. Little Fun presented the ledgers. The business had not just survived his absence, it had grown. The new help was reliable. The expanded menu had attracted more customers. The adjustments she'd made to the pricing structure had actually improved profitability without making the tea feel like a luxury that served the wealthy primarily. Wei Chongqing reviewed the numbers with appropriate attention, asked pointed questions about her reasoning, and watched her face light up when she realized he was genuinely interested in her business decisions, not just monitoring them as an authority figure would. Yan Zio spoke of the spiritual changes he'd noticed, how the formation array's reformation had been felt even here in Dustfall, how the spiritual energy flowing through the region had become cleaner, more sustaining. He described his own continued cultivation, his steady progress toward stabilization. "I achieved it," Yan Zio said quietly, his voice carrying the understated pride of someone who'd accomplished something genuinely important. "Core stabilization. 3 weeks ago, I was meditating during the full moon, and something just aligned. Everything that had been in tension just resolved." Wei Chongqing felt the pride rise through him again, the genuine appreciation for seeing someone complete a transformation. "Tell me everything." Yan Zio described the moment in detail, meditation during the full moon, the careful work of months suddenly bearing fruit. The moment when all contradiction in his cultivation techniques suddenly resolved, when his power aligned so completely with his nature that advancement became simply a matter of growing naturally, without struggle. The kind of breakthrough that changed the relationship a cultivator had with cultivation itself, no longer something to achieve through effort and force, but something to embody through presence. Later, after Littlefun had gone to sleep and Yan Zio had finished the final preparations for the next day's service, Wei Chongqing and Yan Zio sat in the darkness of the tea house, a single oil lamp between them providing just enough light to see each other's faces. "I thought you might not come back," Yan Zio said quietly. "I wanted not to come back," Wei Chongqing replied, which was the truth. "I wanted to stay here with you. But wanting something isn't the same as being able to choose it. And now I'm here. And the world's formation array is stable. And one cup is more genuinely stable than it was when I left." Wei Chongqing looked at Yan Zio. "Your achievement of core stabilization. That means the tea house can continue without me in ways it couldn't before. Does that upset you?" "No," Yan Zio said. "It means I'm doing what you taught me. It means I can be useful instead of being dependent. It means I'm becoming." Wei Chongqing felt something settle in his chest. Not happiness exactly, but a sense of things being aligned, of choices being vindicated. Coming home wasn't about returning to a place. It was about returning to where your presence mattered because others had learned to need you less, had learned to stand on their own. It was coming back and finding that your work had borne fruit. Chapter 72. The aftermath of Reformation. The ripple effects of the formation array's reconfiguration became clearer over the following weeks. Cultivation was subtly but noticeably easier everywhere. The work that had required years to accomplish now took months. The advancements that had been incredibly difficult became merely hard. Struggling sects that had been declining for decades suddenly found themselves able to advance again. Small communities that had been spiritually marginal discovered resources they hadn't known existed. Young cultivators who had been about to give up because advancement seemed impossible suddenly found progress within reach. But there was also disruption. Significant disruption. Sects that had been maintained in power primarily by their monopoly on spiritual resources suddenly found those resources flowing more freely through society. Their relative power had diminished not because they had grown weaker, but because everyone else had grown stronger. They'd been dominant because they'd been at the right place when resources were concentrated. Now that resources were distributed, their location advantages had diminished. Wei Chongqing heard about the political friction through various visitors to the tea house. Worried sect leaders, ambitious younger cultivators who'd suddenly been given room to advance. Communities that had been struggling suddenly finding stability. The Celestial Court's authority, which had been based partly on their role as mediators of spiritual distribution, became less critical because the world's balance was more self-maintaining. Some cultivators were grateful. Others felt the change diminished their power without their consent. One morning, a delegation from the Endless Sky sect arrived at One Cup. They were led by a tall cultivator with the bearing of someone used to authority, sect leader Chun, one of the court's traditional allies, and someone who'd clearly benefited from the old power structure. His expression suggested he'd come with something important to say. He sat at a table with Wei Changqing and didn't waste time with courtesy. The formation array's reformation has weakened the Celestial Court's position. Some cultivators are saying it was your intention to reduce their power and make room for different governance. It wasn't my intention, Wei Changqing said calmly. The formation needed to change for the world's health. The political consequences are simply consequences. But you don't regret them, Chen observed. No, Wei Changqing agreed. A healthier world was preferable to one in constant crisis. The new balance is less stable politically, but more sustainable spiritually. Sect leader Chen drank the tea Wei Changqing served him, a middle blend, neither aggressive nor submissive. He sat with the flavor for a moment, letting it work on his understanding. Some of my sect members have left to pursue spiritual cultivation in regions we formerly considered inferior, Chen said finally. The resources flowing to us are less critical. It's unseating our entire hierarchy. I know, Wei Changqing said. And you can either resist that and be swept aside, or you can restructure around a different purpose. What purpose would that be? Whatever is genuine for you, rather than what was profitable. Wei Changqing refilled his cup. The Endless Sky sect has a long history. What did it care about before it became primarily focused on accumulating power and resources? Sect leader Chun was quiet for a long time. Finally, he left One Cup without arriving at an answer. But Wei Changqing had seen the moment of genuine consideration in his face. That was enough. That was the seed of change beginning to grow. The formation's reconfiguration wasn't a victory for Wei Changqing or a defeat for the old power structure. It was simply what happened when a system learned to maintain balance without requiring external administration. The world became slightly less dependent on authority, slightly more self-organizing. It meant less work for the Celestial Court, which was exactly why some of them had been worried it would happen. Chapter 73. The Shadow Faction evolves the Shadow Faction. The organization that had formed around the belief that Wei Changqing was a corruption of true cultivation, that his philosophy would undermine the achievement-based hierarchies that had sustained the cultivation world for centuries, had been growing quieter over the past months. The formation array's successful reformation made it harder to argue that his philosophy was incompatible with maintaining the world's stability. They fractured. The split wasn't immediate or dramatic, but it was real and persistent. The first indication came through a visitor. A woman in her 50s, clearly trained in combat cultivation, but carrying the uncertain posture of someone who'd recently revised her beliefs fundamentally. She sat down at a table without being invited, her body language suggesting this was difficult but necessary. I was part of the Shadow Faction, she said directly, not bothering with the pretense of a casual tea house visit. For 3 years, I believed you represented a degradation of cultivation values. But the formation array's reformation, it changed what I understood about your work. Wei Changqing gestured to a seat and served her tea personally. Tell me what you understand now. That you're not against power. You're against the waste of power. She accepted tea gratefully, her hands shaking slightly. The old formation array was maintaining itself through what amounts to constant crisis management. It required the Celestial Court's constant attention and intervention. They were always fixing something, always managing. You taught it to maintain itself. That's not weakness. It's the highest form of strength. Some of your faction will still believe I'm a corruption, Wei Changqing said. They will, she agreed. Some have already made that clear. We fought. It didn't come to violence, but it came to separations. Maybe 3/4 of the Shadow Faction's members have begun questioning